He had been one of the 10 strongest lords in Huaxia, yet he died to a dagger in the back from the uncle he trusted most, only to be reborn with vengeance burning in his veins. Lin Yuan snapped his eyes open, the memory of Lin Tiang's betrayal still echoing in his mind, the agony and despair as vivid as ever. The final assault on the abyssal demon god, Kungazard, should have decided humanity's fate, but on the eve of victory Lin Yuan's chest was pierced from behind by the man he relied on most. Now, instead of a battlefield, he found himself in his familiar bedroom, the calendar on the wall reading February 7th, 2037. 2037 one day before Lord Era launches. The realization jolted him wide awake. A voice from the TV blared. Lord Era is a revolutionary game that combines resource gathering, troop training, hero development, and large-scale warfare. Official release in 24 hours. So it really is happening. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, pulling his thoughts into order. In his previous life, Lord Era exploded in popularity on opening day, drawing 700 million players online at once. No one expected that after only 7 days they would be unable to log out, and within a month the game would fuse entirely with reality, forcing every human into an age of universal lords. On the Eternal Continent, human lords battled one another while abyssal fiends and alien rulers invaded, driving humanity to the brink. Relying on his outstanding talent and an advance payment of 10 million, Lin Yuan had risen to become one of Huaxia's top 10 lords. Yet just as he was about to slay the demon god, his uncle betrayed and killed him. Lin Tianke even admitted that the car crash that took Lin Yuan's parents had been his doing, all for control of the Lin Group. Lin Tianke. Flames of vengeance blazed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Heaven has granted me a second life. This time, you'll pay in blood. He strode to the bathroom and splashed his face with cold water, forcing himself calm. His greatest edge was 3 full years of game knowledge no other player possessed. Used well, that meant a lead at every step. Next was the Lin Group's vast fortune. Though it had declined since his parents' deaths, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. His shares and assets could be liquidated for a staggering sum. Most crucially, Lin Yuan remembered that before launch Lord Era allowed unlimited top-ups, but once the servers went live, daily transfers were capped at 1 million. In his previous life, caution had limited him to 10 million in advance credit. It made him a top lord, yet countless nights had cursed himself for not being bolder. This time I won't hesitate. He would cash out every asset he owned and seize an unassailable financial advantage. Without delay, he grabbed his phone and called stewardly. The line connected, and the middle-aged steward asked with concern, "Young master, what can I do for you?" "Listen carefully," Lin Yuan said, speaking fast. "Within 12 hours I want every share, bond, car, watch, and antique I own converted to cash. Sell it dirt cheap if you have to. I need as much money as possible, as fast as possible." Startled, Li blurted, "Young master, what's happened? Are you in danger?" "I'm fine," Lin Yuan answered firmly. "Bring any contracts that need my signature to the villa. You have 12 hours. Move." "Yes, sir." Though puzzled, Li knew better than to delay and hurried off to work. Lin Yuan exhaled. Li had served his father since Lin Yuan was a child. His loyalty and efficiency were beyond doubt. The only question was how much money could be raised in less than a day. The next day at noon, after Li's frantic efforts, every share, luxury car, watch, and antique under Lin Yuan's name had been dumped at rock-bottom prices. Half the city now thought him the biggest fool alive. Lin Yuan didn't care. In a month, when game and reality merged, currency would be worthless. These notes would be inferior to scrap paper. Neatly stacked before him lay a pile of bank cards. Together they held a full 1 billion in cash. 5 hours remained until Lord Era's launch. Lin Yuan eyed the clock on the wall and waited in silence. 3 hours before the servers opened, he would pour every last cent of that billion into Lord Era. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the seconds crawled by. At exactly 2 o'clock, Lin Yuan closed his laptop, drew a deep breath, and reached for the stack of bank cards in front of him, each one thin as a razor blade. The war had begun. Single transaction cap, 1 million yuan. Target, 1 billion. That meant performing the same action a full 1,000 times. Lin Yuan set his phone alarm for 5 o'clock, giving himself a 3-hour window and squeezing every minute to the limit. The shorter the window, the smaller the chance of being noticed. His real concern wasn't time, but the top-up leaderboard. The list updated in real time, publicly ranking every cent that went in. In a world teeming with tycoons, nobody knew when some random whale might appear and challenge him. Every minute of delay could erode his edge. Before getting started, he glanced at the board. Number 1, an Arab player, just over 60 million. Only 2 Longwa players sat in the top 10, at 30 and 43 million. Everyone hid their names, showing only their flags. The game wasn't even live yet, and people were already throwing down tens of millions. You could almost smell the money leaking out of the screen. Lin Yuan chuckled under his breath. Those people had no idea that today's move might turn out to be the smartest investment of their lives. Below the leaderboard, the comment section was on fire. "Damn, First place is a total well over 60 mil before the servers are up. No surprise sells oil. He's drowning in cash. Life isn't fair. I'm debating whether to add an egg to my pancake, and he's dropped tens of millions on a game. I wonder if that tycoon needs a dog. His dog food's probably better than my meals. Hey, you noticed we've got 2 longwool whales in the top 10? Now that's face. It'd be epic if someone could snipe first place. Lin Yuan's lips curled as he skimmed the comments. The real slaughter hadn't even started counting down. He fanned out the cards and fed them into the reader one by one, fingers flying across the keypad. You are about to top up 1 million yuan. Confirm, confirm. Please provide fingerprint verification. Beep, verified. Congratulations, your account has been credited with 1 million. Each operation hit the ceiling and repeated without a hitch. Card number, PIN, amount, fingerprint. Lin Yuan moved like a high-speed robotic arm. The reader's green beep never stopped. The room echoed with keystrokes and electronic chirps. In 60 minutes, he completed 400 cycles, sending the total soaring to 400 million. By then the comments had gone berserk. Holy, did the top spot just leap to 400 million? That's insane. Who is this legend? He's really making Longwool proud. He was really making Longwool proud. 400 million, that's insane. Lin Yuan's personal top-up total had just rocketed past the entire server. His number alone now outweighed the combined spending of everyone on the leaderboard. When 4 billion leapt to the very top of the screen, the former first-place holder was shoved into second. Unwilling to concede, the displaced player gritted his teeth and injected another 40+ million, nudging his total from a little over 60 million to a full 100 million. Yet beside 400 million, his effort was a firefly against the full moon. And for Lin Yuan, this was only the beginning. Another hour flashed by. The counter kept spinning 700 million. The runner-up finally stalled at 150 million, clearly deciding Lin Yuan was out of his mind and refusing to keep pace. Rebirth really does cause butterfly effects, Lin Yuan thought. In his last life, no one had prepaid even 100 million before launch. Barely anyone had hit 50. Now, goaded by him, nearly everyone in the top 10 had passed that mark. They ought to thank him. And the topping up continued. Time was running out once Lord Era officially launched. No amount of cash could be poured in. 455. The rolling numbers froze at 1,000,000,000,000,1 billion. Only 5 minutes remained before the servers opened, and the comment section had moved from shock to numbness. Starting with a billion? Is this guy even human? Terrifying. Legendary. After staring at the screen for 3 straight hours, Lin Yuan's body ached all over. He closed the interface, then slipped without hesitation into the Stargrade gaming pod he had prepared. The high-end capsule brimmed with enough nutrient solution to sustain a person for a month, more than enough to last until the day the game fused with reality. Lying inside, he began counting down the final seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Midnight struck. A wave of weightlessness hit him, his consciousness was yanked away, and the next instant he stood in a brand new world. Beneath his feet stretched boundless plains and endless mountains. In the distance, cities dotted the land like stars. This was the eternal continent. Humans, undead, elves, orcs, demons, countless races fought here without cease. This was a world of lords. Even seeing this epic vista a second time, Lin Yuan's blood surged. Next came the character creation process, and, if memory served, this was where his financial firepower would truly begin. Lin Yuan fixed his eyes on the translucent screen hanging in the air, his fingertip pausing over the confirm button. After a brief hesitation, he entered 2 letters: Lin Yuan. It sounded exactly like his real name, a handle he had carried over from his previous life. This time, though, he vowed to leave no regrets. Character name registered successfully. Please choose your starting race. Human. He made the choice without a moment's doubt. Era of Lords offered 5 starter races: human, ghost, beast, elf, and demon. Humans looked unremarkable, their early game talents downright plain. But Lin Yuan remembered too well. While humans began modestly, their late game growth was monstrous, widely acknowledged as top tier, even against certain hidden races. Once his race was locked in, the guiding sprite spoke again. Would you like to draw your initial hero? Draw now. Lin Yuan nodded. A blinding flash erupted before him. Congratulations, you have pulled in a rank hero. Kinrak, leader of farmers. At the sound of the alert, Lin Yuan's face darkened. Reborn or not, his luck was still rotten. Kinrak, dubbed the king of peasants, had virtually 0 combat value. His lone trait, farmland yield 10, doomed players to a pauper's start. Luckily, a redraw cost only 10,000 gold coins, exactly 10,000 yuan. That might hurt an average player, but Lin Yuan had already topped up 1 billion. This was pocket change. He hit re-roll without hesitation. Another white flash. Congratulations, you have pulled in a rank hero, Clark the sharpshooter. No sign of better fortune yet, but money was the one thing he had in abundance. The system chimes hammered his ears like a hailstorm. Congratulations, you have pulled a crank hero, Dura, hunter of souls. Congratulations, you have pulled in a rank hero, Wilman the scythe maniac. Ding congratulations, you have pulled a crank hero, Ryan the Berserker. Ding congratulations, you have pulled a brank hero, Mantasha, Siren Slayer. Lin Yuan's streak was hopelessly cursed. After a full 100 draws, the best head seen was a lone brank. In barely 5 minutes, 1,000,000 yuan had evaporated. I refuse to believe I can't pull in a rank today. He took a deep breath and snarled, again, 10 more draws, 50, 100, 200, 500. When the counter ticked up to 537, a brilliant violet flare exploded in front of him. Finally, purple light danced in Lin Yuan's eyes, and his heart nearly burst from his chest. If nothing had dropped this time, those 5+ million would have gone up in smoke for nothing. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn in a rank hero, the Flame Soul, Leerwise. A burst of purple light flared across the screen like fire before Lin Yuan's eyes. He knew this hero well. Among peers, Leerwise had balanced stats and came with an early game area effect fire spell that cleared mobs and rocketed him through the first levels. Even so, Lin Yuan's finger hovered over the confirm button. Was this really the hero he wanted as his starter? After a moment's hesitation, he slammed discard. Leerwise was good, but far from Lin Yuan's goal. He already had an ideal first card in mind. In his previous life had seen that hero's unrivaled dominance. If he could pull her now, it would change everything. With that thought, he hit reroll. Each fresh draw cost 10,000 yuan, and money was the one thing he had in surplus. He'll sink 100 million into this. I refuse to believe I can't pull her. The instant he let Leerwise go, his luck seemed to evaporate. 1,000 straight pulls nothing above brank. Lin Yuan didn't flinch. A rank heroes were rare, and had only spent 15 million so far. Pull 1,891, purple light at last. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn in a rank hero, the Forest Maiden, Leah. The Forest Maiden was weaker than Leerwise, tailored to lead elves, and poorly aligned with humans. Lin Yuan discarded her without a second thought. Pull 2,345, a rank hero, the Heart of the Desert, Shagut. Pull 2,777, a rank hero, the Imperial Shield, Du Rogang. Pull 3,444, a rank hero, Lady Misfortune, Jean Duo. After more than 3,000 pulls, Lin Yuan's mind went numb. For the first time, he truly grasped the monotony of Gacha. Worse, each new rank was inferior to the very first Leerwise. If I'd known, I wouldn't have been so picky, he muttered with a bitter smile. By now, the time had wasted was enough for other players to build entire territories. He vowed, the next half-decent card, I'm locking it in. 4,000, 4,500, 4,700, 5,000 pulls. The purple glow felt cursed, refusing to reappear. Had his wallet been thinner, the game's ruthless draw system might have driven him to tears. Finally, on pull 5,135, that long-awaited violet burst exploded. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn in Shrank Hero, the Sealed Sword, Ertolia. The system prompt thundered in his ears. Lin Yuan froze, then elation surged through him. After more than 5,000 rerolls, had finally secured the hero of his dreams. Her full title was technically the Sword of Victory under seal, because the divine blade she wielded remained locked. Only by clearing a top-tier hidden quest could a player unleash its true power, at which point Ertolia would leap from a rank straight to SS rank. That prospect was exactly why Lin Yuan had wanted her so desperately. Spending over 50 million just to draw a hero would bankrupt most people. But the moment Lin Yuan pulled Artoria, he knew it was worth every cent. That money had vanished into a bottomless pit. Yet when the pale gold card shone with holy light, all he felt was exhilaration. Artorian existence with the potential to reach SS rank. In his previous life, even as one of Waxia's top 10 lords, the best hero under his command had only scraped S rank. Were he not so weak right now, he'd gladly complete the hidden quest on the spot and break the seal on the Sword of Kings himself. Honored Lord, would you like to choose the sealed sword Artoria as your starting hero? I would, Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. A girl clad in silver-white armor dropped to one knee, her profile a mix of valor and grace. My lord, Artoria stands ready to serve. A system prompt followed at once. Congratulations, you have selected your initial hero. Lead your hero onto the eternal continent and begin your conquest. Good luck, my lord. Light engulfed him. The scene blurred, then cleared on an open stretch of grass, the scent of fresh earth in the air. This was his first domain. A translucent prompt appeared. The soil here is fertile and suitable for building a territory. Do you wish to construct one? Build, Lin Yuan confirmed. Pale green moats erupted from the ground, and within moments a wooden cabin rose rough but sturdy. This provisional lord's hall might be crude, yet it meant he finally had a foothold. Inside, a panel unfolded, listing his 5 core resources: food, timber, stone, iron ore, and silver coins. Every building and unit depended on them, while gold was classified as a universal currency. As a brand new lord, he had only 100,000 of each resource. Careful planning could stretch that far enough, but Lin Yuan had no intention of pinching pennies. He immediately tapped Build Shop. Cost: 10,000 food, 10,000 timber, 10,000 stone. Green light flashed again, and seconds later a brick-and-wood shop took shape. Its function was simple: sell items to the Lord and refresh its inventory every 24 hours. As the shop leveled up, both the quantity and quality of goods would rise. Lin Yuan opened the shop interface and zeroed in on his target. Basic Resource Pack Consumable. Description: grants 10,000 random resources upon use. Price: 100 gold coins. Intermediate Resource Pack Consumable. Description: grants 50,000 random resources upon use. Price: 500 gold coins. Advanced Resource Pack Consumable. Description: grants 100,000 resources of your choice upon use. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Price: 1,200 gold coins. In the early game, resources are everything. Run short, and your territory grinds to a halt like a riverbed drained dry. Determined to avoid that disaster, Lin Yuan hit purchase without the slightest hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, you have purchased 100 basic resource packs. Ding. Congratulations, you have purchased 50 intermediate resource packs. Ding. Congratulations, you have purchased 10 advanced resource packs. The chimes rang non-stop as glittering icons filled the screen. To his surprise, the entire haul cost only 47,000 gold coins, much cheaper than had expected. If stock had allowed it, he would have emptied the shop, but a level 1 store has limited shelves. This spree had already triggered an unofficial clear-out sale. When the top-up rush faded, a brief melancholy flickered through him, the kind that comes from having money, yet nothing left to spend it on. It vanished in seconds. Plenty of territory-boosting items still lined the shelves, and Lin Yuan switched back to full-throttle shopping mode. Worker Recruitment Order Consumable. Effect: recruits 1 extra worker to stay and construct buildings. Duration: 3 days. Price: 10,000 gold coins. Harvest Card Consumable. Effect: 20 yield on all farmland in the territory. Duration: 7 days. Price: 5,000 gold coins. Minor Experience Potion. Effect: grants a hero 500 experience points. Price: 6,666 gold coins. Random Strategic Relic Box Consumable. Effect: reveals a strategic relic from iron to gold tier. Price: 150,000 gold coins. The store overflowed with tempting goods, and Lin Yuan wasn't about to nitpick. He swept everything into his cart in one gamani, is meant for the cutting edge. If it doesn't make you stronger, what's the point of paying? Compared with his previous top-ups, this spending was pocket change. Fortunately, even a beginner shop had refreshed the most critical item, the random strategic relic box. In Lord era, strategic relics are a hero's gear. The higher the tier, the rarer the drop. Each hero can equip up to 5 relics, and a full set of premium stats lets upgrade hero trade blows with Insgrade. The 150,000 coin price tag didn't make Lin Yuan blink. He bought 20 boxes in one click. 3 million gold coins vanished instantly, stripping the shelves bare again. To splurge further, he'd have to wait for tomorrow's refresh, though. He planned to upgrade the shop first, aiming for higher level merchandise. Having money burn a hole in your pocket can be a real headache. Purchase confirmed. 20 gleaming boxes now sat in his inventory. Lin Yuan could hardly wait to crack them open. His A-grade hero, Artoria, deserved a full set of top-tier relics. How else could her potential truly shine? He wondered just how many gold-tier relics those 20 boxes would yield. After opening the first gift box, a flash of golden light burst before Lin Yuan's eyes. The dazzling beam tore through the air with a searing heat, and for a moment, he froze. When had his luck ever been this outrageous? A jackpot on the very first try? When the glare faded, he finally saw it. A lion-shaped pendant hovering in the center of the interface. Lionheart King's Pendant. Grade: Gold. Attributes: Strength 25, Agility 25. Skill: Lionheart King's Blessing. When activated, all human units under your command gain 15 to all stats for 3 minutes. Cooldown: 6 hours. Even among gold-tier items, this was a small treasure. The broad buff for humans was practically a divine skill. Lin Yuan's pulse quickened. Fortune had clearly favored him. Riding the wave of good luck, he stopped hesitating and tore open the remaining boxes in one go. Ding! You opened a random strategic relic box and obtained an iron-grade relic Rusty Iron Sword. Ding! You opened a random strategic relic box and obtained an iron-grade relic Moldy Burlap Robe. Ding! You opened a random strategic relic box and obtained a silver-grade relic Flowing Water Staff. Ding! You opened a random strategic relic box and obtained a gold-grade relic Burning Gem. When all 20 boxes were opened, the summary panel showed the haul: 8 iron, 5 bronze, 4 silver, and 3 gold items. In Lord era, equipment ranked across 9 tiers: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, mythic, and in the early game, even a single gold piece could make whole guilds drool. After sorting the loot, he immediately equipped everything on his hero Artoria. Gold 3 Lionheart King's Pendant, Burning Gem, Obsidian Warplate. Silver 2 Frost Ring, Shield of Glory. Getting his main hero kitted out with such a fearsome loadout on day one was the definition of a perfect start. Clenching his fist, Lin Yuan could hardly wait to take Artoria outside the city and test her new gear. Once he issued the construction commands in town, the pair set out for the forest bordering his territory. During the novice period, low-level monsters usually spawned nearby, ideal for a warm-up. Just as he expected, the moment they stepped beneath the trees, a low growl rumbled from the brush. 5 gray wolves bared their fangs and began to encircle them. Their fur was matted and their eyes fierce, yet their scrawny frames betrayed their weakness, typical Tier 1 beasts. "My lord, allow me to protect you." Artoria stepped forward, the sealed sword flashing coldly. The heavy obsidian warplate fit her perfectly, highlighting her graceful form. Lin Yuan raised his hand, calm yet eager. "Go, kill them all." In his mind, beasts of this level could only bully peasants at best. Even a well-trained Tier 1 spearman could have taken them down with ease. Yet the one facing the 5 gray wolves now was Artoria, and a rank hero outfitted with the finest gear available. Sending a powerhouse like her to handle a handful of basic wolves was sheer overkill. In the next instant, her figure turned into a streak of pale gold, almost too fast for the eye to follow. A single sweep of her sword, cold steel flashing. SHHK? Flesh tore with a sickening rip as every wolf was cleaved apart in midair, their heads and bodies dropping into the grass. One strike, 5 kills. That was the true strength of an A-rank hero. A string of clear system chimes reached Lin Yuan's ears. Grey Wolf, Tier 1 slain. Grey Wolf, Pelt 1 obtained. Lord, EXP 10. Hero, EXP 10. Grey Wolf, Tier 1 slain. Grey Wolf, Pelt 1 obtained. Lord, EXP 10. Hero, EXP 10. Grey Wolf, Tier 1 slain. Grey Wolf, Pelt 1 obtained. Lord, EXP 10. Hero, EXP 10. These low-level monsters rarely dropped anything valuable, but the experience was more than worth it. Lord, EXP, raises the Lord's level, unlocking higher-tier buildings and allowing more heroes to be commanded. Hero EXP raises the hero's level, sharply boosting stats and increasing the number of units the hero can lead. Of course, Lin Yuan had no intention of letting Artoria farm weaklings on the outskirts. He waved her onward. "Come on, let's head straight for the heart of the forest." The deeper they went, the denser the monsters became, yet none posed a threat to Artoria. In less than half an hour she had already reached level 4, her attributes soaring across the board. Meanwhile, as more players poured in, the newbie world chat was buzzing. "Guys, I pulled a Brank starter hero right out of the gate. What about you? Damn, kill the lucky dog. I had to re-roll 20 times for a single Brank. I'm sick of it. 20 re-rolls? That's 200 grand. 200 grand is nothing. I re-rolled 1,500 times and finally drew in a rank water elemental Queen Helena. All hail the whale. We bow before you, sir. Man, the area outside my territory is brutal. My Drank hero can't even beat the weakest Tier 1 mobs. Same here. My dwarf warrior got ripped apart by a pack of wolves. Heroes do revive, but their loyalty tanks afterward. Enough talking about it, just hurts. We free-to-play folk should build more troops and hunt with numbers." Lin Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he scrolled through the complaints and bragging in the chat. While most players were still getting mauled by roadside monsters, his Artoria was already closing in on level 5. Whoosh. After slaying a gray wolf, a burst of white light flashed, and Artolia shot up to level 5. Lin Yuan sheathed his sword, stepped to her side, and smiled. "How do you feel?" Artolia pressed her lips together, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I feel wonderful. It is my honor to follow you." The system chime rang. Hero Artolia's loyalty has increased by 1. Current loyalty, 81. Hero Artolia has learned the skill, Radiant Triple Slash. In Age of Lords, a hero's loyalty is crucial. 1. Whenever a hero dies, or the lord acts against the hero's wishes, loyalty drops. 2. At 80 and above, a hero is unlikely to betray you. Below 60, they may defect when their life is on the line. At 95 or higher, they are absolutely devoted. In a previous life, one lust-crazed player forced a female hero into his bed. Her loyalty plummeted, she betrayed him on the spot, and with a single swing she severed the part he cherished most. Only then did players realize that heroes are far more than ordinary NPCs. They have flesh, blood, and minds of their own. Artolia awakening a skill at level 5 left Lin Yuan secretly amazed. That's what an S-rank hero can do. An A-rank hero usually wouldn't unlock a first skill until level 10. With a thought, he opened her status panel. Hero, Artolia S-rank. Title, Sealed Blade. Level 5. HP, 15001-500. Mana, 350,350. Attack, 240,430. Defense, 170. Strength, 160. Agility, 155. Intelligence, 135. Skill, Radiant Triple Slash. Skill Radiant Triple Slash. Artolia coats her blade in holy light and slashes 3 times in rapid succession, each strike dealing 150 damage. Damage against dark creatures is doubled. Those stats are terrifying, Lin Yuan muttered as he closed the panel, awed by the power of its rank hero. Ertolia half-turned, sword in hand, and spoke in a low voice. My lord, there's a huge pack of gray wolves ahead. Oh, following the direction of her blade, Lin Yuan saw an open clearing beyond the shrubs packed with gray wolves easily, over 100 at a glance. A pack that size could mean only one thing. A boss was nearby. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the largest wolf in the clearing. It was twice the size of a normal gray wolf, its fur bristling like steel needles, and its eyes glowed blood red with murderous fury. This creature was catalogued as the mutated Gray Wolf King, a silver rank boss, level 512, 000 health, 12,000 attack, 120150 defense, 70 skill points, other abilities unknown. A warped monarch of the Gray Wolf clan, it wielded both terrifying strength and astonishing speed. Lin Yuan was torn between alarm and delight. Was this stroke of fortune good or bad? Encountering a level 5 silver boss in such a remote area was a rare blessing. Yet by his reckoning, it would normally take at least 1,000 Tier 1 troops to bring one down. He glanced around. Other than Artoria, there wasn't a single soldier in sight. If he withdrew to gather reinforcements, the beast would likely vanish before he returned. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Artoria and asked quietly, "Can you handle it?" She nodded, her voice firm. "I will not fail." "Good. Then let's move," Lin Yuan ordered. "Clear the surrounding wolves first, then take out the mutated Gray Wolf King." At his command, Artoria skirted to the edge of the pack, sword in hand. The rustling grass alerted the gray wolves, and claws flashed toward her. Yet beneath the holy blade's gleam, they lasted mere moments. Wherever the sword swept, blood spattered and bodies fell silently. Using a Hitandran approach, she cut her way through the pack, their numbers dwindling rapidly. When only a couple dozen wolves remained, a thunderous roar split the forest. Roar! Startled by its kin's screams, the mutated Gray Wolf King lunged into the clearing, charging straight at Artoria. The remaining wolves tightened their circle, sealing off her escape. The real battle had begun. Artoria moved like lightning through the pack. Every swing of her sword sliced the air and claimed a life. In the next instant, the Wolf King was upon her. A claw whooshed down. She sidestepped and, reversing her grip, carved a deep slash across its ash-black flank. 356. Scarlet numbers flared above the boss head. The prowess of its class hero was unmistakable, and the full set of strategic artifacts she wore was virtually a bug in the early game. Because of that, she dared to solo a silver rank boss. With each strike, the outer wolves fell and the Wolf King's health bar plummeted. 12, 0009, 0006, 0003, 000. All the while, the mutated Gray Wolf King launched savage attacks, but most of its blows were effortlessly dodged by Artoria. Even a direct hit barely scratched her. After all, Artoria's defense was extraordinary, and the gold-tier relic the obsidian battle armor made ordinary strikes almost meaningless. When the mutated Gray Wolf King's health dipped below 3,000, the tide suddenly turned. With a savage howl, its eyes filled with blood, muscles swelled, and its body ballooned in size. One massive foreclaw, glinting with a cold, dark light, cleaved toward Artoria. Wolf King's claw. Enraged, the beast unleashed terrifying power. Artoria had no time to dodge. The lethal strike was already upon her. At that instant, the gold-tier strategic relic Shield of Glory triggered its special effect. When the wearer is about to suffer heavy damage, an automatic barrier absorbs part of the blow. A silvery shield materialized before her. The next second, the claw crashed down, shattering the barrier into shards, but the fatal hit was blocked. Frostbind. Without hesitation, Artoria activated the Frost Ring skill. Icy energy raced across the ground, freezing the Wolf King's limbs in place. She raised her sword high. Radiant triple slash. Blinding white light burst from the blade, carving 3 brilliant arcs too fast to follow. 579. 597. 633. The triple strike ripped away most of the Wolf King's remaining health in an instant. The outcome was now certain. Artoria's sword danced like the wind, each swing carving off another chunk of life. In less than a minute, the towering, ferocious Wolf King crashed to the ground, dead at her feet. System notice. You have slain the silver-tier boss mutated Gray Wolf King. Loot obtained. Wolf King's Heart 1. Wolf Fang Necklace 1. Gray Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll 1. Lord EXP 2000. Hero EXP 2000. The generous haul was exhilarating, and Artoria's hero level rose to 7. At the same time, a world announcement thundered across the server. Chinese player Lin Yuan has become the first to slay a silver-tier boss, earning Random Gold-tier Strategy Chest 3, Advanced Resource Pack 10, Equipment Enhancement Stone 100, Hero Recruitment Token 1. The announcement exploded across the chat. Holy crap, for real? I haven't even farmed the mobs outside town, and someone's already killing bosses? Yeah, and there's a first kill reward too. Those prizes are insanely mouth-watering. Man, people like this make the rest of us look bad. Who the heck is Lin Yuan? That's nuts. At least it's one of our own Go China. Total cutie here, begging for Lin Yuan to take me under their wing. Pipe down up there. For all you know, cutie might be packing more than you are. Lin Yuan knew full well how much the world announcement of the first kill would shake the game. Yet he paid it no mind. Having been reborn with 10 billion to spend, he had confidence to spare. No amount of hostile attention could scare him. Both the loot dropped by the mutant Grey Wolf King and the system's first kill rewards were lavish. Lin Yuan opened his inventory and reviewed the spoils one by one. 1. Wolf Fong Necklace, Silver Grade Strategic Relic. 2. 3 random Gold Grade Strategic Chests, First Kill Exclusive. 3. Several Advanced Resource Packs. 4. 1 Hero Recruitment Order. 5. 1 Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll. Strategic relics were hardly scarce. Artoria already wore a complete set and resources were plentiful. What really interested him were the last 2 special items. Hero Recruitment Order Special. Recruits a random grade or higher hero. Collect 10 for a 50 chance to recruit an grade hero. Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll Special. Summons 50 tier 2 Grey Wolf Knights who will serve you forever. The odds of drawing a top-tier hero with a single order were low, and he already had Artoria. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan set the order aside and activated the Grey Wolf Knight Scroll. The scroll shattered, releasing a burst of white light. When the glow faded, 50 knights in ash-colored armor, each mounted on a giant wolf, dropped to one knee and saluted him. Their Tier 2 presence was overwhelming. Even at a glance, their stats dwarfed those of first-tier militia. Lin Yuan nodded, then turned to Artoria. Take them and keep hunting monsters. Once you reach level 10, we'll return to the territory. Artoria planted her sword and knelt on one knee. As you command, my king. She rose, leading the 50 Grey Wolf Knights into the woods at full speed. Tier 2 troops were formidable. 3 knights could surround and kill a single Grey Wolf without a scratch. Although troops couldn't gain experience from wild monsters, all the XP flowed to their commanding hero, sending her level skyrocketing. Ash-colored armor flashed, and wolf howls echoed through the forest. Artoria and her knights swept the woodland clean, leaving every monster they encountered dead. 3 hours later, brilliant white light flared around Artoria. Hero Artoria has reached level 10. Hero Artoria has learned the skill Knight's Spirit. Knight's Valor active. When activated, all human units under Artoria's command gain a 50 morale boost and a 30 increase to every attribute for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Lin Yuan skimmed the entry for Knight's Valor, excitement flashing in his eyes. Holy Light packed a solid punch, but it only hit a single target, whereas Knight's Valor strengthened the entire human force morale 50 and all stats 30 for half an hour. For any lord, morale meant life or death. Aside from undead troops, low morale could make an army break and run, while high morale sharply raised the odds of combo and critical hits. More importantly, Lin Yuan had chosen the human faction, and in large-scale battles this skill was practically a force multiplier. Unlocking a god-tier ability at level 10 proved his investment in Artoria was worth every coin. Alright, that's enough for now. Let's head back to the territory. He beckoned to Artoria. Hero levels could be farmed whenever. In the early game, city building decided victory and defeat. 2 construction workers hammered at stone and timber. By the time Lin Yuan stepped through the gate, the new buildings were already up. 1. Cottage recruits peasants. 2. Militia camp recruits militia. 3. Tavern recruits heroes and posts quests. 4. Spearman camp and archer range still under construction. Once finished, they'll produce Tier 2 spearmen and Tier 2 archers. Early tier human troops were famously weak. Peasants and militia were almost useless, and even spearmen and archers were merely passable. But that weakness flipped into power later on. After Tier 7 griffins unlocked, human firepower surged. Once Tier 9 archangels arrived, humans could turn every other race into their punching bag. That, of course, was the pace for ordinary lords. Lin Yuan had a 10 billion top-up limit and the knowledge amassed over a lifetime. If he still started on the same footing as free-to-play players, his money would be wasted. With a daily spending cap of 1 million, no one could match either his wallet or his grasp of the meta. His gaze drifted to the tavern. He remembered a uniquely important NPC would appear here early on. Follow the hidden steps correctly, and that NPC handed over a rare artifact. The quest had sounded absurd in his last life, but now that he knew every detail, he refused to miss it again. With no hesitation, Lin Yuan strode toward the tavern. Lord Era feels uncannily like a living, breathing world. Lin Yuan pushed open the heavy oak door, and a surge of voices, the clink of mugs, and the sweet scent of malted ale swept over him, as if yanking him from the game lobby into a bustling medieval marketplace. The tavern was clearly divided into 2 sections. To the left stood a massive notice board, its weather-beaten planks bristling with parchment. Quest ranks ran from easy and common to hard, adventure, nightmare, and hell, with a hidden quest appearing only on the rarest of occasions. Unsatisfied patrons could spend a quest refresh token to reshuffle the board. Lin Yuan stepped closer and let his gaze sweep across the postings. Of 20 sheets, more than half were gray, a handful white, and only one glowed with a faint violet halo. Gray, white, and violet matched easy, ordinary, and hard respectively. High-tier quests were clearly scarce out of 20 postings. Only one had climbed to hard. The right side of the room held the bar. Tall stools lined the counter, while rows of casks were stacked like a wooden fortress behind it. Here, lords could spend silver to summon heroes. In taverns below Tier 3, only 5 recruitable heroes appeared each day, most of them grade B or lower. Rolling in a grade hero was enough to send players into raptures. Higher tavern tiers increased both the number and the quality of available heroes. But none of this concerned Lin Yuan today, was here for the tavern's lone hidden quest. Scanning the room, he soon fixed on his target, a nondescript man in the corner idly twirling a glass. Chestnut curls fell carelessly over the man's brow, letting him blend into the crowd, yet a crafty glint shone in his eyes. Lin Yuan took the seat opposite him. "Barkeep, 2 rums on me for this gentleman." At the words, the brown-haired man looked up, surprised. "You're buying me a drink? Why not?" Lin Yuan smiled, voice even. "Drinking alone gets dull." True enough, the man drained the last drop from his glass and grinned. "But if we're drinking, why not make it interesting and place a wager?" The key line made the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitch, so the hidden quest trigger was right on schedule. "How do we play?" he asked. "The simplest way: flip a coin and call heads or tails." The man flicked a copper piece so it danced over his knuckles. "If you win, they'll hand over my family heirloom." "That's a hefty stake." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "And if I lose?" The man's eyes narrowed, mischief deepening. "Then you owe me 1,000 gold coins." In Lord Era, the exchange rate was 1 gold coin to 1 yuan, so losing would cost him 1,000 RMB. For most people, that was a hefty sum, but Lin Yuan didn't even blink. He nodded at once. Money was his greatest edge. When your pockets are full, you can do anything you want. Clink. The crisp sound of metal rang out in the quiet corner as a gold coin flicked into the air, tracing a bright arc under the dim light. It landed on the back of the brown-haired man's outstretched hand. Before it could settle, he slapped his other hand over it and looked up. "Heads or tails?" "Heads," Lin Yuan answered casually. It was a 50-50 chance. Any guess would do. "Too bad, tails." The man opened his palm to reveal the reverse side and shook his head in mock regret. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue. He tossed over a heavy pouch, exactly 1,000 gold coins. The bag hit the table with a dull thud. Again, his voice was calm, as if he'd tossed nothing more than a few coppers. The game resumed. Lin Yuan's luck was clearly off. Despite the even odds, he lost 5 times in a row. On the 6th try, he finally called it right. "Seems Lady Luck has finally noticed you," the brown-haired man sighed. He pulled an old pocket watch from his coat and handed it over as though parting with a piece of his own flesh. "This is a family heirloom. Dilapidated pocket watch special item. Description: a filthy, battered watch that might just qualify as an antique." After reading the description, Lin Yuan almost laughed. Calling that hunk of scrap a family heirloom, this guy really knew how to get under your skin. In his previous life, countless players had been cleaned out by him. Play against him, and you always lose. Lose, and 1,000 gold vanish. Win, and you drag home a pile of junk. But Lin Yuan knew the man's purpose went far beyond simple swindling, so he kept playing. The coin kept spinning through the air, and Lin Yuan kept betting on instinct. The 53rd toss. The 72nd. The 87th. The 99th. In less than 30 minutes, the 100th toss was done. Lin Yuan had won 37 times and lost 63, burning through more than 60,000 gold coins. Everything he'd won was worthless trash. An ordinary player would have been cursing by now, but Lin Yuan remained impassive and carried on. At last his win count reached 99. By then, he'd sunk nearly 200,000 gold coins, but the hidden treasure he was after would make it all worthwhile. "Turns out you're a diet-enthused gambler," the brown-haired man said, sweeping the coins off the table. He tapped the wood with his knuckles, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Since you've come this far, why don't we raise the stakes? Same rules: coin toss. Heads or tails, but this time we play for 1 million gold. How about it? 1 million gold coins." An average player would have backed out the moment they heard that figure. After all, 1 million isn't pocket change in many second-tier cities. It's enough to buy an apartment. Besides, the brown-haired man opposite him had been willing to stake nothing but junk even when he lost earlier. If Lin Yuan won again, yet still walked away with trash, he couldn't exactly rough up an NPC. This was the second hurdle of the hidden quest. The first, winning 99 consecutive rounds, needed no further explanation. During that streak, the player bet real money and won nothing but garbage, a torture test of patience and composure. Now the true knife-edge trial began. 1 million gold per round, a stake few could stomach. Clink. A coin landed on the brown-haired man's wrist. "Heads," Lin Yuan declared. "Sorry, tails." The man lifted his hand. The copper coin flashed coldly, tails side up. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Yuan was down 1 million, and that was only the opening act. From then on, every toss seemed to conspire against him. No matter whether he called heads or tails, the opposite side always appeared. Lady Luck had deserted him completely. In under 10 minutes, he dropped 10 straight rounds. 10 million gold evaporated. Yet his expression stayed calm. Still want to continue? The brown-haired man's smile never faded, the cunning in his eyes glinting like a knife's edge. Of course, Lin Yuan replied, snatching the coin. But from now on, I flip and you guess. With that, stage 3 began. Lin Yuan's counterattack was finally underway. Clink! The coin arced into the air, spinning under dim candlelight before settling on the back of Lin Yuan's hand. Pressing the coin down, he spoke evenly. Ever heard of sunk costs? The more you invest in something you can't get back, the deeper you sink. I've poured more and more gold into this wager and received nothing but junk in return. But to me, this money is trivial. 1 million is pocket change. Even if I lose this round, I'll keep betting until I win. His voice was unhurried, a faint smile playing on his lips. Now tell me, heads or tails. The brown-haired man remained silent for a long time. At last he sighed, shook his head, and offered a wry smile. I've lost. Even if I scrape by this round, you'll beat me in the end. With that, he casually tossed 2 treasures to Lin Yuan. A mask and a ring. Mask of the Deceiver special item. Once equipped, it lets the wearer alter their face and even their race at will, leaving no flaw for the keenest eye to spot. Gambler's ring special item. Base attribute, luck 10. Legend says this ring, still smeared with dark brown blood, belonged to a gambler who never lost, and anyone who holds it earns the favor of the goddess of fortune. Lin Yuan glanced over the stats and couldn't stop the grin spreading across his face. Picking up 2 such game-breaking treasures for a mere 10 million was an absurd bargain. He also knew that only a handful of players ever reached the final showdown. To beat the brown-haired man opposite him, he had one option: seize the gold coin in the man's hand. The coin was steeped in magic. As long as the man kept flipping it, no matter how many rounds they played, he would always come out on top. I look forward to seeing you again. The brown-haired man patted Lin Yuan's shoulder on parting, a knowing smile on his lips. Even in Lin Yuan's previous life, no one had uncovered the man's true identity. Some said he was a swindler living off a family heirloom. Others insisted he was an avatar of the god of deception, wielding a priceless artifact. Whatever the truth, Lin Yuan had achieved his aim. He tucked the mask and ring away and strode out of the tavern. In that short time, both the spearman barracks and archer range had gone up in his territory, though each was only level 1, able to produce just 20 spearmen and 10 archers per week. Recruitment still 8 resources. 1 spearman, 500 food, 500 iron, or 500 silver. 1 archer, 1,000 food, 1,000 wood, 1,000 iron, or 500 silver. To Lin Yuan, those numbers were pocket change. The 10 high-tier resource packs had earned by first killing a silver-rank boss had already netted him 5 million units of assorted resources. With a wave of his hand, he hired them all at once. 20 spearmen and 10 archers instantly joined his ranks. Tier 1 militia? Cannon fodder. He barely spared them a glance. Next, he reassigned his work crews. The barracks had to be upgraded, otherwise, the troop cap was laughably low. But before that, the Lord's Manor had to level up. It was the gateway to every other upgrade. If the manor stayed at level 1, every building in the territory would be locked at level 1 too. Raising its level also boosted tax revenue, giving the Lord a steady daily income of gold and silver. More importantly, many high-tier structures like Griffin Cliff, which lets you recruit Griffin Knights, unlock only once the manor hits level 7. Level 7 was a long way off. For now, Lin Yuan had one goal: push the manor to level 3. Once it reached level 3, he could start construction on the auction house. The moment that building stood, he'd be able to trade freely with other players, opening the arteries of resource flow. Only then could Lin Yuan exploit his advantages to their fullest. Building the territory, of course, takes time. The higher the structure, the longer the upgrade. Without any construction speed-ups, bringing the Lord's Manor to level 3 alone will take at least 3 full days. Lin Yuan had no intention of wasting that time within the wall shed. Once charged into the forest with only Ertolia at his side, and now that he commanded an official force, there was even less reason to stay put. With that thought, he pushed open the tavern's heavy wooden door. The smell of malt and the hum of voices rolled over him. Yet he paused only long enough to tap twice on the recruitment board, signing Iron Fist Barty and Hawk Beauty Ivy. Both were crank heroes, without special talents or auras, and together they cost just 120,000 silver. Lin Yuan's goal was simple: scouting. Ertolia was an strength combat hero. He wouldn't waste her time mapping terrain. The unknown outskirts had to be charted and their resources claimed quickly. If his lord level allowed more than 3 heroes, he'd have hired. Even Murray had silver to spare. Honored Lord, Barty pledges his service. Honored Lord, Ivy pledges her service. Their voices echoed as both heroes dropped to one knee. Barty was a tower of muscle, nearly 2 meters tall and blocking half the doorway. Ivy, tall and lithe, had bronze skin and a fierce, Wild beauty. Lin Yuan issued orders on the spot. Barty, take 20 spearmen and 10 gray wolf riders to sweep the eastern tree line. Ivy, lead 20 gray wolf riders and 10 archers westward. Claim any unguarded resource points. If monsters hold them in force, report back, and he'll bring the main army to clear them. Spears clanged against shields as the squads filed through the gate. Armor plates and wolf hooves kicked up dust. Moments later, they vanished among the distant trees. The wait stretched on. Lin Yuan stayed in the Lord's manor, determined not to miss a single report. Haste makes waste. Sometimes patience yields the greatest gains. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time crept toward the 5th. Lin Yuan even dozed against the window ledge until a shout from the ramparts jolted him awake. Barty and Ivy had returned together. Honored Lord, during our sweep we secured a basic lumber mill, a basic farmland, and a basic iron mine. Another 50 militiamen, impressed by our Lord's reputation, volunteered to join our ranks. Batty dropped to one knee and gave Lin Yuan a full report in one breath. The expedition had been a resounding success. They had seized 3 wilderness resource sites in total. As long as those sites stayed under their control, supplies would flow in non-stop. A plot of basic farmland capable of yielding at least 20,000 units of grain per day. 2 additional resource points with output comparable to the farmland, both able to ease the early game shortage of supplies. In the opening stages, resources are painfully scarce, and lords often go to war over a single site. By rights, any captured point should be garrisoned at once, but Lin Yuan's forces were stretched thin. He simply couldn't post troops everywhere. Still, if some short-sighted lord dared interfere, he was more than willing to teach them the meaning of despair himself. When the briefing ended, Lin Yuan turned to AI Wei. What about you? Any discoveries? Yes, my lord. AI Wei drew a shaky breath, her voice betraying lingering fear. We found a gold mine, but it seems to be cursed. Everyone I sent in has failed to return no messages, no survivors. Only then did Lin Yuan notice the missing members of her squad. He clicked his tongue, thought for a moment, and said, in that case, take me there. Understood. AI Wei hesitated for a few seconds, but finally nodded, clearly still shaken. Guided by AI Wei, the group crossed rolling hills and low shrubs until they reached the so-called cursed gold mine. My lord, this is the mine I was talking about, AI Wei said beside him, but Lin Yuan's attention was locked on the pit ahead. Drawing on memories from his previous life, he recognized it almost instantly. This was a dungeon. He inhaled, took one step forward, and a pale blue interface shimmered into view. Dungeon, Death Gold Mine. Description: once prosperous, this mine collapsed, burying hundreds of workers. Their vengeful spirits became undead who slaughter any intruder, dragging all life into eternal burial. Difficulty options: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. A dungeon, just as I thought. Elation lit Lin Yuan's eyes. Stumbling across a dungeon while exploring was a stroke of luck, and he silently thanked AI Wei for it. From past experience, high difficulty clears always offered rich, sometimes unique rewards. After a brief consideration, he chose the highest setting Hell difficulty. The Death Gold Mine, Hell Mode. The Hell-level dungeon was now live. A damp, putrid gale blew out of the mine, yet Lin Yuan did not hesitate for a second. He raised his hand and gave a crisp command. Move. Artoria and the entire unit formed up and marched into the so-called Death Gold Mine. The tunnel was cramped, its walls slick with cold sweat-like droplets. The deeper they went, the thinner the light became, darkness lapping at them like surf. 2 pikemen led the way with torches held high, the flames flickering over steel armor and spearheads while barely revealing the broken tracks and rubble underfoot. A guttural roar rolled along the walls. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as a swarm of shambling corpses squeezed out of the passage. Some still wore rust-eaten miners' helmets, others clutched pickaxes, chunks of rot dangling while black blood dripped from their tools. They were only Tier II units, slow, yet frightening in number. Charge! Artoria decided in a heartbeat. She vaulted straight into the horde, the might of a level 10 hero and her top-tier gear erupting at once. Her longsword flashed cold, and corpses fell in swaths like deadwood before an axe. Pikemen and gray wolf riders stormed in behind her, spears bristling, wolf hooves pounding. In the rear, 10 archers drew and loosed, shafts slicing through the air to bury themselves in desiccated chests. As the front line absorbed the pressure, the ranged units fired freely. Iron Fist Barty and the Hawk Maiden Ivy joined the fray as well. Though only crank heroes, Tier II zombies were still fair game. Barty's metal gauntlets sent limbs flying, while Ivy's feathered arrows punched clean through putrid hearts. Within minutes the roars were replaced by the whinny of warwolves and the clang of steel, and the undead mob collapsed. System messages popped up in quick succession. Killed Tier II Ghoul. Loot, Rotten Heart 1. Lord, EXP 30. Hero, EXP 30. Killed Tier II Ghoul. Loot, Rotten Heart 1. Lord, EXP 30. Hero, EXP 30. Killed Tier II Ghoul. Loot, Rotten Heart 1. Lord, EXP 30. Hero, EXP 30. The experience bar climbed steadily, and Lin Yuan nodded to himself. This instance was perfect for farming, but he knew hell difficulty would not stop here. The real test had yet to appear. The squad regrouped and pressed deeper into the shaft. Halfway in, a new foe drifted among the monsters, blocking their path. Specters. Specters are Tier 3 undead, their bodies translucent, azure soulfire flickering in empty sockets. They move with blistering speed, and their talons can tear through a gray wolf rider's armor and flesh in a single strike. Unlike the earlier skeletons and ghouls, these were no longer cannon fodder. They were true threats. Dozens of specters lunged forward, using the fallen corpses for cover. Their claws ripped through the air with a shrill wail, shredding several wolves and spattering blood against the stone. Yet the ghosts had a fatal weakness: Bappert than health. A gray wolf rider could cleave a wraith apart with 2 well-placed slashes. Artoria severed one specter's head, snuffing its soulfire. Lin Yuan held the formation steady while the archers switched to enchanted arrows. Runes flared on the shafts as they pierced one phantom after another. Shriek after shriek, the ghosts were driven back, yet the fight remained deadlocked. Even so, Lin Yuan stayed calm. Maintaining rhythm was their only chance of clearing the dungeon. After all, a Tier 3 specter could not survive 2 hits from a gray wolf rider. It was as fragile as wet paper. Under these conditions, losses among Lin Yuan's troops were inevitable. Yet he never viewed sacrifice as a burden. Soldiers, in his mind, were forged to risk their lives, and only those who traded one life for a greater victory were truly worthy. He had nothing but contempt for those lords who treated their armies like fragile relics, fussing over them as if each man needed his own registry. Lord Commander, another wave is closing in. Artoria's warning cut through the battlefield clamor. Before the words fully landed, she streaked forward in a flash of golden blue, plunging into the enemy ranks. One sweep of her blade sent a ghost shattering into wisps. Without this glass hero holding the line, Lin Yuan's current forces would have been bled dry several waves ago, long before reaching this point. If they cleared this group, the fight should theoretically enter its final stage. Scanning the field, Lin Yuan calculated quickly. The Death Gold Mine was only a low-level instance. Even on hell difficulty, it spawned at most 5 waves of monsters. After the 5th, the boss appeared. But for all his searching, he couldn't recall what came next. In his previous life, Head died in the mid-game, and after a few early runs, Head never revisited this dungeon. The skirmish ended swiftly, and Lin Yuan led the battered remnants down a narrow shaft. The tunnel opened into a vast underground cavern, more accurately, a subterranean hall. Rows of timber supports jutted up like balance beams, and the smooth walls bore the marks of long-term reinforcement. He guessed miners had discovered a natural void and converted it into a shrine on the spot. "Shall I scout ahead for you, my lord?" Artoria asked in a low voice. "No need." Lin Yuan waved her off and singled out a gray wolf knight instead. Gripping a torch, the knight urged his mount forward. Charging into the hall, Lin Yuan would never waste his main asset on reconnaissance. The torchlight flickered, revealing a chilling sight. The chamber teemed with skeletal soldiers, zombies, and ghosts, packed shoulder to shoulder in a dark mass. But at the center loomed a colossal silhouette. A dragon. No flesh, no scales, only a stark white frame of bone. A Tier 9 undead unit. A bone dragon. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. A hell-level Death Gold Mine had spawned such a creature? With their current force, even Artoria herself would struggle against it. As he weighed his options, something in the corner caught his eye. A jet-black chest, seeping an aura of death, nestled against the wall. The first gray wolf knight to rush in as a scout was spotted almost immediately by the bone dragon. Soul green fire flickered in the dragon's hollow eye sockets as it raised a claw as thick as a cliff face, and, with a gust that seemed to rip the air apart, pulverized the knight into a spray of gore. The gulf between a second-tier unit and a 9th-tier behemoth was an unbridgeable chasm. Lin Yuan finally looked away and turned to Artoria. "Tell me, could you handle that bone dragon?" Artoria's fingers whitened around her sword as she murmured, "I'm willing to fight it." "There's no need," Lin Yuan said flatly. "You don't stand a chance against that thing." As a Reborn player, he knew far too well how terrifying a 9th-tier unit was. If Artoria's hero level were a bit higher, or if he commanded more troops, they might be able to gang up on the monster. Right now, they had no chance. Clearing this hell difficulty instance was almost impossible, but quitting was not in Lin Yuan's plan. If he couldn't defeat the enemy, he would at least walk away with something. His gaze locked onto a black chest in the far corner of the hall. His instincts screamed that rare loot was inside. He already had a way to reach it. "Hold this position with the troops, and, whatever happens, do not make a move. Is that clear?" he ordered in a low voice. "Understood," Artoria replied at once. She had no idea what her lord intended, but she obeyed without question. Lin Yuan opened his pack, took out the recently acquired mask of the deceiver, and pressed it to his face. In the next heartbeat, his skin dried, blackened, and rotted away until he looked like a walking corpse. The sudden transformation made Artoria's heart lurch, and she stepped back before she could stop herself. "My lord, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Leave me be," Lin Yuan said with a wave. Disguising him as a zombie was exactly what the mask was made for, and not even a bone dragon could pierce the illusion. Satisfied that the disguise held, Lin Yuan shuffled toward the center of the hall. 1 step 2 3, he moved slowly, no different from the surrounding undead. The mask worked almost perfectly. Skeletons, zombies, and wraiths treated him as one of their own and made no move to attack. Even the bone dragon remained oblivious, letting a living man blend seamlessly into the ranks of the dead. After roughly 15 minutes, Lin Yuan reached the black chest. He was only a few dozen meters from the bone dragon now. If his cover was blown, death would be instant. Fortunately, the creature lay curled on the floor, its rib cage rising and falling in a slow parody of breath, unaware of him. He had to act quickly. There would only be one chance. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and opened the chest without a second thought. Chest unlocking, current progress, 1. A pale blue progress bar blinked into view, its thin shaft of light inching upward. He guessed it would take about 10 seconds to finish, yet those 10 seconds felt like an eternity. 92, 95. The system's flat voice grated on his nerves each time it spoke. Time stretched like an over-pulled rubber band. Just as the bar neared completion, the skeletal dragon at the back of the mine snapped its head up, the soul fire in its eye sockets flaring. Its icy gaze locked onto Lin Yuan. Murderous intent washing over him had been spotted. A chill shot up his spine to the crown of his head. Ding. Death chest unlocked. You have obtained the special artifact, Skull King's Cranium. The mechanical chime rang in his ears like music. The instant the lid sprang fully open, the bone dragon's obsidian talons tore toward him on a gale, each blade-like joint screaming through the air. Without thinking, Lin Yuan roared, "Exit the instance." A heartbeat later he dissolved into motes of light and warped out of the death gold mine. Lord Lin Yuan has failed the hell-level instance death gold mine. 1 million food, 1 million lumber, 1 million iron, and 1 million silver have been deducted. The Lord will enter a weak state for the next 5 hours. Hero and Lord experience gain will be halved. The familiar failure tone accompanied the cold announcement across the global chat. Early-stage dungeons came with a quit at any time safety net, but the price was still steep. Losing 1 million units of 4 resources and 5 hours of debuffs would hurt any lord. Still, he had smuggled the prize from the black chest. That alone made the gamble worth it. Lin Yuan raised a hand and summoned the loot from his inventory, a fist-sized black skull, inscribed with dark runes that seemed to devour the light around it. Skull King's Cranium Special Artifact. 1. Troops commanded by the bearer convert 10 of defeated enemies into Tier 1 skeletons. 2. Skeletons can be fused up the following chain. Skeleton Warrior, Heavy Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Knight, Heavy Skeleton Knight, Dark Skeleton Knight, Skeleton King, Infernal Skeleton King, Skeleton Emperor. 3. All skeletal units under the bearer gain a 30 boost to all attributes. Lin Yuan's pupils narrowed as his heart pounded. A memory surfaced. The North American undead Lord Blackhill, one of the continent's top 10 rulers in his previous life, known as the Skeleton Emperor. Blackhill fielded nothing but skeletons, yet still steamrolled the map, even hunting Tier 9 units. Lin Yuan had always wondered what his secret was. Now the answer was clear: the Skull King's Cranium. In this lifetime, the artifact belonged to him. Human or not, he could still wield its power. As long as he kept harvesting foes and converting them into skeletons, he would forge a skeletal legion capable of cutting down gods and demons alike. There is a daily cap on dungeon runs. A standard instance can be tackled only 3 times a day, and right now Lin Yuan isn't rushing to spend another attempt. His character is under a weakened debuff that has both Lord and Hero experience. Charging straight into the hell-level death gold mine would be suicide, and even the nightmare setting offers little chance of success. Let's go, Ertolia. He gestured forward, deciding to spend the cooldown grinding monsters in the field. Since he obtained the skull of the Skeleton King, every creature he slays can be converted instantly into a skeleton soldier, a perfect way to swell his ranks while weakened. 6 hours slipped by, and the debuff finally expired. During those 6 hours, Lin Yuan, Ertolia, and their troops roamed the forest, hunting gray wolves. Even with experience halved, Ertolia still reached hero level 12, and the skull netted Lin Yuan an extra 160 Tier 1 skeletons. Now a bone-white legion stood in tight formation before him. Normally, such low-tier units would be tossed aside by any ordinary Tier 2 pikemen, but in the presence of the skull of the Skeleton King, they were little more than raw material. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan activated the artifact. A low hum filled the air as a dark magic circle flared open. 2 skeletons were sucked inside, and moments later a Tier 2 skeleton warrior, clutching a rusty iron sword, crawled out. It works. Excitement flashed across his eyes, and he kept the process going. The 160 Tier 1 skeletons were soon refined into 80 Tier 2 warriors. The circle spun again, and those 80 warriors were reforged into 40 Tier 3 heavy skeleton warriors. In addition to their swords, they now wore thick, blackened armor that dramatically boosted their defense. Tier 3 troops were more than enough for the next dungeon. so Lin Yuan stopped merging there. Gaining 40 Tier 3 units in just 6 hours was an enormous windfall at this stage. With the debuff gone and daily entries still available, he led his army back to the Death Gold Mine. Instances always offered better experience and loot than the wilderness. A cold wind howled from the mouth of the mine. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and selected a difficulty from the system menu hard. He couldn't handle hell and had no confidence in nightmare, so hard it was. With the rarest treasure already in hand, the Skull Monarch's cranium, Lin Yuan now ran dungeons mainly for the experience points. The Death Gold Mine on hard difficulty proved far easier. Almost every foe that rushed them was a skeleton soldier, and even Tier 2 ghouls were scarce. After enduring the brutality of hell difficulty, hard felt as if someone had flipped the switch to easy. Ertalia led the party at full tilt through the narrow shaft, sword flashing as she carved a clean path. Newly converted Tier 3 heavy skeleton warriors followed close behind, black iron plate gleaming with an icy blue under the lantern light, each thunderous step shattering bone. Even Tier 2 ghouls fell in 2 strokes, while blows from skeleton soldiers and ghouls merely scratched their armor. Only Tier 3 wraiths posed a threat, yet on hard they were rare, and the few that appeared were swiftly dispatched by Ertalia. Steamrolling forward, Lin Yuan's force not only avoided casualties but, thanks to necromantic conversion, added more than a dozen heavy skeleton warriors, swelling their ranks to over 50. With such momentum, they reached the final hall in moments. At its center stood a Tier 5 dark priest, 10 wraiths, 20 ghouls, and a scatter of skeleton soldiers, an array that hardly impressed Lin Yuan. Heavy skeleton warriors, take point. His order carried a casual indifference. More than 50 armored bone giants surged ahead like a river of iron. Skeleton soldiers and ghouls were pulverized before they could lift their weapons, shattered limbs littering the ore-strewn floor. The wraiths struck next. 2 pale phantoms blinked in front of a heavy skeleton warrior, claws ripping open the plate and tearing the frame apart. The small victory lasted 1 heartbeat. Holy light flurry, Ertalia called. Silver armor flashed as holy light flooded her blade, brilliant arcs lancing out to skewer each wraith's core. Shrill cries echoed, and the spirits dissolved into smoke. Seeing his elite wiped out, the dark priest's face contorted. He stepped forward, raised his staff, and chanted, "O God of the dead, heed your servant's plea and punish these foolish mortals." The ground hissed and turned into a pitch-black mire-dark swamp. Any enemy inside was slowed, every attribute cut by 10 to 20%. Ertalia, kill him, Lin Yuan ordered, opting for the simplest tactic, take the head, in the fight. Knight's spirit activated, golden battle aura erupting outward. Spearmen and archers felt their morale soar, eyes blazing as their stats spiked. Heavy skeleton warriors and gray wolf riders, being non-human, gained nothing, and Lin Yuan silently resolved to recruit an A-grade necromancer hero to command the undead. Ertalia, Body, and Iwei closed in from 3 sides. Behind them, archers loosed a storm of arrows that sparked against the dark priest's mist-shrouded robes. His health plummeted in seconds. "You will never leave this place alive," he rasped. Before the threat ended, his hit points reached 0, and his body exploded into swirling black fog. A familiar chime sounded in Lin Yuan's ear. Lord Lin Yuan has cleared the hard dungeon Death Gold Mine. Rewards: Lord EXP 3000, Hero EXP 3000, Hero Recruitment Order 1, Intermediate Resource Pack 50, Random Silver Grade Strategy Chest 2. I have to admit, the rewards for clearing the hard mode instance were nothing short of impressive. A flood of experience poured in, instantly lifting Artoria to the next level, her bar overflowing with holy light. Yet in Lin Yuan's eyes, the only prize truly worth keeping was the single hero recruitment order. As for the silver grade strategic relic, his sights had long surpassed that tier, and he could not be bothered even to touch it. He still had one more chance to enter the dungeon. Right after finishing hard mode Death Gold Mine, he skipped any break and cranked the difficulty straight to nightmare. Taking it step by step felt like a waste of time. Nearly 70 heavy armored skeleton warriors stood in formation, and with the skull of the skeleton king, the core that let him feed war with Lin Yuan felt confident enough to wrestle with nightmare difficulty. Once inside, the flow was much the same as hard. 4 to 5 relentless waves of trash mobs followed by the final boss. The difference was that this time the boss was no Tier 9 bone dragon or Tier 5 dark priest, but a Tier 6 ghost-eyed spider. Around it swarmed spiders of every color. Black spiders with razor-sharp fangs capable of shredding armor in one strike. Green spiders whose dripping venom inflicted a steady bleed once it landed. Red spiders so bloated they self-destructed on contact, splashing flames everywhere. White spiders that spewed silk from their abdomens, pinning down any target they wrapped. Though these arachnids were only Tier 3 units, their sheer numbers could make any fledgling lord's scalp tingle. The moment the fight began, black spiders slicing limbs shattered several heavy armored skeletons. Green venom ate dark scars into their bones. A red spider's muffled blast blew a gap in the front line, and sticky white silk tried to root the remainder in place. Lin Yuan stayed calm. By wielding the skull of the Skeleton King, he continuously replenished his undead ranks, pulling fallen soldiers back onto the field and barely holding the line. After half the skeletons had been ground into bone dust, the tide finally turned. Artoria raised her longsword, holy light coiling around the blade. Radiant slash. 5 arcs of gold-white light split the sky like rifts, hacking the massive ghost-eyed spider until its carapace burst. The Tier 6 boss let out a shrill screech, but the final slash pierced its core and felled it on the spot. The colored spiders still skittering about collapsed one after another under the shockwave of death, and the battle was over. The system prompt popped up. Lord Lin Yuan has successfully cleared the Nightmare Instance Death gold mine and receives Lord EXP 7000. Hero EXP 7000. Hero Recruitment Orders 2. Mid-grade Resource Packs 150. Random gold-grade Strategy Chests 2. Compared with hard mode, these rewards were several times greater, and Lin Yuan's eyes practically gleamed. Just as he was about to inspect his inventory, a world announcement exploded in his ears. World announcement. Huaxiao player Lin Yuan is the first lord to clear the Nightmare Instance Death gold mine and receives extra rewards. Random Platinum Grade Strategy Chest 1. High-grade Resource Packs 20. Hero EXP Capsule 1. Hero Recruitment Orders 2. No sooner had the announcement appeared than the chat channel boiled over. Holy crap, Lin Yuan already cleared Nightmare. I've spent 40 or 50 grand and still can't beat normal curling up in a corner. Forget the instance, I can't even find the entrance. So jealous, those rewards are insane. A platinum grade strategic item. Lin Yuan's ahead by 1 step and stays ahead every step respect. Amid the chorus of amazement, Lin Yuan himself couldn't help smiling. A platinum grade strategy chest. Even for him, such an item was exceedingly rare. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a second and cracked open the chest. A sharp system chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations, you've opened a random platinum strategy chest and obtained the platinum item, Dawnblade. Dawnblade. Rarity, platinum. Strength, 75. Agility, 45. Constitution, 20. All human units under your command gain 10 to every attribute. Skill Battle of Dawn. Upon activation, all friendly melee units gain 30 attack speed, 20 critical rate, and 10 lifesteal for 15 minutes. The stats were nothing short of extravagant. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and handed the long sword to Artoria. Equip it. The weapon is yours. Thank you, my lord. Artoria's emerald eyes gleamed as she accepted the blade. Light rippled across the metal, and another prompt appeared. Hero Artoria Loyalty 1. Current loyalty, 82. Dawnblade instantly boosted her stats. Hero Artoria. Title, S rank, Sword of Seals. Level, 14. Health, 2, for 1002, for 100. Mana, 430430. Attack, 390560. Defense, 210. Strength, 245. Agility, 195. Intelligence, 160. Skills, Holy Light Combo, Chivalry. Even Lin Yuan allowed himself a rare smile. One more level and Artoria would unlock her third skill. When they ran out of dungeon runs for the day, Lin Yuan recalled his troops and headed home. Construction never slowed in the territory. Lord's Manor upgraded to level 2, allowing daily taxes of 2,000 gold and 20,000 silver. Spearman and Archer Barracks upgraded to level 2, expanding recruitment capacity. But manpower wasn't his true priority. He wanted a level 3 manor and, more importantly, an auction house where his wealth would really pay off. For the next 2 days, he dragged Artoria through the nightmare-level death gold mine 3 times a day. The brutal fights rocketed her to level 20, unlocking her 3rd and 4th skills. Glorious Aegis. Instantly clears most debuffs. Grants a shield absorbing 1,500 damage. While active, all allied units gain 20 defense. Divine Seal. Seals a single enemy, disabling movement and skills. Duration, 210 seconds, scaling with target strength. While sealed, the target's attributes drop by 30. With these abilities, Artoria finally revealed the true edge of the Sword of Seals. Though some power remained locked, the buried treasure was beginning to surface. Meanwhile, only 3 days after launch, Lin Yuan's manor hit level 3 and the auction house was completed. Now he could finally set his plan in motion. After the auction house was finished, Lin Yuan didn't head there straight away. Instead, he walked into the tavern. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, letting the wooden panel close softly behind him. The air was thick with the mingled scents of malt, fruit wine, and smoked meat. Lin Yuan strode to the bar and flicked 10 gold coins onto the counter. They landed with a cheerful clatter, their gleam dazzling beneath the dim lamplight. Boss, he said with a slight smile, keeping his voice low, I hear an eccentric alchemist stopped by recently. Do you remember him? This alchemist was a random NPC who only appeared in the tavern from time to time. Lin Yuan didn't have the luxury of waiting around once he had a target. He preferred to hunt for information. Behind the bar, the burly tavern keeper swept every coin into his palm. His thick knuckles rasped across the metal, making a faint scraping sound. He narrowed his eyes, grinning like a well-fed tomcat. You must be talking about Araki, the owner murmured, clearly pleased. That fellow's a real oddball. Every time he orders a drink, he tries to pour something bizarre into it. Last time he wanted to mix a fire salamander pancreas into his ale nearly blew my barrel apart. Araki. That was him, the quest giver for the 100-ring mission. Lin Yuan's heart leapt, though he forced himself to stay calm. Could you tell me where I can find him? His tone was steady, but urgency still bled through. If I'm not mistaken, he lives in Starlight City. The proprietor thought for a moment, then pulled an oil-stained ledger from beneath the bar and rifled through it. After a few pages he nodded. That's right, Starlight City, Silver District, number 87. He left the address last time, so I could ship him 2 crates of rum. Thank you. Lin Yuan committed the address to memory and turned to leave. He already knew the route to Starlight City by heart. Over the past few days, on top of running dungeons, he had sent 2 of his territory's heroes to scout the map. According to their reports, Starlight City was the closest capital to Lin Yuan City, only a 3-hour ride at full speed. With that in mind, he set off without hesitation. 3 hours later, Starlight City, Silver District, number 87. Following the numbers along the cobblestone street, he finally reached his destination. The city's prosperity formed a sharp contrast to Lin Yuan City. Shops stood shoulder to shoulder, arcane street lamps cast a gentle glow, passers-by wore bright clothes, and the music of street performers drifted through the air. Compared with this place, his domain looked like a shabby farmstead, yet he believed Lin Yuan City would surpass it one day. Shaking off the distraction, he raised his hand and knocked. Thud, thud. A moment later the door creaked open. A man with hair as messy as a bird's nest poked his head out, his brows knit in confusion. Who are you looking for? Mr. Araki, I came specifically to see you, Lin Yuan said, keeping his composure. To see me? The man looked even more puzzled. Do we know each other? I heard your name by chance, sir. They say you're a brilliant master of alchemy. Lin Yuan's tone was respectful, his smile steady. Word is you're collecting certain rare monster materials. Is that true? Flattery never hurt when you were trying to pick up a quest. The man flushed faintly at the word master, yet he waved it off. Master is too generous a title. Alchemy is as boundless as the sea. I've barely dipped my toes in. A lackey scratched his head with an awkward grin and said, Lately I've been hunting for some rather unusual monster parts. If you could fetch them for me, I'd be extremely grateful. Accept the quest, a lackey's request? Lin Yuan agreed on the spot. At last, had landed the legendary 100-stage quest. No sooner had the mission begun than a lackey outlined his first demand. For my next alchemy experiment, I need 50 Grey Wolf hearts. Can you bring them to me? Grey Wolf hearts. Lin Yuan had more than enough. Had slaughtered wolves by the thousands these past few days. 50 hearts were nothing. Lord Lin Yuan has completed a lackey's request. Stage 1. Rewards. Lord EXP 500. Hero EXP 500. Basic resource, chest 5. The payout was meager, even stingy, but the quest's nickname, the 100-stage, said it all. A lackey would keep asking for oddball ingredients, and there were a full 100 stages. Most players quit halfway, put off by the hassle or the low rewards. Lin Yuan alone knew the staggering prize at the end, and the unique bonus for the very first finisher. Stage 2. A lackey wanted venom sacs from poison spiders. Conveniently, Lin Yuan had just taken down the nightmare-grade death gold mine's final boss, the ghost-eyed spider, so the parts were ready to hand. Lord Lin Yuan has completed a lackey's request. Stage 2. Rewards. Lord EXP 500. Hero EXP 500. Basic resource, chest 5. Stage 3 called for 200 black-tailed serpent scales. Lin Yuan didn't have any on him, but gold could fix that. He opened the auction interface. Once a territory builds an auction house, its lord can trade anywhere, anytime. Listings for the scales popped up at once. Early game materials were scarce, each scale running 100,150 gold. 200 came to barely 20 or 30,000. Pocket change. Lin Yuan snapped them up and turned them in immediately. Lord Lin Yuan has completed a lackey's request. Stage 3. Rewards. Lord EXP 500. Hero EXP 500. Basic resource, chest 5. Stage 4, Stage 5, Stage 10, Stage 20. In just an hour Lin Yuan tore through 50 stages. Had spent over 3 million gold in the auction house, and some of the rarer materials weren't even listed at all. The server had only been live for 3 days, so most players weren't in any rush to sell their materials. But that didn't stop Lin Yuan. Whenever he couldn't find what he needed at the auction house, he jumped into the world chat and shouted, buying quest mats for top price. If 10,000 isn't enough, he'll pay 50. If 50 isn't enough, he'll pay 100. His lavish offers flooded the channel, the flashing gold numbers hooking hesitant players like glittering claws. Under that barrage of coin, someone always took the bait, and private messages with deals poured in. 3 million gold was a fortune to the average player, but to Lin Yuan it was a fair price if it meant finishing the 100-stage quest. As each batch of materials landed in his inventory, he dashed back to turn them in, and the progress bar for Araki's commission soon reached stage 99. Each Handon awarded only 500 hero experience, small change on its own, yet 99 stages piled up to nearly 50,000 points. The surge of XP launched Artoria straight to level 22, her stat panel flashing lines of vibrant green. That just leaves the final stage. Lin Yuan looked up at the alchemist NPC and smiled. Master Araki, is there anything else I can do for you? I'm truly grateful, Araki said, rubbing his hands, caught between excitement and embarrassment. You've gathered so many supplies for me, yet I have little to pay you with. It's fine, Lin Yuan answered, maintaining his polite smile. It's all for the advancement of alchemy. Exactly. Araki's eyes gleamed, and his words sped up. Believe me, they'll make real breakthroughs. However, he lowered his voice. Me research still lacks one critical component. If you could obtain it, that would be perfect. Lin Yuan nodded. What do you need, Master Araki? The heartwood of the Darkmoon tree. Araki drew a deep breath, as though summoning his courage. There's a 1,000-year-old tree in Darkmoon Forest outside Starmoon City, and I need its heartwood. But beware, the forest is home to a clan of dark elves, so please be careful. The final ingredient really was the heartwood of a Darkmoon tree. For the first 99 stages of the quest, Lin Yuan could simply throw money at the player market, but the heartwood was different. It dropped only in the Darkmoon Forest instance. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, it had taken 10 full days after launch before the First Lord barely cleared that dungeon, proof enough of its brutal difficulty. Still, he refused to waver. Being reborn meant turning the impossible into non-negotiable, or else what was the point of changing fate? Quest accepted, he set out with Artoria and his troops, following the system's coordinates straight toward Darkmoon Forest. After a 2-hour forced march, towering ancient trees and a clammy, howling wind loomed ahead, the very forest Arachne had mentioned. Unlike the routine Death Goldmine instance, Darkmoon Forest was classified as a special dungeon. The system offered no level brackets, and survival depended solely on one's own strength. Enter dungeon, Darkmoon Forest? The prompt popped up, and Lin Yuan hit confirm without a second thought. The scenery spun, and the party materialized inside. He barked his first order, everyone on guard. Heavy armored skeleton warriors take point. Caution was mandatory on Dark Elf turf. That prudence paid off almost immediately. Barely 100 meters in, a shrill hiss cut through the air. Swish, swish, swish. Pitch-black arrows rained down like a storm. The front line of heavily armored skeletons absorbed most of it, yet a dozen still shattered on the spot, bones scattering. Considering they were Tier 3 units, the raw power of that volley was terrifying. Dark Elves. Artoria identified the threat at once, then snapped, Grey Wolf Riders, charge and silence their archers. The skeletons were slow, only the agile Grey Wolf Riders could close the distance in time. The lower tier, they could sprint through dense forest as if on open ground. With wolf howls and pounding hooves, the riders broke into the elves' ranks, and the arrow storm thinned at once. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan unleashed the rest of the skeleton horde. Pale bone blades flashed between the trunks, dark elf screams echoing through the trees. Their bodies were dragged back and piled at Lin Yuan's feet. Within minutes, all 30 dark elf archers lay dead. According to the compendium, they were also Tier 3 lethal at range, yet so fragile they could scarcely match a Tier 2 unit. Especially once the battle closed to melee range, they were like fish on a chopping block, completely at their mercy. Lin Yuan understood that without Ertolia's preparations, they would never have won so cleanly. He brushed the dust from his robe, smiled, and praised her, nicely done. Just as he was about to turn the scattered corpses into skeletal soldiers, a chill voice cut through the air. Human, this is no place for you. And these undead revolting. As the words fell, the forest shadows rippled. 34 lean, swift figures burst forth, moonlight flashing off their Tier 3 units, Dark Elf Blade Masters. Renowned for speed and attack, their light bodies were ill-suited to fight heavy troops like the armored skeleton warriors, so Lin Yuan stayed calm. His gaze locked onto one elf wielding twin swords. A sharp aura surrounded him, and black runes crawled across his blades, clearly no ordinary fighter. Dark Elf, Sword Saint Silvergrade Boss. Level, 20. HP, 36,000. Attack, 620,850. Skills, Shadow Blade Dance, Twin Dark Slash. A master among Dark Elf swordsmen, his technique was extraordinary. A mini-boss, Lin Yuan judged silently. The Sword Saint blurred, diving into the skeleton ranks. His twin blades danced like butterflies, beheading armored skeleton warriors with every strike, bones cracking in rapid succession. Erdolia refused to let him rampage. She lunged, her sword blazing with holy light. Radiant triple slash. 1,165, 1,256, 1,248. 3 scarlet numbers burst above the Sword Saint's head, his health bar plunging. You would stop me? He hissed, and his swords whirled at dizzying speed. Shadow Blade Dance. A storm of black steel erupted around him, the cutting wind so fierce that Lin Yuan's skin stung even from several meters away. At the critical moment, Ertolia shifted back, raised her blade, and called out, "In the name of justice, I bind you." Pure white light surged from her sword, a blazing six-pointed sigil flaring beneath the sword saint's feet. His attack was shattered. Invisible chains pinned him in place, rendering him immobile. It was Ertolia's skill Sacred Seal. Sacred Seal is unlocked only after Ertolia reaches level 20. The moment she activates it, golden runes whirl through the air and a pale chain shoots out like a streak of light, binding the Dark Elf Swordmaster in an instant. Wherever the chain touches, the enemy's feet feel as if nailed to the ground. Every dash, every charge is cut short, and even the Dark Blade dance halts mid-swing. For several whole seconds, all of the Swordmaster's attributes are slashed by 30%. Ertolia never lets him catch his breath. She flips her blade and a cascade of silver flashes tears across his body, each strike spraying deep violet blood. At the same time, 3 or 4 tier 3 heavy skeleton warriors close in, giant shields sealing off any escape, while war axes crash down. For a light-armored duelist who lives on agility, being pinned in place is a nightmare. His health plummets visibly. When the seal ends, the Dark Elf Swordmaster has barely a quarter of his life left. Before he can recover, Lin Yuan orders Taekwon Batty, an Ingmarin AI way to lead dozens of spearmen into a crescent formation, locking the enemy in completely. Driven to desperation, the Swordmaster fights on, but the difference in strength is clear. After only a few exchanges, his health hits 0, and he crashes to the ground in front of Lin Yuan, eyes full of unwilling rage. System messages flood in. You have slain the silver rank boss Dark Elf Swordmaster, obtaining Dark Elf Saber 2, Dark Elf Heart 1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll 1, Hero Recruitment Order 2, Lord EXP 8000, Hero EXP 8000. Compared with the Mutant Grey Wolf King, the loot from this level 20 boss is far richer. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan tears open the Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll. A flash of violet-black mist, and 50 tier 3 Dark Elf Swordsmen drop to one knee, long ears raised, awaiting orders. Deprived of their leader, the remaining enemy forces break instantly. A few dozen tier 3 swordsmen can't shake Lin Yuan's core troops, and the battle ends swiftly. While surveying the field, Lin Yuan notes that although his army has taken losses, corpses still litter the ground. He raises the Skull King's head, and a chill soulfire sweeps out, yanking scattered bones together. High-tier bodies yield plentiful skeletons. In moments, nearly 200 tier 1 skeleton soldiers crawl from the wreckage. He moves on to fusion. 200 tier 1 skeletons become 100 tier 2 skeleton warriors, then 100 tier 2 fuse into 50 tier 3 heavy skeleton warriors. In just a few minutes, his numbers not only recover but grow. The only headache is replacing human units like spearmen and archers, who must be recruited at camp. Once dead, they stay dead, unlike skeletons that can be raised on the spot. Lin Yuan can't help but smile wryly. For someone who is supposedly a human lord, more than half of his troops now come from the undead. For Lin Yuan, anything that boosted his power was worth it. Heads settle for a mixed bag army, never mind one made entirely of specters. After a quick sweep for loot and a cursory cleanup of the wreckage, he issued a single order: keep moving. The minor boss they'd just dropped was only a toll booth on the road to the true objective, the legendary Darkmoon Tree Heart. The squad slipped through mist-laden pathways, ambushes erupting one after another. First wave, over 50 Dark Elf swordsmen and archers dropped from the treetops. Second wave, nearly 80 Dark Elf mages and assassins burst out of the brush. Subsequent ambushes stayed in that same headcount range, every foe a tier 3 unit. Without the skull of the Skeleton King, Lin Yuan's endless undead backups would have run dry long ago. Even with it, his lines were shattered more than once, a level of pressure no other player could have survived. In his previous life, no one cleared Darkmoon Forest until the game's 10th day, a fact that speaks volumes about the dungeon's brutality. The murky fog thickened, the ground opened into a clearing, and Lin Yuan looked up to see a colossal tree spearing into the clouds. Its sprawling canopy blotted out the sky, gray-white bark laced with scarlet renest. Dark Elves revered Darkmoon's sacred tree, and the hiding place of the tree heart. Awe gave way to vigilance. A landmark this grand meant the final battle had arrived. Filthy human, that's far enough. The frosty voice bored straight into his mind. Lin Yuan turned to find a statuesque Dark Elf queen hovering in midair. A black cocktail dress hugged her explosive curves, gray-black skin glimmered in the dim glow, and long obsidian-sheened legs peeked beneath the hem. A black grimoire floated at her side, pages flipping as dark energy churned like an undertow. Even Lin Yuan, jaded as he was, froze for half a second at her alien allure. Kill him. She flicked a finger, carving a jet-black arc through the air. 4 blurs streaked forward, Darkelf swordmasters, twin blades drawn, her personal guard. Protect the Lord. Ertolia flashed in front of Lin Yuan, golden armor catching the faint light as she pinned down 2 swordmasters alone. Meanwhile, heavily armored skeleton warriors closed in from both flanks, now numbering in the dozens. Their bone and iron clattered thunderously as they swarmed the remaining guards. Deadly as the sword masters were, the relentless undead tide hemmed them in, their health bars visibly draining. Lin Yuan's sea of bones was finally taking shape. A lone level 20 silver boss or even a pack of tier 3 elites can't withstand the crush of heavy skeletons. The battlefield roared. With Ertolia locking down 2 sword masters, the other pair bled under the undead press, and momentum swung decisively his way. Yet through it all, the Dark Elf Queen showed no sign of joining the fray. Protect Her Majesty. The shout detonated beside Lin Yuan's ears as dark elves surged from behind their queen like a tidal wave. Swordsmen, archers, and assassins formed a razor-sharp front line that flashed with cold moonlight before crashing heat into Lin Yuan's skeletal horde. Bone armor slammed against tempered steel, splintering cracks and furious roars intertwined, announcing the start of the final boss fight. Only by shredding this first line could Lin Yuan challenge the Dark Elf Queen herself. For our Lord advance. Artoria raised the Sword of Dawn and instantly triggered its built-in skill Battle of Dawn. A blinding holy radiance burst from the blade, sweeping over the army in a shimmering wave. Melee units gained 30% attack speed, 20% critical chance, and 10% lifesteal for 15 minutes. The power of a platinum-grade relic unfolded. Heavy skeleton warriors swung their bone cleavers ever faster, and skeleton knights drove lances that left streaks of light in the breaking dawn. System notifications hammered Lin Yuan's ears. Killed Silver-grade boss, Dark Elf Sword Sage. Loot, Dark Elf Saber 2, Heart of a Dark Elf 1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll 1, Hero Recruitment Order 2, Lord EXP 8000, Hero EXP 8000. The message appeared 4 times in a row, confirming that all 4 Sword Sages had fallen to Artoria and the heavy skeleton warriors. Bloodlust surging, Artoria plunged into the Dark Elf ranks. Tier 3 units might as well have been parchment before her. Each sweep of her blade drew arcs of light, shadow, and blood, and elf corpses dropped in quick succession. The cries of her kin pierced the night, tightening the Dark Elf Queen's brow. Despicable human, you'll pay for this. She stepped forward, the dark grimoire at her side riffling its pages without a breeze. In a heartbeat, dozens of shadowy projectiles coalesced and screeched toward Lin Yuan's formation. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions ripped through the heavy skeleton warriors, sending waves of black fire and shards of bone skyward. As the dungeon's final boss, the Dark Elf Queen displayed overwhelming power. Ordinary Tier 3 troops were nothing but fodder before her. At that moment, her status window unfolded before Lin Yuan's eyes. Dark Elf Queen Platinum Grade Boss. Level 25. HP 100,000. Magic Attack 1, 2201, 650. Defense 300. Skills: Dark Magic Missile, Shadow Blade, Dark Elf Summoning, Dark Life Drain. Ruler of the Dark Elf race, Master of Shadow, and undisputed sovereign of the Darkmoon Forest, she commanded absolute reverence among her people. After seeing the Dark Elf Queen's stats, even Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with shock. The terror of a platinum tier boss was undeniably in paper alone. Ertolia had almost no chance on Yanon. Luckily, she was not fighting alone. Lin Yuan understood that if he could bring down the queen, he would accept losing every last soldier to do it. With that resolve, he tore open 4 Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scrolls. They had just dropped from the Dark Elf Swordmaster moments earlier, and now was the perfect time to use them. As the parchments disintegrated, inky sigils spread across the floor, and 200 Dark Elf swordsmen rallied beneath the battle standard. The reinforcements drove the queen into a rage. Emerald fire blazed in her eyes as her voice thundered through the hall. You would betray me for a human? You disgraced the Dark Elves. Before her words faded, the grimoire floating at her side snapped open, and a torrent of obsidian energy formed dozens of blades that screamed outward. The edges were so keen they sliced clean through heavy armored skeleton warriors, armor and bones alike. Ertolia met the lethal barrage heat-in, dropping all restraint. She raised her radiant longsword, a gold-white sigil blooming on her chest. Shield of Glory. Blinding light erupted, forming a barrier capable of absorbing 1,500 damage, purging major debuffs, and boosting the army's defense by 20%. Stacked with the dawn of battle buff, Lin Yuan's line surged forward. Ertolia charged through the storm of blades and unleashed holy triple slash. 3 silver arcs flashed, and crimson numbers floated above the queen's head. 1648, 1754, 1654. Nearly 5,000 health vanished at once. As a caster boss, the queen's defenses were frail, and her life bar dropped visibly. In the rear, Tier 2 archers loosed a volley, arrows hissing through the air for 175, 168, 144, 258. Individually unimpressive, together they tore off another chunk of health. In Age of Lords, victories come when heroes and troops act in concert. At the center, Ertolia weaved in and out, striking whenever the queen chanted or retreated. On the flanks, heavy armored skeleton warriors held the line, rising again even after being blasted apart. The health bar fell like a countdown. 90%, 75%, 45% dropping below 20%. Lin Yuan dared not relax. Low health bosses were always the most lethal. Right on cue, with 1/5 of her life remaining, the Dark Elf Queen ascended into the air. Black energy flared around her like living flames. Chin lifted, eyes cold, she embodied sovereign wrath. Defilers faced the Dark Moon's judgment dark life drain. Countless strands of shadowy energy burst outward, racing toward Lin Yuan's ranks. Threads as black as ink wove themselves into a vast net and, in the span of a heartbeat, wrapped around the nearest spearman. Lin Yuan watched his soldier's skin collapse, his flesh siphoned away until only a gray-black husk remained. At that exact moment, the Dark Elf Queen's nearly empty health bar leapt upward, crimson points refilling like water from a spring. Dark life drained Lin Yuan's heart sank. She was healing by devouring lives. If they let her keep it up, the battle would spiral out of control. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Focus all fire on her and let her recover another point." Artoria charged first. The black strands climbed over her armor, sucking at her life force, but she showed no fear. Sword raised, she launched a vicious thrust. Lin Yuan's soldiers pressed in behind her. Even as their strength was leached away, they fought on, fearless, tightening the noose around the queen. A storm of attacks crashed down. The healing she stole couldn't keep pace with the damage she took, and her health bar sank steadily before their eyes. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. The call had been right. Hesitation would have let her rebound and turn the fight against them. A flash of steel split the air. Artoria's greatsword came down, piercing straight through the Dark Elf Queen's chest. Blood sprayed. The blade drove home, and the last sliver of the queen's life vanished. "I failed to protect you, my people." With a mournful whisper, the queen fell to her knees, her massive form pitching forward before collapsing to the ground. The system alert thundered. Huaxiao Lord Lin Yuan has slain the platinum-grade boss, the Dark Elf Queen, and obtained the platinum strategic artifact Heart of the Dark Moon. Rewards: Dark Elf Queen Spellbook X1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll X4, Dark Elf Archer Summoning Scroll X4, Dark Elf Assassin Summoning Scroll X4, Hero Recruitment Order X5, Lord EXP 38,000, Hero EXP 38,000. The generous reward list scrolled across his interface, and excitement flared in Lin Yuan's eyes. 12 summoning scrolls, enough to replace the Tier 3 units he had lost in the fight. And that was only the beginning. An instant later, the world announcement rolled out with the blare of war horns, echoing in every player's ears. Huaxiao Lord Lin Yuan is the first to defeat a platinum-grade boss. Rewards: Random Platinum Strategic Chest X2, Advanced Resource Pack X150, Equipment Enhancement Stone X300, Hero Recruitment Order X5. Lord Lin Yuan of Huaxiao was the first to clear the Dark Moon Forest instance, earning a Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Token 1, Premium Resource Crate 100, and Advanced Hero Experience Tome 10. A second world announcement followed at once, and the chat channel exploded. "It's Lin Yuan again. The guy's unstoppable, monopolizing the world notices. The server's only been live a few days, and he's already taken down a platinum tier boss. Is he even human? We're clearly not playing the same game he is. Look at those rewards: a platinum strategic chest, a Dark Elf Queen token, all top tier loot. I'm fired up. I'm taking my militia into an instance right now." Militia? Better stick to farming. Their combat power is trash. I regret picking humans. Yeah, humans are weak early on, but Lin Yuan's human too, right? Doesn't matter what race he plays. In the hands of someone at his level, nothing is weak. Text scrolled like a string of firecrackers, and the channel buzzed with excitement. Lin Yuan ignored the praise. His eyes were glued to the first clear rewards. A platinum strategic artifact was nice, but as the game progressed, it would become commonplace. The real prize was the Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Token. Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Token special item, used to make the steer hero Dark Elf Queen appear in the tavern. Available for 24 hours. Recruit her quickly. Another steer hero. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the token, unable to hide his excitement. The more stiers the better. Artoria had already proved that they never go out of style, no matter how many artifacts flood the market. After clearing the instance, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he pushed through the silent forest toward the Dark Moon Sacred Tree. At its heart, his real goal was to obtain the heart of the Dark Moon Tree and finish Araki's 100-ring quest. The millennium-old giant towered into the sky, its crown blotting out the moon. Only up close could one feel its overwhelming vitality. Lin Yuan raised a hand. "Artoria, lend me your sword." "Of course." Artoria handed over her famed sealed blade. A cold flash, its edge slid along the bark like a hot knife through butter, making no sound at all. He followed the cut inward until he reached the core. A fruit of solid moonlight floated quietly, casting a gentle silver glow. The heart of the Dark Moon Tree, secured at last. The sacred tree held more than one heart. Removing this one wouldn't kill it, but Lin Yuan wasn't greedy. He only needed the single piece required for the quest. Heart stowed, he rallied his party and galloped straight back toward Xingyue City. He was sure no one could finish the 100-ring quest ahead of him, yet he wanted to hand it in immediately to lock down the reward. An hour later, Xingyue City's walls rose on the horizon. Lin Yuan rode through the streets and stopped before Araki's residence, raising a hand to knock. Master Araki, I've brought you the heart of the Dark Moon tree you asked for. When the door opened, Lin Yuan smiled, produced the glowing heart, and placed it in Araki's hands. The heart of the Dark Moon tree, so it really is the genuine article. The moment a lackey accepted it, an irrepressible thrill flashed across his eyes. He never imagined Lin Yuan could wrest such a rare item from those notoriously unruly dark elves in so little time. The heart of the Dark Moon tree is far from easy to obtain. With it, his alchemy research was sure to leap forward. Thank you. A lackey clasped the heart tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. I'm going into seclusion to study it. In 3 days, I'll have a reward that will satisfy you. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. In that case, I'll wait for your good news. You have my word, a lackey replied solemnly. This time I won't fail. The final reward for this 100-step quest wouldn't be available for 3 days, and it was tied directly to a lackey's upcoming alchemy experiment. Seeing that everything was settled, Lin Yuan wasted no time and headed back to his territory. Back home, he burst through the tavern doors right now. All he wanted was to summon the Dark Elf Queen. He stepped inside, pulled the summoning scroll from his pack, and tore it open without hesitation. The recruitment panel instantly added a new slot, Dark Elf Queen. Right beneath it, however, was the price 20 hero recruitment tokens. Lin Yuan frowned. What a blatant money trap. The scroll only lasted 24 hours. Failed to gather the tokens in time, and the chance would vanish. Fortunately, he had been hoarding tokens since launch, and whatever he still lacked, he could always buy at auction. In this game, everything has a price. With that in mind, he opened the auction house and checked the listings. Sure enough, the whales of Lord Era had driven each token up to 1 million gold. Recruiting the Dark Elf Queen would cost at least 20 million. Lin Yuan didn't blink. He snapped up the 6 missing tokens in one go, burning 6 million gold and bringing his total to 20. Then he clicked recruit. Honored Lord, Kalen is at your service. The proud, ice-cold Dark Elf Queen materialized before him once more, but this time she was no longer an enemy, she was his hero. Her cool voice even carried a hint of seductive deference. Newly recruited, however, Kalen started at level 1. Luckily, Lin Yuan still had 10 advanced hero experience tomes, each worth 20,000 experience points. 10 advanced experience tomes meant a full 200,000 hero XP. Without a second thought, Lin Yuan dumped them all into the Dark Elf Queen, Kalen. Blinding white light burst around her again and again, each flash signaling another leap in power. System notifications followed in quick succession. 1. Hero Dark Elf Queen Kalen has reached level 12. 2. Hero Dark Elf Queen Kalen Loyalty 1. Current loyalty, 81. 3. Hero Dark Elf Queen Kalen has learned the skill Dark Magic Bolt. 4. Hero Dark Elf Queen Kalen has learned the skill Summon Dark Elves. Show hero stats, Lin Yuan ordered, and a fresh panel floated before his eyes. Hero, Kalen. Rarity, S-Class. Title, Dark Elf Queen. Level, 12. HP, 1,800 1,800. MP, 1,450 1,450. Magic Attack, 540730. Defense, 120. Strength, 80. Agility, 160. Intelligence, 375. Skill, Dark Magic Bolt. Kalen forms multiple orbs of dark energy that strike single or multiple targets. Orb count scales with hero level. Each orb deals 60 magic damage. Skill, Summon Dark Elves. Kalen calls several Dark Elf units to aid in battle. The number and rank of the summons depend on her current level. An S-Class hero's power is beyond doubt, and Kalen's stats are every bit as impressive as those of Ertolia. In looks, the former is sultry and regal, while the latter is bold and heroic, each with her own charm. Most players would count themselves blessed to recruit either one. Lin Yuan commands them both. With the 100-step questline finally wrapped up and no urgent objectives on the horizon, he chose to spend the next 3 days consolidating his position, fortifying the territory, resting his troops, and mapping the surrounding area. He knew rushing ahead often backfires. Steady growth can be far more profitable. 3 days slipped by. 1. Construction in Lin Yuan City continued, and the Lord's Manor reached level 4. 2. Ertolia and Kalen each led a detachment out to grind monsters and gain levels. 3. 2 other heroes were dispatched to scout uncharted regions. With resources flowing in, a heavy infantry barracks and a knight training ground were completed, granting him access to Tier 3 heavy infantry and Tier 4 knights. The barracks were still low level, though, so recruitment numbers remained limited. He would need another solution to expand the army quickly. During this build-up phase, what Lin Yuan anticipated most was the final reward for the 100-step quest. The deadline had just arrived. At dawn, before the sky had fully brightened, He gathered his forces and set out for Xingyue City, ready to meet a lackey and claim his prize. Sir Araki, how is the alchemy experiment coming along? Inside the dim workshop, Lin Yuan studied the elderly alchemist in front of him. Araki had gone almost 3 days without sleep. His face was haggard, eye sockets sunken, yet those bloodshot eyes still blazed with feverish light. Thanks to you, the experiment was a complete success. Araki croaked. He reached into the inner pocket of his tattered robe and pulled out a roll of glossy parchment, offering it with both hands. I don't have many valuables, but this formula is the fruit of years of work. Please take it as your reward. System message. Lord Lin Yuan has completed the quest Araki's final commission and received the dark elixir recipe. This was the ultimate reward of the 100-stage quest linear alchemical recipe that existed only once. In his previous life, a single player had made nearly $1 billion with it. Nothing is more lucrative than a monopoly, and the dark elixir recipe was unique. For now, only Lin Yuan possessed it. Mid-game, countless lords treated the dark elixir as a miracle potion. Its cost was barely 200 gold, yet each bottle could sell for 2,000, almost 10 times the profit. A master alchemist needed only 3 minutes per brew, clearing 1,800 gold in net profit. 20 bottles an hour meant 36,000 gold. At 8 hours a day, nearly 300,000. In a year, a solid 100 million. Lin Yuan was already rich, but he never thought wealth was too much. Idle fortune runs dry. Only by opening new streams can one draw endlessly. Still, he wouldn't squander his own time brewing. He needed someone trustworthy to do it. An 8-figure annual profit could easily breed greed. Once that happened, betrayal was only a matter of time. Having lived 2 lives, he saw through human nature. In his first life, had trusted too easily and died at the hands of an abyssal demon god. The memory of that blood debt made his fists tighten, knuckles turning white. In this life, he would not repeat the mistake. After a moment's thought, he opened the communication panel and called stewardly. Lord Era had been live for more than 7 days. No one could log out, and forced measures were useless, but contact with the outside world was still possible. Beep. The light screen flickered, and the call connected. Young master, is that you? Butler Lee's voice came through the line almost at once. It's me, Lin Yuan said, getting straight to the point. Uncle Lee, have you tried Lord's Era? That game's for you youngsters, isn't it? The butler chuckled, a faint note of self-mockery in his tone. I'm far too old to join the craze. Age catches up with you. I'd hoped to run the company for you, but once you sold off all the shares, my work was done. I'm thinking of buying a small place in the suburbs, something with a garden. I'll grow vegetables, keep a dog, and spend my days in peace. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Decades of service had left him with enough savings to live comfortably. What he still couldn't fathom was why Lin Yuan had made such a choice. Lin Group was built by Lin Yuan's parents and was all they left behind. The butler assumed the young master needed startup capital for a new venture, but the moment the shares were sold, Lin Yuan plunged into a video game. The sight disappointed him, though he had no right to interfere. After hearing the butler's plan, Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. In the end, he decided to lay his cards on the table. Uncle Lee, every word I'm about to say is crucial. Please remember it. His voice had never been this solemn. The butler froze. The young master rarely spoke to him in such a tone. If you can, buy a gaming pod in the next few days and log into Lord's Era. 1 month from now, everyone on Earth will be forcibly transported into that game world. It will replace reality as the primary world. The earlier you enter, the sooner you'll gain an edge. The words hit like thunder. The butler stood stunned, half convinced Lin Yuan had lost his mind. I know it's hard to believe, but every word is true, Lin Yuan continued, calm yet firm. I'm telling you because you're family. Don't ask how I know. If you trust me, do as I say. He paused, as if something else occurred to him. By the way, there should be breaking news already. If the timeline's right, players inside the game can't log out anymore. A chill ran down the butler's spine. Lin Yuan was exactly right. Headlines everywhere were filled with reports of players trapped in the game. If their nutrient solution ran out, their bodies in the pods would fail. Most people blamed hardware malfunctions and planned to sue the company. But if Lin Yuan was telling the truth, none of this was an accident. If everything really was as young master Lin Yuan claimed, it was terrifying. The game world was poised to replace reality. Just picturing it made Steward Lee feel as though he were trapped in an endless dream. Yet the evidence was clear, Lin Yuan hadn't lied. Otherwise, he would never have unloaded that large block of Prime shares without hesitation, stock that yielded handsome dividends every year. The thought made Steward Lee shiver. His own daughter had recently bought a gaming pod so she could play with her friends. Cold sweat slid down his spine. He hurriedly told Lin Yuan on the phone, "Young master, I'll call you back. I think my daughter's in the game too. I need to check on her first." With that, he hung up in a panic. Only then did Lin Yuan remember that Steward Lee did have a daughter. If he recalled correctly, in his previous life the girl had become a well-known lady lord and founded the Thorned Rose Guild. Thanks to their mutual support, even though Steward Lee entered the game a full month late, no one dared bully him. More impressively, his managerial talent flourished in the game, and he kept the guild running like clockwork. Lin Yuan had no intention of letting such a manager slip away, and if he could recruit the daughter as well, all the better. Last Live's lesson was clear. A lone wolf could only go so far. To gain a foothold in the new world, he needed a power base of his own. The call connected quickly. Nervous, Steward Li lowered his voice. Hello, Bingshu? Are you in the game? I am, Dad. What's wrong? Li Bingshu was inside the dungeon called the Land of White Bones. In the pitch-black cavern, a skeletal general in shattered armor staggered forward as she answered the call and simultaneously directed her troops to surround it. She had already pushed the instance to its final phase on hard difficulty. The servers had been live only a few days, yet she was miles ahead of most players. Such success was no accident. Relieved by her steady voice, Steward Li still pressed on. Bingshu, that pod you bought, it's for Age of Lords, right? Yeah. Why? Have you tried logging out? I have. It doesn't work, Li Bingshu answered calmly. Apparently no one can. Steward Li paused, then asked, and you're not worried at all? Will worrying help? No one can leave, she replied lightly. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. Unflustered, even with Mount Tai collapsing before her, Steward Li had to admit his daughter's composure was remarkable. For a young woman to remain so calm explained how she could rise to power in the ruthless world of Age of Lords. Li Guanjia hesitated for a moment before finally passing on to Li Bingshu everything Lin Yuan had told him. To be honest, he was more inclined to believe Lin Yuan, yet the story sounded so fantastical that he couldn't judge it alone. What do you think, is it possible? Li Guanjia asked. It's not impossible, Li Bingshu replied, lowering her eyes in thought, her expression steady. The realism of this game already exceeds anything current technology can achieve. Which means what Lin Yuan said could very well be true. If the game world really replaces reality in a month, our first priority is to establish an advantage in game as quickly as possible. Her quick acceptance made Li Guanjia nod in silent approval. After a moment, he said solemnly, in that case, we'll find a way to enter the game myself. He'll send you young Master Lin Yuan's contact info. If you run into trouble in game, be sure to reach out to him. All right, Li Bingshu agreed without hesitation. Not long afterward, Lin Yuan received a new friend request. Lord Bingshu wants to add you as a friend. Accept? He tapped accept without a second thought. A message popped up immediately. So you're Lin Yuan. Even through the screen, he could feel Li Bingshu's shock. Since launch, 2/3 of the world announcements had been dominated by the name Lin Yuan, Legendary or Lord, the first player in Huaxia. Only now did she realize that Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan were the same person. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Why can't I be? That's not what I meant, Li Bingshu said with an embarrassed laugh. I just never linked the two of you together. No worries. It's not too late to find out, Lin Yuan said casually. Your dad should have told you everything I mentioned, right? He did. So what do you think? Do you believe me? Or do you think I'm joking? I believe you, Li Bingshu answered firmly. This game is clearly out of the ordinary. But I am curious, how did you learn all of this? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. If I told you I'm a reborn soul, would you believe me? Li Bingshu pressed her lips together and said evenly, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Everyone has secrets. I won't force you. Lin Yuan gave a wry smile to himself. These days, why is it that no one believes the truth anymore? Never mind. If you don't believe me, there's no point arguing about it. Lin Yuan's voice came through the private channel, calm, yet unmistakably firm. On the other end of the line, Li Bingshu pressed her lips together, sensing the weight and sincerity behind his words. You probably know why I told something this important to your father, Lin Yuan went on after a brief pause. It's because I trust him. Exactly, he continued. But there's another reason I hope he can help me. I understand, Li Bingshu replied quickly. You need someone in game to handle things for you. Smart. Lin Yuan chuckled, a hint of admiration obvious even through the connection. Besides him, I want your help as well. Me? Li Bingshu raised an eyebrow in surprise. This is the first time we've ever spoken. As the saying goes, meeting you feels like greeting an old friend. Lin Yuan laughed easily. I already told you I've been reborn, so of course I know who you are. He wasn't lying. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had crossed paths with Li Bingshu a few times. He already knew her character, dependable both as a teammate and as a friend. Add her father's position into the mix, and Lin Yuan was confident she would never betray him once she joined his side. In that case, let me think about it, Li Bingshu said. Cautious by nature, she couldn't make a decision like this on a whim. Lin Yuan didn't press. Someone as independent as Li Bingshu wouldn't respond to simple coercion or persuasion. He patiently laid out his offer. If you work with me, he'll pay you 1 million gold every month. He paused, then sweetened the deal. And he'll give you a complete game strategy guide, so you'll always stay ahead of every other player. 1 million gold worth exactly 1 million yuan at the current exchange rate. More importantly, once the game world fully replaced reality, gold would be the only hard currency left, while cash would turn into worthless paper. Even the biggest corporations couldn't hand out a salary like that on a whim. When she heard the figure, Li Bingshu was momentarily stunned, a spark of excitement flickering in her eyes. It wasn't the money that captivated her. Someone with true skill could earn that much eventually. What hooked her was Lin Yuan's promise of the game strategy. Coming from anyone else, that line would be a joke. But this was Lin Yuan, the man who dominated half the world's announcements and was hailed as the #1 lord in Huaxia. If she followed him, she could grow faster than Shed ever imagined. That was the real lure. Well, that's my offer, Lin Yuan said, his tone final as he moved to end the call. Take your time and think it over. A clear voice cut in before he could disconnect. I'm in. Lin Yuan couldn't help the small smile that curved his lips. That settles it. From now on, we're partners fighting shoulder to shoulder. Lin Yuan had already guessed that Li Bingqiu would probably say yes. But when the word okay actually left her lips, he couldn't help the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. In that instant, he knew had just gained 2 new aces, Butler Li and the freshly enlisted Li Bingqiu. With them, his hand was stronger than ever. True to the principle of trust the people you use, he didn't hesitate. He spread the dark elixir formula across the table and spelled out its value. A full 100 million in net profit every year, absolute monopoly, absolute windfall. The blunt force of those numbers left the usually composed Li Bingqiu momentarily dazed. 100 million a year in pure profit, what a terrifying figure. When the shock passed, she looked up. So what do you need me to do? Simple, Lin Yuan said, tapping the formula. Find someone suitable to master this recipe and become our full-time pharmacist. He'll pay generously, but the one iron rule is loyalty. I'm not training someone just to have them hand our work to the competition. Li Bingqiu understood immediately. The pharmacist was only the vessel. The real treasure was the formula. If that person betrayed them, every investment would go up in smoke. She thought for a moment, then offered a name. Actually, I do have a candidate. She grew up poor, and my father sponsored her through college. She's tough and never once asked for extra money. Since graduating, she wires part of her salary to my dad every month and always visits him on holidays. Gratitude is a good sign, Lin Yuan said with a nod. Brewing day after day takes patience, and resilience suits the role. As for screening, negotiation, and training, they'll leave it entirely to you. They'll transfer the recipe and 1.5 million gold coins later, 1 million as your salary, 500,000 for raw materials. We'll hit a lot of failures early on, so don't worry. Once the skill level rises, the yield will stabilize. Understood, Li Bingqiu replied, barely containing a rush of excitement. A formula worth hundreds of millions, handed over without reservation, plus a month's hefty salary in advance. She could feel his trust. She clenched her fist in silent resolve. She would never betray that trust. From this moment on, they were truly comrades in arms. Li Bingqiu had never seen herself as a delicate wallflower. She had ambition, and now that ambition was firmly bound to Lin Yuan's. After finding a reliable lieutenant to handle daily affairs, Lin Yuan cleared his mind and began laying out his next move. His power had grown beyond recognition. He now commanded well over 1,000 Tier 3 units. Most were heavy armored skeleton warriors, bone plates locked around their frames, shield axes in hand, empty sockets gleaming with cold obedience. He also fielded a detachment of dark elves acquired through a summoning scroll, graceful fighters skilled in stealth and archery. True human troops were scarce, but Lin Yuan had never cared about racial purity. A cat that catches mice is a good cat, no matter its color. Numbers were only part of his edge. He also had 2 class heroes at his side. The Dark Elf Queen, fresh from a breakthrough, now wore 2 platinum grade and 3 gold grade strategic relics that Lin Yuan had personally chosen for her. Silver-white pauldrons cast an icy sheen, while a black-gold reniched armband hugged her arm, driving her attributes sharply upward and making her every bit worthy of this class title. With everything in place, Lin Yuan was ready to launch the next phase. The nearest capital to his territory was Xingyue City. To avoid detours, he closed his eyes and sifted through the database of memories from his previous life, searching for a quest that matched his current strength. From a dusty corner of those memories, a single line surfaced: Master Builder Buloite's commission. It was an unusually special quest chain, and he set out at once. The main thoroughfare of Xingyue City was as busy as ever, gray-brown cobblestones stretching toward the municipal district. Lin Yuan slipped through the crowd and stopped in front of a semi-domed architectural office. When he pushed the door open, the pungent smell of tobacco mixed with ink rushed to meet him. Creased blueprints lay spread across a long table in the center of the room. A middle-aged man with sunken eyes and a pipe between his teeth sketched furiously, stubble rough on his jaw, ash spilling onto the paper unnoticed. This was Buloite, the city's chief architect. Every plan for Xingyue City had come from his hand. A man of such achievements ought to have been vibrant, yet he looked like a soulless husk. Hearing footsteps, Buloite looked up, scowled, and jabbed a finger at the door. Out. How many times must I say it? Don't disturb me while I'm drafting. Unfazed, Lin Yuan answered in an even voice. Master Buloite, I'm here to accept your commission. The orcs outside Xingyue City have grown restless again. If you wish, I can eliminate them for you. The pipe slipped from Buloite's fingers, and he froze. His eyes reddened instantly, and a ragged name tore from his throat. Annie my Annie. After a long moment, he snapped back to himself, dragged out a handkerchief, and roughly wiped away his tears. Drawing a deep breath, hatred almost spilling from his gaze, he snarled, "If you can, I want you to wipe out those damned orcs, leave none alive." Lin Yuan nodded, his reply firm and sharp. "Rest assured, I will kill every last one of them for you." Buellite stared at him, smoke-roffined voice trembling yet resolute. "Good. I swear on my honor, if you truly succeed, I will see that you're handsomely rewarded." Quest accepted. Buellite's commission. To be honest, anyone who knows Buellite's background can understand why he despises orcs so profoundly. Buellite came from modest origins, yet his gift for architecture was extraordinary. By his early 20s, he was already famous throughout Xingyue City, brimming with youthful confidence. When he was 28, he fell in love with Annie, a lively noblewoman, a perfect match that drew the envy of the entire city. Because Annie adored nature, Buellite proposed a trip outside the city right after their wedding as a honeymoon, and he prudently hired a small mercenary team to escort them. They had traveled barely 30 li from Xingyue City when disaster struck. A massive horde of orcs exploded from the forest, a dark wave of fury that overwhelmed the mercenaries in moments. Buellite and Annie were captured alive. The triumphant orcs began their revelry. They hung the mercenaries' bodies from trees as trophies, tore off flesh to devour, smeared fresh blood over their chests and faces, and bellowed guttural roars. In the flickering firelight, the clearing resembled the very depths of hell. Buellite shivered, his stomach twisting until he dry-heaved, yet there was no escape. The nightmare had only just begun. Still brimming with violence, the orcs soon turned their attention to Annie. With minds no sharper than children and driven entirely by instinct, they used her for their own release right before Buellite's eyes. Against the hulking orcs, the delicate noblewoman could not even struggle. She could only scream until her voice gave out. Bound and helpless, Buellite heard every cry as if it were a blade carving into him. Eventually the screams faded to nothing. Sated, the orcs tossed Annie's lifeless body aside like refuse. Only days earlier, Buellite had been a celebrated master architect and a newlywed. Now his gaze was hollow, trapped in a living hell. The orcs were not done. Seeking fresh amusement, one lumbered over, muttered unintelligible sounds, and with a cruel laugh smashed a rough wooden club between Buellite's legs. Agonized screams tore from his throat and echoed across the camp. Fortunately, the Imperial Knights of Xingyue City arrived in time. Their charge scattered the orcs and saved Buellite, but what he had lost could never be recovered. His bride lay violated and dead, and he himself would never again be whole as a man. That massacre engraved an indelible scar on his soul, and that is why his hatred for orcs burned so fiercely. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that Buellite was remarkably resilient. Anyone else would have broken long ago, even if they had managed to survive. Still, Lin Yuan hadn't taken the job out of sympathy for a tragic past. He wanted the reward, and he was always honest about that. The moment he accepted the quest, he headed straight for the orc camp etched in his memory. His near-photographic recall let him lock onto the exact location, saving precious time. Moving at full speed, Lin Yuan and his troops reached their destination in no time. A system window blinked into view. Orc camp. A large tribe of brutal orcs lives here, eager to tear any intruder to shreds. Select difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Like the death gold mine, this instance allowed free difficulty selection, and anyone could tackle it without taking Buellite's request. Lin Yuan knew, however, that the quest's final payout scaled with the chosen difficulty. The higher the risk, the richer the reward. Without hesitation, he tapped Hell. Hell-level instance, Orc camp. The scene warped. Crude wooden palisades and pointed thatched huts rose from a vast plain, forming a primitive settlement. A stench of blood and rot hit like a slap. Orcs were naturally dim-witted and could only throw together such rough shelters. Lin Yuan took one quick look, then raised his hand. Attack. When you have enough troops, a frontal smash is always the fastest solution. At his command, nearly 1,000 heavily armored skeletal warriors thundered forward, iron greaves clacking against bone in a deafening rhythm as they charged the camp. This third-tier unit could have been upgraded to fourth-tier skeleton knights, but the exchange rate was 4 warriors for 1 knight. While knights were far more agile, their health and defense barely improved. Trading 1,000 heavy warriors for 250 knights simply wasn't worth it to Lin Yuan. The pounding advance shook the ground and jolted the orcs awake. From deep within the camp came guttural roars of rage. 200 to 300 shirtless orcs burst through the palisade, wielding massive wooden clubs and charging straight at the skeletal phalanx. On hell difficulty, even the most ordinary orc boasted the stats of a third-tier unit. Bone armor clashed with wood, sparks and splinters flying alongside shards of bone. Yet this first wave was nowhere near enough to crack the warriors' airtight front line. Behind the sturdy shields, Lin Yuan's human archers and dark health bowmen drew, loosed, and drenched the battlefield in arrow rainable to pour out damage without the slightest pressure. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yuan's forces wiped out more than 200 ordinary orcs. He lost only a few dozen heavy armored skeleton warriors, and the battle was almost entirely one-sided. Even so, his expression remained calm and knew a healthier orc camp would never rely on such meager tactics. Sure enough, before the skeleton horde could advance, another wave of 200 orcs burst from the camp. Unlike the half-naked rabble from before, these orcs wore bronze armor and swung massive axes toward the units, known as orc warriors. Given their crude craftsmanship, they could never forge such gear themselves. After forming a tribe, they raid the dwarves, enslaving smiths to make their weapons and armor. Orc warriors boast high offense and defense, their only weakness being a slower pace. With just 200 of them, Lin Yuan could still cope. Cut them down to the last one, Lin Yuan ordered coolly. The heavy armored skeletons surged forward like a tide of black iron. At the same time, Artoria and Kellen slipped into the fray. Artoria drew her sword and blurred into a phantom, carving a path straight through the orc warrior ranks. Wherever her blade flashed, even the thickest hide yielded. It was almost one strike, one kill. In sheer efficiency, Kellen was even better. Hovering above the ground, she chanted, her grimoire's pages fluttering as torrents of darkness erupted. Shadowy missiles slammed into the surrounding orc warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Each detonation echoed across the field. Even at 60% spell power, the bolts one-shot tier IV targets. Strength heroes are terrifying to begin with, and Kellen's set of top-tier strategic relics doubled her punch. Amid the crunch of shattering armor, scores of orc warriors collapsed at her feet. With two strength heroes in play, momentum swung decisively to Lin Yuan's side. At that moment, two hulking figures stepped out from the depths of the orc formation. Each stood nearly 3 meters tall, muscle rippling with explosive power, and the massive axes in their hands were etched with faint runes clearly enhanced by magic. Orc Centurion. Quality, Gold Tier Boss. Level, 25. HP, 58,000. Attack, 720950. Defense, 570. Skills, Brutal Fury, Cleaving Destruction. These are the orc race's elite commanders, each capable of leading 100 warriors, and meeting them heat-in would be sheer folly. Ruhar. The two centurions bellowed like beasts. One stomped forward and swept its axe in a wide arc. With a sickening crunch, 4 or 5 heavy armored skeletons shattered and collapsed on the spot. If they were not contained quickly, these monsters could wreak havoc on the skeletal ranks. Lin Yuan cared little for attrition, but he would not let his troops die for nothing. Artoria, Kellen, hold them. He commanded at once. In fact, even without his order, Artoria and Kellen were already blocking the path of the two orc centurions. Sacred Light Triple Slash. Erdolia let out a sharp cry and struck first. Her sword blurred into afterimages as it carved toward the orc centurion. 3056. 2896. 2784. 3 crimson damage numbers flared almost at once, the clash of metal and flesh exploding at the center of the battlefield. Now level 27 and clad in a set of top-tier strategic relics, Ertolia had pushed her strength and speed to the limit. That single combo shaved nearly 10,000 HP. Considering the Centurion's full health was only 58,000, she was essentially soloing it without breaking a sweat. As the brief flash of light faded, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the other side. The Dark Elf Queen Kalen was fending off another orc Centurion, but because Shed joined the roster later, her hero level was only 21. The hulking Centurion ogled Kalen greedily, licking his tusks and brimming with animal lust. A heartbeat later, he unleashed a deafening roar, pupils turning blood-red as Berserk mode triggered and his stats soared. Instead of retreating, Kalen stepped forward, disgust flashing in her eyes. Filthy fool. A low incantation flowed from her lips, and a pitch-black magic circle unfurled beneath her feet. Nearly 50 Dark Elf bladesmen sprang from the array and closed ranks around her. Her signature skill, Summon Dark Elves. Fragile herself, she used these summons to build an iron wall. Before the Berserk Centurion could swing his axe, the bladesmen swarmed him, a storm of blades locking down his every move. At the same time, several dark arcane missiles shrieked through the air, smashing into his scarred torso and erupting in black ripples. A few minutes later, 2 massive green bodies crashed to the ground. The 200 Tier 4 orc warriors that had accompanied them were likewise exterminated under Lin Yuan's command. According to the dungeon's pacing, the party now stood on the threshold of the final boss fight. Thud thud thud, muffled booms rumbled from underground, making the earth beneath Lin Yuan's feet tremble. A mountain-like silhouette strode out from the depths of the orc encampment, its oppressive presence flooding the field. Orc Warlord. Quality, Platinum Grade Boss. Level, 30. HP, 200,000. Attack, 10201, 550. Defense, 750. Skills, Boiling Orc Blood, Wrath of the Great Axe, Savage Charge. The absolute monarch of the orc tribe, its brute strength could tear steel with bare hands. 4 meters tall, It seemed to blot out the sky, muscles bulging like stone. A lattice of hideous old scars testified to a lifetime of slaughter. Marching behind it were 300 Tier 4 orc warriors and 600 Tier 3 common orcs, arrayed like a rising tide. Even Lin Yuan had to admit this force was troublesome enough. And yet, the thing that truly made his head ache was still ahead. His gaze slipped past the orc warlord and fixed on what stood behind it. Two hunched, hideous orc shamans gripped oak staffs there. Unlike their brutish, hot-headed kin, shamans were rare thinkers among orcs, and these two, like the orc centurion, were level 25 gold bosses. Anyone who dismissed them as only level 25 usually paid in blood. Countless lords in Lin Yuan's previous life had proved this when they failed to raid the orc camp. The shamans had a single spell, Beast God's Blessing, but its power was staggering. They could either bathe an entire swath of orc warriors in an 80% boost to every stat, or place the blessing on the warlord itself, granting it a 30% boost and 50% damage reduction. First-time challengers who didn't know this already struggled against the level 30 Platinum Warlord. Once it received the blessing, defeat was almost certain. Artoria alone could never hold off such a monster. Worse, the spell also empowered nearby orc warriors, making the shamans the top priority in the camp. In a flash, Lin Yuan barked his orders. All ranged units, focus fire on the shamans. Heavy skeleton warriors to the front, clear a path for the dark elf assassins. His forces moved like perfectly meshed gears. A storm of arrows screamed through the air toward the shamans. Dense ranks of heavy skeleton warriors smashed into the tide of orc soldiers, halting their charge, while lightning-swift dark elf assassins slipped through gaps in the battle, racing for their prey. We have to kill those two shamans, no matter what, Lin Yuan vowed, intent hard as steel. Artoria understood at once and exploded into motion, sprinting for the shamans. Yet just as she left the warlord's reach, the hulking figure sidestepped and brought its reneged great axe crashing down. Axe of Fury. Human die? The warlord bellowed, the swing splitting the air with a deafening roar. Artoria activated Glory Shield without hesitation. A radiant barrier flashed into existence before her, stopping the axe. 944. One blow webbed the shield with cracks. Even as a level 27 hero, Artoria had barely over 4,000 hit points. Without the shield, a few more strikes would cripple her. Before the barrier could shatter completely, one shaman raised its staff and began a low chant. Lin Yuan's face went cold and knew what was coming. The incantation ended, and a blood-red glow engulfed the warlord. I can feel the power. It roared as muscles swelled, veins bulged, and its frame grew even larger. Beast God's Blessing granted a 30% boost to every attribute and a 50% damage reduction, making it nearly invulnerable. Die! With another roar, the warlord swung again. Glory Shield shattered. Artoria was hurled backward, and more than 700 hit points vanished from her bar. Empowered by the blessing, the warlord's strength was nothing short of terrifying. After being outmatched by the orc chieftain, Ertolia quickly revised her strategy. Instead of trading blows, she had to pin the brute down long enough for the others to deal with the orc shaman. She unleashed Holy Seal. A blinding arc of sanctified light erupted from her sword, snapping shut like a chain around the chieftain. She had no idea how long the binding would last, but she poured everything into it. She raised her blade again and triggered the weapon's active effect, Dawn's Battle. In an instant, every melee unit under Lin Yuan's banner gained 30% attack speed, 20% critical rate, and 10% lifesteal, bonuses that would last a full 15 minutes. The surge hit the front line like a battering ram, and the momentum of the fight flipped in a heartbeat. The orc shamans, however, had no intention of standing by. One of them let out a cold chuckle and began a guttural chant. As the final syllable fell, a wide swath of orc warriors within range shimmered under the Beast God's Blessing. All their stats spiked by 80%. Already 4th-rank berserkers, they instantly rivaled the 5th rank, roaring like raging bulls as they tore a bloody gap in Lin Yuan's formation. Unless one of the shamans was taken out quickly, even a victory would be a Pyrrhic Onian outcome Lin Yuan refused to accept. Fortunately, he still had a card to play. Until now, Kaelin had remained motionless. The black grimoire floating around her suddenly flipped open, gathering spheres of shadowy energy in the air. Step by step she advanced on the orc shaman, while loyal dark elf warriors threw themselves against the tide of orcs to keep her path clear. Once she was in range, Kaelin lifted her gaze. A crushing aura rolled forward. The shaman's pupils contracted in fear, but there was nowhere left to run. Light of the dark moon, she intoned. A phantom moon bloomed in the night sky, its cerulean radiance pouring down to lock the shaman inside a pillar of light. 345, 377, 455. Damage numbers flashed in rapid succession. The shaman was completely suppressed, unable to move. Light of the Dark Moon was not an ability Kaelin had learned through leveling. It came from the heart of the Dark Moon, a platinum-grade strategic artifact Lin Yuan had claimed after slaying the Dark Elf Queen, a relic that meshed perfectly with Kaelin's power. The ability's effect is straightforward. Suppress the enemy and keep bleeding their health. After the orc priest was forcibly nailed to the ground, Kaelin struck again. The dark orbs circling her shot out like arrows from a drawn bow, whistling toward the priest. 1,126, 1,345, 895. A series of blood-red damage numbers burst above the orc priest's head, and that was only the opening act. Kaelin murmured an incantation. The pages of her dark grimoire fluttered, and fresh power surged forth, condensing into a jet-black shadow blade, her highest single-target damage spell. With a shrill hiss, it tore through the air and slashed down. 7,754. The jaw-dropping number flashed overhead, and a moment later the priest's massive head hit the dust. With one full combo, Kaelin had flat-out one-shot the orc priest. Even Lin Yuan was shaken by the Dark Elf Queen's explosive burst. She was basically a walking spell machine gun. Strong as Archuolia was, she was built for balance. In raw burst damage, she couldn't hold a candle to Kaelin. The two Srank heroes walked entirely different paths. When the priest fell, the blessing on the orc commander collapsed, instantly lifting the pressure on Archuolia. The commander still outleveled her, but without buffs she could dance around him. All she had to do was stall until Kaelin was free so they could take him together. The front line, however, remained locked in fierce combat. Empowered orc warriors were butchering the heavy-armored skeletons, the two-tier stat gap, making their bone shields crumble like paper under war axes. Still, Lin Yuan knew that once the second priest died, the battle would turn completely. Kaelin quickly fixed on the next orc priest. Terror twisted his face as he frantically summoned warriors to shield him. Most of the Dark Elf swordsmen who had carved a path here were already dead, and her summoning skill was still on cooldown. There would be no reinforcements. In a flash, a swarm of orc warriors surrounded Kaelin, crude axes and iron hammers pounding her armor. Srank heroes aren't indestructible. The buffed warriors could still land solid hits, and Kaelin's health bar dropped before their eyes. Seeing this, the protected priest danced with glee, mockery plastered across his face, convinced Kaelin could no longer reach him. But the next second, Kaelin's lips curved into a bright, dangerous smile. Really now, you filthy insects dare to look down on me? The dark grimoire snapped open. Ink-black energy surged like a tide, weaving into countless ebony threads that lanced into the bodies of the surrounding warriors' dark life drain, a move Lin Yuan had felt before. Only now did Kaelin fully unleash the aura worthy of the Queen of the Dark Elves. The moment Dark Life Drain activated, every orc warrior bound by those shadowy threads started hemorrhaging health. The crimson numbers flashing overhead looked as though invisible pipes were siphoning them straight into Kaelin, and in barely 10 seconds her HP had climbed by almost 20%. Lin Yuan knew this move all too well. Once it went off, you either burst Kaelin down on the spot, isolate her in a duel, or watch helplessly as she turns your troops into a walking blood bank. Right now, the orc warriors were illustrating the third option to perfection. Seeing their comrades drain dry, the orc shaman snapped. It dropped its staff and bolted, but Kaelin had no intention of letting her prey escape. Spheres of dark magic formed silently at her fingertips, then shrieked through the air like homing rounds. 1135, 1456, 1089 damage numbers floated above the shaman's head in rapid succession. Its sluggish pace never carried it outside Kaelin's targeting range. The final bolt punched through its chest, and the shaman hit the ground. With its death, Beast God's blessing vanished, and the once rampaging orc warriors lost all momentum. Lin Yuan's forces seized the opening. A white tide of bones surged forward. Kaelin, nice work. Go back up. Artoliash is about to buckle, Lin Yuan ordered. With both orc shamans down, the battle was as good as decided. The skeleton horde swept across the field. Orc warriors fell one after another, and their numbers plummeted. In the end, so many armored skeletons were left without targets that they simply wheeled around and surrounded the orc chieftain. The chieftain was formidable, but even he couldn't fight on every front. Just keeping Ertolia and Kaelin at bay had him stretched thin. Now, drowning under wave after wave of skeletal soldiers, his HP melted before the naked eye. When the bar dipped below 20%, he roared and entered berserk, his power spiking, yet the tide refused to turn. Ertolia opened the distance, leaving the ranged damage to Kaelin. Even in berserk mode, the chieftain only managed to hack through a few dozen armored skeletons before his strength ran out. Boom. The last sliver of health vanished, and the mountain-like body crashed to the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the haze even settled, a crisp system prompt rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Huaxia Lord Lin Yuan has slain the Platinum Tier boss Orc Chieftain and obtained the Platinum Tier strategic artifact, Shadow War Axe. Obtained. Orc Warlord's Heart 1. Orc Warlord's Fangs 10. Orc Warrior Summoning Scroll 10. Hero Recruitment Orders 5. Lord EXP 60,000. Hero EXP 60,000. Golden letters exploded across the sky in a world announcement. Huaxia Lord Lin Yuan is the first to clear the Hell difficulty instance orc encampment. earning additional rewards of Orc Warlord Recruitment Order 1, Advanced Resource Crate 150, and Superior Hero EXP Tome 15. The lavish haul confirmed that hell difficulty was worth every risk, and the words first clear stirred an old memory. In his previous life, a band of self-styled dungeon hunters had raced from map to map, stealing every first clear because the inaugural reward was always outstanding. Now he understood why. A single Hellgrade first clear had dropped an Orc Warlord recruitment order powerful enough to alter the balance of any faction. Even so, Lin Yuan chose not to use the Steer Hero order. The reason was simple: the Orc Warlord excelled at commanding Orc units, while his strategy revolved around undead and human troops, making the fit painfully poor. Orcs were tough, but unremarkable, built for brute force tactics that clashed with his meticulous style. Besides, raising a hero required staggering resources. Quality mattered far more than quantity. After weighing the costs, he shelved the idea. Abandoning the order did not make it worthless. Since launch, most players had never even seen an entire hero, let alone Steer. Throwing this order onto the auction house could easily start a bidding war in the tens of millions. Yet money was the one resource Lin Yuan lacked least, and in the late game cash meant little beside rare items. True deals were struck item for item, with each side filling the other's needs. With his thoughts settled, he surveyed the battlefield. The assault had cost him more than 700 heavy skeleton warriors, nearly 2/3 of the unit, evidence of the fight's brutality. Thankfully, he still had a trump card, the artifact known as the Skull of the Skeleton King. He ordered his skeletal troops to drag every orc corpse into a grisly mound. When the pile was complete, he produced the dark gold skull, and the artifact's power flared to life. A chill wind rose as the system prompt appeared. You have used the Skull of the Skeleton King, converting 6,248 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers. More than 6,000 skeletal fighters marched out of the dust, their bone armor glinting beneath the blood-red sunset. That many could be fused into roughly 1,500 new heavy skeleton warriors. In moments, his losses had been turned into reinforcements, the true value of an artifact. Job done. He drew his long blade, cleanly severed the Orc Warlord's head, tucked it into his pack, and set off for Starmoon City to turn in the quest. Inside Starmoon City, striding forward, Lin Yuan stopped in front of Brett and flung a freshly severed head from his pack, the head of the Orc commander. Because he had cleared a hell-level Orc camp, the reward for this quest was bound to be exceptional. The dull thud of the head hitting the ground felt like a hammer blow to Brett's chest. His eyes reddened and tears spilled down his cheeks. "Annie, I've finally avenged you," he whispered, the thrill of revenge drowned by a flood of grief. When his emotions finally settled, Brett clasped Lin Yuan's hands, still trembling. "Thank you, brave adventurer. Please accept your reward, you've earned it." System notification. Lord Lin Yuan has completed the quest. Brett's request with a 100 rating and received 24-hour construction speed up scroll 5, 12-hour construction speed up scroll 10, 1-hour construction speed up scroll 120. The alert made Lin Yuan's eyes light up. Just as he remembered, finishing Brett's quest yielded a mountain of construction speed up scrolls, and the higher the completion rate, the more you got. These items were non-tradable. A quick calculation told him had shaved almost 15 days off his build times. In terms of territory development, he was about to leave every other player in the dust. That was the advantage of being reborn. He always knew exactly what to do and when to do it. Back at his territory, Lin Yuan launched into a construction frenzy. City Hall upgrade. Spearman Barracks upgrade. Archer Barracks upgrade. Knight Training Grounds upgrade. Blacksmith build. Mage Tower build. Armed with piles of speed-up scrolls, he felt like he was on a private server. Every upgrade button he tapped was instantly followed by a time skip. Take City Hall, for example. Upgrading to level 5 normally took 7 full days. He slapped down 7 24-hour scrolls, and the building finished on the spot. In that instant, a worldwide announcement rang out. Lord Lin Yuan is the first player to upgrade City Hall to level 5 and has earned High Tier Lord EXP Tome 10, High Tier Hero EXP Tome 10, Tier 5 Unit Upgrade Scroll. Only then did Lin Yuan remember there was a bonus for the first level 5 upgrade. He blinked in surprise, and the chat channel erupted. What the hell? Lin Yuan already pushed City Hall to level 5. Are you kidding me? Didn't we all start this game at the same time? Why is my City Lord's mansion still only level 3? This is insane. I'm starting to think Lin Yuan is just a plant from the dev team. Fuck. That Chinese lord, Lin Yuan, has to be cheating. This isn't fair. I'm going to file a complaint. Report him. Report him? You can't even log out right now. How are you supposed to report anything? I'm getting scared. What if we're stuck in this game for the rest of our lives? Hey, that sounds great to me. The game's awesome. I could stay forever. Sure, dream on. The nutrient fluid in your pod will last a month at best. If we still can't log out after that, you'll end up a mummy in there. Damn, that's horrifying. If I'd known this, I never would have played. What horrible luck. The chat window scrolled so fast it blurred, and Lin Yuan barely glanced at it. At first, everyone marveled at how quickly Head pushed his City Lord's mansion to level 5. But soon the entire discussion was hijacked by panic over being unable to log out. Fear spread like a plague across the globe. Lin Yuan closed the channel and turned his attention to the rewards Head just collected. The High-Tier Lord Experience Book and High-Tier Hero Experience Book were nice. One boosted his Lord level. The other his Hero, but the prize that really thrilled him was the 5th Tier Unit Upgrade Scroll. 5th Tier Unit Upgrade Scroll. Description: upgrades any 5th Tier unit line into an advanced hidden unit. A hidden unit. His eyes burned with excitement. Once the scroll activated, every unit he recruited from that line would be the upgraded hidden version. Had never seen one firsthand in his previous life, but he knew their power. Maybe had never eaten pork, but had certainly seen a pig run. He recalled the Orc Lord Andre. After Andre drew the 9th Tier hidden unit, the Golden Behemoth, he rocketed from nobody to the North American top 10 in just a month. Those behemoths could tear 9th Tier angels apart with their bare hands. That was how outrageous hidden units were. A 5th Tier hidden unit already matched a standard 6th Tier in raw stats, and their unique traits were even more important. With that in mind, Lin Yuan began constructing the Mage Guild. The human race's 5th Tier unit was the Mage. Construction requirements: 3.5 million grain, 3.5 million lumber, 1 million silver coins. Base construction time: 3 days. Resources were just numbers. Time was the real obstacle. Luckily, he still had 3 24-hour building speed-up scrolls. He used them all at once, and the Mage Camp appeared instantly. He immediately selected the 5th Tier Unit Upgrade Scroll and hit use. A system chime followed. You have successfully used a 5th Tier Unit Upgrade Scroll. Please select the unit to upgrade. Only one option was available: Mage. He confirmed, and a new prompt popped up. Please choose an evolution path. 1. Frost Mage. 2. Flame Mage. 3. Wind Spirit Mage. Staring at the 3 icons quivering on the screen, Lin Yuan paused in surprise. A hidden unit, and he could choose its evolution path himself? After a brief hesitation, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. He upgraded his mage class straight into a flame mage. According to the evolution chart, each specialization offered a unique perk. Frost mages excelled at crowd control, wind mages provided support, while flame mages dealt pure burst damage. Control and utility were nice to have, but nothing was more important to Lin Yuan than raw firepower, so the flame branch was the obvious pick. Once the choice was locked in, he upgraded the mage camp to its highest tier and recruited 60 flame mages in one go. His resource bar plummeted, but watching the new recruits' profiles roll across the screen still made his pulse race with excitement. The 60 flame mages materialized in neat formation, standing tall in crimson robes that billowed like living tongues of fire. Lin Yuan selected 10 of them, ordered them into a single line, and signaled Artoria to cast Glory Shield. "All right, hit it with everything you've got. Show me what you can do," he commanded. The 10 mages raised their hands in unison. A short, urgent chant lasted barely a second or two before blazing fireballs formed in their palms. An ordinary mage would need 4 or 5 seconds for the same spell, yet the flame mages had cut that time in half. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs streaked across the field like meteors and slammed into the Glory Shield. Its durability bar plummeted visibly. Just over a second later, the barrier capable of absorbing 1,500 points of damage shattered into motes of light. Lin Yuan couldn't hide his amazement. "I definitely made the right call. That damage rivals a tier 6 unit." The flame mage's performance satisfied him beyond measure. Beep beep beep. His comm panel lit up. The caller was Li Bingqiu. Lin Yuan accepted the call. "What's up, boss? I found the person you wanted, and she's already brewed the first batch of dark potion from the formula," Li Bingqiu reported crisply. "That fast?" Lin Yuan was taken aback by her efficiency. "Yep. What do you want to do with the first batch? Sell it or keep it for yourself? How many vials are we talking about?" he asked. "Not many, about 50. He thought for a moment. "Ship them all to me. We don't need to put them on the market yet." "Understood," Li Bingqiu replied. They'll have her send the entire batch over right away. Lin Yuan definitely planned to make money off dark potions, just not yet. The game had only been live for a few days. Most players were still lost in the vast starter zones, hacking away at monsters, grinding levels, and shoring up their city walls. Only a handful had grasped the true worth of dark elixir. Lin Yuan stood at his makeshift alchemy bench, eyeing the flask of faintly violet liquid and already forming a plan. No matter how rare an item is, it only sells for a fortune at the right moment. Besides, his current production rate was painfully slow. If he unloaded his stock now, he'd just be cutting into future profits. "By the way, I need a favor," Li Bingqiu's voice crackled through the communicator. "What is it?" Lin Yuan looked up. "I want you to train a team of dungeon hunters for me." "Dungeon hunters?" Li Bingqiu repeated, puzzled. "What does that mean?" "A dedicated scouting squad to locate dungeon entrances," Lin Yuan explained calmly. "First clear rewards are the juiciest. I need professionals who can chart the map and sniff out instances. I don't care about their other specs as long as they're specialists, ideally with a few heroes who have the exploration talent." "Understood." Li Bingqiu nodded, catching on. She had to admit, the idea was ahead of its time. It had never crossed her mind before. After a moment's silence, she spoke again. Actually, I just found a dungeon. I doubt I can handle it alone. Want to team up? What dungeon? Lin Yuan asked. The Green Dragon's Lair. The words made Lin Yuan pause, memories flooding back. In Lord Era, dragons sit near the top of the food chain. Even creatures that merely have dragon in their names are usually tier 6 or higher. If he remembered correctly, the Green Dragon's Lair is a unique special dungeon. Once it's cleared, the entrance disappears forever. Li Bingshu stumbling onto it this early was unbelievably lucky. But luck came with danger. The clear reward was the Green Dragon's Hoard, but the treasure was guarded by 20 tier 9 green dragons. At this stage of the game, a single tier 9 unit can level the battlefield. Back in the day, one tier 9 bone dragon guarding a hell-level death gold mine had forced him to quit. The threat spoke for itself. Still, Lin Yuan was no longer the rookie he once was, and a surge of battle lust rose within him. He wanted to tackle this dungeon. All right, he agreed without hesitation. When do we head out? The day after tomorrow, Li Bingshu replied. It's the start of a new week, so we can recruit another batch of troops. Our odds will be better. Fine, the day after tomorrow, Lin Yuan confirmed. He did think Li Bingshu was being a bit reckless. Early game low-tier troops wouldn't even scratch a tier 9 green dragon. Still, he kept his thoughts to himself. Every fledgling needs trials before they can truly soar. If they hoped to clear the Green Dragon's Lair, it would ultimately come down to his own strength anyway. 2 days later, Lin Yuan arrived at the designated coordinates with his squad, right on schedule. As soon as he reached the spot, he saw Li Bingshu standing at the mouth of the open valley, waving. Boss, over here. The morning mist still clung to the ground, and the girl's 5'7" frame was striking against the haze. Her fitted leather armor traced every delicate curve, the plates giving off a dull golden sheen in the early light. Long, straight legs and a flawless face completed the image of a confident, battle-ready beauty. Beside Li Bingshu stood a man and a woman, both perfectly straight-backed. The man's features were well-defined, his build a touch on the slender side. With such fair skin he looked more like a scholar than a fighter. The woman was petite, her large, bright eyes blinking constantly, lending her a small animal sort of charm. Lin Yuan drew back his gaze and spoke warmly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Then he looked at the newcomers. And they are? Chen Bei and Lin Mingming, Li Bingshu supplied. Friends of mine. I pulled them in to tackle the dungeon with us. She was clearly still uneasy about the difficulty of the Green Dragon's Lair, so she had brought in extra help. Fine, Lin Yuan said with a nod, getting straight to business. If possible, let's split the rewards strictly by individual contribution. He didn't mind sharing the routine drops, but the Green Dragon's treasure was something he had to secure. Chen Bei let out a hearty laugh. No problem at all, fair shares for fair work. Lin Mingming nodded vigorously. Works for me. Their straightforward attitude left Lin Yuan with a good first impression. If they couldn't accept even that simple rule, he wouldn't have wasted his time. Li Bingshu sent the party invite. The moment the team formed, the familiar system chime echoed, followed by Chun Bai's barely suppressed shout. Holy crap, you're the legendary Lin Yuan. His eyes went wide, all practically spilling out. Lin Yuan gave him a calm glance. What? Li Bingshu didn't tell you? Not a word. Chen Bei scratched his head, still incredulous. She just asked me to run a dungeon. I never imagined she could rope in someone like you. Hey, you're not here because you fell for her looks, are you? Let me warn you, she may be easy on the eyes, but her temper's awful. Total femme fatale. Before he finished, Li Bingshu smacked the back of his head. Chen Bei, shut it. Keep talking, and it'll cut out your tongue. Ouch. Chen Bei yelped, cradling his head as he ducked away. See, Master Lin, that's the real her. Marry her, and you'll be getting smacked every day. Lin Yuan chuckled and shook his head. You're overthinking it. I haven't known Li Bingshu long, and strictly speaking, I'm her employer. Employer? A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Bai's eyes. Li Bingshu explained. In short, Lin Yuan hired me and pays me 1 million gold coins every month. The words had barely left her mouth when Chen Bai's eyes nearly popped out. How much? 1 million gold coins? Every month? He whirled toward Lin Yuan, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. Boss, do you need another sidekick? I can do anything Li Bingshu can. Am not built like she is, but am obedient, and am cheaper. 500,000 will do. Lin Yuan could only laugh. This guy was actually trying to start a bidding war on the spot. Lin Mingming couldn't hold back. She kicked Chen Bei lightly. Enough. Quit embarrassing yourself and focus on the dungeon. Chen Bei rolled his eyes. What do you know? I'm building rapport with the boss. Once everyone was ready, Li Bingshu stepped forward and chose the Green Dragon's Lair dungeon, and the entire team was swept up in a flash of teleportation light. In the blink of an eye, they were standing in a lush forest. Ancient trees soared more than 10 meters high, their thick trunks wrapped in time-worn vines, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of greenery. As soon as they entered, the four lords summoned their heroes and troops. Even the usually light-hearted Chun Bei grew serious. When Artoria and Kalen appeared beside Lin Yuan, the surroundings fell silent. Chen Bei swallowed reflexively. Both female heroes radiated an intimidating aura. One was tall and valiant, her golden hair gleaming in the morning light, noble and razor-sharp. The other had a stunning figure, violet hair whipping in the breeze, her icy gaze seemingly able to freeze the air itself. That kind of charisma would be hard for any man to resist. Li Bingqiu lowered her voice. Those two must be high tier, right? Lin Yuan nodded. Both are S-class. All three sucked in a breath at once. Do S-class heroes. How is anyone supposed to compete with that? Even more astounding was Lin Yuan's army. In sheer numbers, he outmatched the other three combined, and mixed within his ranks were rare units they had never seen before. These three might rank in the top 10% of the Huaxia region, yet next to Lin Yuan, they looked like Alsorans. Each of their heroes was merely a class. Li Bingqiu, human rose swordswoman. Kylan, a formidable early game attacker. Lin Mingming, elf elven priestess. Amy, specializing in support and healing. Chen Bayork, bull tyrant. Huangshan, a massive minotaur wielding a gleaming great axe. Only then did Lin Yuan recall a memory from his previous life. The upper ranks of Li Bingqiu's future guild, Thorned Rose, were almost entirely women, with one exception, the Orc Lord, who earned the title Beast Tyrant for crushing all opposition with his unstoppable orc legions. Apparently, that fearsome figure was none other than the mild-mannered Chun Bei standing before him now. His potential was enormous and worth investing in. It was just hard to reconcile the laid-back man he saw now with the infamous Beast Tyrant of his past life. Stay sharp, everyone. This dungeon isn't nearly as simple as you think. Before the exploration officially began, Lin Yuan swept his gaze over the group and offered a final reminder. Understood, the whole team replied in unison, their composed faces tinged with caution. When Lin Yuan spoke, no one dared treat it lightly. He had barely finished when the undergrowth ahead began to rustle. Bushes shook, leaves parted, and the party immediately slowed, tightening their grip on their weapons. A heartbeat later, pairs of dark gold slit pupils flared in the gloom, eyes filled with savage bloodlust. A piercing screech shattered the silence, and dozens of black shapes leapt from the shadows. One glance was all Lin Yuan needed. Emerald-scale drakes. Tier 6 monsters. Anything with dragon in its name started at Tier 6. Long ago, true dragons had mingled with other creatures, leaving behind hybrids that were still fearsome. Emerald-scale drakes were the offspring of a green dragon and a giant lizard. Now more than 100 of them, each the size of a mastiff and covered in dark green scales, charged howling toward the party and slammed into their lines. Moments in, Chun Bai's face darkened. These lizards hit hard. My Tier 4 orc berserker went down in 2 bites. They're Tier 6, Lin Yuan said calmly. High damage is normal. No wonder. Chun Bai's mouth twitched. First encounter's already Tier 6? What's the rest of this place going to be like? Dungeons only grew deadlier the deeper you went, and for the first time Chun Bei wondered if they could clear it. Lin Yuan spoke again. Each of you hold off 20 of them. Keep our losses minimal. Leave the rest to me. The 3 teammates paused. There were at least 120 drakes on the field, and Lin Yuan had just claimed half of them, yet no one questioned it really could. Almost simultaneously, nearly 2,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors formed a black tide and surged toward the drakes. They were only Tier 3 units, but sheer numbers gave them the edge. Their job was simple: stand in front and soak the damage. The real firepower waited in the rear. Flame mages. Staves raised, incantations roared. Searing fireballs gathered in the air, swelled, then streaked toward their targets, trailing molten tails. Boom, 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 boom. A chain of explosions shook the forest, sending dust billowing and painting the night blood-red. Crimson damage numbers suddenly floated above the emerald-scale drakes' heads. As a hidden unit, the Flame Mage's base stats rival those of a Tier 6 troop. A blazing fireball crashed down, bursting across the green-scale drakes' rough hides and stripping away nearly a third of their health. The scorching stench of burnt flesh rolled through the air. In that instant, every gaze locked onto the staggering damage, as if the onlookers had forgotten how to breathe. Human units are this strong? Lin Mingming murmured, her voice drifting above the smoke. That damage is insane, Chun Bei said, swallowing hard. If I'd known humans were this powerful, I would have picked them too. Li Bingqiu adjusted her glasses and shook her head. No, that can't be a regular mage. If I'm right, this is a hidden unit. A hidden unit? Chun Bei breathed, eyes bright with envy. Rarer than high-tier heroes. No wonder these crimson-robed mages could unleash such outrageous power. Snapping back to herself, Lin Mingming warned, don't just stand there. Lin Yuan's strong, but we can't drag him down. At her command, the elven priestess raised her staff. Verdant light poured from the tip, enveloping the entire force. Blessing of the forest goddess. Attack speed 10, movement speed 10, damage mitigation 10. With the buffs stacked, their troops fought with renewed ferocity. In the rear, the flame mages hurled wave after wave of fire, and the green-scaled drakes fell one after another. The beasts counterattacked in a frenzy, crashing into the front line, but heavily armored skeleton warriors closed ranks and absorbed the blows, the drakes' fury spent on chill bone shields. Shattered bones flew, flames roared, and blood and ash blurred the battlefield into an endless twilight. After 15 minutes of brutal combat, more than 100 green-scaled drakes lay dead. The victory was sweet, but the cost was steep. Lin Yuan had lost over 500 heavy skeleton warriors, their broken remains littering the ground. Hey, you okay? You lost a ton of troops, Chunbei asked, wincing at the field of bleached bones. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, as though he had already factored the sacrifice into his plan. I'm fine. If you really want to help, pile every drake corpse together. Chunbei hesitated but didn't question him. Working together, they soon stacked the massive green corpses into a small mound, blood seeping through the stones in thin rivulets. Without a moment's pause, Lin Yuan activated the power of the skull of the Skeleton King. The next instant, a dark magic circle appeared like a black hole, devouring every corpse of the green-scaled drake lizards. Its pitch-black vortex churned, tearing flesh, shattered scales, and splintered bone to pieces. Moments later, skeleton after skeleton crawled out along the array's edge, pale blue soul flames flickering in their eye sockets and sending a chill through the air. Everyone held their breath, staring at the rising sea of Benesso. This was how Lin Yuan mass-produced his undead troops. No wonder he didn't care when a skeleton warrior fell. Still, the frames of these newborn skeletons were thin, their armor ragged. They were clearly first-tier fodder, nothing like the heavy-armored skeleton warriors that had charged ahead earlier. Lin Yuan lifted his hand, revealing a treasure that glowed with ashen light. In the blink of an eye, strands of gray light formed chains that bound two skeletons together. With a crack, their bones fused and their soul flames merged. Two skeletons became a single skeleton warrior. Gray light wrapped two such warriors again, reshaping their bone armor and layering it with iron plates, and they emerged as one heavy-armored skeleton warrior. The merging light spilled like a gleaming waterfall. Within minutes, more than 700 ordinary skeletons were compressed and refined into 400 heavy-armored skeleton warriors. In other words, Lin Yuan had actually lost only a little over 100 heavy-armored skeletons in that brutal fight, well within acceptable limits. Man, that treasure is insane. Chunbei rubbed the goosebumps on his arm, eyes blazing with envy. With that thing, you'll never worry about manpower again. Lin Mingming nudged him, smiling sweetly. Even the best treasure depends on its user. In your hands, you'd probably manage to turn out a couple of gimpy skeletons if they could even move. It'd be a miracle. Hey, don't underestimate me. Chunbei rolled his eyes. Once my orc legion's ready, gods and Buddhas alike will fall before us. Your elves can just stay in the back and toss out heals. As if I'd waste my heals on you. Lin Mingming stuck out her tongue. Orcs are so ugly even a dog wouldn't play with them. Keep this up and you'll never find a girlfriend, you hopeless straight guy. Their bickering crackled with sparks, yet it lightened the mood. Lin Yuan watched and nodded. Only people with deep bonds could speak so freely. Once the new heavy-armored skeletons were slotted into formation, Lin Yuan led the team deeper into the green dragon's lair. Damp air clung to the stone walls, and distant water droplets struck the ground with hollow echoes. They hadn't gone far when more than 100 green-scaled drake lizards roared and charged. Then came a second wave, then a third, each wave over 100 strong, fangs flashing, venom splashing. It was clear no ordinary lord at this stage could force their way through this dungeon. Without Lin Yuan, the group would have thrown in every last soldier and still fallen short. To keep casualties down, Lin Yuan had Artoria and Kalen join the fight, starting with the fourth wave. The golden-haired knight led the charge, her silver spear flashing with icy light, while the Frost Ranger leapt back, firing arrows like falling stars. 2-class heroes against 6th-tier beasts was no contest. Each hero handled 10 foes with ease. Soon, fallen drake lizard corpses were sucked away by the dark array once more, and the number of heavy-armored skeletons it produced even outstripped the losses. Lin Yuan's forces weren't shrinking, they were swelling. And for Li Bingqiu, Chunbei, and the others, this expedition was proving far from fruitless. The corpse of a green-scaled drake lizard yields a trove of resources. Its eyes, blood, and fangs are all coveted alchemical components, each one fetching a handsome price at auction. The true prize, however, is its scales. Lin Yuan remembered clearly that with enough of them, a smith could forge a platinum-grade strategic artifact, the drake lizard armor. Such platinum gear meant little to him, but for Li Bingqiu and the others it would be a dream come true. They still hadn't assembled a full set of gold-grade equipment. If nothing went wrong, the next stretch would lead straight to the final showdown. Lin Yuan scanned the party, his calm voice carrying undeniable authority. Get ready. This battle will be tougher than you think. Guarding the last gate are 20 Tier 9 green dragons. Everyone drew a sharp breath. Tier 9 green dragons? 20 of them? Chunbei's voice cracked. Is this dungeon trying to kill us? Lin Mingming frowned, curiosity outweighing concern. How do you know that? This is your first run too, right? Lin Yuan smiled and shrugged. First run, yes. But before we logged in, I secured some inside information through special channels. Otherwise, how do you think I pulled so far ahead? The explanation sounded airtight, and Lin Mingming nodded. Bei threw his arms around Lin Yuan's leg, words tumbling out in a rush. That's why you're the boss, Lin Yuan. Insider intel so fierce. If you tell me to go east, you'll never head west. If you say fight dogs, I want cursed chickens. Tell me to eat crap, and he'll only ask if you want it dry or soupy. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. It was hard to link this fawning youth with the future beastkin tyrant and second-in-command of the Thorned Rose Guild, yet Bei was undeniably valuable. Lin Yuan had never been keen on building a faction, but he knew the coming turmoil would be more than any one person could handle. Of the three, only Li Bingqiu stayed silent. She studied Lin Yuan, eyes glinting. Earlier he had claimed to be a reincarnator, and she hadn't believed him. Now, even this plausible inside intel felt like a cover story. Could he really have lived through all of this before? While she pondered, the group stepped into the final chamber of the Emerald Dragon's nest. Ancient trees pierced the clouds, their branches interwoven to form a vast emerald canopy. Deep within that living sea of leaves, winged shadows flickered the silhouettes of 20 legendary beings, dragons. Moments later, a massive emerald dragon's head emerged above the treetops. Rough scales flashed coldly between the branches, and its dark gold slit pupils burned like twin lanterns, locking onto Lin Yuan's party. A heartbeat later, the dragon arched its neck, chest swelling before it loosed a deafening roar that shook the canopy and sent leaves cascading down. Clearly, it already regarded the newcomers as intruders. The roar hit like a hammer. Bei lurched back on reflex, catching himself only when his heels skidded across a root. It was his first encounter with such a high-tier monster. His heart hammered, yet he forced a sheepish grin. First time seeing a tier 9 beast, he muttered. Guess I'm a little excited. If you're scared, just admit it, Lin Mingming said, unmasking his bravado. Nobody's going to laugh. Lin Yuan's voice cut in low and steady. 20 tier 9 green dragons. Each of you hold 3. Can you do that? Shouldn't be a problem, Li Bingqiu replied at once. Her gaze shifted to him. What about you? He'll handle the rest. Calm but focused, Lin Yuan studied the distant swarm. We have to pick them off one by one. Li Bingqiu, Bei, and Lin Mingming commanded troops no higher than tier 4. Against foes 5 tiers above, their units could barely scratch a dragon while the dragons could tear them apart. To buy time, they'd have to risk everything just to draw attention. If things go south, we exit the instance, Li Bingqiu murmured. Losing resources beats losing the whole army. Relax, I've got it. Lin Yuan nodded, then issued an order. Mingming, have your hero buff everyone. On it. Lin Mingming raised her hand, and the elven priest lifted her staff. Verdant light spilled from the tip, and blessing of the forest swept across the team. A faint glow danced over armor and blades. The buff had barely settled before her elven archers drew and fired. Arrows hissed upward toward the green dragon above the canopy. 156. 78. 121. Tier 3 arrows left only shallow scratches on Tier 9 scales, trimming a sliver from the dragon's health bar. Lin Mingming never expected to kill Itonly to lure it away. Enraged, the dragon beat its wings and dived. Its jaws gaped, air spiraled between its fangs, then a compact winged bullet screamed forth. Boom. The shot slammed into the rear ranks. 4 elven archers failed to dodge, and the wooden watchtower burst into splinters. Lin Mingming's expression darkened. At this rate her troops wouldn't last long. Every second now mattered. On the opposite flank, Lin Yuan inhaled, then signaled the flame mages to attack. Searing mana surged beneath their robes, and a barrage of explosive fireballs hammered a second green dragon. 345, 296, 256. Blazing bursts scorched its scales, leaving only charred blotch assuredly enough to force a roar. The meager damage tightened Lin Yuan's brow. The gap between Tier 4 and Tier 9 was even crueler than had imagined. Still, the negligible wounds his flame mages had managed to inflict were enough to deepen his frown. Even a Tier 3 elven archer can deal more than 100 points of damage. As a hidden unit, a flame mage ought to hit harder, yet its fire spells raise only a few sparks when they strike a green dragon. Lin Yuan grasps the problem at once. The Tier 9 green dragons entrenched above the forest possess magic immunity, reducing all spell damage by 70%. Damn, I forgot about that. He curses inwardly, but his hands never stop. Moments later, green dragons burst through the canopy one after another, their massive wings whipping up violent gusts. Per Lin Yuan's plan, Li Bingqiu, Bei, and Lin Mingming each draw away 3 dragons, leaving 11 Tier 9 green dragons to dive toward Lin Yuan's line. Stat-wise, every one of them equals a level 30 gold rank Bashi is effectively fighting 11 at once. The green dragons use only 2 attacks. 1. Rending Claws. A single swipe tears heavy armor apart. 2. Howling Wind Blast. A jade cyclone erupts from the dragon's throat, clearing a cluster of heavy skeleton warriors on impact. Wind blasts keep pouring in, shredding Lin Yuan's heavy skeletons by the dozen. Anyone else might panic, yet he stays composed unless he finds a breakthrough fast. His army will be erased long before the dragons fall. After a quick calculation, He pulls out the skull of the Skeleton King and snaps. Fusion. Gray light flickers between the bones as more than 2,000 heavy skeleton warriors are forcibly promoted to Tier 4 skeleton knights. He loses half his numbers, but gains speed and a looser formation, exactly what he needs to blunt the wind blast's area damage. Across the field, Li Bingqiu, still tying down her dragons, catches on instantly and shouts, "Spread out. Don't let the wind blast mow you down, we can hold much longer." Chunbei and Lin Mingming adjust their troops at once. Dispersed, the wind blasts remain fierce, yet they can no longer wipe out entire blocks of soldiers. In Lin Yuan's main sector, Artoria and Kalen strike together, determined to focus fire on a single green dragon first. Artoria raises her longsword high, holy light condensing into 3 blazing arcs. Holy light triple slash. The blades scythe through the air and crash onto draconic scales, carving deep, charred fissures. Not to be outdone, Kalen finishes his incantation and hurls several pitch-black orbs of mana, sending them screaming toward the green dragon. Although the green dragon's base stats were on par with a level 30 gold rank boss, Ertolia felt almost no pressure. Silver boots landed on a jagged rock, and her sword unleashed a rapid barrage of razor-sharp strikes. The blade ripped through scales, spraying emerald blood. Kalen, hindered by the dragon's magic immunity, watched his elemental bolts dissolve on impact, unable to deliver real damage. Even so, the combined fire of 2 Shrank heroes and a line of ranged troops made the dragon's health bar visibly plummet. 2 minutes later, a piercing screech echoed across the battlefield. The massive green dragon lost control of its wings and crashed onto the rocky ground outside its nest. A system chime rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Tier 9 Green Dragon Slaying. Loot acquired. Green Dragon Scales 10. Lord EXP 19,500. Hero EXP 19,500. Excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. They had done it. This was only his first green dragon, but it was an excellent beginning. Now he would take down the rest one by one. The entire party felt the same surge of hope. Chivalric Spirit. Battle at dawn. Ertolia raised her longsword high. Holy light erupted along the blade, and 2 buffs spread across the army. Lin Yuan's units surged in power, their arrows and spells weaving an airtight net of fire that drained the dragon's health even faster. Time rolled on. One green dragon after another shrieked, tumbled from the sky, and slammed into the earth, filling the air with the stench of char and iron-sweet blood. Lin Yuan's forces suffered losses too, but compared with the victory in sight, the price was trivial. When the dragons were down to fewer than 10, swarms of green-scaled drakes burst from crevices in the surrounding cliffs. They lashed their tails and snapped their fangs, trying to disrupt the formation. Lin Yuan frowned and decided instantly. Ignore the drakes, keep firing. The drakes were clearly a distraction. Shifting fire to them would be the real trap. Lin Yuan refused to fall for it. Boom! Another green dragon hit 0 health and crashed in a cloud of dust. Push harder, we're almost there. Lin Yuan's growl rang through the team channel. Got it. Everyone answered at once. They all knew the dungeon was 1 step from completion. A quick glance told Lin Yuan the cost. Of the original 1,000+ skeletal knights, barely 400 remained. Even superior mobility couldn't fully evade the dragon's venomous breath and raking claws. Still, the losses were acceptable. As long as they cleared the green dragon nest and claimed its treasure, even total extinction of the knights would be worthwhile. Fortunately, it wouldn't come to that. Finally, the last green dragon, battered by arrow storms and holy sword light, roared and fell. Its massive body twitched once, twice, then lay still. With the dragons dead, the green-scaled drakes scattered like rats from burning grass, vanishing into the cliff's dark cracks. The dungeon was cleared at last. Lin Yuan drew a long breath, and the strain that had held him taut finally ebbed away. A crisp system chime rang in his ears. Your party has cleared the instance green dragon's nest. Rewards. Hydear Lord EXP Tomes 20. Hydear Hero EXP Tomes 20. Hydear Resource Chests 500. Random Platinum Grade Strategic Relic Boxes 2. A heartbeat later, the world channel erupted. The team led by Huaxia Lord Bingqiu has cleared Green Dragon's nest and received Forbidden Spell Scroll Wrath of the Green Dragon. The lavish haul sent everyone's spirits soaring. 2 platinum relics, each. This is nuts. Shin Bai's eyes sparkled. He almost jumped in place. And all those Hero EXP tomes me hero can gain 2, maybe 3 levels. Look at you, acting like it's your first loot drop. Lin Mingming shot him a sideways glance, though her smile was impossible to hide. With a dungeon this tough, rich rewards are only fair. 2 platinum relics would boost her overall strength by a full tier. She hadn't even assembled a complete set of gold yet. Let's open the boxes now, Chunbei urged. If we get something that doesn't fit, we can trade. Sure, but Lin Yuan picks first, Li Bingqiu said, her tone light. Of course. Chunbei grinned. We cleared it thanks to you, Inga. Riding a big shot's coattails feels awesome. Lin Yuan waved dismissively, half amused. No need for ceremony. Take what you want. Platinum gear isn't critical for me anymore. I just want the Forbidden Spell Scroll and the Green Dragon's Hoard. Deal. Chun Bai's curiosity flared. But what exactly is the Green Dragon's Hoard? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Yuan simply smiled. Everyone opened their chests. The wooden boxes dissolved into sparks of light, revealing 2 platinum items apiece. Chun Bai's face fell. A twilight robe mage only. A crimson longbow warcher only. Platinum at last. And it's all stuff I can't use. He clutched the items, ready to wail. Priceless, your luck is awful. Lin Mingming tossed him a massive black axe. Here, this suits you. He caught it, and the stat panel unfolded: platinum great axe, dark cleaver, huge attack bonus, plus an AoE skill, dark harvest. His eyes lit up like floodlights. Lin Mingming, from today you're my mom. Quit it. She rolled her eyes. The axe isn't free. I need that twilight robe. My mage is missing one. Deal. Chun Bei handed over the robe at once. Better to trade dust collectors for a weapon that fit. Trades crisscrossed the cavern, and within moments everyone had gear they liked. The 2 relics Lin Yuan pulled didn't mesh with his heroes, so he swapped with Li Bingqiu and ended up with the flowing cloud boots, immediately equipping them on Ertolia. All right, loot sorted. Lin Yuan clapped his hands. Next, let's claim the Green Dragon's treasure. Where exactly is that treasure? Chun Bei scanned the area. The cavern was strewn only with torn vines and scattered scales. Lin Yuan raised a hand and pointed at the layered canopy of emerald leaves overhead, his voice calm, yet certain. Up there. Determined to claim the Green Dragon's hoard, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to scale the ancient tree. Its brown-green bark, weathered by time, was furrowed with deep grooves, and sticky sap seeped out at the lightest touch of his fingertips. Overhead, overlapping branches sliced the sky into scattered fragments, and the dappled sunlight that slipped through fell across the party's shoulders. With no other choice, Li Bingqiu, Lin Mingming, Chun Bei, and the others followed close behind. Man, this thing is way too tall, Chun Bei muttered halfway up. One glance down revealed shaking branches and wind-tossed treetops far below, the dizzying height making his legs tremble. If I fall, it'll end up as a smear on the ground. His voice cracked as he swallowed hard. Lin Mingming gave a dismissive snort, eyes full of contempt. You're a grown man scared already? It's just a game. So what if you fall? You can revive anyway. Li Bingqiu laughed and chimed in exactly. Look at Lin Mingming, she's braver than you. Chun Bei grumbled under his breath. The game feels so real, can I be afraid of heights? For now, dying in the game merely cost a few resources and some experience. Lin Yuan, however, knew that things would be very different in a month. Everyone in the real world would be transported into the game, and the death system would change to 3 lives only. Once those were gone, death would be permanent. When that day came, no one would treat dying as a joke. Near the canopy, the wind grew stronger. Before long, the group reached the treetop, where dense layers of leaves spread out like a flat green plain. Hey, there's a chest over there. Chun Bai's sharp eyes spotted something ahead, and excitement lit his voice. Following his pointing finger, they saw 3 emerald green chests nestled deep within the leafy sea, their dragon engravings glinting in the sunlight, the Green Dragon's treasure Lin Yuan had promised. The dungeon was already cleared, so nothing stood in their way. They strode along the thick branches. Come on, open them, I can't wait to see what's inside, Chun Bei said, rubbing his hands, his face flushed with excitement. Although he knew the loot would ultimately belong to Lin Yuan, getting a first look was thrilling enough. To be honest, Lin Yuan was eager too. He knew only the hoard's location. Its contents remained a mystery. The lord who discovered it in Lin Yuan's previous life had shared the coordinates, but not the rewards. That player had probably stumbled upon the tree by sheer luck after clearing the dungeon. Now, with memories of that past life, Lin Yuan had retraced the path on purpose. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand to the latch of the first chest. Click! The clasp sprang open, and the lid lifted as a cool, emerald light washed over him. You have opened the Green Dragon's hoard and obtained Green Dragon Crystal. You have opened the Green Dragon's hoard and obtained Diamond Grade Artifact Green Dragon Armor. You have opened the Green Dragon's hoard and obtained Green Dragon Summoning Scroll. 3 chests stood before him, each hiding a treasure of its own. With a single thought, Lin Yuan traced a fingertip across the seal of the first chest, and lines of data flared across his vision. 1. Emerald Dragon Crystal Special Item. Description: can be socketed into armor. Effect: Magic Immunity 30. 2. Emerald Dragon Armor Quality, Diamond. Base Stats: Strength 230, Constitution 350, Agility 170, Defense 500, Magic Immunity 20. Bonus skill: Roar of the Emerald Dragon. Unleashes a shockwave of dragon fear. All enemy units that hear the roar suffer dragon suppression, reducing every stat by 1035 and taking 20 more damage. The debuff scales with the target's strength. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 120 minutes. 3. Emerald Dragon Summoning Scroll Special Item. Description: summons 10 emerald dragons that immediately join your ranks. The cascading numbers shimmered on the light screen, and even the battle-hardened Lin Yuan paused in astonishment. Each of these items was worth a fortune. First was the Emerald Dragon armor. Worldwide, it was likely the very first piece of diamond-grade strategic gear. Its outrageous base stats alone could make its wearer the focal point of a small-scale war, while Roar of the Emerald Dragon was a battlefield-shaping crowd control skill capable of crippling an entire enemy formation for 5 minutes, enough to flip a direct confrontation on its head. Next came the Emerald Dragon Crystal. On paper, it only offered magic immunity 30, yet it dovetailed perfectly with the armor's innate 20, pushing the total to 50 in an instant. Lin Yuan had felt the terror of magic immunity firsthand. In a previous raid, even a barrage from over 100 Tier 5 hidden units flame, Mageshad only left shallow white scars on an Emerald Dragon's hide. Without that trait, he never would have survived, let alone secured victory. Lastly, the Emerald Dragon summoning scroll 1 use, and 10 9th tier Emerald Dragons would answer his call. While the number fell short of their prime, 9th tier power was nothing to scoff at, and with his army still reeling from a grueling battle, the reinforcements were arriving at the perfect moment. After confirming the details, Lin Yuan dismissed the light screen. He had just turned to leave when Chun Bai's impatient voice burst from the communicator. "Boss, what did you pull? Let us feast our eyes on the loot." Lin Yuan chuckled and shared the 3 item panels across the team channel. Seconds later, a collective gasp echoed in his ear. A diamond-grade strategic item? Damn, that's insane. Jealousy flashed in Chun Bai's eyes, but he knew better. Whatever the prize, Lin Yuan had earned it through sheer skill. They were, without question, incredible finds. Li Bingshu said, "If we set this green dragon crystal into the green dragon armor, that 50% magic immunity will be every mage hero's worst nightmare." As he spoke, his fingertips brushed the fist-sized emerald. Green light flowed inside it as though a hatchling dragon slept within. Admiration gleamed in Li Bingshu's eyes. The armor was already renowned for its high magic resistance, and the crystal pushed it into strategic grade territory. Lin Yuan nodded. "Exactly. I'm going to have Archuolia wear it." He raised a hand as if sketching the image in the air. "Once she puts it on, she'll be a true mage hunter." Everyone immediately pictured Archuolia's past duels with Kellen. Kellen was a classic glass cannon mage, yet by summoning dark elves and draining life, he had managed to stall her charges. With 50% magic immunity, that defense would collapse. "When the time comes," Lin Yuan said firmly, "Kellen will be a lamb to the slaughter, or rather, any mage hero will be." With the green dragon horde secured, there was no reason to stay. Acting as captain, Li Bingshu ordered, "Exit the instance." A flash of white light whisked the party to the entrance. The clear stage prompt blinked, and the cavern behind them blurred and vanished. The one-off dungeon sealed itself after a first clear. Lin Yuan looked around. What's next for everyone? Lin Mingming weighed her depleted forces and frowned. "I need to lie low for a while and rebuild. We lost a lot of troops." "Same here," Li Bingshu said. "They'll also use the downtime to find candidates for your dungeon hunter team." She was always dependable. She hadn't forgotten Lin Yuan's casual idea. Chun Bei sidled up, eyebrows waggling. "Dungeon hunters? What's that?" Li Bingshu glanced at Lin Yuan, received a nod, and explained, "Dungeon hunters locate hidden instances, grab the first clear rewards, then sell the info to whoever needs it. Find dungeons, take the first clear loot." Chun Bai's eyes lit up. "Boss, that's right up my alley. How about I join up as a dungeon hunter?" Lin Yuan laughed. "You? A dungeon hunter? It's hard work. One find net's only a few tens of thousands. If you spend all your time scouting, your own growth stalls. Not worth it." Chun Bei scratched his head. "True, I shouldn't waste time on that." Then he brightened. "But when you go for a first clear, can you take me along? You do the killing, they'll do the cheering." Lin Yuan sighed. This guy really was a character. Since Chun Bei had taken the initiative, Lin Yuan felt obliged to respond. He made up his mind almost at once. If he had to win Chun Bei over sooner or later, why not use this chance to bring him directly into the team? With the decision made, Lin Yuan lifted his eyes and looked at the two of them. "Chun Bei, Lin Mingming, if you still plan on following Li Bingshu, I can offer you a better option. Join my team." The unexpected invitation left them momentarily stunned. This was their first dungeon run with Lin Yuan. Tagging along with Li Bingshu already felt like a stroke of luck, but having the legend himself recruit them was beyond anything they had imagined. In truth, Lin Yuan was interested mainly in Chun Bai's potential. Lin Mingming was just along for the ride. In his previous life, she had barely registered in his memory. After a brief pause, Chun Bei snapped back to reality and shouted, "I'm in." "Of course I'm in." Lin Mingming followed quickly, her voice small but firm. "I'll join too." Lin Yuan nodded, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips, exactly the outcome he had expected. Riding a wave of excitement, Chun Bei couldn't help asking, "Boss, how many people are in our team right now? You must have a bunch of heavy hitters besides yourself, right?" In his mind, someone like Lin Yuan would command a sizable force. To his surprise, Lin Yuan spread his hands and ticked off his fingers. "Until now it was just me and Li Bingshu. Counting you and Lin Mingming, that makes 4. Oh, and my butler, but he hasn't logged in yet." The corners of Chun Bai's mouth twitched, and a string of question marks practically flashed above his head. For real? Does this make me a founding member? Even though the team was far smaller than Head pictured, he didn't hesitate. Lin Yuan's strength spoke for itself, and following a powerhouse like him could only be a good deal. Since you've decided to join, you should get a welcome gift. With that, Lin Yuan opened his inventory, and 2 streaks of brilliant white light flashed through the air. He handed Lin Mengmeng a staff of pure white inlaid with an azure mana crystal. White Dream, Platinum tier, exclusive to elf mages. Next, he passed a gold rim token to Chen Bei. He had never been stingy with his own people. Thank you, boss. Lin Mengmeng accepted the staff with both hands, bowing politely. Chen Bei checked the token's stats immediately. Within seconds his eyes widened, and he blurted out, This isn't rank hero recruitment order. His outburst drew the attention of Lin Mengmeng, and Li Bingchuno one had expected Lin Yuan to be so generous, casually handing over an rank hero token. Seeing their shock, Lin Yuan explained calmly, I picked it up when I cleared the hell-level orc encampment for the first time. It can recruit and rank heroine orc warlord. To be honest, this class hero is only average and doesn't really fit my lineup. Lin Yuan spread his hands and casually passed over the recruitment token. But he's perfect for you, so consider this a welcome gift. Chen Bai's eyes flared with astonishment, a surge of joy nearly knocking him breathless. He knew exactly what his class hero was worth. List 1 on the exchange, and it would fetch tens of millions, often with buyers fighting for the chance. Even better, the hero tied to this token matched his orc faction flawlessly, making it a tailor-made upgrade. Within seconds, only one thought remained. I picked the right boss. He drew a deep breath and promised solemnly, Boss, I won't waste words. From now on, whatever you need, he'll do without hesitation. Lin Yuan had no doubts about Chunbai's character. His class hero might be priceless, but trading it for the unwavering loyalty of a capable lieutenant was a bargain, and money was the one thing he never lacked. Just then, something clicked for Chen Bei. He rummaged through his backpack, pulled out a slightly worn parchment roll, and offered it with both hands. Boss, this is for you. Lin Yuan took it, scanned the faint lines that formed a route, and asked, What is it? I'm not entirely sure, Chen Bei admitted, scratching his head. Looks like a treasure map. When I was farming monsters in a forest, I met a goblin merchant. I thought it was a hidden quest, so I traded with him and blew a heap of silver on junk. I lost my temper and had my orcs rough him up. Half dead, the little guy handed over this map and begged for mercy. I still don't know what it's good for. He flushed with embarrassment. You've been so generous, boss. I can't come empty-handed. The only thing of value on me is this map, so please take it as my gift in return. Chen Bai's straightforward loyalty earned a nod from Lin Yuan. He wasn't sure what the map was worth, but offering his only possible treasure proved genuine sincerity. What truly gave Lin Yuan pause, though, was a sudden flash of memory from his previous life. Someone had indeed triggered a hidden storyline involving a goblin merchant. That lord had also met the same creature in a forest, been swindled out of a fortune, then beaten the goblin senseless and walked away not with a parchment map, but with a top-tier platinum artifact. Lin Yuan paused, searching his memory, and soon pieced together what had happened. Deep in the forest, a lord had run into a goblin trader and, before he knew it, had been sweet-talked out of a pouch full of silver. Furious, he drew his longsword and beat the goblin black and blue. Terrified, the goblin pulled out a parchment map and begged for mercy. But the lord thought the scoundrel was still trying to trick him and kept swinging. Desperate, the goblin produced a platinum-grade relica treasure rare enough in the early game to make any lord's eyes burn with envy. The sudden flash of platinum light finally made the lord stop and pocket the relic in surprise. Yet the more he thought about it, the less sense it made. The real treasure might have been the parchment map he had dismissed as a fake. When he returned to the forest, the goblin was long gone and the opportunity had slipped through his fingers. The recollection fading, Lin Yuan lowered his gaze to the sheepskin map in his palm. His expression completely changed. The butterfly effect of rebirth had clearly nudged many events off course. The chance originally meant for that lord had fallen into Chunbai's hands and was now within his own grasp. Whatever treasure waited at the end of the map, his anticipation only grew. Thank you for the gift, he said. After stowing the map, he parted ways with Chun Bei and the others, each returning to their own territory. Once the lord's manor reached level 5, construction time skyrocketed. The higher the tier, the more painstaking the craftsman's work became. At the current pace, unlocking tier 6 units would take at least another 10 days. Lin Yuan was in no hurry after sprinting ahead for so long. It was time to slow down and consolidate. Besides, with the hidden unit flame mage under his command, even tier 6 troops would not improve his overall strength by much. 7 days passed. With the start of a new week, every camp's recruitment list reset. Lin Yuan bought out the lot without hesitation, down to the last tier 1 militia. Plenty of resources gave him confidence. If he ever ran short, he could simply pay premium prices on the market. During that week he focused on only 3 things: running dungeons, farming wild monsters, and expanding his territory. Artoria advanced to level 33, and Chiron caught up to 30. He farmed so aggressively not just for experience, but to rebuild his forces after the battle at the Green Dragon's Nest. His skeleton army had been nearly wiped out. Fortunately, in 7 days of effort he had converted another 1,000 heavy skeleton knights. 1,000 units may not sound impressive, but heavy skeleton knights are tier 5 troops, and forging a single company takes the essence of at least 16,000 tier 1 skeletons. They keep the skeleton knights blistering charge while wearing layers of plate, giving them frightening durability. On the battlefield they are all but unstoppable. By now Lin Yuan's core force was formidable. 10 tier 9 green dragons wheeled overhead, 200 tier 5 flame mages stood in formation, and 1,000 heavy skeleton knights waited in black armor. He also commanded spearmen, archers, cavalry, plus dark elf swordsmen, bowmen, and assassins. Even those so-called small fry could rout most ordinary lords. Beep beep beep. His military comms unit buzzed, snapping him back to the present. The moment he answered, a familiar woman's voice came through. Boss, we've got an open-world boss. Interested? Li Bingshu had been busy lately. She had handpicked a 5-person dungeon hunter squad for him, all veteran players and all scout-type heroes. Lin Yuan paid them well 20,000 a month plus commission, with a 50,000 bonus each time they located an untouched dungeon. Had expected news of a new instance, not an open-world boss. In the age of lords, a roaming boss was as rare and as lucrative as a first clear dungeon. He got straight to the point. What tier? If it's low, I'm not coming. I can handle the low-level ones myself, Li Bingshu laughed. Level 40, Platinum Tier Bone Spirit Sorcerer Gulta. The coordinates are deep in Bone Forest. If you're coming, they'll wait at the entrance. Lin Yuan glanced at the map as she spoke. Bone Forest was close, an hour and a half at most. I'm on my way. The loot from a level 40 Platinum boss is worth the trip. True to form, he moved quickly. A little over an hour later he reached the forest's edge, where towering dead trees formed a skeletal skyline, and a cold wind howled among them. Li Bingshu was already waiting. When she spotted him she waved. Over here, boss. Lin Yuan strode over. Let's go. Take me to the boss. Got it. She nodded, then her voice turned urgent. But we have to hurry. I just saw another lord's squad enter the forest, and their lineup looks like they are after the same boss. Facing Li Bingshu's concern, Lin Yuan waved it off. Relax. No one's taking the boss from me. He motioned for her to lead the way, then marched the main force into the shadow-drenched forest of bones. Li Bingshu had clearly done her homework. She knew every twist of the terrain, moving with steady, rapid strides. In less than half an hour they traversed a vine-choked corridor littered with dead branches and bleached remains, reaching the forest's heart. The monsters that lunged at them, mostly tier 3 skeletal direwolves with the occasional tier 4 skeletal duraburberly, made a dent. Artoria and Kellen never even drew their blades. 200 flame mages lifted their staves in unison. A barrage of explosive fireballs roared out, reducing the creatures to scalding bone shards that fell like hot ash. We're here. Li Bingshu stopped before a colossal dead tree of bone and pointed ahead. Lin Yuan followed her finger. Under the pallid moonlight, a towering skeleton stood in the center of a clearing. A chalk-white staff flickered with ghostly emerald fire in its hand, thin coils of black mist wrapping its joints. A faded robe hung from its frame, and twin soul flames burned in its hollow eye sockets, hinting at a twisted intellect. Legend said this bone spirit sorcerer had been so obsessed with necromancy that he stripped the flesh from his own body in search of truth, turning himself into an undead husk. The Mage Guild expelled him, and every major city posted a bounty after his live experiments were exposed. He fled into this forest, kept experimenting, and gradually turned its creatures into skeletal soldiers. The once peaceful greenwood became the dreaded forest of bones. Lin Yuan's gaze stayed calm. We've found the boss. Time to move. Artoria, drag that thing over here. He had barely finished speaking when leaves rustled in the bushes on the far side, accompanied by hushed voices. You're sure the boss is here? Absolutely. I ran into it while leveling this morning and messaged you right away. Good work. If this goes smoothly, you'll get credit when we're back. Heh, thanks boss. But that's a level 40 platinum boss. Can we really handle it? What's to fear? We've got, what, 1,000 men? Maybe 1,500? At least 200 or 300 are tier 4 troops. If we have to throw bodies at it, we'll bury the boss under sheer numbers. But the casualties would be brutal. If we bleed that hard, we might need a week or 2 to recover. The leader cut him off, impatience plain in his voice. Quit second-guessing everything, will you? If we really manage to loot a few platinum-grade treasures, do you think the boss will shortchange us? A sudden whisper brushed past Lin Yuan's ear. He frowned and followed the sound. Across the gray-white wasteland, 7 or 8 well-equipped lords were crunching over broken stone, their armor and weapons clinking crisply. Their target was clearly the same Bone Lich. They were the very group Li Bingshu had spotted earlier from a distance. The newcomers quickly noticed Lin Yuan and his companion. A buzz-cut youth halted and muttered, "Boss Wang Hu, looks like someone beat us here." Wang Hu, a scar-faced hulk with rope of veins bulging along his arms, narrowed his eyes at Lin Yuan and Li Bingchu and snorted. So what if they got here first? Just two of them think they can handle that boss? The buzz cut you've caught on and whispered, so you mean? Isn't it obvious? Wang Hu rasped, waving a hand. If they attack the boss, we hang back and let them whittle down its HP. When the timing's right, we step in. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The buzz cut youth flashed a thumbs up, fawning all the while. Wang Hu folded his arms, a cold glint in his eyes. If some suckers want to tank for us, let them. With that, he halted the team beside a pile of bones and advanced no farther. On the other side, Li Bingchu frowned slightly. Lin Yuan, it looks like they don't plan to team up with us. Team up with me? Lin Yuan gave a dry laugh. They're not qualified. Their formation says it all. They're here to pick the scraps. Then should I go talk to them? Li Bingchu gripped her longbow, still hoping for peace. No need. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet chilling. If they dare make a move, he'll cut them down. His tone was light, but the killing intent was palpable, and Li Bingchu shivered. Since entering the game, this was the first time she might have to fight other players. She had slain countless monsters, yet never experienced PvP between lords. Keep an eye on them. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his boots grinding tracks in the pale bone sand. I'm going to solo the boss. The moment they move, don't hesitate, shoot. Understood. Li Bingchu answered at once, signaling her troops. Shield bearers formed up, archers drew their bows, and they held their ground behind Lin Yuan, eyes locked on Wang Hu's squad. Lin Yuan, however, scarcely spared them a thought. Had they struck first, he would have wiped them out already. As for the level 40 Bone Lich, Lin Yuan didn't even need Li Bingchu's help. He intended to solo it himself. Artoria raised her holy sword high, activated the Shield of Glory, and charged straight toward the Bone Lich. Golden light flared as she shot forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. The blade fell, and 3 blinding arcs slashed through the air. 2134, 2014, 2256. Blood-red numbers exploded over the Lich's head, scattering crimson mist. At the same time, Lin Yuan's interface filled with its full stats. Bone Lich. Platinum grade boss, level 40. HP, 220,000. Magic attack, 1, 5602, 580. Defense, 550. Skills, Summon Bone Wolves, 1000 Souls Obliteration, Bone Arrow Barrage, Bone Ward. Background, a necromancer corrupted by darkness who wields terrifying bone magic. Its armor was mediocre, and Artoria's holy combo had already shaved off more than 6,000 HP. Before she could finish the job, a guttural incantation rumbled from the Lich's throat. A bone-white ward snapped into place with a harsh crack, layers of interlocking fragments halting the holy sword. The shield's surface splintered but held. Behind it, soulfire danced atop the staff, casting a sickly green glow over ash-gray robes. With a grinding crack, the floor split open. Bone dire wolves clawed out of the shadows one after another, fangs bared as they lunged at Artoria. Each was at least tier 4, their howls echoing through the hall. In barely 10 seconds, more than 100 had gathered, forming a layered ring around her. Lin Yuan stayed calm. Heavy cavalry skeletons, charge and crush them. He commanded. Thunderous hooves answered as skeletal knights in black iron plate surged forward, lances gleaming coldly. As tier 5 units, they outclassed the bone wolves in offense, defense, and mobility, and they outnumbered them several times over. Every thrust pinned a wolf to the floor, shattering it into splinters. In the distance, Wang Hu's squad stared in shock. Damn, this guy's nuts. Is he soloing the Bone Lich? His starter race is Ghost Clan? I've never seen ghost units riding skeletal horses. Those are tier 4 bone dire wolves, and he's turning them to dust. His hero's insane too. Every swing takes a huge chunk off the boss' health. The steady stream of praise made Wang Hu's face darken. He scowled and said coolly, what's the big deal? If he's having it this easy, the boss must be weak. If we went in, we'd wipe it even faster. The buzzcut youngster beside him nodded at once. Boss is right. If we'd known the boss was this trash, would have moved sooner. A cold smile tugged at Wang Hu's lips. No rush, he murmured. We'll take our shot soon enough. Wait until that guy whittles the boss health below 20%, then we move in, steal the kill, and take the boss for ourselves. Wang Hu kept his voice low as he crouched behind the rubble, eyes fixed on the slender figure in the center of the battlefield. Greed flashed across his face. With damage numbers that high, the guy had to be carrying top-tier strategic relics. If they took him out, 1 or 2 were bound to drop. That was the rule in the Age of Lords. When one lord killed another, they always lost a relic or 2. And when the game world fully replaced the real world, any lord who used up all 3 revivals and died for good would drop every relic he owned. The buzz of it made the crew cut youth's blood race. He licked his lips, eyes shining. Boss is right. There's no first come, first serve with a boss. Whoever grabs the kill gets it. Too bad heroes can't be captured, or ID take his. That face, that bodish is a total knockout. Lin Yuan had no idea the group had set their sights on him. Even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. To him, they were nothing but ants. On the field, the armored skeleton knights pressed their attack, long spears stabbing at the bone spirit mage as the boss health tumbled. To speed things up, Lin Yuan sent Kalin to join the assault. Against a target with no magic immunity, her burst damage far surpassed Artorias. Stationed in a safe spot, she fired off spells like a machine gun, waves of fire turning the dark cavern crimson. What looked like a platinum-grade boss to everyone else was a lamb waiting for slaughter to Lin Yuan. When the health bar slipped below 20%, the bone spirit mage let out a shrill screech and raised its staff for its ultimate attack. Rise undead buried beneath the earth. A blood-red skeletal hand burst through the dirt, followed by a half-exposed skeleton thrashing free. 1, 2, 300s of scarlet skeletons clawed their way up, rusted iron swords in hand, malevolent energy surging around them. Clang! A scarlet skeleton brought its sword crashing down, splitting a skeleton knight's armor and slicing away half its health in an instant. The sheer damage was chilling. Lin Yuan scanned the field at least 200 or 300 scarlet skeletons. Clearing them all would cost his troops dearly. The best move was to focus every attack on the bone spirit mage. Once the boss fell, the scarlet skeletons would vanish with it. Behind the ruins, Wang Hu's fists trembled with excitement. This is a gift from the heavens. We take Lin Yuan out in the chaos. The boss is ours plus all those relics. Grinning savagely, he barked, "Brothers, get ready to strike. Lin Yuan, watch out, they're coming for you." Li Bingqiu stood on a jutting rock, her gaze sharp as a hawk's as she tracked the distant movement. She had spotted Wang Hu's men gathering in secret. Even though they tried to stifle the metallic scrape of their armor, the sound still reached her keen ears. The moment her warning rang out, Wang Hu's face darkened. "What are you waiting for?" He barked. "Move." At his command, their banners snapped and a dense wave of soldiers surged forward, iron-shod boots kicking up dust as they swept toward Lin Yuan in a wide arc. Li Bingqiu didn't budge. With a flick of her hand, the rose swordswoman, Kalin, drew her blade. Sunlight flashed along its broad edge, illuminating the intricate rose motif etched down the steel. Behind her, pikemen and shield-bearers formed an unbroken wall, ready to halt the advance. Her message was plain. No one would reach Lin Yuan without going through her first. Yet Wang Hu's numerical advantage was obvious, and more troops pressed in from the flanks. Li Bingqiu knew she couldn't hold forever and silently urged Lin Yuan to finish his fight and come to her aid. On the front line, Kalin's sword clashed with a horned demon hero. Clad in dark red scales and burning green eyes, it was the Agrade horned demon, Azazealan Asset Wang, who had spent hundreds of thousands to summon. Sparks flew with every strike, but Kalin's momentum kept mounting. 2 platinum-grade strategic relics flared at her chest and wrist, their power maxed out, driving Azazel steadily backward. Wang Hu's brows knit. "And Scrade hero?" he muttered, then shook his head. No, if she were Scrade, the pressure would be even higher. Those relics wearing top-tier gear. Only then did he grasp that, aside from Lin Yuan's ability to solo a boss, Li Bingqiu also held a trump card of her own. Eyes narrowing, he shouted, "Girl, hey, race your chance. Hand over those 2 platinum relics, and he'll let you walk away. Refuse, and he'll wipe your entire army and make you start from scratch." If she surrendered, he could spare his troops and claim 2 platinum artifacts for free, a deal Wang, who was more than willing to make. Li Bingqiu looked up, her cold stare cutting like a blade, laced with open scorn. "Dream on. Someone as shameless as you shouldn't have been born." Anger surged in her chest. They not only meant to steal their boss kill, but now wanted her relics as well. Utterly despicable. Wang Hu snorted, voice like ice. "You asked for it. Erase her army. Now, wipe us out. Ridiculous. Such arrogance." A figure strolled out from behind Li Bingqiu, his steps unhurried, yet somehow shaking everyone to the core. "You're planning to wipe out my people? Did I give permission for that?" His tone was mild, but the words felt like a knife pointed straight at Wang Hu's squad. Wang Hu and his men stared as though they'd seen a ghost. The newcomer was Lin Yuan. Impossible. Moments ago had been locked in battle with the bone spirit mage, and the boss still had at least 20% of its health left. From the combat corridor to this spot was, at most, a minute, maybe even less than 30 seconds, yet here he was. Had he one-shot that wounded boss? Before the questions could settle, Lin Yuan lifted a hand. Black mist churned, and ranks of heavy skeleton knights thundered from the shadows, iron hooves pounding, lances leveled right at Wang Hu's group. "Damn it! Hold those skeletons back." Wang Hu's face went chalk white. He knew how terrifying the knight's charge could. Beta's strongest unit on his side was Tier 4, but even Tier 4 troops couldn't stop that lethal momentum. SSK. A Tier 4 hellhound was skewered through the chest and flung into the air. A moment later, several chilling spearheads turned it into a mist of blood. The knight's breakthrough shattered the squad's last shred of confidence. "Don't panic, we still have a chance." Wang Hu clenched his fists, growling to rally his men. "We've got the numbers, we've got more troops. If we have to, we'll grind him down. Yeah, units can be rebuilt. Kill those 2 and the loot is ours." The buzz-cut youth shouted, torn between grief for their fallen troops and the urge to charge ahead. "Exactly. Outlast them at fear death. Move." The more you lose, the bigger your share. The crowd howled like maniacs, either trying to boost their courage or truly believing Lin Yuan was an easy target. Greed flickered in several pairs of eyes. And the boss drops are still lying there, he hasn't had time to pick them up. Kill him. Seeing their frenzy, Lin Yuan's lips curled in a chilly smile. Ants trying to shake a tree, how ridiculous. If you think numbers give you an advantage, let me show you how meaningless they become against absolute power. At his signal, 200 flame mages behind him raised their staves. Fire coiled and boiled in the air. The incantations were short and guttural. Blazing explosive fireballs formed one after another, orbiting their casters like crimson meteors. These mages were the epitome of raw damagite, was their focused barrage that had erased the bone spirit mage in seconds. Any creature lacking magic immunity or fire resistance could only turn to ash before them. Now, witness true damage output. Lin Yuan's voice stayed calm. Hundreds of explosive fireballs tore through the air, trailing white-hot tails as they cascaded onto Wang Hu's format Iona, genuine meteor shower of fire. Boom after boom, countless explosive fireballs crashed to the ground. Orange-earth spheres streaked overhead like a meteor shower, their blazing tails scorching the air and searing every face on the field. Each detonation lit up the battlefield, and rolling heat waves hurled dust and rubble skyward. A flame mage's power was unquestionable. Any fragile unit below Tier 4 was reduced to charcoal by a single glancing hit, and even lightly or heavily armored professionals had to survive at least 2 direct strikes to stay alive. What truly crushed all hope, however, was the line of 200 flame mages chanting behind Lin Yuan. As their first incantation ended, 200 explosive fireballs roared down from the sky. Within heartbeats, the front row under Wang Hu's command was swallowed by fire. When the flames finally died, the soil was baked black, the stench of burned flesh hung in the air, and severed limbs littered the scorched earth. In less than 30 seconds, Wang Hu lost nearly a quarter of his forces, while Lin Yuan hadn't sacrificed a single soldier. The lopsided casualties drained every ounce of courage from Wang Hu's squad. They knew their only chance to turn the tide was to break through and eliminate the flame mages first. But an unbroken wall of heavily armored skeleton warriors barred the way. Bone plates riveted with iron glinted coldly, shield to shield, leaving no gaps. Any attempt to flank or force a breach would be crushed by those massive bone-cleaving blades and ponderous shields. Escaping this moving black iron fortress was pure fantasy. Through firelight and drifting smoke, Lin Yuan raised his head and looked calmly at Wang Hu. "Will you disband your troops yourselves?" he asked, voice perfectly even. "Or must I do it for you?" From the start, he had never intended to let these people go. The words hit Wang Hu like a bucket of ice water, and only now did he grasp the unbridgeable gap between them. Face darkening, he shouted, "Kid, don't push it too far. Let me go now, and we can still be friends. Otherwise the Lin Shi group will hunt you down." Lin Yuan lifted an eyebrow, a hint of amusement on his lips. "So you're with the Lin Shi group?" Sensing recognition, Wang Hu regained a measure of swagger. "That's right. My boss is Lin Tianke, the man who runs the Lin Shi group. Now do you understand who you're messing with?" Li Binka's expression turned odd. Even if Wang Hu was truly Lin Tianke's watchdog, he was still only a watchdog. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was the group's heir in name. Had he not sold off his shares, he would still be the largest shareholder, and even Lin Tianke treated him with the utmost respect. Watching Wang Hu show off in front of the man himself left her speechless. His bravado bordered on suicidal. Believing he had cowed his opponent, Wang Hu opened his mouth to speak again, but Lin Yuan's voice drifted over, light, yet carrying unquestionable authority. "I'm still alive," he said. "So how exactly does Lin Tianke get to speak for the Lin Shi group?" The words landed like a hammer. For an instant Wang Hu froze, pupils contracting as a chill crawled up his spine. He had no idea who Lin Yuan really was, but anyone who could say that in this situation was clearly far beyond his league. After issuing the order, Lin Yuan swept his arm and barked, "Kill them all." The words had barely left his mouth when 1,000 heavy skeletal cavalry spurred their mounts forward. Iron hooves pummeled the earth, flinging shards of stone as a black torrent of bone and steel swallowed the battlefield. Bone lances rose high, their pallid points flashing with deadly light. Behind them, flame mages lifted their staves and chanted in unison. Crimson runes knit the air into a blazing web, and hundreds of fist-sized fireballs roared skyward, trailing searing tails. Wang Hu's force, only a few hundred strong and poorly equipped, never had time to form a proper defense. Flame and charging cavalry tore them apart. In barely half a minute, the shouting soldiers lay in smoking heaps, the scorched soil radiating heat, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh and bone dust. One-sided didn't begin to describe it. Lin Yuan's own losses were trivial, only a few broken skeletal limbs that necromancers soon stitched back together. With the troops gone, the assault turned to the enemy lords. Artoria flashed forward like a silver streak, small shock waves popping in her wake. In a blink she was before Wang Hu. One swing of her blade sent his head flying. As blood geysered, Chiron's dark bolts pierced the chests of several other lords, and corrosive smoke devoured their screams. Even in death their eyes stayed wide, filled with disbelief. In game, it was their first and worst defeat. Corpses thudded to the ground and beams of loot light flared. Silver and gold-grade strategic items were scattered everywhere, none of them valuable. Not a single platinum piece had dropped. Lin Yuan glanced over the lot and snorted. It was junk fit only for the auction house. Picking her way through rubble, Li Bingshu said coolly, "Serves them right, tried to steal the boss and figured they'd finish us off too." She paused. "By the way, you still haven't looted the Bone Spirit Mage." Only then did Lin Yuan stride over to the fallen boss. The gray-white robe was riddled with scorch holes, charred bones scattered in every direction. He reached into the heap and fished out the spoils. A field boss never disappoints. 2 platinum-grade strategic items. 1. A heavy bone warhammer for melee heroes. 2. A bone spirit robe tailored for spellcasters. The warhammer didn't suit Artoria's swordplay, so Lin Yuan ignored it. The robe, however, fit Chiron perfectly. Once she put it on, her aura deepened and her magical presence surged. There was also a special hero recruitment order, an A-rank hero Bone Knight Glenn. Lin Yuan vaguely remembered him excellent for an A-rank, especially for undead lords. But with his current lineup, burning a slot on an A-rank held no appeal, so he passed. After a moment's thought, he shoved the recruitment order and the other unwanted items into Li Bingshu's arms. "Handle these," he said. "Sell them at market price, or trade for specialty goods if you can. I'm not exactly short on cash." Li Bingshu nodded at once. "I understand." She knew that gold coins were nothing but numbers to Lin Yuan. The truly valuable items were those special artifacts, still glowing pale blue things that might save their lives when it really mattered. "All right, the boss is dead and the enemy's down, so we should head back." Lin Yuan put away his weapon, nudged the brittle bones at his feet into powder, and strode toward the exit of Skeleton Forest. Li Bingshu hurried after him, dry branches scraping across her bracers with a faint rustle. "Those men just now, were they working for your uncle, Lin Tianke? Will this cause trouble for you?" Lin Yuan turned his head, his eyes calm and cold. "You're worried my uncle will target me? Better safe than sorry, even when it's family." She paused, then spoke more softly. "My dad says your uncle is a man of deep schemes. I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge." Lin Yuan let out a quiet laugh. Li Bingshu frowned. "What's so funny?" "I'm laughing because you don't understand my uncle at all." His voice was even, yet icy. "People like Wang who are just dogs to him. He won't waste effort avenging a few dead dogs. On the contrary, he'll probably greet me with a smile and apologize. That's the kind of man he is. Either he does nothing, or he goes all the way. Even if he means to kill you the next second, he can still chat with you while smiling." His eyes grew colder. "But you're right about one thing, does want me dead. Only if I'm gone can he take over the Lin group outright." That conviction came from memories soaked in blood. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had died in one of Lin Tian's plots, a betrayal that revealed his uncle's true face. Even worse, his parents had also been murdered by Lin Tianque, an ocean of blood, an irreconcilable vendetta. Housekeeper Li had once warned him to beware of Lin Tianque, but after his parents' deaths, his uncle had been one of the few relatives he had left. Back then Lin Yuan hadn't suspected that sly old fox at all. Only when the truth surfaced did he realize how naive had been. Pain, regret, fury, and despair twisted together until they became a blazing fire of vengeance in his heart. He swore that if he ever got a second chance, he would make sure Lin Tianque died without a grave for himself and for his parents. Heaven granted that chance. He was living life over again. The flame of revenge had never gone out. He hadn't struck, yet only because he was still gathering strength. Even Lin Yuan had to admit, Lin Tianque was a formidable foe. In his previous life, Lin Tianque relied on the Lin group's clout to build a faction almost overnight during the Lord era, eventually ruling a swath of Huaxia as a regional overlord. Because of that, eradicating Lin Tianque and his men would never be simple. Lin Yuan could fight 10 warriors at once, yet even he could not stand alone against hundreds or thousands. For him, creating a power base of his own had become the top priority. No matter how dazzling personal talent might be, it has limits, whereas a true faction can contend with anyone. Li Bingshu suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice, "My dad said you've dumped every share you held in the Lin group. So why is your uncle still coming after you?" Lin Yuan's gaze stayed calm, his tone low but resolute. "It's not that simple. I still hold enormous sway inside the company. The veteran executives my father promoted are instinctively wary of Lin Tianque. If he takes control, they'll be the first to suffer. To them, I'm still the safest banner to rally around. As long as I'm here, they can use my name to keep him in check." He shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips. "So Lin Tianque will either wipe me out or turn me into a puppet holding the emperor to command the lords. I chose to sell my shares. And yes, some of them lost faith in me, but I have no regrets. A mere Lin group is nothing worth clinging to. The world we've stepped into now is where the real future lies." The brief exchange rang like a gong. Li Bingshu's heart trembled as she grasped that this young man possessed a maturity and boldness far beyond his years. like a warlord of old. His eyes were already fixed on a distant horizon. She clenched her fist in secret. She had indeed chosen the right boss. At the same time, the light at the territory's resurrection point dimmed, and Wang Hu strode out, face as black as thunder. The wipeout had bled him dry. Resources vanished, his troops were annihilated, and 2 gold-grade artifacts had dropped. Those items weren't dungeon spoil shed paid over 100,000 for them, so their loss cut deep. The communicator's vibration interrupted his fury. Wang Hu scowled and answered, "Feng Chang, what is it?" On the other end, the buzz-cut youth sounded wretched. "Boss, we're done for. The brothers' units are gone. A bunch of strategic items dropped. If I'd known, I'd never have provoked that kid." Wang Hu's anger blazed hotter. "Shut up. You think I didn't lose anything? We can rebuild the troops, ill compensate everyone. But I refuse to swallow this humiliation. Find out who that punk really is. That's why I called." Feng Chang stammered. "Boss, I just checked the kill log. The guy who wiped us, the one who killed us, all his game ID is Lin Yuan. He's the same Lin Yuan who spams the world announcements every single day. So that guy is Lin Yuan?" Wang Hu stood among the scorched, withered trees, his long sword still dripping with the game's simulated blood. The moment Feng Chang nervously blurted out that ID, Wang Hu froze. Lin Yuan, the name that had dominated the global announcements for ages and was known to nearly every player, was now their opponent. Wang Hu had never imagined he would provoke someone of that caliber. "Boss, we really kicked the hornet's nest this time." Feng Chang's face was drawn, his voice trembling. "Actually, this isn't a hornet's nest, it's a titanium wall. I was wondering how he could solo a level 40 platinum boss. Turns out he's Lin Yuan. If we'd known, we wouldn't have touched him even with 10 times the courage." While Feng Chang babbled on, Wang Hu's frown deepened until he finally snapped. "Pathetic. What use are you? Spineless coward. So what if he's Lin Yuan? He crossed me, and he'll pay for it." Feng Chang stared, then managed a bitter smile. "Boss, I get that you're angry, but the truth is we can't do anything to him. He wiped us out in seconds. We're not even in the same league. And those units of his are insane." He wasn't exaggerating. Wang Hu replayed the scene in his mind. Heavy skeleton knights had charged in formation, black iron bone armor gleaming in the dim light, impervious to blades and frighteningly fast. Above their heads floated 5th-tier icons, yet there were more than 1,000 of them. Behind them, flame mages raised their staves and hurled explosive fireballs. One wave of flames and swaths of players vanished from the screen. Most terrifying of all were the 10 enormous green dragons in the sky, vast wings beating, jade scales reflecting a cold gleam. Feng Chang didn't even dare guess their tier. Moments like that made him realize just how far beneath Lin Yuan they truly were. "With just the few of us, of course we can't beat him," Wang Hu growled, eyes flashing. "But if we can't, someone else can. Relax, boss, Lin will deal with him." After ending the call, he opened his friends list and dialed another number. A few seconds later, a cool voice answered. "Wang Hu, what is it?" Despite himself, Wang Hu felt a ripple of anxiety at that voice. He drew a deep breath and slipped into a sycophantic tone. "Boss Lin, long time no see." Knowing Lin Tianke hated small talk, he cut straight to the chase. "Hey, race the situation. We were exploring the Forest of Bones today and came across a level 40 platinum boss." "What? You couldn't handle it?" Lin Tianke's tone was casual. Wang Hu instantly sent over the coordinates. "Send me the location. He'll take care of it." Lin Tianke replied evenly, then added, "Each of you can pick up 200,000 from accounting. 200 grand apiece for a set of coordinates." Lin Tianke's generosity was staggering. With 5 of them, that amounted to more than 1 million. Even so, compared with the loot a platinum boss could drop, 1 million sounded almost trivial. Wang Hu cleared his throat awkwardly. "Mr. Lin, it's not what you think. We meant to send you the boss coordinates, but something unexpected happened on the way." Hearing that opener, Lin Tianke snorted inwardly. His expression, however, remained flat as he raised a hand. "Go on." No one knew Wang Hu's character better than Lin Tianke. The man only showed up for 2 reasons. Either the boss was too tough for him, or things had spun out of control and he needed someone to clean up the mess. Wang Hu licked his dry lips and forced himself to keep pleading. "Mr. Lin, you have to stand up for us this time. We found the boss first, but 2 players barged in and stole it right out from under us." To stir Lin Tianke's anger, he pushed all the blame onto the 2 strangers. Lin Tianke raised an eyebrow. "2 people took the boss from you? How many did you have?" 8, Wang Hu muttered. The corners of Lin Tianke's mouth curved in a faint, mocking smile. 8 of you couldn't handle 2 of them? Now he understood why Wang Hu had come crawling. Unless they had run into a real hard case, Wang Hu would never grovel. Those 8 might not be top-tier lords, but Lin Tianke had invested heavily in them, and they were solidly mid-tier. Getting wiped by 2 players spoke volumes about the opponent's strength. In fact, Wang Hu was still sugarcoating it. The real fight had been one-sided. Only a player named Lin Yuan had lifted a finger. The girl with him, Li Bingqiu, watched the entire time. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Hu's team was nothing but data on the ground. Grinding his teeth, Wang Hu kept piling it on. "If it were just the boss, Fanu lost fair and square. But I dropped the Lin Corporation name and told him I work for you." He still ran his mouth, said the Lin Corporation isn't yours to control. At that, Lin Tiang's brows drew together. He disliked anyone throwing around his name, but what concerned him more was who this arrogant player could be. Do you know his real identity? He asked. Not yet. His in-game ID is Lin Yuan. Catching the displeasure in Lin Tiang's voice, Wang Hu hurried on. If you're angry, I'll have people look him up right away. Everyone in the Lin Corporation knows you're the boss. A punk like that needs a lesson. With your strength, you could zero him out in no time. He was betting Lin Tianke would take the bait and deal with Lin Yuan for him. To his surprise, Lin Tianke chuckled, the sound equal parts warm and cold. You're quite considerate. Wang Hu laughed along. Of course, Mr. Lin, your problems are my problems. Lin Tiang's tone went soft. Then do you know who this Lin Yuan actually is? Who? Wang Hu's heart skipped. Dread crept in. Lin Tianke smiled. My nephew Lin Yuan. The moment Lin Tianke spoke, Wang Hu felt his scalp crawl. No more accurately, it felt as if someone had torn open his skull, leaving his head buzzing. The man he had provoked was actually the boss' own nephew? Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan, two names that sounded almost identical. He should have made the connection. Regret surged through him, and he nearly wanted to slap himself. You're lying to me. The razor-sharp whisper brushed his ear like an ice needle down his spine. Wang Hu felt a bucket of cold water crash over his head. Even his legs went weak. He hastily pasted on a sycophantic smile. Boss Lin, I'm just a dog you feed. I know every twist of your gut. How could I dare lie to you? Wang Hu, I've warned you many times, Lin Tianke said, his voice eerily calm. Don't take me for a fool. I'll give you one last chance. Repeat everything from the beginning. One false word, and you know the price. Lin Tiang's eyes were too sharp. Wang Hu's half-truths fell apart instantly. Cornered, he no longer dared to hide anything. He wilted like a frost-struck eggplant and confessed the whole story, how he gathered his men, how they clashed with Lin Yuan, and how they were routed instead. He even listed every bruise he had suffered, afraid to skip a single detail. Summy nephew is far from simple. Rather than flying into a rage, Lin Tianke nodded thoughtfully. The sorry state of Wang Hu and his crew didn't matter to him. He could find people willing to do his dirty work as easily as scooping fish from a river. Wang Hu was only here because he still had some use, and now it seemed even that was gone. The only thing on Lin Tiang's mind was Lin Yuan. If he wanted full control of Lin Group, that nephew was the biggest obstacle. Had Lin Yuan been a pampered wastrel, Lin Tianke might have tossed him a few billion to squander. But reality was different. The decisiveness with which Lin Yuan dumped his shares, the frightening skill he showed in the game both reeked of danger. Lin Tianke did not believe Lin Yuan cashed out just to play a game. No sane person would pay that price. Besides, he himself had been playing the same title, Lord's World. Guided by a keen business instinct, he had quickly decided it was more than a game. Its realism bordered on the tangible. Given enough time, it could become a second world. For any tycoon with foresight, that new continent was a gold mine not to be missed. Lin Yuan already posed a threat. If it came to that, Lin Tianke would eliminate his nephew without hesitation. Family meant nothing when weighed against power. All that remained in Lin Tiang's heart was an unquenchable hunger for control. If he truly valued family, he never would have staged that crash to murder Lin Yuan's parents. Anyone in his way would be erased. Lin Tianke meant to spare no one. From their exchange, Wang Hu caught a spark of hostility. The uncle and nephew were anything but close. With the instinct's head honed on the streets, missing that clue would have been unforgivable. After a brief hesitation, he ventured in a low voice, Boss Lin, if you need me, I can handle the kid for you. Lin Tianke let out a cold laugh, his stare sharp as a blade. You think a bunch of misfits like you can pull it off? Instead of being insulted, Wang Hu felt a surge of excitement. Tianke clearly wanted Lin Yuan dealt with. Lowering his voice, he pressed, we can't do it alone, but with your backing, it's another story. You expect me to help you go after my own nephew? Tianke scoffed. Wang Hu's expression didn't flicker. That depends on you, Boss Lin. For old time's sake, he'll have finance wire you 50 million. Tianke's tone was flat. Once the money lands, we're even. Your feud with Lin Yuan is none of my business. Is still my nephew. 50 million. Wang Hu froze, then couldn't hide his grin. Understood. The message was clear. Lin Yuan had to be taken out by Wang Hu alone. Tianke wouldn't get his own hands dirty. All that talk of nephew masked a lethal intent, and the hypocrisy made Wang Hu shake his head. Two paths remained. Take the money and crush Lin Yuan, or take it and do nothing and face Tianke's wrath. The choice was obvious. If he handled this cleanly, his value to Tianke would soar, and had already planned to move against Lin Yuan. With backing, his confidence grew. Elsewhere, after wiping out Wang Hu's crew, Lin Yuan still didn't leave. Li Bingqiu asked in confusion, you're not going? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He scanned the area until his gaze fixed on the bone lich's corpse. Even a boss body should vanish after 10 minutes. Yet the skeleton still lay on the ground. Something was wrong. Before Li Bingqiu could react, Lin Yuan lifted his foot and slammed it onto the skull. Crack. Bone splintered with a sharp snap, and the skull shattered. An irregular, bone-white crystal rolled out of the fragments. What is this? Li Bingqiu stared at the bone-white crystal, her face full of confusion. Lin Yuan showed no surprise. He bent down, rolled the crystal between his fingers, and said evenly, "Nothing special, just a key item that unlocks a hidden quest." Hidden quest? Li Bingqiu blinked, then blurted out, "How do you know that?" Lin Yuan reminded her coolly, "Did you forget I'm a reincarnator? Enough chatter, follow me." He left the skeletal mage's corpse behind, his boots snapping dry twigs with crisp cracks. Li Bingqiu hurried after him. After a few paces, she still sounded doubtful. "You're really reincarnated?" Lin Yuan glanced at her, expression unchanged. "I won't say it twice. Believe it or don't." Li Bingqiu pressed on. "If that crystal opens a hidden quest, why didn't you come to the Bone Forest earlier?" He shrugged. "I forgot." The blunt answer left her speechless. "You're brutally straightforward." Lin Yuan was telling the truth. Rebirth didn't grant omniscience. His memory of early game details was fuzzy. Only when the skeletal mage's body failed to vanish did he recall the Bone Forest's hidden quest, and the crystal in his hand was the key. Li Bingqiu's curiosity flared. "So how was I doing in my past life? Must've been glorious, right?" "Not really," he replied flatly. "You had it rough. They wiped your progress countless times, and you ended up begging me to take you in." Li Bingqiu's eyes widened. "I think you're lying." "I'm telling the truth." "Then swear Chinese don't lie to Chinese." Lin Yuan paused half a beat. Li Bingqiu instantly raised her voice. "Knew it, you're lying." He nodded without shame. "Fine, I lied. I didn't take you in. I just watched while they wiped you." "What the hell? You're a real jerk." She exploded, then tilted her chin, suddenly confident. "I get it, you chased me last life. I rejected you. So now you showed up first thing to be my boss and boss me around, trying to fix your regret." Lin Yuan gave her a lazy look. "With an imagination like that, you should be writing novels." "Heh, so I hit the mark." Li Bingqiu laughed proudly. She was about to continue when Lin Yuan raised a hand. "We're here." "Here?" She turned and froze. An abandoned graveyard stretched before her. Ash-gray mist drifted just above the ground. Broken headstones tilted at odd angles, and splintered wooden markers stuck out of cracked earth. A cold wind hissed by, flattening the dead grass. Startled, she took an involuntary step back. Her heart pounded, but she steadied her breathing and forced her voice calm. "What is this place?" Li Bingqiu spoke in a daze. "I never thought there'd be a place like this inside the Forest of Bones." Lin Yuan gave no reply. He kept walking, weaving through the cluttered graveyard. His eyes skimmed each crooked headstone as though searching for something specific. Seeing this, Li Bingqiu held her questions and followed quietly. After roughly 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Yuan stopped before a moss-covered gravestone. It had no inscription or carving, but in the center lay an irregular socket. Li Bingqiu quickly noticed that the hollow matched the bone-white crystal Lin Yuan had just obtained almost perfectly. Could it be? Before the thought took shape, Lin Yuan pressed the crystal into the slot. A dull click sounded, stone chips scattered, and the headstone slowly sank. A frigid whirlwind erupted, sweeping up dead leaves and shards of bone. Instinctively, Li Bingqiu edged closer to him and swallowed. "What's happening?" "A hidden quest just triggered. Get ready for a fight," Lin Yuan murmured. Even as he spoke, he barked orders. "Archuolia, Kalen, in front of me. Everyone, battle formation." The ground heaved and collapsed. One skeleton after another clawed free of the earth. Ghost green flames burned in their eye sockets. Their weapons varied, twin blades flashing cold light, a massive axe lined with chips, even several intact suits of black armor whose flesh had long since decayed. "Protect the Lord," Archuolia shouted. Her silver armor rang as she charged forward. Raising her sword, she unleashed a burst of pure, white holy light. Radiant slash. The beam tore through the gloom and struck the shield-bearing skeleton at the front. Yet the creature managed to raise its rusted tower shield in time, blocking the holy energy. The sword aura shattered, and its health dropped by barely a tenth. Dozens of similar elite skeletons advanced behind it. Seeing this, Li Bingqiu's face darkened. These skeletons aren't ordinary mobs. If they're not bosses, they're at least elites. "Exactly," Lin Yuan said calmly. "According to the lore, every corpse buried here belonged to an adventurer slain by the Bone Spirit Mage. After killing them, he used their bodies in experiments. The experiments failed, but the remains were refitted into powerful undead, so it's no surprise their stats are near boss level. That's why he buried them here. Once the mechanism is triggered, they'll attack any intruder without hesitation." Li Bingqiu gave a slight nod. "So, these skeletons, can you handle them?" Lin Yuan smiled calmly. "If I can't, no one can." The moment he finished speaking, 200 flame mages standing in twin ranks lifted their staffs in unison. Crimson runes flared in the air as they chanted together, completing the spell simultaneously. In an instant, 200 explosive fireballs screamed forward, locking onto the shield-bearing skeleton. Boom! Flames engulfed the target, the blast shattering its bone shield to dust and scattering fragments across the ground, leaving only loose white bones behind. That was just the beginning. Before the lingering glow had faded, a dark shape skimmed along the ground with a sharp hiss of air. In a heartbeat it sprang upward, twin daggers flashing, and with a single slash severed a flame mage's head. Blood sprayed, the staff clattered to the stone. For all their destructive power, flame mages were fragile once an enemy closed in. They were helpless. Only then did Lin Yuan see the attacker clearly, a skeletal assassin clad in jet black bones, twin daggers gleaming coldly, its form almost melding with the shadows. Before he could order a focus strike, the assassin blurred again, moving so fast the mages couldn't lock on. In the brief pause between incantations, it had already slipped beyond their range. If that thing moved unchecked, his precious flame mages would be butchered. To Lin Yuan, their value far exceeded that of any unit in the same tier. Heavy skeleton knights were 5th tier too, but they could be resummoned after every battle using fallen corpses, while new flame mages had to be recruited each week from the mage guild at a steep price. Resolved, Lin Yuan barked, flame mages, spread out. Each of you must have 2 heavy skeleton knights guarding you. At once the heavy skeleton knights surged forward, iron-shod hooves crunching stone as they slipped between the mages, shields raised and lances poised to form overlapping walls. They might not kill the assassin outright, but they would slow its rampage. Sure enough, whenever the skeletal assassin tried to close in, it met sweeping lances and shield bashes, bone blades sparking against iron. Cracks spidered across its frame, its strength dropping steadily. Yet the undead felt no fear. Like a precise machine, it repeated the pattern strike. Withdraw, strike again. In barely 2 or 3 minutes, a dozen flame mage corpses already littered the field, and the assassin still had more than half its strength left. At this rate, he would lose 30 or 40 mages before it finally fell. The battle had also made Lin Yuan aware of a problem. His current lineup still struggled against assassin-type units. If he had chosen frost mages at the start, the assassins would never have gotten close. He knew that perfectly well. Even so, he had no regrets. Every class came with its own strengths and weaknesses. The thought flickered by, and the fight shifted dramatically. Artoria finally broke free of the chaotic skirmish, flashing between the skeletal assassin and the flame mages. Just as the assassin tried to strike again, she raised her sword and a burst of golden radiance exploded outward. Divine restraint. A blinding column of light pinned the skeletal assassin in place, its bones crackling under the holy glare. The nearby flame mages seized the chance, hands flying through incantations as a low chant rippled across the line. Explosive fireball volley. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of blazing spheres merged into a stream of fire that slammed into the assassin. It still had over half its health, yet it lasted less than a second. Its bar dropped to 0, leaving nothing but scorched fragments scattered on the ground. With the most troublesome target gone, the remaining skeletons posed little threat. Heavy armored skeletal knights in the front locked shields, keeping the enemy pinned, while the rear-line flame mages focused their fire. Skeletons fell one after another, bone shards littering the field. Though many knights were lost, Lin Yuan felt no remorse. Those units were expendable and easily replaced. At last, a final fireball detonated, the last skeleton shattered, and the battlefield fell silent. Li Bingshu gazed at the bone dust and whispered, "Is it over?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "Not yet." Even as he spoke, the scattered bones seemed to rise of their own accord, clattering together. Vertebrae, ribs, and skulls snapped into place in midair, and within moments a skeletal giant 6 or 7 meters tall, nearly the height of a 3-story building, towered before them. A status window materialized. Bone Colossus Platinum Grade Boss. Level 45. Health 350,000. Attack 1, 4702, 280. Defense 1050. Skills: Bone Smash, Death Shock, Soul Hammer. A massive monster formed from the bones of countless warriors. Wields devastating brute force and delights in pulverizing foes before hurling them in every direction. Li Bingshu drew a sharp breath at the staggering 350,000 health. This thing was 5 levels higher than the bone spirit mage they had just defeated. Heavy skeletal knights, charge. Lin Yuan barked the order. Dozens of knights spurred their bone steeds forward, thundering toward the giant. Yet before this colossal creature, they looked like tiny dwarfs. "You cannot stop me." The bone colossus roared like thunder and swept its immense axe in a wide arc. Bang, bang. The mere wind from the oversized blade hurled the vanguard knights through the air before they could even close the distance. They crashed to the ground, armor splintering, bones scattering. Proud Tier 5 units reduced to rubble in an instant. Even heavily armored Tier 5 troops were nothing but playthings to the bone colossus. Despite the chaos unfolding before him, Lin Yuan's expression never wavered. He had never expected his heavy armored skeleton knights to bring down a platinum-ranked skeletal giant on their own. If it were that easy, this boss would hardly be worth the effort. His real goal was simple: buy time so the flame mage could unleash uninterrupted firepower. While the knights locked the giant's legs in place, the flame mage began to chant. A screech of arcane syllables cut through the air, and more than 100 explosive fireballs took shape, whistling toward the giant in a blazing crimson barrage. Boom, boom, boom. 389, 374, 286. A string of vivid red damage numbers burst above the giant's skull. One concentrated volley stripped away over 40,000 hit points, the massive health bar shrinking before everyone's eyes. Cursed humans. The skeletal giant tilted its head back, the soul fire in its eye sockets flaring. An instant later, a ghostly green warhammer solidified in midair. Lin Yuan barely registered the eerie glow before the hammer crashed down. Thud. The deep, dull impact seemed to reverberate in every heart. Every unit under Lin Yuan's command collapsed where it stood, locked in a 10-second stun. The giant's ability soul hammer dealt no direct damage, but it robbed every enemy on the field of action for a full 10 seconds. Go rot in the abyss. Seizing the moment, the giant swung its colossal axe in a sweeping arc, toppling another wave of heavy-armored skeleton knights. With the stun still active, it lumbered forward, straight for the still-chanting flame mage. At the last second, a squad of 4th-tier cavalry burst from the flank, forming a living wall in the giant's path. Li Bingqiu had arrived with reinforcements she intended to hold the line for the few remaining seconds. Didn't expect you to be useful after all, Lin Yuan remarked with a faint laugh. Of course I'm useful. I'm brilliant, Li Bingqiu shot back, chin raised, a hint of pride in her voice. Seconds later, Lin Yuan's forces snapped out of the stun. The heavy-armored skeleton knights rallied, and the flame mage raised his staff once more. Fierce as the skeletal giant's assault was, it couldn't break through the net of cavalry and undead. Trapped like a cornered beast, it watched its health plummet. 300,000, 250,000, 200,000, 150,000. Under the relentless focus fire, the giant's HP finally slipped below 100,000. You cannot escape the curse of death. The soul fire in its eyes erupted, and a wave of pitch-black energy spewed from its ribcage, rippling outward in a dark explosion. The black energy was viciously corrosive. Waves of searing darkness swept over the armored skeletal knights. Their bone plates were pitted in an instant, and the knights themselves disintegrated into powder as if centuries had passed in a heartbeat. This was the bone giant's signature move, Death Shock. One blast shattered more than 100 skeletal warriors, leaving the ground piled with chalk-white debris. Lin Yuan's stomach tightened. Had known the skill was fierce, but he hadn't imagined it could be this terrifying. Luckily, even a creature that massive couldn't unleash Death Shock twice in a row. At Lin Yuan's command, a fresh line of skeletal cavalry charged in, heavy hooves kicking up bone chips and smoke as they surrounded the giant again. Off to the side, Li Bingqiu gaped at the endless tide of skeletons. Your troops are seriously busted. There's no killing them all. If I were that boss, you'd have tilted me into oblivion. That's called strength of numbers, Lin Yuan laughed. Nothing busted about it. While they spoke, the health bar above the bone giant dipped below 50,000. A beat later, the flame mages chanted in unison, weaving tongues of fire into a blazing net that erased the last sliver of HP. With a thunderous crash, the bone mountain collapsed, sending dust roiling outward. It's done, Lin Yuan exhaled. Victory had come at a price. More than 400 armored skeletal knights had been erased by Death Shock, cutting his cavalry force in half. After tallying the losses, he walked to the giant's remains and searched for loot, but found nothing. A hidden story boss often dropped absolutely nothing, so he wasn't surprised. Li Bingqiu was still annoyed. What a stingy boss. Couldn't it drop a strategic artifact or something? A platinum tier boss dies and drops not Hingis that even allowed? Lin Yuan chuckled. Don't sweat it. A couple of artifacts are small change. The real hidden reward is worth far more. Wait, there's more. Li Bingqiu blinked. Of course. Lin Yuan pointed toward a distant gravestone. Look over there. The soil around the marker split open, and an ancient Nanmu coffin slowly pushed its way to the surface. Tarnished bronze clasps lined the lid, which settled upright before them, radiating a suffocating pressure. Lin Yuan stepped forward without hesitation. Hold up, I'm coming too. Li Bingqiu hurried after him. Moments later they stood before the coffin. Li Bingqiu circled halfway around it and whispered, "What's inside this thing?" Only one way to find out. Lin Yuan reached out, ready to open the lid himself. Creaked coffin before them swung open under Lin Yuan's hand. The lid lifted slowly, the scrape of wood against metal hinges echoing through the empty burial chamber. Li Bingqiu held her breath on instinct, knuckles whitening around her staff, while her gaze stayed fixed on the darkness within. As the bottom of the coffin came into view, a skeleton lay quietly inside. Its bones were as white as polished mutton fat jade, smooth and unblemished, the very fingertips shimmering faintly. If a skeleton could be called handsome, this one was. The skull was sharply defined, the teeth even, the angles of the cheekbones and jaw perfect, as though sculpted to project a ruthless beauty. Aside from the skeleton, the coffin held only a tattered parchment scroll. Its edges were charred and curled, cracks spreading like cobwebs, yet faint arcane sigils still lined its surface. Unfazed, Lin Yuan bent forward, his fingers brushing the skeleton's sternum as he retrieved the scroll. He skimmed the contents in the dim torchlight. The handwriting was wild, but a lingering aura made each stroke glow and stand out. Curiosity burning, Li Bingqiu turned sideways and whispered, "What does it say? See for yourself." Lin Yuan finished the last line and tossed the scroll to her. It described a neat arc through the air before she snatched it up. In truth, Lin Yuan could have guessed the gist without reading. The entire scroll was the Bone Spirit Megazone account. It began with his flight into the Forest of Bones, where he never abandoned his studies of necrotic magic. Armed with overwhelming power, he slew every adventurer who came after him and, without hesitation, turned their remains into experimental material. His ultimate goal was to create the truly perfect skeletal being. Perfection, in his eyes, demanded two things: unrivaled strength and intelligence equal to a human's. Without both, the creature was nothing more than a beast, a worthless prototype. His obsession bordered on madness, for only success could vindicate his chosen path. Genius and lunacy, after all, are separated by the thinnest veil. The experiments were a litany of blood and fire. Even when forged from the bones of mighty warriors, his creations possessed only brute strength, no mind, and any loss of control turned them into slaughtering fiends. Failure after failure drove him to despair. He even spliced the remains of several champions into a monstrous skeletal giant, yet the spark of intellect still eluded him. Then, by chance, he acquired the intact corpse of a supreme warrior. The ink was pressed darker here, and his elation all but leapt off the page. This was the specimen he had dreamed of all his life. He poured in rare reagents and every ounce of his skill, refining the corpse into a new skeletal entity, naming it Yujsar, the ancient god of death, a name that carried his highest hopes. Yet to his surprise, the creature did not awaken as the others had. It formed no consciousness of its own. The skeleton in which he had pinned such lofty hopes proved to be nothing more than an empty shell. Staring down at the pristine bones, the bone spirit Magus was struck by a bold idea. If this skeleton was merely a vessel, then transplanting a living person's consciousness into it could grant it true sentience. In doing so, he might create the perfect skeletal life form with formidable combat prowess and a human mind. Yet how could a living consciousness be transplanted? The question left him stymied. After lengthy deliberation, an even more audacious thought surfaced. Why not implant his own consciousness? A failed magical experiment had already turned him into a skeletal entity, his awareness sealed inside a fingernail-sized soul crystal lodged in his skull. If he embedded that crystal into this immaculate skeleton, perhaps it would awaken and he would be reborn in a new form. The plan seemed flawless, but when the moment came, he lacked the courage to take that final step. If the experiment failed, he would plunge into oblivion, and all his efforts would be for nothing. To leave himself a sliver of hope, he devised an elaborate contingency. He buried the skeleton here and sealed it behind intricate mechanisms that only his soul crystal could unlock. That way, even if he perished, someone would eventually follow the clues to these hidden bones. Only by embedding his crystal could the skeleton be revived. Even in death, he would still have a path back from the abyss. This guy is completely insane. Li Bingqiu's heart pounded, and her pupils contracted as she finished reading the parchment. Insane, yes, but also a genius, Lin Yuan replied calmly. His entire life was devoted to creating the perfect skeletal life form. Soon his dream will come true. With that, Lin Yuan lifted the soul crystal embedded in the tombstone. The gem glimmered faintly in the dim crypt as he gently placed it on the skeleton's forehead. The next instant, something unbelievable happened. The crystal burst into countless bone-white threads that raced through every seam in the skull. Li Bingqiu watched, speechless, as the strands disappeared into the bone. Seconds ticked bit 20, maybe 30 before the motionless skeleton finally stirred. Crack crack. With crisp clicks of bone against bone, the skeleton slowly sat upright. Twin flames of eerie green soul fire ignited in its hollow eye sockets, radiating a biting chill. Lifting its head, it fixed a razor-sharp gaze on Lin Yuan and spoke in a raspy, cavernous voice. "Human, was it you who awakened me? It was I who woke you and granted you a second life." Lin Yuan met the cold blue flames dancing in the skull's eye sockets without a hint of fear, his tone calm, yet unmistakably commanding. "From this moment on, you will fight for me, and I alone am your master." At his words, the soul flame thrashed violently, like a torch caught in a gale, its glare almost blinding. After a few heartbeats it steadied, and the skeleton lifted its head, a hollow voice thick with confusion. "Who am I?" Lin Yuan was ready for the question and offered a faint smile. "Your name is Wujser, the god of the dead in ancient myth, and the future lord of bones." That was the very title the necromancer had once bestowed on these remains, and by speaking it now, Lin Yuan was continuing the mage's legacy. "My name Wujser?" the skeleton murmured. In the next instant, some hidden directive seemed to come fully alive. The confusion drained from the soul flame. He dropped to one knee, rust-stained bone armor grinding against the stone. "Great master, from this day on, Wujser will fight for you." Li Bingqiu stared, dumbfounded. She tugged Lin Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "What just happened?" You tamed that skeleton so easily. What else? Lin Yuan turned, speaking softly enough for her alone. This hidden quest has two endings. Right now, he still holds the necromancer's consciousness, but has lost every memory. If we restore his true identity, he'll try to kill us. For the record, his power equals a level 50 diamond rank boss. Level 50 diamond boss. Li Bing's pupils shrank. The skeletal giant they'd faced earlier had been terrifying enough. This was on a whole different level. Lin Yuan continued. The other ending is to let him accept a new identity. Then he sees us as his leaders and pledges loyalty. You can do that? Li Bingqiu couldn't mask her shock. Lin Yuan only smiled. For players unaware of the right choice, a seemingly small decision spelled life or death. The moment Wujser swore fealty, a translucent status panel appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Hero Wujser. S-rank hero. Title, Lord of Bones. Level 1. Health, 750,750. Mana, 150,150. Attack, 140,230. Defense, 70. Strength, 90. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 85. As Lin Yuan had expected, the skeleton was indeed an S-rank hero, every base stat meeting the S-rank threshold. Yet what interested him even more than those numbers were the skills Wujser had yet to awaken. At the thought, Lin Yuan opened the auction house and checked the going rate for hero experience tomes. The list refreshed in real time, lines of tomes of varying quality popping up one after another. 1. Basic Hero Experience Tome. Grants 1,000 Hero XP, roughly 500 gold. 2. Intermediate Hero Experience Tome. Grants 5,000 Hero XP, roughly 3,000 gold. 3. Advanced Hero Experience Tome. Grants 20,000 Hero XP, roughly 18,000 gold. The higher the tier, the steeper the price. The Advanced Tome was especially outrageous broken down. A single point of XP cost almost 1 gold. The auction house buzzed, yet most lords could only look on with envy. Each hero has a daily limit on how many tomes they can absorb, turning these luxuries into a bottomless money pit for average players. Lin Yuan, though, was no average player. Without hesitation, he swiped and bought 100 Advanced Hero Experience tomes in a single purchase. Confirmation window. Total cost 1.8 million gold. He didn't even blink. Money, to him, was just a string of numbers. One thing did annoy him. Yugusul had been a level 50 diamond grade field boss, yet the moment he was recruited, head dropped to a level 1 hero. Villains are beasts in the wild and kittens on your payroll. Figures, Lin Yuan muttered. Complaints aside, it was time to feed him XP. He opened his inventory and hurled the first advanced tome at Yugusul. Ding. You used an advanced hero experience tome. Your hero Yugusul gains 20,000 XP. Ding. You used an advanced hero experience tome. Your hero Yugusul gains 20,000 XP. System chimes crackled like a string of firecrackers while waves of white light pulsed around Yugusul. By the time the 100th tome dissolved into sparks, Yugusul had rocketed to level 17. When the glow faded, the skeleton monarch's eye flames flickered, his ribcage radiating a palpable menace. Another prompt appeared. Hero Yugusul has learned the skill, Bone Throne. Hero Yugusul has learned the skill, Bone Demon Blade. Hero Yugusul has learned the skill, Summon Bone Giant. Lin Yuan pulled up the status panel to inspect the new abilities. Skill, Bone Throne passive. 1. Skeleton troops under Yugusul's command gain 20 attack. 2. 20 defense. 3. 20 attack speed. 4. 20 movement speed. 5. 10% of damage dealt by skeletons converts to true damage. Seeing that long list of buffs, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. This was the god-tier passive had dreamed of. In Eternal Lord, even undead heroes have distinct specialties. Vampire Count Dracula focuses on vampire units. Lich Master Claire excels with liches. Corpse Rage Strong is the go-to for zombies and ghouls. Only by pairing a hero with their signature troops can you unleash their full potential. Now, the skeleton monarch Yugulwum Lin Yuan had just recruited was undeniably the premier commander for skeleton units, bar none. Throne of Bones is a passive ability that not only grants skeleton units a massive stat boost, but, more importantly, converts a portion of their damage into true damage. To Lin Yuan, skeleton soldiers had always been branded as low-tier cannon fodder, weak, fragile, yet astonishingly easy to mass-produce. Because of that, many lords in his previous life were enamored with the skeleton swarm tactic. Through necromancy, any corpse left on the battlefield could instantly be turned into fresh bones. The downside was that the spell produced only the most basic skeletons and couldn't fuse or upgrade them like the skull of the Skeleton King could. Even so, once enough of them piled up, the white tide still achieved an ants can fell an elephant effect, and losing them never hurt. Riding this cost-free flood, countless Ghost Clan lords carved out an early game advantage. However, once the game moved into the midstage and every faction's unit ranks rose, the skeleton's shortcomings became painfully clear. Against 4th-tier heavy cavalry, they couldn't even scratch the armor. No matter how many charged in, they only marched to their deaths. As a result, The vast majority of Ghost Clan lords abandoned the skeleton swarm strategy. But there are always exceptions. A small group refused to compromise and began enhancing their skeletons through heroes and artifacts, injecting new power into the brittle bones. With these upgrades, what had once been mere fodder dared to gang up on dragons, and Yujsar was the ultimate master of this approach. Skeletons under Yujsar's command not only received extra stat bonuses, but also dealt true damage strikes that ignored all defense. This meant that even a first-tier skeleton could pierce a 9th-tier dragon's hide and force its health down. Angels, demons, dragons, once the bone tide surged, they all fell alike. From the moment he read the Throne of Bones description, Lin Yuan decided that every skeleton unit he commanded would be placed under Yujsar's direct control. Combined with the skull of the Skeleton King, this white tide would unleash its most ferocious power. With that in mind, he opened the descriptions of Yujsar's other 2 abilities. Ability: Bone Demon Blade active. Yujsar pulls out one of his own ribs to use as a sword, then infuses it with necromantic magic, transforming it into a bone demon blade. When Yujsar wields the bone demon blade, his attack increases by 35, his critical chance by 25, and his critical damage by 25. Any enemy struck by the blade is immediately afflicted with the bone curse, reducing all of their stats by 10. Reading that line, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. This guy had literally torn out one of his own ribs to use as a weapon, a brutality that made Lin's scalp prickle. Gruesome as it was, the skill's power was undeniable. It boosts the user while crippling the enemy, ruthless on both fronts. Lin Yuan could guess the 3rd skill without even reading the manual. Summon Bone Giant. Sure enough, the description spelled it out. Yujsar can call a bone giant onto the battlefield that obeys every command, and its stats scale with the hero's level. Bone Throne, Bone Demon Blade, Summon Bone Giant. None of these abilities is a dud. Yujsar truly deserves the title of S-class hero. Counting him, Lin Yuan now commanded 3 S-class heroes, and his skeletal army finally had a real commander. Li Bingqiu stood nearby, speechless at the flurry of actions. If I'm not mistaken, this guy was level 1 just a few seconds ago, right? She asked blankly. Yep. Lin Yuan closed the interface with a casual flick. I bought hero experience books. They were cheap, just under 2 million. Li Bingqiu almost choked on her own saliva. You call that cheap? Sorry, my poverty-stricken mind can't keep up. So money really can do anything. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain, and simply tossed Yujsar's stat page in front of her. Even at level 17, his base stats were already catching up to her painstakingly trained rose swordswoman, Kylan. Li Bingqiu had to admit the gap between an A-class hero and an S-class hero was plain to see. She took a deep breath. Congratulations, you've snagged another S-class. S-class isn't everything, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head. What matters is choosing heroes that fit your path. If anyone else had said that, Li Bingqiu would have rolled her eyes. But Lin Yuan had the credentials after all, had once handed someone an S-class recruitment token simply because he didn't need it. If you hadn't brought me here, I might have forgotten about this hidden quest, Lin Yuan added suddenly. Oh, is the boss planning to give me a raise? Li Bingqiu arched an eyebrow, teasing. A raise is boring, Lin Yuan said with an easy smile before changing tack. I do know a way to upgrade one of your heroes from a class to S-class. Interested? Li Bingqiu froze and blurted out. That's actually possible? Of course, Lin Yuan replied. Then, at a leisurely pace, he added, travel to Diguan City, find the sword master Aeolite, and have your hero take his personal trial. If the trial is a success, Aeolite will escort your hero on a 3-day expedition. When they return, the hero can advance from grade A to grade S. Li Bingqiu's eyes sparkled, excitement spilling across her face. She never doubted Lin Yuan's experience had shown that whatever he said proved true. With the chance right in front of her, she had no intention of letting it pass. Still, she pressed on cautiously. Will the trial be very difficult? It won't be easy, Lin Yuan admitted. And it's strictly for the hero alone. Even the strongest troops can't enter. I see. Li Bingqiu thought for a moment, then tested the waters. With the Rose Swordsman's current strength, is there any chance of clearing it? None, Lin Yuan answered bluntly. You really don't sugarcoat things, Li Bingqiu muttered. If there's no chance, why send me at all? I said there's no chance, not that there's no solution. He placed a vial of deep purple liquid in her palm. If your hero drinks this, there's hope. Li Bingqiu lowered her gaze and froze. It was the dark elixir. You know its effects, Lin Yuan continued. After drinking it, the hero enters a corrupted state. All stats rise 50% for 15 minutes, and attacks deal an extra 10% dark damage. When it wears off, the hero suffers 8 hours of weakness, all stats down 70%. If taken again too soon, the damage can be irreversible. That price tag exists for a reason. In her previous life, Li Bingqiu had heard of its Famia legendary asset for clearing new dungeons and claiming first boss kills. Now she fully grasped Lin Yuan's intent. She nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Lin Yuan offered a faint smile. I hope that next time we meet, your Rose Swordsman is already sprayed. Also, the dark elixir will hit the market in a few days, so stock up while you can. Li Bingqiu nodded at once. Absolutely. They'll arrange it right away. Good. Lin Yuan spoke again. And one more thing, find the location marked on that sheepskin scroll as quickly as possible. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan devoted nearly all his attention to Woodsair. Compared with Ertolia and Kalen, the newcomer's level was low, but his potential was obvious. After every fight, the blood-red glow in Woodsair's eyes burned with even greater hunger and killing intent. Lin Yuan had to make sure the rookie's growth kept pace with the overall plan. Whether they were clearing elite monsters in the wild or charging into underground dungeons, Woodsair always led the squad and soaked up the lion's share of the experience. For an ordinary lord, specializing in a single hero is already a pipe dream, let alone 3 at once. Lin Yuan, however, had something the others lacked: money. Each day he refreshed the shop's supply of advanced hero experience tomes and bought them out on the spot. The limit was 100 per hero, so he simply grabbed the full 300 without hesitation. Woodsair, Ertolia, and Kalen each received 2 million experience points, and their bars rocketed upward, carving bright golden arcs across the interface. The thrill of non-stop leveling came at the price of a roaring waterfall of gold. An advanced experience tome cost 18,000 coins. 300 tomes cost 5.4 million. At that pace, Lin Yuan's 100 million reserve would vanish in less than 20 days. Fortunately, his dark potion finally appeared on the auction house. The first batch was snapped up the instant it went live, and every sharpied lord recognized its true value. Bids leapt from Lin Yuan's starting price of 2,000 coins to 10,000, and were still climbing. The frenzy boiled down to 2 factors. First, scarcity drives demand. Second, the game now had far too many rich players. Everyone had realized that Lord Era hid unfathomable commercial potential. To them, it was no longer just a game, it was a gold-hungry blue ocean. Once dark potions started rolling out in bulk, the inflated price would eventually sink to normal levels. Even so, Lin Yuan would still rake in a fortune. A conservative estimate put annual profit at 100 million. Yet with money disappearing this fast, even that might not cover his burn rate. In the end, effort brings rewards. Fueled by stack after stack of experience tomes, Ertolia surged to level 40, her silver armor gleaming in the sun. Kalen followed at level 37, a single twang of his bowstring able to punch through steel. Even Woodsair had climbed to level 31. Given the circumstances, Lin Yuan had stopped funneling money into boosting his heroes' levels. He certainly had the cash, but not enough to treat gold like papier-mâché pasted onto his units. Take Artoria as an example. Every level past 40 devoured several million experience points. In hard currency, that was like shoveling banknotes into a furnace. The return was abysmal. Instead of force-feeding experience again and again, he'd rather save those resources for something more worthwhile. Besides, all 3 of his heroes were already at levels he deemed acceptable. From here on out, they could gain experience naturally. There was no need to chase quick results. With that thought, he stepped to the center of his territory, letting his gaze sweep slowly along the walls. The spearmen's camp bristled with lances, their cold gleam almost blinding. Targets at the archery range were riddled with arrows, the fletchings still quivering. From the tower windows of the Mage Guild, threads of elemental light flickered nonstop. He had pushed every recruitment building to its current cap, determined to hit the weekly troop limit. For any lord, military strength is the primary measure of hard power at every stage of the game. That rule never changes. Unfortunately, the deeper the game goes, the more outrageous the construction times become. Take the keep. Going from level 5 to 6 still needed at least 7 more days. Only when the keep reached level 7 would he unlock the Griffin Cliffs. Griffins, a tier 6 flying unit, are a rare source of air power for the human faction in the early and mid-game. Once the cliffs are upgraded to level 5 or higher, ordinary Griffins can be refined into Royal Griffins, whose stats rival tiers even troops, doubling aerial firepower in an instant. Sadly, with the keep not even at level 6, Royal Griffins remained a distant dream. 5 days. Everything changes in 5 days, Lin Yuan muttered, checking the date. In 5 days, every human on Earth would be transported to this Lord realm, reality giving way entirely to the game. Inside the game, a massive overhaul was coming as well. His window for shoring up defenses and stockpiling resources was closing fast. Any misstep could be fatal. Beep beep beep. A shrill calm alert cut through his thoughts. The caller ID showed Li Bingqiu. Boss, we found it. Her voice was nearly out of breath. Found what? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The spot marked on the parchment map we've confirmed it. Li Bingqiu was so excited her words almost tumbled over each other. It's a perfect match for the terrain. How did you track it down? Lin Yuan pressed. It was those dungeon hunters, she said, speaking fast but still clearly. I had each of them study the parchment map and promised whoever located the place a 1 million reward. Boss, I hope you don't mind that I acted on my own. As Li Bingqiu spoke, he handed over the latest intelligence reports. Putting Li Bingqiu in charge of recruiting an instance rating team had proven one of Lin Yuan's smartest moves. They'd already uncovered several untouched dungeons, and now they'd brought an unexpected bonus. Of course not, you did well. Lin Yuan nodded. Come by later and pick up 2 million gold coins. 1 million for the team, the other million for your bonus. You're too generous, boss. Li Bingqiu laughed, giving a thumbs up. All right, enough flattery. Send me the coordinates, Lin Yuan said, waving him off. Lin Yuan knew he probably wasn't the only one with a parchment map. The sooner he moved, the less chance another player would snatch the prize. Spurred on, Li Bingqiu forwarded the location right away. Need us on site too? Li Bingqiu asked. We may not be much help, but extra hands never hurt. Just bring Chun Bei and Lin Mingming. Leave the rest, Lin Yuan decided. He trusted those two and wanted them to sharpen their skills in real combat. Flowers grown in a greenhouse never grow thorns. Got it. They'll take them and head over immediately, Li Bingqiu agreed. 6 hours of full-speed travel later, Lin Yuan reached the canyon at the marked coordinates. It was a vast, winding chasm, sheer cliffs layered like pages of a stone codex, twisting across the earth like a buried labyrinth. Even at top speed, the journey had cost him 6 solid hours. Li Bingqiu's group was already waiting at the entrance. Before anyone could greet him, Chun Bei bolted forward like an unbridled colt, crying dramatically, Boss, we finally meet again. I've missed you like a rushing river. 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. Could you act normal? Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. Sorry, got carried away, Chun Bei said with a sheepish grin. Lin Yuan noticed Chun Bei now fought alongside his Scrade orc commander, and the rose swordsman beside Li Bingqiu had advanced from a grade to Scrade proof. They'd cleared their trials. Both had grown much stronger, while Lin Mingming remained unchanged for now. This canyon matches the spot on the parchment, Li Bingqiu said, pointing into the darkness. If the map really leads to treasure, it's hidden somewhere in there. Let's go in and take a look. At Lin Yuan's order, he strode into the canyon without the slightest hesitation, his troops following at his heels. Li Bingqiu, Lin Mingming, and Chun Bei hurried after him, their footsteps echoing between the towering rock walls. The moment they crossed the threshold, a damp, metallic wind whipped through their collars. Somewhere deeper inside, a faint rustling grated against stone, like some massive creature dragging itself forward. Lin Yuan raised an arm to halt the column and murmured, Stay sharp, get ready to fight. Before the words had faded, dozens of crimson pupils flared in the darkness ahead, like live coals scattered through the night. Li Bingqiu's eyes narrowed. Hellhounds? He whispered, then caught sight of the oversized fangs and the 3 conjoined heads, and corrected himself. No Hell Cerberi. Data flashed across his mind. Hellhounds Tier 4 demon units. Hell Cerberi the evolved form, verging on Tier 5. Worse still, the red eyes filled the gorge from wall to wall, their numbers impossible to gauge. I've got this, boss. Chun Bei stepped forward, his voice reverberating between the cliffs. He ordered the orc battalion to form up and charge. The orc chieftain threw back his head and roared, triggering blood fury. A crimson glow spread beneath every orc's skin, muscles bulged against leather armor, and the combined roar and drum-like footfalls shook the valley. Born for heating clashes, the orcs surged forward like a dam bursting, their stats spiking dramatically. Lin Yuan gave a silent nod. At this pace, Chun Bei would soon rank among Wuxia's top orc warlords. On the other flank, Li Bingqiu wasted no time. Rose Knight Kaelin spurred her mount into the enemy ranks, her longsword carving arcs of black blood. Thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance, Li had cleared Swordmaster Oret's trial and promoted Kaelin from a rank to rank. Her boosted attributes now rivaled the orcs' frontal assault. Though Lin Mingming lagged behind in hero tier and troop count, she held the support line flawlessly. One spell after another washed over the allies, glowing sigils winding around blades and shields, sharpening strikes and hardening defenses. Never once did she begrudge her role. Buffing the team was her entire focus. With such coordination, Lin Yuan barely needed to lift a finger. In less than half an hour, nearly 1,000 Hell Cerberi lay shattered across the stones. Blood soaked the gravel, and the air reeked of scorched sulfur. When the dust settled, Li Bingqiu and Chun Bei had proven themselves capable commanders. Yet Chun Bei still played the sycophant around Lin Yuan, eagerly directing his troops to pile the Hell Cerberi corpses in one place. Lin Yuan glanced at him and chuckled. You rascal, if I don't put you on the payroll, my conscience will never let me sleep. Chun Bei waved it off with a carefree grin. Pay or no pay, boss, I'm hanging on to your coattails either way. His determination to stick to Lin Yuan was written all over his face. Nothing about him suggested he could be driven away. As far as Lin Yuan was concerned, that was a good thing. You can never have too many capable hands. While they talked, the group reached the mountain of corpses. Lin Yuan focused his mind and activated the skull of the Skeleton King. A humming black magic circle flared to life, dark lights swirling as skeletal warriors crawled out one after another. 1,000 Hellhound corpses were converted into 4,000 Tier 1 skeletons. 4,000 Tier 1 skeletons means I can fuse 250 Tier 5 heavy cavalry skeletons, a ratio of roughly 4 to 1, Lin Yuan calculated with satisfaction. With his forces expanded, he ordered, keep moving deeper into the canyon. If the canyon's mouth already housed demons of this scale, The place was clearly nastier than they had anticipated. Claiming the treasure marked on the sheepskin map would be anything but easy. Shinbei stayed upbeat along the way. What's to fear? Even if there are hordes of demons, we'll just steamroll them with the army. Li Bingshu shot him a cool glance. Fine. Well, pull back. You level the place by yourself, and then call us when you're done. Shinbei immediately wilted like a quail and gave a fawning smile. No, no, no. Dear sister, I'm just the tag-along here. If you all leave, it'll be useless on my own. Bantering as they hurried on, the group led their troops down the gorge. 10 minutes later, a second wave of demons appeared, fire fiends and ice fiends. Li Bingshu cast a scouting spell, blue lights sweeping over the enemy. 700 of each type, she reported. Fire fiends specialize in damage, ice fiends in crowd control. Together, they're far more dangerous than their numbers suggest. Before she finished, Lin Mingming suddenly cried, behind us. More demons closing in. Everyone's heart tightened as they reflexively turned. Dozens of massive spiders had crept onto the rear cliff face, their swollen abdomens writhing as if something lived inside. Lin Yuan frowned. From his past life experience, he recognized them as tiers, even hidden units of the demon race, the Spider Queens. Spider Queens can only be recruited by building an evil web nest in one's territory, making them exceedingly rare. Their own combat power is mediocre, but they lay eggs continuously every few seconds, hatching demon spiders with stats on par with tier 5 units. Worse still, the hatchlings explode. Try to kill the queen outright, and the swarm will suicide bomb in retaliation, a tactic that has cost many lords dearly, earning the unit its reputation as one of the demon race's most disgusting troops. Staring at the spider queens blocking their retreat, Shunbei muttered, when did these big spiders slip behind us? Pointing at the steep walls, Lin Yuan reminded him calmly, don't forget, spiders can climb. Li Bingshu gripped her staff and ground her teeth. We're being attacked front and back. Yet Lin Yuan showed not a shred of fear. He gave a light laugh. Relax. I can handle a little situation like this. Lin Yuan delivered his orders with practiced calm. Shinbei, your Orc Legion is too sluggish, so hold your ground and protect the rear line. Li Bingshu, take your troops to the flank and lie in ambush. Once I punch a hole in their defenses, strike with everything you have. Lin Mingming, keep every unit buffed and in fighting shape. In their previous lives, Li Bingshu and Shinbei were legendary lords, yet their power had not fully awakened. They still lagged behind Lin Yuan in both combat experience and tactical vision, so overall command naturally fell to him. Without another word, Lin Yuan faced the undead commander. Yujsar, lead the heavy skeleton knight's charge. Yujsar grinned wickedly, yanked a rib from his own chest, and watched it stretch into a bone-white blade. With a gesture, he unleashed necromancy, and a bone colossus 3 stories high slammed into existence, its massive shield striking the ground with an ear-splitting crash. Yujsar, the colossus, and a wedge of heavy skeleton knights surged toward the line held by flame demons and frost demons. The demons reacted at once. Frozen hells, hellfire, azure frost, and crimson flame intertwined. A heartbeat later, the ground heaved, and rows of ice spikes erupted like spears, punching through the skeleton knights' chests and joints with a grating crack. Bitter cold spread, warping the terrain and turning the charge path into a frozen briar, throttling the knights' momentum. Shunbai's heart pounded as he finally understood why Lin Yuan had benched his orcs. Already lumbering troops would have become sitting ducks in that icy purgatory, nothing but casualties waiting to happen. The ice had barely settled when tongues of scarlet fire curled up around the knights' feet. Hellfire licked their bone-white frames, each flare scorching another chunk off their life bars. If the blaze continued, half the unit would fall before it even reached the demons. Yet Lin Yuan showed no hint of panic. The heavy skeleton knights were bait. The true killing stroke waited behind them in perfect formation, his flame mages. After days of recruitment, he now commanded more than 400 of them. Robes the color of fresh blood rippled as they raised their staves, fire essence jittering at their fingertips. Flame mages blow them apart. The order rang out, and over 400 voices chanted in unison, the spell forming a deafening hum. Fire surged in the air, and hundreds of explosive fireballs coalesced in a blink, tails of white-hot light streaming behind them. Boom, 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 boom. The barrage crashed down, and in an instant the battlefield ahead was swallowed by a roaring sea of flame. The concentrated barrage instantly wiped out more than 200 flame demons and frost demons. With only 1,400 fiends to begin with, they lost a full 1/7 of their force in a single strike. Exploding fireballs shredded their formation, and the shockwave sent severed limbs flying as their defensive line collapsed. Lin Yuan turned, his eyes meeting Li Bingshu's through the chaos and flame. Now's our chance. Understood. Li Bingshu nodded and barked an order. Kylan, hit their flank. Kylan raised her longsword, and the human warriors under her command crashed in from the side. Iron-shod boots crushed the scorched earth, spears punched through demonic shells, and within seconds they tore open a gap and plunged deep into the enemy ranks. The already chaotic battlefield spiraled further out of control, filled with overlapping roars and screams. Just as the demons tried to regroup, the fire mages unleashed a second wave of fireballs. Hundreds of blazing spheres arced overhead and burst among the demon phalanx. Scorching heat whipped up ashes, blackened flesh splattered in every direction, and it was clear the enemy was on the verge of collapse. On the opposite side, a shadow-eyed demon brood mothers had begun to spawn in frenzy. Their swollen abdomens split open, spilling round eggs that cracked within seconds, releasing swarms that rushed straight for Lin Yuan's forces. In less than a minute, hundreds of demon spiders blanketed the charred ground, surging forward like a tide. The moment they closed in, the spiders would self-destruct, and the viridian venom inside them could eat through even the bone of heavily armored skeleton knights. They had to be stopped. Lin Yuan waved his hand, ordering the skeleton knights to charge. The knights spurred skeletal warhorses forward, shields raised and hooves pounding. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of muffled blasts tore the air as the demon spiders detonated, venom splashing everywhere and corroding the ground into blackened pits. Armor hissed under the acid, yet the knights held the line. Lin Yuan, prepared for this moment, pointed skyward. Green dragons, strike. 10 ninth-tier green dragons surged upward, their massive bodies whipping up gales. Ever since he had summoned them, Lin Yuan had guarded them like a trump card. Now it was time to reveal them. In a blink, the dragons wheeled above the demon brood mothers. Fang jaws opened wide while wind elements swirled in their throats, condensing into explosive gust bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The bombs rained down, bursting into emerald hurricanes that hurled the brood mother's bulk into the air. Each blast crippled 2 or 3 brood mothers, stripping at least a third of their strength, while sand and stone were ground to dust, and the air filled with shrill screeches and the stench of scorched flesh. The green dragons banked gracefully, continuing their relentless bombardment. Below, brood mothers toppled one after another, and the tide of battle turned completely. Such is the power of superior units. So what if those demon spider queens are tiers even units? They're facing a tier 9 green dragon, and none of their attacks can touch it. The dragon circles high above while the newly hatched spiders screech uselessly on the ground, unable even to brush the shadow of its wings. Even if they blow themselves up, their poisonous fluids can't splash through dragon scales. The unit everyone dreads has finally met its natural counter. Thunderous wind bursts detonate one after another. With each deafening roar from the dragon, black-violet spider queens are blasted apart and tumble from the sky. On the ground, demon spider numbers plummet, and the pressure on Lin Yuan's forces lifts. In less than 10 minutes, the situation is firmly under control. 10 minutes later, good news arrives from both flanks. Every flame demon and ice demon is dead, and the demon spider queens are completely eradicated. Lin Yuan has lost only a few hundred heavy armored skeleton knights, half to the demon's frontal assault and half to the spider's self-destruction. Proof of how revolting the spider queen's tactics can be. All right, clean up the battlefield, Lin Yuan says calmly, surveying the littered remains. Pile the bodies together so I can convert them. Leave it to me, boss. Chunbei laughs while directing the skeleton soldiers. Life's easy with you in charge. We just mop up afterward and call it a day. Lin Yuan chuckles. I'm not about to waste our troops for nothing. When I really need you to fight, don't even think about slacking off. You can count on me. Chunbei snaps a salute. If you give the word, they'll charge with you even if the whole army's wiped out. Before he finishes, Li Bingqiu calls out from the distance. Lin Yuan, get over here. The spider queens dropped something. Lin Yuan turns at once. What is it? Looks like a construction blueprint. Li Bingqiu picks up a roll of dark purple parchment and hands it to him. One glance and Lin Yuan's eyes light up. Blueprints for an evil spider nest. Construction blueprint, evil spider nest. Special note, can only be used in demon territory. Castle must be level 7 or higher. Allows construction of the special building, evil spider nest. Required resources, 50 million food, 50 million wood, 50 million stone, 20 million silver coins. Nice find, Lin Yuan says, tucking the blueprint away. When the time's right, they'll put it on the auction house. It should fetch at least tens of millions. Tens of millions? Li Bingqiu's eyes widen in surprise. Of course, demon spider queens are a hidden tiers even unit with huge tactical value. No demon lord would pass up this blueprint, so it's guaranteed to sell high. Lin Yuan glances around the group. Too bad none of us can use it ourselves. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Li Bingqiu finally grasped the blueprint's worth. The demon's dying screams still echoed through the canyon, mixing with the crack of splintering rock and the acrid tang of smoke. She gathered her thoughts and asked, should I put the blueprint up at the auction house? Not yet. Lin Yuan shook the dust from his combat suit, his voice steady and decisive. It's a tier 7 blueprint, no one can use it right now, and I don't need a few dozen million coins. If the chance comes, I'd rather trade it for something that boosts our strength immediately. To him, silver coins were just numbers on a screen. Real value lay in resources and gear that could translate into instant combat power. Just then, Lin Mingming's clear voice rang out nearby. Brother Lin Yuan, I found 2 more blueprints. 2 more? Lin Yuan arched a brow, glancing at the girl crouched among the loot. One drop had already been a pleasant surprise. Whose pockets had these canyon demons been lining? He took the scrolls from her, their bronze edges still pulsing with residual mana. Construction blueprint. Icebound Magic Tower. Special item. Unlocks the defensive structure Icebound Magic Tower once City Hall reaches level 5. Required resources. 20 million grain, 20 million timber, 15 million stone, 5 million silver. Construction blueprint. Inferno Magic Tower. Special item. Unlocks the defensive structure Inferno Magic Tower once City Hall reaches level 5. Required resources. 20 million grain, 20 million timber, 15 million stone, 5 million silver. Both scrolls were defensive building plans. In the game, structures fell into 4 categories: barracks, functional, resource, and defensive. Walls and arrow towers belonged to the last group, the final and sturdiest barrier when a territory was under siege. In his previous life, every big name had turned their domain into an iron fortress. Once a territory fell, its lord might as well be halfway to the grave. Still, few players invested in defenses early on. Without large-scale threats, the payoff seemed minimal. But Lin Yuan's eyes lit up at these 2 blueprints. What others saw as dead weight, he viewed as a future lifeline and one that would soon prove its worth. He rolled up the scrolls and looked at his companions. I could really use these. Mind if I keep them? Li Bingshu shrugged, relaxed. You're the boss. Your call. Lin Mingming nodded obediently. Fine by me. Chen Bei flashed a wide grin. None of us even came close to pulling your weight. If you took every piece of loot, I still wouldn't have a single complaint. I wouldn't go that far. Lin Yuan wore a faint smile as he regarded the makeshift hill of spoils piled from demon parts before him. Take these materials, he said casually. They should bring in a tidy sum. The team sorted the loot, packed up, and pushed deeper into the canyon. They had not gone far before the pitch-black rock wall split into 3 passageways, like the gaping maw of some colossal beast. Shinbei halted and looked back at Lin Yuan. Boss, which way now? Everyone understood that of the 3 routes, only one likely led to survival. Lin Yuan shrugged. Am no fortune teller, how would I know? But I can go take a look. Isn't that too dangerous? Shinbei frowned. Relax, Lin Yuan replied. I'm going alone, not dragging you with me. He pulled the trickster's mask from his pack and fastened it to his face. In the next instant his form warped and knit itself back together, becoming an ice-armored frost demon. Holy boss, you can do that? Shinbei's eyes went wide. Just a little trick, nothing to fuss about, Lin Yuan said with a wave. Stay here and don't move until I'm back. Got it, no problem. Shinbei nodded vigorously. With his orders given, Lin Yuan strode alone into the leftmost tunnel, his icy blue silhouette soon swallowed by the dark. The branch was unexpectedly long. He walked for over 10 minutes without reaching the end, encountering not a single demon creature. Suddenly the ceiling rose and the passage broadened. Glancing down, he found the soil beneath his feet had turned a dark crimson. Raising an eyebrow, he quickened his pace. Seconds later his view opened completely. A vast sunken valley lay before him, its narrowest span wide enough for 3 or 4 football fields side by side. Charred rock walls were riddled with caves of every size, spreading like a honeycomb. What truly made the heart pound were the rows of savage figures protruding from those holes. They had single-horned wolf heads on human torsos, and their lower bodies ended in split hooves. Eyes blazed blood red, fangs gleamed like blades, and barbed tails twitched with killing intent so thick it was almost tangible. From memory, every one of these creatures was a Tier 6 unit. Lin Yuan had barely begun to study them when crack, a long whip wreathed in scarlet flame lashed down before his feet, carving a scorched fissure into the ground. Heat rolled toward him, searing the air. An icily cold voice drifted from the darkness. Lesser demon, this is not a place you are permitted to tread. At the sound in his ear, Lin Yuan flinched and instinctively looked up. Towering over him stood a demon like a living fortress humanoid in shape, yet crowned with curling ram horns. Its crimson skin, lit by the magma below, seemed freshly dragged from molten rock. Muscles bulged like carved stone, and in one hand it dragged a whip wreathed in hellfire that cracked and spat sparks. Around its thick neck clattered a necklace of skulls, each a different size, clicking together in a brittle rhythm. Silently, Lin Yuan activated Inspect, and a translucent panel slid into view. Archfiend King. Rank, Diamond Tier Boss. Level, 50. HP, 500,000. Attack, 1, 8702, 500. Defense, 1,250. Abilities, Infernal Lash, Gate of Wraiths, Unholy Benediction. Profile, commands legions of specters. Its Hellfire Whip can return slain wraiths to unlife. 500,000 hit points, half again, as much as the skeletal giant with 350,000. Lin Yuan's heart clenched. The creature dwarfed every boss he had faced so far. Luckily, his disguise held. The Archfiend King seemed unaware of his scrutiny, merely swinging its blazing whip and searing arcs as a wordless warning to keep away. Lin Yuan dared not linger. After scanning for ambushes, he withdrew at once. Noting his retreat, the Archfiend King coiled its whip and let its scarlet eyes narrow but did not give chase. Moments later, Lin Yuan rejoined Li Bingqiu and the others at the crossroads. He removed his mask, returning to his true appearance. Chen Bei hurried over, voice low. How is it? What did you find? Plenty, Lin Yuan said grimly. At the corridor's end stands a level 50, Diamond Tier boss, the Archfiend King. A Diamond Tier boss. Everyone drew a sharp breath. There are also at least 1,000 wraiths with it. All Tier 6 units, Lin Yuan continued. They're hard targets. A fire mage needs 3 or 4 explosive fireballs to drop just one. In a full-scale fight, our firepower edge vanishes, and worse, the Archfiend King can resurrect them. In short, even if they forced a win, the cost would be brutal. Li Bingqiu pressed her lips together, eyes heavy with concern. So what do we do now? After her remark, Chen Bei and Lin Mingming both looked at Lin Yuan. He was clearly the unquestioned backbone of the team. No rush, Lin Yuan replied calmly. We've only checked one path. He'll scout the other two before we make a plan. Li Bingqiu nodded. That's for the best. With that, Lin Yuan put the deceiver's mask back on. This time he skipped the ice demon form and assumed a higher Runka demon god king. The mask worked flawlessly. Curved black ram horns sprouted from his skull, crimson skin shimmered with scales, and his massive frame looked as though it were cast in steel. Even a hellfire-wreathed whip appeared in his hand. Chen Bai's eyes went wide. Damn, that's the demon god king? Talk about intimidating. Lin Yuan wasn't showing off. He knew the demon hierarchy was strict. An ice demon wouldn't even be allowed onto a demon god king's turf. Better to explore as the master than risk exposure. I'm going. Drawing a breath that stank of sulfur, he stepped into the right-hand branch, saving the center tunnel, likely something special for last. With one scouting run behind him, he advanced faster. So far, danger only lay at the tunnel's end, so he lengthened his stride. In under 15 minutes, he reached the fork's terminus. The scene shifted abruptly. Charred, dark red earth was replaced by permafrost. Frigid air spilled down the corridor as though splitting the atmosphere itself. Towering demons the size of giant apes dotted the landscape. They moved slowly but radiated brute strength, twin horns curling over their heads, thick arms veined with icy fissures, their whole bodies sheathed in blue-tinged frozen armor. A system prompt flashed, Tier 6 unit frost troll. Every frost troll turned at once, their icy gazes locking onto the intruder. A voice like shattering ice exploded in his ears. Demon God King, who allowed you to leave your own realm? Lin Yuan looked up to see an even larger frost giant closing in, dragging a colossal wooden club. Glacial blue eyes cold as eternity pressed down with suffocating force. System panel. Frost Demon King. Diamond Tier Boss. Level 50. HP 600,000. Attack 1, 5702, 280. Defense 1,550. Skills: Frozen Hell, Frost Strike, Ice Armor. Description: Sovereign of the Frost Troll clan. Its icy body is harder than steel, and its power can freeze all creation. Yet another Diamond Tier boss. At the fork on the right, Lin Yuan walked straight into the second Diamond Tier boss. A haze of icy mist drifted through the passage, and a Frost Demon King clad in ice armor blocked the way. Stat-wise, it matched the Evil God King, slightly weaker in attack, but boasting far more health and defense. Worse, from the Frost Demon King's first words, the two lords obviously knew each other. Lin Yuan's stomach tightened. He had slipped in under the Evil God King's identity just to gather intel, never expecting to meet someone who actually recognized his superior. After a moment's pause, he decided to stay in character. Lifting his chin, he mimicked the Evil God King's echoing growl. Why shouldn't I be here? What? Frost Demon King, am I not welcome? The Frost Demon King arched a brow. His frost-rimmed gaze swept over Lin Yuan, voice as hard as ice. Abandoning the key is dereliction of duty. When the Demon God returns, you'll answer for it. Key. Demon God. The words flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Feigning indifference, he kept his tone cool. Relax. The key is safe. I don't need your reminders. More importantly, don't you wonder why I came? With so little information, inventing details was risky. Better to let the other side talk and give away something useful. The Frost Demon King snorted, staring hard at him. You know I hate riddles. Are you here on the Demon God's orders? Exactly. Lin Yuan nodded, unhurried. The Demon God sent me to take your key. He sounded casual, but he was already mapping out escape routes. His reasoning had only 2 points. 1. The Demon God had to be master of both the Evil God King and the Frost Demon King. 2. The lords guarded opposite corridors, so each likely held a key. Since that was still guesswork, he was ready to bolt at any moment. Fortunately, the other lord didn't lash out. The Frost Demon King's frown deepened. So the Demon God wants me to hand my key to you? That question practically confirmed the key's existence. Lin Yuan kept his face blank. Yes, unless you plan to defy the Demon God. Silence thickened. At last, the Frost Demon King turned away, frost cracking under his boots. Very well. Wait here. I'll fetch it. Lin Yuan watched the hulking figure stride into a vast ice cavern, cold rolling out so fiercely it seemed to crystallize the air. The key was clearly inside. To be honest, had already considered sprinting for the exit. After a long hesitation, he decided to give up. After all, for Lin Yuan this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If he could trick the Frost Demon King out of his key, he could reach his goal without spilling a drop of blood. And if the heretic God King proved equally gullible, he might repeat the trick and pocket both keys. Whatever purpose the keys served, he could worry about that later. A frigid wind swept through the ice cavern, its howl as sharp as a blade. A few minutes later the Frost Demon King emerged from the pitch-black entrance, his heavy yet steady steps echoing, tiny crystals forming along the seams of his armor. He stopped in front of Lin Yuan, opened his palm, and an icy blue key flashed with a chilling light. The key is right here, the Frost Demon King rumbled, his voice like colliding ice blocks. But I want to know why the great demon god wants it back from me. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change. Ask him yourself, he replied coolly. I only carry out his orders. The Frost Demon King's eyes narrowed. He always contacts us first. We have no way to reach him. How am I supposed to ask? Lin Yuan's heart lurched, but he kept his composure. So you intend to defy the demon god's will? The air seemed to freeze. The Frost Demon King stayed silent for a moment, his loyalty to the demon god unmistakable. At last he spoke again, studying Lin Yuan. Then let me see the key you keep. Something that important should be on your person, shouldn't it? Lin Yuan cursed inwardly. Why did this chunk of ice have to get smart now? The Frost Demon King was clearly suspicious, and the plan was collapsing. Survival was all that mattered. He drew a steady breath and kept his tone light. Something that valuable is stored in my own domain, guarded by countless ghouls. It's safer than carrying it around. If you insist, I'll go fetch it for you. Before he even finished the sentence, he turned away. 1 step, 2, 3. The ice creaked beneath his boots, each stride like walking on blades, cold sweat seeping down his spine. A dozen steps later, a roar split the air behind him. You're lying to me. You're not the heretic God King at all. Who are you? The Frost Demon King had finally connected the dots and seen through Lin Yuan's disguise. Fortunately, he was half a beat too slow, and Lin Yuan had already leapt several yards away. Hearing the accusation, Lin Yuan hesitated no longer. Power surged through his body, and he unleashed his full speed, sprinting toward the exit. Gasp, gasp, gasp. After fleeing the fork in the road, Lin Yuan felt completely drained, his shoulders heaving as his ragged breaths echoed off the rock walls. Fortunately, the Frost Demon King seemed bound to its territory and didn't step beyond it. Even if it had, he wasn't worried. Was confident he could handle a level 50 boss on his own. What truly concerned him were the thousands of frost trolls in that domain, an even bigger headache than the evil God King's fanatics. Because the monster hadn't given chase, he actually felt a pang of regret. Killing the Frost Demon King would have put the frost key firmly in his pocket. The moment he reached the safe zone, Li Bingqiu rushed up and grabbed his arm. Boss, what happened? Are you okay? She asked. Chen Bei followed close behind, blinking curiously. Don't tell me you ran into another diamond tier boss? Lin Yuan gave him a helpless look. Believe it or not, that's exactly what happened. He made no attempt to hide the story, detailing how he had snuck into the Frost Demon King's territory, tried to trick the creature out of its key, and failed at the very last second. When he finished, all 3 listeners stared at him with wide eyes. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. Chen Bei slowly raised a thumbs up. Boss, you're incredible. You actually tried to scam a boss hat savage. Lin Yuan sighed and shook his head. So close. If I'd walked away with that key, it would have been perfect. With the frost key in hand, he was certain he could pull the same trick on the evil God King. Now that the chance had slipped by, he would have to seize both keys by force, and he fully intended to do so. Before making any move, he needed to understand exactly what the keys were for. The answer was probably hidden in the central passage, which was why he had saved it for last. I'm heading in, Lin Yuan said. We'll plan once I'm back. With that, he turned down the middle corridor, his steps firm and unhesitating. This branch was narrower than the others, shrinking at one point, so only 2 or 3 people could walk side by side. Frost crystals coated the walls, and each step crunched underfoot. The passage was surprisingly long. He walked for nearly half an hour before reaching its end. The space suddenly opened up. No demons, no shrieks, just a silent clearing. In the center stood a stone dais etched with runes, icy energy flowing along the carved lines. Lin Yuan scanned the area to confirm there were no ambushes, then steadied his breathing and approached. Up close, he saw the entire platform was carved from a single block of cold jade, its edges glinting under a ghostly blue light. The dais was anything but low. It stood at least 3 or 4 stories tall. Fortunately, a flight of stairs rose along the side of the lofty dais. Lin Yuan placed his boot on the first step, the sole striking stone with a clear ring, and climbed steadily to the top. At the center of the platform sat a solitary bronze chest, its surface scarred by time. Most striking, however, were the two lock cylinders standing side by side, one glowing magma red, the other frosted ice blue. To open it, two keys had to be inserted simultaneously, and those keys were held by the evil God King and the Frost Demon King. In other words, if Lin Yuan wanted the treasure inside, he would have to defeat both Diamond-class bosses. Confirming his theory, he turned and descended, choosing to withdraw for the moment. Half an hour later, he rejoined Li Bingqiu and the others and relayed everything he had learned. Li Bingqiu rubbed her chin in thought. So the treasure marked on the sheepskin map is probably that chest. If we want it, we have to kill those bosses? Lin Yuan nodded. That's how it looks. Chen Bai's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? No one in the world has ever taken down a Diamond-class boss first. If we pull it off, the rewards will be incredible. The reminder tempted Lin Yuan, as well as first kill rewards might be even more valuable than the chest itself. But the final decision was his. He drew a deep breath and cautioned the group. If we go in, our troops could suffer heavy losses. What's there to fear? Chen Bei waved the concern away. Soldiers fall, we recruit more. Li Bingqiu nodded in agreement. Risk and reward go hand in hand. Paying the price is normal. Even the usually quiet Lin Mingming offered a gentle assent. I'm fine with whatever you decide. Their resolve set, Lin Yuan hesitated no longer. A Diamond-class boss was formidable, but not invincible. If that was the case, then they would fight. He fixed his gaze on the right-hand passage. We take that one first. With the plan settled, everyone summoned their forces, a tide of troops pouring into the side corridor. 10-odd minutes later, the icebound canyon emerged once more, wind cutting like blades. Unlike his previous solo scouting, Lin Yuan now advanced beneath a forest of banners, 1,000 warriors at his back. The Frost Demon King sensed the intrusion instantly, his gaze frigid. You dare return? Lin Yuan shrugged as though it were obvious. I just went home to fetch a key. Why wouldn't I come back? The Frost Demon King blinked, caught off guard. Where's the key? Lying to you. Of course, you fool. Lin Yuan's lips curved in a taunting smile, and he clapped his hands. More than 400 flame mages surged out from the passage, staves raised, incantations rumbling. In the next heartbeat, hundreds of exploding fireballs roared through the air toward the Frost Demon King. Thunderous explosions ripped across the battlefield as hundreds of fireballs slammed into the Frost Demon King. Flames surged like molten lava, yet when the glare finally dimmed, the combat log showed a cruel, truth barely 40,000 damage. Against 600,000 hit points, it was nothing more than a scratch. As the fire died away, Lin Yuan saw a heavy frost armor already coating the boss body, gleaming cold blue and white. The monster had reacted even before the mages raised their hands. The ambush had failed, just as Lin Yuan expected. He knew the real fight was only beginning. He brushed a hand across his cheek, dissolving the mimic's mask and revealing his human face. His voice was low but clear. Yujsar, surround him. Hooves thundered. Yujsar drew his blade and spurred his mount, leading the armored skeletal cavalry in a black surge that sealed off the Frost Demon King within seconds. Wretched humans. The Frost Demon King roared, ripping a frost hammer from his back and swinging it with both hands. Boom. The hammer struck the ground, blasting ice shards and rock chips outward and carving a crater half a man deep. 7 or 8 skeleton riders at the front were pulverized on the spot. 5 troops still died in a single blow to a boss like this. Lin Yuan had steeled himself. This battle would be bloody. For our lord. Yujsar growled. He tore the bone plate from his chest, shaping it into a pale blade, and raised his other hand to summon a skeletal giant. Earth and stone swelled. The 10-meter colossus had barely straightened when the Frost Demon King's hammer descended again. Crash. The impact rattled the giant, forcing it back several steps as its health bar plummeted. Worse still, dull footfalls and roars echoed from the cavern depths. Packs of frost trolls burst from the tunnels, swinging ice clubs and tusks as they charged the party. Boss, Li Bingqiu and I will handle the trolls. Chen Bei stepped forward, sword in hand. He knew someone had to stem the tide, so Lin Yuan could focus on the boss. Lin Yuan turned, calm but resolute. You two can't hold that many tier 6 trolls alone. Kellen will support you. Even as he spoke, Kellen arrived with several hundred armored skeletal riders. Still 10 meters away, their wind-shearing charge and the beast's roars fused into a single uproar. An instant later, bone and steel crashed into frozen flesh, sending blood and ice shards flying. Roar. With a furious roar, one of the frost trolls swung a claw, swatting a heavy skeletal knight off his saddle. The iron-clad bones tumbled through the air and slammed into the snow, the crunch of splintering bone mixing with the clang of metal. A second troll stepped in, raised its massive hand, and stomped down Crack, pulverizing the knight's skull. Without the Bone Throne's buffs, it took at least 4 or 5 heavy skeletal knights to surround and kill a single frost troll. By that count, holding back this tide of more than 1,000 trolls would require 4 or 5,000 knights. The few hundred under Kalen's banner, even with reinforcements from Chen Bei and Li Bingqiu, could only buy a little time. Lin Yuan understood this, so he had to bring down the Frost Demon King in front of him fast, then pull his main force to aid Chun Bai's line. Skeletal soldiers and flame mages poured their fire into the boss, its health bar dropping before their eyes from 600,000 to 450,000 in less than 5 minutes. Yet the icy armor sheathing its body still stood like a moving wall of cold iron, weakening every strike. At the rear, Artoria raised her longsword and released 2 beams of light. Knight's Valor, Shield of Glory. Instantly, every human and undead unit felt their stats surge, and even the frontline skeletal knights gleamed beneath a warm golden sheen. The Frost Demon King bellowed, hefted his frozen warhammer, and slammed it into the ground with a thunderous boom. Descend into an icy hell. A wave of absolute zero burst outward so fast no one could dodge. Crack crack, hundreds of heavy skeletal knights froze into crystalline statues. The Frost Demon King stamped his right foot, the earth sank, and every ice sculpture shattered into bone shards and frost. More than 100 knights died in an instant, the Diamond Tier boss power on full display. The frozen hell kept spreading. The cold surge was about to swallow the distant line when Artoria charged forward. Holy radiance flared from her blade, sealing runes coiling around the Frost Demon King like chains. Divine Seal. The frigid tide was cut off, the creeping frost halted. At the same moment, she drew the boss wrath onto herself. Cursed human. The Frost Demon King roared. Frost boiled around the warhammer as it swept toward her. Frozen strike. Boom. The Shield of Glory exploded, shards of gold light scattering. The barrier soaked up most of the blow, but the shock wave wrapped around Artoria. Heavy rime crawled over her armor, cutting her speed by 70%. Her step faltered, her movement stiffened. In this state, she had no room to dodge the Frost Demon King's next attack. At that moment, Artoria finally sprang into action. She stared straight at the Frost Demon King, her eyes ice cold, and without hesitation triggered the Emerald Dragon Armor's auxiliary skill Dragon's Roar. Ruhar. The low, resonant bellow rippled outward like a solid shockwave, scattering shards of ice in every direction. As a diamond-grade strategic relic, the armor's power was nothing to scoff at. Its purpose was to cripple enemy forces. Everyone caught in the blast was crushed beneath draconic might, their stats dropping by 10 to 35%, and any damage they suffered was amplified by an additional 20%. The Frost Demon King, being a Diamond Tier boss, was only weakened by 10%, but the ordinary Frost Trolls weren't nearly so lucky. Their attributes plummeted by a full 25%. Stripped of a quarter of their strength, the Trolls' offensive instantly lost momentum, relieving immense pressure on the other front. It isn't over yet, fool. Before the Frost Demon King could adapt to his weakened body, Artoria's frigid voice sounded at his ear once more. With lethal precision, she raised her sword, its blade flashing blindingly bright. Drawing a deep breath, she lifted the weapon high and pointed it toward the sky. A moment later, a colossal spectral sword of golden light formed overhead, tore through the air with a thunderous roar, and crashed down on the Frost Demon King. Boom. The golden greatsword ripped straight through him. 31,456. The crimson damage number erupted above his head. A single strike had erased more than 30,000 health points, its power undeniable. At the same time, a tiny golden sword emblem appeared on his forehead. This was Artoria's 5th skill, Radiant Obliteration Slash, unlocked after she broke through level 40. When activated, it ignored the target's defense and dealt 500% skill damage. The ensuing mark lasted 5 minutes, during which all of Artoria's attacks against that target gained an additional 50% bonus. With her relentless assault and the coordinated strikes of her troops, the Frost Demon King's health bar drained like a breached dam. 400,000, 350,000, 300,000, 250,000. Boss, how much longer on your end? We can't hold out much longer over here. Chun Bai's anxious voice crackled in Lin Yuan's ears. After hearing this, Lin Yuan instinctively looked back. The few hundred heavily armored skeletal knights under Kalen's command had been whittled down to only a handful. Chun Bai's and Li Binki's troops were in similar straits. Wreckage lay strewn across the ice field, and the remaining soldiers' health bars were almost empty, ready to shatter at any moment. Even Kalen, the mage hero who usually stayed at the rear, had charged to the front in his tattered robe. With both hands outstretched, he held a glowing sigil in place while deep green beams of life drain locked onto the Frost Lord, using the monster's blood to keep his own mana and life force from slipping away. Hold on a bit longer. Less than 200,000 HP left on the boss. Lin Yuan's steady, powerful voice echoed through the group channel. Chunbei glanced at the Frost Lord's rapidly falling health bar and gritted his teeth. Understood. He knew his forces would be crippled even if they won, but he had promised to follow Lin Yuan through fire, and water backing down was not an option. Even if his last soldier fell, he would not retreat a single step. 90,000 HP remaining. Lin Yuan stared at the Frost Lord's bar, his heartbeat sinking with the shrinking numbers. The monster suddenly roared, lifting its frost hammer high as frigid winds surged around it, clearly preparing another frost hell. Lin Yuan had anticipated this and barked, "Holy Seal, Artoria!" A burst of silver light formed chains that wrapped around the Lord's arm, interrupting the spell. The hammer froze in midair, and the swirling chill collapsed. Seizing the opening, more than 400 flame mages chanted in unison, ruby fireballs pelting the Frost Lord like a meteor shower. Combined with Artoria's holy sword strike, the boss HP plunged below 50,000. Yujsar strode forward, his bone demon blade glowing with an ominous black sheen. After days of leveling, he had unlocked a new skill, Bone Demon King Slash. It dealt 230% skill damage plus true damage equal to 8% of the target's lost HP. The Frost Lord had already lost 550,000 HP. 8% of that was 44,000, enough to push the total damage well past 50,000 when combined with the slash itself. Lin Yuan had been waiting for this moment. "Finish the boss," he commanded. The soul flames in Yujsar's eye sockets blazed, a near-human ferocity flashing across his skeletal face. A jet-black arc split the air, cleaving straight through the Frost Lord's chest. 54,465. The crimson number burst above the boss head, and its health bar instantly emptied. The colossal ice-armored body crashed onto the frozen ground, cracking the sheet of ice and throwing up clouds of frigid mist. Chen Bei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mingming turned at the same instant, elation lighting their faces as they saw the Frost Lord fall. The Frost Lord was dead. Diamondier boss, defeated. Unless someone else had pulled off a miracle, they had just claimed the world's first kill of a Diamond Tier boss. As expected, the moment the Frost Demon King collapsed, a global announcement chime echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the squad led by Huaxiao Lord Lin Yuan for becoming the first to slay a Diamond Tier boss. Rewards: 25 random platinum strategy chests, 2,000 advanced supply crates, 1,500 equipment enhancement stones, and 30 hero summoning scrolls. Special reward: one-time steal. The alert kept looping, and every private chat in the valley was instantly flooded. The first kill reward is insane. Someone whispered in awe. A single platinum strategy item normally fetched 6 or 700,000, and now they had been handed 25 at once, worth well over 10 million on their own. Add to that the mountain of resource packs, enhancement stones, and 30 hero summoning scrolls, and the total skyrocketed into the tens of millions. Yet to Lin Yuan those were mere extras. What truly mattered was the time steal marked as the special reward. Lin Yuan immediately opened his inventory and enlarged the half-mental, pale gray steel in the center of the holographic screen. Time steal special relic effect. Activates automatically when placed inside your territory. 1. Reduces construction time for all buildings by 50. 2. Reduces recruitment time for all units by 50. Note: the steel is etched with the secrets of time, its power capable of bending the flow of ages. Even those few lines set Lin Yuan's eyes ablaze. He froze for a heartbeat, then a grin of pure elation spread across his face. Having construction time meant he could churn out high-tier structures twice as fast, and having recruitment time effectively doubled his army within the same window. The steel was, in every sense of the word, a divine artifact. While he was still basking in delight, Chen Bai's urgent plea burst through the comms. "Boss, if you don't get over here right now, we're really going to wipe." The voice even carried a hint of grievance. Only then did Lin Yuan remember that while he had been buried in the item panel, Chen Bei and the others were still locked in a desperate fight with frost trolls on the far side. The situation was dire. Even Lin Mingming, who usually played support, had pushed her troops to hold the front line. "Sorry," he shot back in the channel, apologizing as he raised his hand to issue orders. Artoria and Ugsar, his two steer heroes, led their respective battalions and charged toward the battlefield. Frost Trolls were Tier 6 units and undeniably powerful on their own, but with the Frost Demon King dead, they were nothing more than leaderless rabble. Artoria's silver armor glinted coldly in the mist. She raised her longsword and cleaved through a swath of enemies in one stroke. Ugsar stormed in with a great axe, thunder roaring in his wake. At levels 40 and 33 respectively, the two heroes carved through the frost trolls like vegetables. And Lin Yuan's personally trained flame mage corps was still to come, their fiery runes interlaced in the air before a volley of explosive fireballs rained down. Despite being a tier lower, each salvo easily vaporized dozens of frost trolls. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yuan wiped out the last of the frost troll stragglers. Before the smoke had even cleared, Chen Bei brushed ice shards from his armor, grinning. When the boss takes the field, everything suddenly feels easy. Lin Yuan shot him a look and chuckled. "Most of our troops are dead, and you still have time to butter me up?" With that, he raised his hand and sent trade requests to the other three in the party. Chen Bei stared at the pop-up window, puzzled. "Boss, what's this for? Isn't it obvious? We're splitting the loot." Before confirming the trade, Lin Yuan turned to Lin Mingming. "Mingming, Chen Bei and Li Bingqiu lost the most soldiers, so they get the bigger share. Any objections?" He preferred to lay things out plainly rather than let resentment build later. Lin Mingming had done plenty during the fight, but suffered the fewest casualties. She shook her head without hesitation. No problem, brother Lin. Chunbei and sister Bingshu lost a ton of troops. Giving them more is only fair. Even if you hadn't said so, I would have handed over part of my share. Lin Yuan gave a small nod. Though Lin Mingming lacked Chunbei's gaming talent and Li Bing's all-round prowess, her clarity and lack of greed made her a reliable teammate. The final split looked like this. Chunbei and Li Bingshu each received 10 random platinum strategy chests, 600 equipment upgrade stones, 10 hero summon tokens. Lin Mingming received 5 random platinum strategy chests, 300 equipment upgrade stones, 5 hero summon tokens. Given her current resources, that haul was already considerable. As soon as the trade went through, Chunbei blurted out, "Hold on. Boss, you just handed everything to us. What about you?" A quick tally told him Lin Yuan had practically given away the entire first clear reward for the diamond tier boss. Lin Yuan waved it off. "These don't matter to me. All I want is the time steal." He then shared the time steal stats with the group. Light rippled across the virtual display, and Chunbei's eyes went wide, drool almost escaping his mouth. Holy crap, that's a relic. With this, the boss will leave the rest of the player base in the dust. His own rewards had seemed generous a moment ago, but beside the time steal they were nothing. Even so, he felt no jealousy. Without Lin Yuan's leadership, they never would have taken down a diamond tier boss first. Li Bingchu nodded in agreement. Chunbei's right. With that item, the gap between us and the others will only grow. All right, the first clear rewards are settled, Lin Yuan said, closing the interface. His gaze shifted to the fallen Frost Demon King nearby. Now, let's see what the boss itself dropped. He walked toward the massive, frigid corpse, thinking that a diamond tier boss had better cough up something worthwhile. Lin Yuan quickly began rummaging through the Frost Demon King's corpse. As shards of ice fell, the system's crisp notifications rang in his ears. You have successfully searched the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained the special material, fragment, of the Frost Hammer. You have successfully searched the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained the special item, Frost Key. You have successfully searched the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a diamond-grade treasure, Colossal Frost Axe. You have successfully searched the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a diamond-grade treasure, Extreme Frost Armor. Within moments, for trophies lay neatly on the snow, glittering in his hands. A biting chill lingered, as if the Demon King's aura still clung to them. Alerted by the noise, Chunbei hurried over and craned his neck. "Boss, show me the loot. What did you pull out?" Lin Yuan brushed the snow from his sleeves, speaking as casually as if discussing the weather. "Oh, just 2 diamond-grade pieces. 2 diamond-grade pieces, and that's just?" Chunbei froze, clicking his tongue in disbelief. "Man, your standards are ridiculous." Lin Yuan knew full well how rare diamond-grade artifacts were. His nonchalant tone was only meant to tease. To keep everyone informed, he projected both item panels. Colossal Frost Axe. Grade, Diamond. Stats, Strength 350, Attack 580, Critical Damage 35. Passive skill Will of Frost. Attacks deal an additional 15 ice damage and slow the target by 20 for 3 seconds. Extreme Frost Armor. Grade, Diamond. Stats, Strength 200, Constitution 400, Defense 650, Damage Reduction 10, Ice Resistance 100. Active skill domain of Extreme Frost. Creates a 100-meter frost field, reducing enemy attack speed by 15 and movement speed by 25 for 15 minutes, 60-minute cooldown. The glowing panels cast an icy light that drew gasps from the team. Still, Lin Yuan knew these pieces paled beside the green dragon armor had secured earlier. That armor offered 30 magic immunity, 51 socketed with the green dragon gammon edge no ordinary diamond-grade gear could match. The Demon King's drops both carried decent slowing effects, but such soft control had limited sway in a decisive battle. Even so, Diamond trumped Platinum any day. Considering the team's needs, Lin Yuan immediately fitted the Extreme Frost Armor onto Ugsar. Blue mist coiled around the stone-skinned giant, forming an impenetrable crystal shell. His once lacking defenses leapt to a new tier. Next, Lin Yuan offered the Colossal Frost Axe its blade shimmering cold Bluedo Chunbei and initiated a trade. The shaft slid from a swirl of frost, releasing a wave of chill. Chunbei hesitated, read the stats, then waved both hands in protest. "Boss, this is way too valuable. I can't take it." Lin Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, "There's no need for empty words. I'm giving you this weapon simply because you're the best fit for it. If it suited Li Bingshu or Lin Mingming more, I'd hand it to them without a second thought. We're a team now, and every choice has to maximize our overall strength." He spoke without the slightest politeness. These were his honest thoughts. The Lord era was never a solo gammy. No matter how strong an individual was, their power had limits. If sharing his gains made the team stronger, Lin Yuan never hesitated. Besides, the Frost Great Axe almost seemed tailor-made for Chunbei's Orc Warlord. The orc warlord boasted high attack and thick health, but was notoriously slow, an easy target for kiting. Once the frost great axe was equipped, every swing carried a 20% slow. When enemies moved slower, you effectively moved faster. Who cared about clumsy footwork then? With this axe, Chunbei could chase down anyone in his path. Chunbei accepted the great axe with both hands, his thick arms trembling as an icy blue aura seeped from the blade. Boss, say no more, he rumbled. As I've said, call and he'll come. Even if every last soldier falls, he'll stand in front. Enough, enough, Lin Yuan joked. You're almost out of troops as it is focus on recovery first. Their last battle had been brutal, skirting total annihilation. Nearly 80% of the forces under Chunbei and Li Bingqiu lay dead. Lin Yuan hadn't fared much better. His heavy armored skeleton knights were wiped out, and most of his pikemen, cavalry, and dark elf swordsmen were gone. When he added it all up, the only intact unit left was his 400-strong flame mage corps. Those mages were Lin Yuan's lifeline. Their overwhelming firepower had carried him this far, and as long as he had other troops to shield them, he would never let a single mage fall. During the lull, Li Bingqiu suddenly asked, "What's the plan now? What else?" "We head back to regroup," Lin Yuan replied with a shrug. "You're not going after the cursed God King?" She pressed, frowning. "With what army?" Lin Yuan gave a wry smile. "Look at our roster. The God King wouldn't even need to show off his rank 6 fiends alone could wipe us out. We don't have a frontline unit left. The first clash would shatter us." As he spoke, he twirled the frost key between his fingers. "There's no rush. We need 2 keys to open the chest in the crossroads, and one of them is already in our hands. That puts us in control." From his perspective, no one else could currently take down a diamond-grade boss. The fight had a 10-lord cap, so a Zerd rush was impossible. Maybe the top 10 lords in Huaxia could do it together, but they belonged to different factions. Gathering them would be a miracle. So why not rest up, rebuild their forces, and come back for the cursed God King when they were truly ready? Soon, Lin Yuan led the group back to base. Although they had gained a great deal, everyone's stamina and troops were nearly exhausted, so the assault on the evil God King was set for 7 days later. The reason was simple. The barracks would only refresh with new unit types at the start of the week, and recruiting from within their territory was the best way for Li Bingqiu and the others to rebuild their forces. Conveniently, one day after that would mark a full month since the game's launch. 8 days from now, every person on Earth would be dragged into the game, and Age of Lords would enter an entirely new era. After Lin Yuan's party left the canyon, a dense clump of shrubs rustled, and a figure slipped out without a sound. Crouching low, Feng Chong checked repeatedly to be sure no scouts remained before pulling out his communicator and dialing a number. "Boss, they're gone." "Yeah?" Wang Hu's deep voice came through the earpiece. "Did they spot you?" "I don't think so," Feng Chong answered quickly. "I kept my distance. Once they entered the canyon, I didn't dare get any closer. You saw the global announcement, right? That diamond tier boss they killed must been inside the canyon." Feng Chong swallowed. "Boss, maybe we should drop this. Anyone who can solo a diamond boss might be more than we can handle." "Don't be stupid." Wang Hu snapped, his voice exploding in Feng Chong's headset. "Boss Lin hates cowards like you. No matter how strong they are, there's still only 4 people. I can hire 100 players to surround theme if 100 isn't enough, then 1,000. Boss Lin gave me 50 million. I'm going to make them wipe at least once." Wang Hu sounded like a rabid dog ready to pounce, and that ferocity was exactly how Head climbed the ranks under Lin Tianke. Overwhelmed, Feng Chong's voice grew tense. "So what do we do next? How bad were their losses?" Wang Hu asked instead of answering. "Nobody takes down a diamond boss unscathed. They were hit pretty hard," Feng Chong confirmed. And what?" "I didn't catch everything, but it sounded like they planned to return to the canyon in 7 days. Going back." Wang Hu paused, rubbing his chin. The boss inside was already dead. Why return unless something deeper in the canyon remained undiscovered? A gleam flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his voice. "Stay right where you are, Feng Chong. I'm bringing a team over. Let's find out what's really hidden in that canyon." After parting ways with Li Bingqiu and the others, Lin Yuan hurried back to his own territory. The moment he arrived, he planted the newly one-time steel in front of the Lord's Manor. The slab was black as ink. Runes crawled across its surface, and a pale gold light washed over the entire domain. Construction time for all buildings, 50. Training time for all units, 50. The bonuses took effect instantly. Craftsmen in the workshop erupted in cheers, the clatter of wood and stone echoing non-stop. At this pace, the manor would reach level 6 in less than 10 days. And once Griffin Cliff was finished, Tier 6 griffins would move in by the flock. Most lords could barely field ground troops, let alone flyers. Faced with a ruthless, highly mobile griffin squadron, they could do nothing but wait for the bombing runs. The very thought was enough to make one's scalp prickle. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan practically lived in the wilderness, farming monsters around the clock. With the skull of the Bone Monarch, he had to turn a steady stream of corpses into skeleton soldiers if he hoped to challenge the evil God King. The evil God King was not only physically formidable, but could also resurrect wraiths. making him far harder to grind down than the Frost Demon King. To squeeze every drop of efficiency out of his grind, Lin Yuan opened his wallet. He hired a full 100 players at 5,000 a day, paying them upfront. Some scouted for dense spawn points. Others herded packs of monsters straight to him. Do the math, 100 people, even at a discounted 3,000 a day, came to 300,000 daily and 2.1 million over a week. It was money on fire, but that raw purchasing power spared him all the scouting and kiting, at least doubling, if not tripling, his kill rate. Had considered buying monster corpses from other lords. She only needed the bodies, but they vanished a few minutes after death, so that idea died on the drawing board. 7 days of non-stop farming later, his skeleton army was finally taking shape. Across the plains, 80,000 Tier 1 skeletons stood in perfect ranks. Long spears of bleached bone glinted under the sunset, a sheet of lifeless silver stretching to the horizon. Lin Yuan scanned the lines and allowed himself a satisfied smile. His investment had not been in vain. He raised a hand and retrieved the skull of the bone monarch from his inventory. The jet-black skull floated in midair, deep red soulfire flickering in its sockets. An instant later, ebony magic circles bloomed beneath the lowest tier skeletons. Black mist churned, bone shards rattled. Fusion and transformation had officially begun. 80,000 first-tier skeletons quickly fused into 40,000 second-tier skeleton warriors. Moments later, those 40,000 merged again. Armor and bone cracked and reforged, leaving only 20,000 heavy skeleton warriors. Molten gold soulfire surged through obsidian bones, and the 20,000 heavy skeleton warriors became 10,000 skeleton cavaliers. When the 10,000 skeleton cavaliers shattered the shadows and recombined into 5,000 heavy skeleton cavaliers, the army in front of Lin Yuan had visibly thinned. Yet at the same time, each unit's tier had soared from 80,000 Tier 1 troops to just 5,000 Tier 5 heavy skeleton cavaliers. This was the total result of his last 7 days' work. But Tier 5 no longer satisfied Lin Yuan. In the previous battle, his Tier 5 heavy skeleton cavaliers had been nearly powerless against Tier 6 frost trolls. That gap made one thing clear: quality decided victory. With that thought, he activated the skull of the Skeleton King again without hesitation. Ash-gray ripples spread out as the bones of 5,000 heavy skeleton cavaliers cracked and reknit. Their emerald soulfire was swallowed, replaced in an instant by jet-black flames. Black fire flickered in hollow eye sockets. Thick shadow mist coiling around their armor. The Tier 5 heavy skeleton cavaliers had ascended to Tier 6 dark skeleton knights. Their number dropped by half, leaving only 2,500 riders. With these 2,500 dark skeleton knights, conquering the heretic god king should be easy, Lin Yuan said, gazing at the ominous army. Confident, he ordered the march toward the canyon. When they reached the canyon entrance, Li Bingqiu and the others were already waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lin Yuan said with an apologetic smile. It's fine. We haven't been here long, Li Bingqiu replied. As they spoke, Qin Bai's gaze locked onto the knight core wreathed in black mist behind Lin Yuan. Boss, these skeleton knights look different from the ones you brought last time, don't they? He asked in surprise. Dark skeleton knights Tier 6 units. Naturally, they're different, Lin Yuan replied casually. Tier 6? And that many? Qin Bai sucked in a breath. After 7 days of rest, each of them had only regained about half their forces. Yet Lin Yuan, who had taken the heaviest losses, was now even stronger. Clearly, when you possessed a special artifact, you could do almost anything you wanted. If he could, Lin Yuan would have upgraded the squad of dark skeleton knights into higher tier skeleton kings. Unfortunately, once he tried it, he discovered that the artifact wasn't all-power fuel. It imposed a cap based on his lord level. Without the required level, no amount of materials could fuse a more advanced skeleton unit. At Lin Yuan's current rank, the best he could create were dark skeleton knights. Thinking it through, the limitation was perfectly reasonable. If unrestricted upgrades were possible, he could have turned the initial 256 Tier 1 skeletons into a Tier 9 skeleton emperor on day 1, an early game juggernaut that would annihilate any opposition. All right, everyone's here, let's get into the canyon, Lin Yuan said, dropping the matter. Qin Bai nodded, his excitement impossible to hide. Once we take down the evil god king, maybe we'll score a few more diamond-grade treasures. The frost giant axe dropped by the frost demon king last time had shown him the value of such loot. After the orc warlord equipped it, their combat power transformed, leaving Qin Bai in no doubt about a diamond item's worth. The three followed Lin Yuan into the canyon, quickly reaching the familiar three-way fork. The left tunnel led straight to the evil god king's lair, the haunted cavern. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan walked in. 10 minutes later, they reached the cavern's depths. As soon as Lin Yuan crossed the threshold, the evil god king's blood-red eyes, brimming with malice, fixed on them. Humans who gave you the courage to come here? I did, Lin Yuan answered, voice icy as he flicked his arm. Blow him apart. Ordinarily, a territory refreshed its recruitable units once every 7 days. Lin Yuan's time steal, however, had halved the cycle, giving him 2 full refreshes within that span. The result 700 flame mages, all on standby. At his command, the mages raised their staffs as one, chants swelling like a tide. 700 blazing fireballs converged overhead before crashing down in a meteor shower on the evil god king. Boom, boom, boom. Blinding explosions rippled across the giant's body, the force driving him back several steps. One salvo stripped more than 50,000 hit points from his health bar. Accursed humans. The evil god king roared, steadying himself, fury almost bursting from his eyes. Slaughter them all. With his shout, wave after wave of hideous wraiths surged from the cavern's shadows like a black tide, rapidly encircling Lin Yuan's party. Lin Yuan faces the swarming legion of fiendish ghouls without the slightest trace of fear. This isn't his first time staring down a Tier VI army, and today's fight is the perfect chance to test his newest unit, the Dark Skeleton Knights. A faint smile creeps across his lips as he gives the order without hesitation. Yujsar, take the charge. The moment the command leaves him, Commander Yujsar draws the bone demon blade, its edge shrieking against the air. He spurs his mount ahead, 2,500 Dark Skeleton Knights forming an arrowhead behind him. Their black banners snap in the wind. They outnumber the Ghoul Legion 2-1. If they can't crush the enemy under such circumstances, this Tier VI unit is worthless. Iron hooves pound the ground, and within seconds the two front lines collide. The ghouls howl, bloody maws eager to swallow everything, but the knights remain unfazed. One rider lowers his shadow flame lance and drives it forward, the tip bursting into pitch-black fire. SSS-level, the dark flame rips through the first ghoul's chest, stripping away a third of its health. Before the creature can retaliate, two more lances wreathed in black fire spear in from the flanks. SSS-level. Both thrusts punch clean through its body. Its remaining health vanishes, and the hulking corpse slams to the ground. The stench of hot blood rolls across the field, yet nothing slows the death-ridden cavalry's relentless advance. Not far away, Chunbei watches in astonishment. Boss, they're both Tier VI, but the Dark Skeleton Knights look way stronger. Are they some kind of hidden unit? Not at all, Lin Yuan replies with a laugh. The Skull King's crown gives every skeletal unit a 30% boost to all stats, and Yujsar's passive, Throne of Bones, adds another 20. That's a 50% edge. At the same tier, they can only dominate. Even as he speaks, the Dark Skeleton Knights have already torn apart dozens of ghouls, widening the gap with every charge. On another flank, Artoria and Kellen join forces against the cursed God King, while Chunbei and Li Bingchu push their troops forward to shield the Inferno mages in the rear. Fire, icy steel, and black flame intertwine at the center, and the battlefield echoes with deafening cries. Foolish mortals feel the lash of hell. The cursed God King roars, his whip erupting in searing hellfire. In an instant, it becomes a blur of blazing afterimages, carving through everything around him. Anything below Tier VI disintegrates on impact. The whip lashes past, and even Artoria loses nearly a quarter of her health. Her bone armor cracks, and she reacts at once, raising a shield of glory that envelopes her in golden light. So far, this boss fight has been completely one-sided. The cursed God King's health kept dropping 400, 000, 300,000, 200,000. Volley after volley of scarlet fire from the pyromancers wrapped him in a blazing cage. Watching from the sidelines, Chunbei muttered, I expected a slog, but this is turning out to be a pretty easy ride. Li Bingchu nodded. Definitely easier than last time. When the God King's HP reached 150,000, he finally unveiled his trump card. Raising both arms, he intoned a deep, feverish chant that rumbled across the battlefield. Descend upon this world and destroy all gate of malevolent souls. The ground split open with a roar, and a massive bronze gate seeped with malice rose into view. Beyond it lay a silent abyss that seemed to lead straight to hell. Every specter slain on the field would resurrect behind that gate. Ghouls poured through, shrouded in sickly green flames, lunging at Lin Yuan's ranks like demons reborn. Though the God King's stats trailed the Frost Demon King's, his tactics were far more devious. Without Lin Yuan's preparation too, 506 Tier Dark Skeleton Knights already fused these infinitely respawning ghouls would have overwhelmed him. Ignore the ghouls, focus all fire on the God King, Lin Yuan ordered. The undead couldn't break the knight's line for now, and the boss had only 150,000 health left. Another volley or two would finish it. When the God King's health dipped below 50,000, Lin Yuan summoned Yujsar. Facing the weakened boss, Yujsar raised his bone blade and unleashed Bone Demon Lord Slash. The boss had already lost 500,000 HP, and the ability deals true damage equal to 8% of that missing health, about 40,000 base. Combined with Yujsar's own attack, the strike wiped out the God King's last hit points in an instant. With a crash, the towering figure toppled. As he died, the bronze gate dissolved into black smoke. Deprived of its anchor, the ghouls lost cohesion. Clearing them was now only a matter of time. Grins spread across the spectators' faces. Striding forward, Lin Yuan stopped before the God King's corpse, eager to inspect the loot it had dropped. For a moment, every pair of eyes in the room locked onto Lin Yuan. The crowd held its breath, eager to see what treasure might be pried from the evil God King's colossal, hideous corpse, though everyone knew the rewards would be a little worse because this wasn't a first kill. Lin Yuan crouched, pressed his hand against the creature's still scorching chest, and pale gold system screens appeared in rapid succession while pleasant chimes echoed in his ears. You have successfully searched the evil God King's corpse and obtained the special material, Evil God King's Heart. You have successfully searched the evil God King's corpse and obtained the special item, Purgatory Key. You have successfully searched the evil God King's corpse and obtained the Diamond Tier treasure, Demon Pendant. You have successfully searched the evil God King's corpse and obtained the Diamond Tier treasure, Hell Ring. It was the same 2 diamond drops the Frost Demon King had yielded, yet this time, both happened to be accessories, which surprised Lin Yuan. With a thought, he pushed the detailed stats of the 2 items into the team chat. Demon Pendant. Quality, Diamond. Attributes, Strength 150, Attack 210, Critical Rate 15. Additional skill Demon's Grasp. Conjures a massive demonic hand that seizes a designated enemy, imprisoning it for 3 seconds and dealing 15,000 damage per second during the imprisonment. Hell Ring. Quality, Diamond. Attributes, Intelligence 180, Magic Attack 300, Spell Penetration 10. Additional skill Gate of Hell. Opens a gate to the abyss that continuously summons infernal creatures. The summons tiers scale with the user's hero level. Accessories can't match weapons and armor for raw stats, yet their tactical value on the field is just as critical. Lin Yuan glanced around at his teammates and said with a grin, I can use both of these, so we'll hold on to them. No problem, you're the boss, so it's your call, Li Bingqiu replied with a casual shrug. Chun Bei waved a hand and laughed. No objections. I already snagged a diamond tier item. Taking more would be greedy. Same here, another teammate agreed. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mingming asked softly, could I have the evil God King's heart? I think I need it for a quest. Of course. Lin Yuan opened the trade window and passed over the heart, still glowing with a dark red sheen. Though the material was rare, he never minded sharing when a teammate needed something. Thank you. Lin Mingming accepted it, her eyes sparkling. With the loot sorted, Lin Yuan immediately equipped the new accessories on 2 heroes. The Demon Pendant naturally went to Artoria, who already possessed the control skill Holy Bind. Chaining it with Demon's Grasp would give her back-to-back crowd control. The Hell Ring slid onto Kellen's finger, the deep red runes resonating with her mana until dark gold flames flickered across the band. Among his 3 heroes, only Kellen relied on intelligence and magic attack bonuses, making the ring a perfect fit. After equipping the 2 artifacts, both Artoria and Kalen saw their stats jump noticeably. Watching the numbers flicker across the interface, Lin Yuan couldn't stop the smile creeping onto his face. In Lord Era, nothing feels better than watching your heroes grow stronger and your army expand. Yet the thrill of improvement was quickly overshadowed by a more pressing goal. With the Purgatory Key and Frost Key in hand, he finally qualified to unlock the hidden treasure. Wasting no time, he led the party back to the fork in the maze and headed straight for the center. Roughly 30 minutes later, they reached the end of the corridor. The stone dais still stood there, the oversized chest exactly where Head left it, its dusty wood grain untouched, proof that no one had been here since. All right, I'm opening it, Lin Yuan announced, trying to keep his voice steady despite the excitement churning inside him. A horde guarded by 2 diamond tier bosses could never disappoint. Li Bingqiu, Chun Bei, and Lin Mingming held their breath, a mix of anticipation and nerves written all over their faces. Lin Yuan slid the Purgatory Key and Frost Key into the twin locks, then turned them clockwise. Click, click. The sharp sound echoed through the cavernous chamber as the heavy lid creaked open and every eye zeroed in on the contents. Inside lay an egg as black as ink. Its shell was covered in dense, sinister runes that pulsed faintly, releasing a chill that made their skin crawl. This egg is the treasure? Chen Bai's eyes went wide with disbelief. Li Bingqiu was equally stunned. What on earth is that thing? After a brief silence, Lin Mingming stepped closer and lowered her voice. It's alive. My elven priestess can feel a life force inside. Given the elves' innate sensitivity to life, her judgment was rarely wrong. But the one who was most shaken was Lin Yuan. His pupils contracted to pinpoint she knew exactly what it was. Unless his eyes betrayed him, this was an abyssal demon egg. The abyssal invasion of his previous life was still vivid in his mind. The rift between the endless abyss and the eternal continent had opened without warning, unleashing hordes of abyssal creatures across the land. Cities burned, countless lords fell, and even his closest companions were slaughtered by demons. He could never forget the sight of a demon egg. Worse yet, the rank of a demon could be read directly from the number of runes on its shell. 1 rune birthed a first-tier demon. 2 runes, a second-tier. 4 runes, a third-tier. 8 runes, a fourth-tier. A 9th-tier demon would bear at least 256 runes. And right now, Lin Yuan could clearly see far more than 256 of them. Boss, do you have any idea what this thing is? Chun Bei had developed a reflex. Whenever he ran into something he couldn't figure out, he went straight to Lin Yuan. Now he stared at the jet black, egg-shaped object in the treasure chest, curiosity tinged with a hint of dread. That's a demon egg. It hatches abyssal demons, Lin Yuan said gravely, pointing at the shell. The more runes on the surface, the stronger the demon. No kidding? Chun Bei leaned in for a closer look. Filamenthin markings covered the dark shell, enough to make his skin crawl. Wow, this thing's no joke, he muttered, swallowing hard even as excitement bubbled up inside him. Lin Yuan exhaled. Count them. Let's see how many runes there are. He'll do it. Li Bingqiu stepped forward, flicking her sleeve. I'm more meticulous than Chun Bei. I won't make a mistake. Go ahead, Lin Yuan said with a nod. She crouched beside the egg, steadied it carefully, and traced each rune with her fingertip, counting under her breath. Time ticked by in silence. Every breath and heartbeat sounded loud in their ears. After a while, Chun Bei scratched his head. Bingqiu, you done yet? Dinner'll be stone cold at this rate. Keep talking, and you can count them yourself, Li Bingqiu replied without looking up. That shut him up fast. He shuffled 2 steps back. A few more minutes passed before Li Bingqiu finally straightened. Finished? Lin Yuan asked immediately. Finished. You're sure? Positive, she said, taking a deep breath. Exactly 1,000 runes. Am not off by even one. 1,000. Lin Yuan's eyelid twitched as he sucked in a sharp breath. An egg with only 256 runes could birth a 9th-tier demon. The most he'd ever seen in his past life had been a little over 400. That egg had been traded for 2 legendary strategic artifacts and eventually hatched an abyssal dragon. That dragon's talent was astonishing. Under its lord's care it grew rapidly, and a hero later tamed it, advancing from S-rank Dragon Knight to S-rank Abyssal Dragon Knight, an almost impossible leap. Yet that egg had barely more than 400 runes. The one before him held a full 1,000. Lin Yuan stepped forward, lifted the cold, heavy shell with both hands, and murmured, "What in the world will hatch from this?" Before the words left his lips, the air in front of them warped violently. As if slashed by an invisible blade, a pitch-black rift tore open with a thunderous crack. Li Bingqiu and the others had never seen anything like it, and they jumped back in shock. Of the group, Lin Yuan was the only one who stayed composed. His eyes swept across the shattered stones and ruined walls beneath his feet, and from the jagged black fissure, he clearly sensed the abyss' bone-chilling aura. I didn't expect to run into something from the abyss this early in this lifetime, he mused, gaze fixed on the center of the crack. The air first warped, then ballooned outward. A huge dusky violet face burst through the rift. It wasn't remotely human, more like a demon. Skin crisscrossed with dark purple veins, 6 blood-red eyes arranged oddly, and snapping open in unison, their cold light brimming with malice. Is that a boss? Chun Bei blurted, lifting his hand. Instantly, his troops shouldered their weapons, and the runes on the mag crystal cannons flared. Lin Yuan raised a hand to stop him. Stand down. That thing can't touch us. While speaking, he had already recognized the creature. Astaroth, one of the 72 demon pillars of the abyss. Legend said its body was pitch black, reeking poisonous miasma wafted wherever it went, and it dragged a hellish dragon by its right hand, commanding dozens of demon legions. Each of the 72 was among the most terrifying warlords in the abyss. With a flick of his finger, Lin Yuan cast a detection spell. Pale gold runes skimmed across the demon's face. Astaroth. Faction, Abyss Boss. Level, 135. HP. ATK. Def. Skills. Profile. One of the 72 demon pillars. Its very existence portends catastrophe and destruction. Because of his own lord tier limit, Lin Yuan could only see level 135. The rest remained cold question marks. He knew, however, that abyss bosses ignored conventional ranks. Any one of them was at least equivalent to a legendary boss of the same level. Fortunately, the passage between the endless abyss and the eternal continent had yet to open. For now, all Astaroth could do was tear the space. It couldn't truly strike. A harsh, rumbling voice thundered from the purple-black rift. Human, leave that demon egg behind. Lin Yuan met the 6 blood-red eyes and replied evenly, Why should I? Astaroth's voice grated like iron scraping iron. Take it with you. An endless calamity will follow. Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing. His voice echoed over the ruins. That's the freshest thread I've heard in ages. But the key point is right now you can't actually do anything to me, can you? He spread his hands, faint light seeping from the demon egg he held. Even if I walk away with it, what then? Let's be realistic, name your price. If it's good enough, maybe you'll consider leaving the egg here. Lin Yuan's words left Chun Bei and the others momentarily stunned. They hurriedly cast Identify, and a massive stats screen flared before their eyes. Astaros, Abyssal Demon Lord, level 135 boss. The line of glaring red text made their hearts lurch. An Abyssal Demon Lord. Level 135. Yet Lin Yuan acted as though it were nothing. With a casual wave he started haggling with the terrifying entity, his audacity almost obscene. You are the first human who has ever dared speak to me this way. Astaros pushed half his face through the rift, knife-thin eyes narrowing, his voice low and frigid. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Is that so? Lin Yuan threw his head back and laughed, spreading his arms as if to embrace the danger. If you really can, then do it. Inside the pitch-black fissure, Astaros' expression darkened. The planar rules bound him. For the moment, he truly could not touch Lin Yuan. Do not get carried away, human. The demon god's anger rumbled like distant thunder. When the abyssal gate opens, you will pay for today. Lin Yuan dug a finger in his ear and yawned, sounding bored. Sure, I'll wait. Until then, I'm keeping this demon egg. 3 legendary artifacts. Astaros finally panicked, his voice shaking the walls of the rift. He could not let Lin Yuan leave with the demon egg, no matter the cost. In Lord Era's gear hierarchy, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, mythic legendary items ranked above diamond and were incomparably rare. Leave the demon egg, and I will grant you 3 legendary artifacts. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. Show me what you've got. Astaros' reply hammered like a drum. I swear by my name as an abyssal demon lord, when the endless abyss connects to the eternal continent, I shall personally deliver the 3 legendary artifacts. Lin Yuan snorted. So it's just empty promises. How much is a vow worth? If you can't put equal value on the table right now, the deal is off. With that, he turned on his heel, clearly intent on walking away with the egg. Wait. Astaros growled. After a bout of teeth gnashing, he forced down his rage. You want sincerity? Fine, take it. His visage dissolved into the darkness, and swirling black mist coalesced into a shadowy map. This map marks the location of an epic artifact. If you can find it, it will be yours. Astaros' voice was low but distinct. Human, I have shown my good faith. I expect you to honor yours and leave the demon egg behind. The moment Astaros finished speaking, shock flickered across the faces of Li Bingqiu and the others. An epic tier strategic artifact? That's 2 levels above diamond tier. For Lin Yuan and his party, calling it a divine weapon is no exaggeration. The air swelled with feverish anticipation as every eye settled on Lin Yuan, waiting for his decision. At that moment, Lin Yuan let out a quiet laugh. On the far side of the rift, Astaroth frowned and asked in a low voice, What are you laughing at? At your stupidity, Lin Yuan replied coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. What makes you think I'd strike a deal with an abyssal demon? Astaroth froze, then exploded with rage. You dare mock me? Weren't you scheming against me first? Lin Yuan's smile was calm yet cutting. You think I don't know where that map leads? It's the dark labyrinth, swarming with lethal creatures. Even if an epic artifact is hidden there, I'm nowhere near strong enough to reach the core. In short, you were sending us to our deaths. Li Bingqiu and the others blanched, a chill running down their spines. Only now did they grasp Astaroth's treachery. Without Lin Yuan's warning, they would have charged in and been wiped out. Unmasked, Astaroth dropped all pretense and growled, Human, I truly underestimated you. Since you insist on opposing me, prepare to pay in blood. When the endless abyss overlaps the eternal continent, I'll reclaim the demon egg myself, and you'll die with no grave to mark you. As his words faded, a tidal wave of murderous intent surged through the rift. Even across 2 worlds, it made hearts quail, yet Lin Yuan merely answered with a derisive smile. Think you can take the demon egg from me? He raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid you'll never get the chance. With that, he turned to Artoria and held out his hand. Give me the sword. The blade flashed coldly as it settled in his grasp. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan drew the edge across his palm. Scarlet drops spattered onto the demon egg's jet-black shell. To everyone's shock, the instant the blood touched it, the ebony sigils flared crimson. Line after line bled from black to red until the entire egg seemed to ignite. Astaroth's face twisted grotesquely. How could a mere human possibly know? Lin Yuan cut him off with a smile. You want to know how I learned to bind the demon egg? Too bad he simply know. So from this moment on, the demon egg is mine. In barely a dozen seconds, the runes on the devil's egg turned the color of blood. The crimson seeped into the shell, the lines writhing and intertwining until they froze into a savage, demonic face. Blood still dripped from Lin Yuan's fingertip, the lingering sting reminding everyone that the bond was sealed. Whatever demon hatched from the egg would recognize only Lin Yuan as its master, even if Astaroth took it back. Blood bonding straight out of a fantasy novel, Lin Yuan remarked casually, his certainty born of past life experience. Despicable human, I'll carve you apart. Astaroth's roar from the spatial rift all but ripped the air open. Scarlet hellfire spilled through the fissure, shockwaves rolling outward and making the walls hum. The crushing pressure stalled every heartbeat in the room. Li Bingqiu instinctively took a step back. No wonder he's a level 100 boss's aura alone is terrifying. Chun Bei swallowed hard and asked, Boss, you're sure he can't do anything to us? Relax, Lin Yuan said steadily. If he could act, had already have the egg. Fair. Chun Bai's nerves loosened. Grinning, he flipped the middle finger at the rift. Idiot, eat shit. You'll pay for this, just you wait. With a final roar, the fissure zipped shut, its eerie glow and the demonic face vanishing at once. Silence returned. Lin Yuan glanced at Chen Bei, a sly smile on his lips. So, how does it feel to trash talk an abyssal demon lord? Fantastic. Chen Bei laughed. Pure mouth to mayhem joy. You're brutally honest. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder. Let's see if you're still this bold when the abyssal invasion starts. Chen Bai's grin froze. Boss, when is that happening? We've got some time, Lin Yuan said. Great. Chen Bei exhaled in relief. Lin Yuan added, but when it does come, you still want match that demon lord, especially after insulting him. He'll hunt you first. Chen Bei went paper white and clutched Lin Yuan's leg. Boss, save me. Get up, have some pride. Lin Yuan shook him off. Even if he's one of the 72 pillars, I don't fear him. It wasn't bravado. In his past life, Lin Yuan had faced pillar-level fiends. His only downfall came during the assault on the demon lord Kunga Zate, when Lin Tianke betrayed him. The memory darkened his gaze. His fists tightened. Lin Tianke would pay without fail. And that day is no longer far off. After speaking, Lin Yuan turned to Li Bingqiu. Can you still recall that black fog map? Li Bingqiu froze for a moment, then nodded with confidence. No problem. I've always had a near photographic memory. She hesitated, unable to suppress her doubt. But isn't the dark labyrinth marked on that map a trap laid by our enemies? With our current strength, it is, Lin Yuan replied calmly. But once we grow stronger, the map will be priceless. There's a good chance an epic-grade artifact is hidden in that labyrinth. In his previous life, he had only heard rumors of the dark labyrinth. Unimaginably dangerous and open only to tier 8 units or higher. Its location and whether anyone had ever cleared it was unknown. Yet this time Asteros had given him exact coordinates, and he didn't seem to be lying. Lin Yuan had never planned to trade with him, but the exchange had unexpectedly handed him a lead on a great treasure. Understood. Li Bingqiu nodded at once. He'll redraw the map from memory as soon as we're back and make it as accurate as possible. Thank you. Lin Yuan inclined his head, then swept his gaze over the group. We're done here. Let's move out. Chen Bei stepped forward and tapped the demon egg in Lin Yuan's hand, his eyes full of curiosity. Boss, when will this thing hatch? The shell, once pitch black, was now crimson and pulsing gently, as though it were breathing. Lin Yuan shook his head. No idea. But an egg that even an abyssal demon god values this much won't be ordinary. Chatting as they went, they headed toward the canyon's exit. Before long they arrived and all frowned simultaneously. The once open passage was crammed with all kinds of troops, a dark mass stretching out of sight. Hundreds of lords led their armies in a half-moon formation, sealing the exit tight. Careful, Lin Yuan, Li Bingqiu whispered. Something's off. Worry flashed in Lin Mengmeng's eyes. Looks like they're here for us. Hot-tempered Chen Bei tightened his grip on his weapon and muttered, Boss, they don't look friendly. Should we hit them first? Lin Yuan raised a hand for calm. A force this large couldn't be a coincidence. Someone had gathered them on purpose. He hadn't made that many enemies. Were these lords really here just to kill him and steal his loot? While he was thinking, a figure emerged from the back of the crowd, and a familiar voice reached his ears. Brother Lin Yuan, it's been a long time. Do you still remember me? Lin Yuan looked up and fixed his gaze on the figure before him. It was Wang Hu. I was wondering who it might be, and it turns out to be you, the little clown. He lifted the corner of his mouth, voice relaxed, but the sharp light in his eyes was unnerving. What's wrong? Was the beating you took last time not enough? Back for more? The insult cut like a blade. Wang Hu's face darkened, his chest heaving, clearly stung. Moments later he forced a smile, voice low and cold. Lin Yuan, you do have the right to be arrogant. I have no excuse for losing to you last time. But to trap you here today, I've joined forces with 3 guilds: Xiongtu, Xingqian, and Tiange. You're not escaping. He stepped aside as he spoke, signaling behind him. 3 figures marched forward in unison. A bald, broad-shouldered hulk whose muscles rippled beneath his armor. A tall, reed-thin man with a predatory glint in his eyes. A bespectacled man whose gold-rimmed frames hid a calculating calm behind his scholarly facade. These were the guild masters of Xiongtu, Xingqian, and Tiange. Around them stood their members, banners snapping in the wind. A closer look showed that most of their troops were only tier 3 units, with just a handful at tier 4. Numbers were their one real advantage. Lin Yuan stayed where he was, eyes slowly sweeping across the crowd. Mistaking his silence for fear, Wang Hu grew bolder and let out a cold laugh. Scared now? A little late for that, isn't it? You're mistaken. Lin Yuan shook his head gently, calm yet solemn. I was just curious. Finding 3 guilds I've never even heard of must have been tough. Before the words settled, the bald giant strode forward, his voice rumbling like thunder. Boy, are you looking to die? The lanky man sneered. Youngsters never know their limits. The scholarly one adjusted his glasses, a mild yet razor-sharp smile on his face. Don't underestimate him. He's one of the top lords in Huaxia, so the pride is understandable. But the Age of Lords isn't a one-man show. No matter how strong he is, once our 3 guilds combine, he can only accept his fate. Well said, Brother Zhao. Wang Hu laughed, his voice echoing across the clearing. Take him down today, and you'll be well rewarded. In truth, Wang Hu barely knew the three guild masters. Aside from a slight acquaintance with Zhao Ming of Tiange, the others were little more than familiar faces. Yet money bridges any gap. To stage this ambush, he had paid each of them 5 million upfront, with another 5 million promised afterward, 30 million in all. Xiongtu, Xingqian, and Tiange were only mid-tier guilds, a step below the elite, but 30 million was more than enough to make them go Allen. Remember, Lin Tianke had given Wang Hu a total of 50 million. He had poured 60% of it into this single operation, all for one goal: revenge on Lin Yuan, to wipe him out for good. Lin Yuan's eyes swept over the crowd, and he couldn't help laughing. Since you're all so confident, come and give it a try. Let's see whether you reset me or I reset you instead. Haha, are you out of your mind? Can't you see how many of us there are? The bald, burly Chu Xiong shouted back with a booming laugh. Then he barked, President Zhou Chun, President Zhao Ming, time to move. Slashing his hand through the air, he roared, Xiongtu brothers, charge with me. Zhao Ming's smile never reached his eyes. President Chu really is impatient. Still, Heaven's Pavilion doesn't raise cowards. Brothers, all in. Don't hold back. Whoever loses the most troops, they'll reimburse you. Zhou Chun glanced around and gave a faint smile. We took the job. Let's finish it. Starfall brothers, lend a hand. The three orders rang out almost simultaneously. Hundreds of lords led their units forward, an iron tide rolling toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his voice. It hasn't been easy for you to train these soldiers. I'll give you one last chance. Stop now, and I won't make things hard for you. Idiot. Chu Xiong snarled, his face twisting. You're the fish on the board, and we're holding the knives, and you still talk about going easy? Brothers, kill him. Attack. More than 100 Xiongtu lords roared as one, their voices crashing like thunder. Lin Yuan sighed softly. Had given them their chance, and if they wasted it, that was on them. He looked up at the dark wave of troops and drew from his pack a scroll that shone with emerald light, the forbidden spell Wrath of the Green Dragon, loot from clearing the Green Dragon instance. As someone who had lived this life once before, he knew how terrifying a forbidden spell could be. Staggering power and a massive area of effect. Nothing could suit the moment better. Without a flicker of hesitation, Lin Yuan activated the scroll. It dissolved into a streak of green light that shot skyward, and a vast wave of magic rippled outward. Zhao Ming sensed danger first. His face went pale, and he bellowed, incoming. Spread out now. But a forbidden spell strikes in the blink of an eye. With the three guilds' forces packed together, scattering was a fantasy. Boom. The spell detonated. High above, a colossal green dragon took shape, its presence weighing like a mountain. Every head tilted back in shock. Roar. The earth-shaking cry split the sky. The dragon opened its enormous jaws, and a sea of blazing emerald fire poured down, engulfing everything. This was a forbidden-level spell, Wrath of the Green Dragon. Boom, 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 boom. Scalding dragon fire ripped across the ground like an act of God. Waves of flame churned. The searing air snapped and popped, and a blur of crimson damage numbers burst above the heads of every Tier 3 and Tier 4 soldier. Ordinary troops simply couldn't survive a spell of this magnitude. A single lick of flame ignited them outright. Their armor first glowed red hot, then shattered, while flesh carbonized in an instant, leaving twisted, blackened husks behind. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Yuan had carved out a smoking stretch of scorched earth. Before him no life remained, only charred bodies still giving off wisps of smoke. For a heartbeat, everything froze. Wang Hu, Feng Chong, and the three guild masters Chu Xiong, Zhou Chun, and Zhao Ming stood rooted to the spot, disbelief written on every face. The battle had barely lasted 30 seconds, yet a single forbidden spell had wiped out a third of their force, a loss so crushing it sent a chill through them all. Feng Chong swallowed hard and muttered, Boss, I told you we shouldn't mess with Lin Yuan, he's a monster. Shut up. Wang Hu snarled, then tamped down his rage and hurried over to the guild masters with a conciliatory grin. Gentlemen, there's no need to panic. The kid has a few tricks, sure, but once he burns through his trump cards, he'll have nothing left. Chu Xiong's gaze was icy, every word a blade. Brother Wang, you failed to mention any of this in your briefing. Exactly, Zhou Chen added. Your oversight cost us dearly. When this is over, you'll be making it up to us. Wang Hu cursed the old foxes under his breath, but kept smiling. Relax. Help me take Lin Yuan down, and money won't be an issue. Besides, this is a perfect chance for your guilds to make headlines. Zhao Ming snorted. Sending hundreds of men to hunt a handful and still getting counter-kill it, that's your idea of fame? But he shifted his eyes toward Lin Yuan. I'm betting that blast came from a top-tier magic scroll. I doubt he's holding a second one of that caliber. Wang Hu nodded eagerly. President Zhao, sharp as ever. We should strike before he can recover and avenge our fallen brothers. He dropped his voice and added through clenched teeth, take him to zero today, and I'll throw in another 10 million. Chu Xiong's eyes lit up. 10 million each? Wang Hu's smile turned stiff. President Chu, isn't that a bit much? Chu Xiong laughed. Only joking. Even without 10 million apiece, splitting that sum 3 ways still meant more than 3 million each, a tidy payday. The dragon fire had rattled them, But once they decided Lin Yuan was relying on a finite stash of scrolls, their fighting spirit roared back to life. They hurriedly regrouped the survivors, reformed their ranks, and the war drums thundered again. With their lines restored, the remaining lords of the three guilds launched a fresh charge straight at Lin Yuan. These people really do have a death wish. Lin Yuan glanced at the enemy troops opposite him, a faint smile tugging at his lips, and asked his companions, "Everyone ready to fight?" "Hell yes." Chun Bei cracked his knuckles, the joints popping, a savage grin spreading across his face. "I've been itching to smack these punks around for ages." Li Bingshu nodded, her voice icy. It's high time they learned a lesson. Even the usually mild Lin Mingming clenched her fists, puffing out her cheeks in determination. They need to know we're not easy targets. Lin Mingming's tough talk sounded so soft that Lin Yuan nearly laughed. The girl was adorable even when she tried to threaten someone. He stifled his amusement and said calmly, "Leave their main force to me. If you want to fight, go ahead. If not, just watch. I can handle this by myself." "No way." Chun Bei protested. "Boss, that's not fair. We finally get some cannon fodder to bully, and you want all the fun? I can take 10 of them alone. No problem." Lin Yuan chuckled, silently agreeing Chun Bei wasn't boasting. The man had fought hard battles at his side. Though still a step behind him, he was incredibly strong. In their previous life, Chun Bei had been dubbed the Beastkin Tyrant, and this time, with Lin Yuan's support, his growth had skyrocketed, and S-class hero equipped with diamond-grade gear, the works. With that foundation, Chun Bai's combat power far exceeded the average lord. Saying he could take on 10 sounded bold, but it wasn't empty talk. "Then show me what you've got." Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. "Will do." Chun Bai's blood seemed to ignite as he swung his blade and ordered his orc army to charge. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, the orc warlord activated his blood frenzy. In an instant, every orc's vitality surged, muscles bulged, and bloodshot eyes glared forward. One berserker howled and swung his axe, the massive blade crashing down like lightning, sending a fourth-tier knight flying. Armor shattered, blood splattered everywhere. Seeing his prized knight one-shot, the opposing lord turned green on the spot. He wasn't some nobody, was an elite of Star Guild. At this stage, anyone who could recruit fourth-tier units was among the best. Yet the knight he treasured was felled by one ugly berserker in a single blow? How was that fair? Before he could react, the orc warlord charged in like a hurricane. The enemy also knew the rule of cut off the head to fell the snake, and as soon as the warlord appeared, 3 allied guilds coordinated a dozen lords, driving their heroes in to surround him. Most of their trump cards, however, were merely B or class heroes. Only one was in a class, and that man was just level 27. Against a warlord in blood frenzy, such a lineup was laughable. Within seconds their heroes were hacked down by the rampaging orcs, their health bars melting away. Off in the distance, Chun Bei raised his blade high and led the brutal orcs through the enemy ranks like wolves among sheep, cutting them down in a relentless storm. As he surveyed the chaos, his grin stretched nearly from ear to ear. He finally understood what a real top-down crush looked like. The 3 guilds in front of him had only just crossed the medium-sized threshold, and most of their members were casual solo players. To them, an A-rank hero was reserved for deep-pocketed whales or the insanely lucky, while an S-rank hero felt downright mythical. With both rank and level tilted so heavily, the battle was over the moment it began. The orc warlord roared and raised his great axe. His very first swing slammed into a dwarf hero's round shield. With a dull clang, half the dwarf's health vanished, and the shield bearer was blasted several meters back in a cloud of dust. A dozen heroes gritted their teeth and charged, but they met the same fate, either cleaved cleanly in two or sent flying by brute force. To the warlord, killing them was no different from clearing trash mobs, 2 swings per head. After he dropped 5 or 6 heroes, his own health had barely fallen to 90%. Meanwhile, Chun Bai's Orc Legion punched through the enemy lines like a spear point, tearing open their defenses and rampaging through the rear. Even after Green Dragon's wrath burned a third of them to ashes, more than 100,000 foes remained. No matter how strong a single unit was, it couldn't stand against a tidal wave of bodies. Yet none of this stopped Chun Bei from flaunting his arrogance. He raised a middle finger at the 3 guild masters and sneered, "That's it? This is all you've got? My grandma in bed is more exciting than you clowns." The venom in his words turned their faces an ugly shade of blue. Li Xiong snapped first, cursing, "Let's see where you get your nerve." He rallied his main force and wheeled it toward Chun Bei. As the head of the Xiongtu Guild, Li Xiong was no lightweight. His starting race was dwarf, and his primary hero was the A-rank King of the Hills. The King of the Hills, his thick beard falling to his chest, wore scale armor lined with furs, and carried a gigantic master-forged shield that rivaled a fortress wall. He stomped forward to meet the orc warlord. Shield and axe clashed in a shower of sparks. The dwarf was soon pressed back by the whirlwind of blows, but his monstrous defenses kept him on his feet. Even so, Li Xiong's face darkened. He had assumed Lin Yuan was the only real threat here, and that the other 3 were nobodies. To everyone's surprise, the guy standing opposite them besides Lin Yuan also commanded an S-grade hero. Li Xiong had walked in brimming with confidence. His King of the Hills was wrapped head-to-toe in platinum gear, more than enough to bulldoze anyone in the same tier. Yet against the Orc Warlord, he could barely land a counterblow. Each swing of that massive axe forced the King of the Hills onto the defensive, leaving him rooted in place. Sensing Li Xiong's trouble, Zhou Qin shouted, "Li Xiong, I've got you covered," and instantly deployed his own hero, the Phantom Javeliner. Spears whistled down like a storm, tearing into the Orc Warlord. 263, 269, 299. Blood-red numbers popped up in quick succession, thickening the air with murderous intent. Clad in tight black garb and a dark mask, the Phantom Javeliner whipped out shimmering spears one after another, each throw splitting the air with a shriek before finding its mark. Pinned in close combat with the King of the Hills, the Orc Warlord had no choice but to soak up the ranged onslaught. In under 30 seconds, half his enormous health bar was gone. Li Xiong and Zhou Qin traded looks, and Granetzo, what if their foe hadn't sprayed hero? Work together, and you could still pin him down. A crisp, icy voice cut through their triumph. You two are celebrating a bit early, don't you think? It was Li Bingqiu. With a small wave of her hand, the Rose Swordswoman Kylan burst onto the field. After clearing the hero trial, Kylan had advanced to Scrade as well. Her gear was only platinum, but every piece was top tier, and her mobility far outclassed the lumbering Orc Warlord. Moving like a phantom, Kylan closed the gap in seconds. Against a lightly armored marksman, she might as well be swinging at a practice dummy. Ribbons of rose-petaled sword light unfurled, and the Phantom Javeliner's health plummeted. Li Xiong's face went white. He tried to pull the King of the Hills back for support, but Chunbei roared, "Orc Warlord, hack him to pieces." The Warlord's sweeping blow triggered the Frost Greytax's passive ice, surged across the blade, and kicked the King of the Hills in rhyme, chopping his movement speed by 20%. Trudging under the frost, the King of the Hills could barely lift his feet. Li Xiong shouted in desperation, "President Zhao, a little help? Can you two stop blundering?" Zhao Ming muttered under his breath, "Why are you brawling hero to hero? We outnumber them, just surround and crush them." To him, these guild leaders were hopeless, ignoring their troop advantage to stage a hero duel, and now on the brink of collapse. If their heroes went down in front of everyone, morale would crater, and Lin Yuan hadn't even brought out his main force. Still, scolding them wouldn't fix the mess. Letting Li Xiong's and Zhou Qin's heroes die here would only make things worse. Zhao Ming exhaled and gave the order, "Get them out of there." His own hero, the human Scrade Guardian of Light, rode forth on cue. "At your service, master." A stately knight in white robes galloped in on a tall warhorse, short staff glowing softly, silver cloak snapping in the night wind. Yet just as the Guardian of Light prepared to cast his spell, Lin Yuan's calm voice drifted to Zhao Ming's ear. "I've waited long enough," he said. "Finally, a worthy opponent." The moment Lin Yuan's voice rang out, Zhao Ming's face tightened, and he reflexively turned toward the sound. Lin Yuan stood a short distance away, calm as ever, with Artoria, Kellen, and Ugsar 3-rank heroes lined up behind him. "You know," Lin Yuan said with a casual smile, "3 against 1 does seem a little unfair." He paused, then added, "Too bad I like it that way." As the words left his mouth, Artoria raised her longsword. Kellen flipped open the spellbook floating beside him, and Ugsar tightened his grip on a bone-black blade. The trio lunged at the Guardian of Light in a tight triangle. The Guardian reacted quickly, staff held high as holy light gathered at its tip. Let the light vanish from your eyes, blinding radiance. Once this life-saving spell landed, the enemy would be blinded and helpless. But he had underestimated Artoria. Before the incantation finished, her sword flared gold. Sacred Bind. A lash of light shot out, severing the chant. Stripped of his only escape, the Guardian of Light was left exposed to the firepower of 3 Shrank powerhouses. Kellen struck first. Pages fluttered, black brilliance burst forth, and more than a dozen dark orbs screamed ahead shadow bolts. At level 37, clad in full platinum-grade relics and a diamond-tier hell ring, Kellen turned each bolt into a black meteor that slammed into the Guardian, carving away nearly half his health. Zhao Ming's pupil shrank. He hadn't expected such explosive power, and the assault wasn't even over. Ugsar followed up, his bone blade shining with a ghostly glow. Deathlord slash. A jet-black arc ripped across the air. Slash. A crimson spray erupted from the Guardian's chest, his life bar dropping straight to 0. In the span of a few breaths, and Shrank hero had been deleted by 3 precise strikes. The watching lords were stunned, their minds still scrambling to replay what had just happened. My god, are his heroes really that terrifying? They just one-shot Chairman Zhao Ming's hero. Wasn't the Guardian of Light and Shrank hero? If he can be one-shot, that guy's a monster. Everybody says Lin Yuan is the greatest lord in Huaxia right now, and from the looks of it, the title is well-deserved. Players from the 3 major guilds packed themselves into dense ranks, staring at the much smaller legion opposite them with a mixture of reverence and contempt. If he wasn't such a monster, we wouldn't need all 3 guilds to gang up on him. Heh, one man can't make much of a splash, another player scoffed. We've got over 100,000 strong. Here one mouthful of spit from each of us would drown him. Reality slapped them hard a moment later. The Keeper of Light hit the dirt, the Hill King followed, and the Phantom Lancer was cut down by the Orc Warlord and the Rose Swordsman. Before the three guild leaders could even issue orders, their signature heroes were already dead, dealing a brutal blow to morale. Even so, sheer numbers drove wave after wave of players toward Lin Yuan. Killing the top lord would rocket their guild's fame through the roof, and everyone knew it. Standing on high ground, Lin Yuan swept the battlefield with a gaze as cool as moonlight, the faintest smile curling his lips. Since they were so eager, he would make sure they lost beyond all doubt. His earlier barges of forbidden spells hadn't broken their will. This time, raw power would shatter their fantasy. All right, it's our turn. He nodded to the three heroes at his side. Lead your troops and crush them completely. For our lord. Artoria raised her longsword high. Knight's spirit and shield of glory flared at once, a golden halo washing over every human unit, boosting defense, attack, and morale. The entire phalanx marched forward like a single, thunderous heartbeat. Let me give them a little lesson. Dark Elf Queen Kaelin lifted a hand, and 100 shadowy elves appeared out of thin air. Bowstrings thrummed, forming a curtain of arrows as she danced into the enemy lines and triggered life drain. Black threads shot in all directions, latching onto enemy soldiers. Health bars emptied, players and troops collapsed, and the faint cuts on Kaelin's skin sealed in pulses of dark light, an almost unbeatable skill in a melee. Soulfire blazed in Yujsar's hollow eyes. My lord, they'll show these fools what true terror is. A bone colossus clawed its way up from the earth, while Yujsar himself led more than 2,000 dark skeleton knights, a pitch-black flood that punched straight into the enemy ranks. Every flash of their lances punched through flesh and plate alike. Tier 4 units crumpled like wet parchment. Dark skeleton knights were Tier 6 to start with. Under the twin buffs of the Bone Throne and the Skull of the Skeleton King, their stats rose another 50%, placing them on par with Tier 7. Against Tier 4 troops, it was nothing but a one-sided massacre. What kind of unit is that? Their damage is insane. Damn it, my Tier 4 rock giant shattered after 2 hits. Tier 6? And 2,000 of them. Where did he even find that many? Quit asking and hold the line. If this keeps up, even trading every skeleton knight for one of us will still cost half our army. Hold the line how? That's a straight-up power gap. Panic, curses, and calls for help rippled through the ranks as the once orderly formation of the three guilds fell apart. None of them had ever faced a lord of Lin Yuan's caliber. The power he displayed overturned everything they thought they knew. Yet those guild leaders still hadn't grasped the truth. Their nightmare was only just beginning. The moment the dark skeleton knights charged, the 700 flame mages behind them stood ready. A low, rapid chant swelled into a roaring surge, and as the final syllable dropped, hundreds of blistering fireballs streaked forward, their crimson tails carving fiery arcs through the air before crashing into the enemy ranks. Boom after boom rolled across the field, each blast hurling waves of heat, while blinding flashes swallowed the front line. Entire swaths of soldiers were reduced to ash, falling as swiftly as wheat beneath a scythe. Wang Hu froze, disbelief filling his eyes as he involuntarily stepped back. Impossible. He snapped toward Feng Chang, voice tightening. Didn't you say he came out of the canyon with only a ragged remnant? Then where did all these troops come from? Hands raised, Feng Chang could only shrug. That's what I saw last time. Hardly anyone left. How was I supposed to know they'd rebuild this fast? In seconds the battle order collapsed. The dark skeleton knights drove in like a spear point, hooves and blades reaping lives without pause, while the flame mages held their line, unloading waves of fireballs and walls of flame that ground every pocket of resistance to dust. Only now did members of the three great guilds grasp the gulf that lay between them and Lin Yuan, ants in his eyes, cannon fodder to his army. The guild masters' faces turned ashen, the same thought flashing through each mind. They had provoked an untouchable monster. Lin Yuan was overwhelming all three guilds alone. Hundreds of lords and a force of more than 100,000 crumbled like clay before him. Morale plummeted. Who could still fight when routed by a single man? In stark contrast stood Chun Bei, elated. He hoisted his battle standard and urged his orc horde forward. Never miss a chance to kick an enemy while they're down. For him, Lord Era was about lords warring against each other, and nothing beat crushing other players. Yet the three guilds were no lambs at the butcher's block. Banking on sheer numbers, they counterattacked and managed to encircle Chun Bai's orcs. At the critical moment, Li Bingqiu and Lin Mingmeng arrived with their elite detachments, piercing the flanks and sparing Chun Bei heavy losses. Within minutes the alliance was routed, armor and banners scattered. Li Xiong, Zhou Chun, and Zhao Ming traded glances, each seeing bitterness in the other's eyes. Today's losses would cripple their guilds, and Wang Hu's promised payment would never cover the deficit. But no one felt the sting more keenly than Wang Hu himself. He had poured 40 million into this raid, and Lin Tianke had only advanced him 50 million to begin with. Now the entire sum was gone, and Lin Tianke was unlikely to give him a second chance. That was Lin Tiang's way. While you were useful, he tolerated every flaw. The moment you lost value, he tossed you aside without hesitation. In his clash with Lin Yuan, he hadn't just lost, they'd been utterly routed. Zhou Chun, face gray with exhaustion, murmured, President Li, President Zhao, we should pull back while we still have some people left. Zhao Ming drew a deep breath and replied gravely, there's nothing else for it. Li Xiong clenched his teeth. Resentment flashed in his eyes, yet he finally nodded. The three presidents immediately mustered their guild members and withdrew. Lin Yuan didn't pursue them, their forces were already in shambles, and chasing the stragglers was pointless. That felt amazing. Chen Bei wiped the dust from his face and grinned. I never knew I was this strong. After so long at Lin Yuan's side, his standards had risen and his self-assessment had slipped. Only now did he realize he was actually quite powerful. Li Bingqiu shot him a look and doused his excitement. Please, you smacked around a few small fry, and now you're forgetting your own name? Without Lin Yuan would have been trapped here ages ago. Chen Bei scratched his head awkwardly. True, without the boss would never beat those three guilds. They've got the numbers. Apart from him, none of us can take on 100 at once. After a moment's thought, he added with grudging admiration. Still, Wang Hu really has moves. He managed to drag 3 mid-sized guilds into this just to surround us ruthless. Lin Yuan glanced at him. It's not that simple. Wang Hu definitely has someone behind him. Otherwise, how could he convince 3 guilds to fight for him? Lin Mingming nodded slightly. That does make sense. Chen Bei considered for a second and asked, so who's pulling the strings? Li Bingqiu answered first. Who else but Lin Tianke? The first time we met them, Wang Hu bragged about relying on the president of the Lin group. Did you forget? Her response was quick and precise. Lin Yuan gave a small nod. It should be Lin Tianke, no doubt. This is exactly how he works. She never steps in personally until the mask is off. And if nothing unexpected happens, he and I will be ripping that mask off very soon. Lin Yuan knew all too well that the hatred between him and Lin Tianke had reached the point of no return. For Lin Yuan, Lin Tianke was the murderer who had taken his parents' lives, a debt of blood that had to be repaid. For Lin Tianke, Lin Yuan was the biggest obstacle to gaining total control of the Lin group, a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment. As long as Lin Yuan existed, Lin Tianke would never feel safe. The moment Wang Hu made his move, Lin Yuan instantly recognized the mastermind. Even if Lin Tianke hadn't acted personally, he was clearly supplying Wang Hu with funds and intelligence, all while testing Lin Yuan's strength. If Lin Yuan couldn't even handle a thug like Wang Hu, Lin Tianke wouldn't waste any more effort on him. In his previous life, Lin Yuan's hostility toward Lin Tianke hadn't surfaced so soon. Back then, he had still seen the man as a respected elder. Only after being betrayed and hearing Lin Tianke reveal the truth as he lay dying did he grasp the darkness beneath that facade. Reborn, he rose faster and entered Lin Tianke's sights earlier, becoming a threat ahead of schedule. Yet Lin Tianke had no idea that, in Lin Yuan's eyes, he too was already prey in the crosshairs. Amid the tense silence, Chen Bei suddenly clapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said firmly, Boss, no matter who your enemy is, I'm with you. Li Bingqiu nodded with a faint smile. Same here. Yeah. Lin Mingming waved her tiny fist. Well, smash them. Their support warmed Lin Yuan's heart. It was a long-lost, solid feeling to have people willing to stand beside him unconditionally. After a brief pause, Li Bingqiu continued her analysis. Still, taking on Lin Tianke with just a few of us will be tough. I've heard he set up a guild in the game called Tianke. The entire leadership consists of senior executives from the Lin group, all loyal to him. Backed by deep pockets and the Lin name, Tianke is already among the top 5 guilds in Huaxia. Chen Bei snorted, brow furrowed. Naming a guild after himself, what an ego. Ignoring the jab, Li Bingqiu kept her tone steady. If we want to spar with Lin Tianke, we need our own power base. Otherwise, we won't even have a seat at the table. Lin Yuan nodded. I've already considered that. I'm going to create a guild of our own. Any ideas for the name? Chen Bai's eyes lit up, and he spoke up at once. How about Beiyuan Guild? It combines my name and yours. Boss, pretty meaningful, right? Lin Yuan, do you remember what you just said? If I were founding a guild, I'd probably call it Briar Rose, Li Bingqiu said, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her voice tinged with shyness. When I logged into the game, I pictured a guild that only accepts female lords. She gave a small laugh before adding earnestly, but since we want to grow big and strong, that name feels a little dainty. You should choose instead. You want me to name it? Lin Yuan lowered his head, thinking. After a brief silence he looked up, his tone calm, yet resolute. Then let's call it Hope. Hope. Chen Bei scratched his head. Isn't that a bit plain? How about Beiyuan? Or Yuan Bei? He'll even put my name second if I have to. Ouch, quit it. Boss, I'm sorry. Chen Bai's protest was cut short by Lin Yuan's knock on his forehead, and he immediately begged for mercy. Lin Mingming blinked her clear eyes and offered a serious verdict. Plain? I think it sounds nice. Li Bingqiu smiled. Since Lin Yuan's decided, Hope it is. As long as we're strong enough, even an ordinary name can echo across the world. Relax, Chen Bei grinned, baring his white teeth. With the boss around, how could our guild fall short? Hope is definitely taking the top spot in Huaxia. That so-called Tianke guild will end up our stepping stone sooner or later. The guild hadn't even been formally created, yet Li Bingchu and Chen Bei were already brimming with confidence. Watching their fighting spirit, Lin Yuan couldn't help lifting the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. They had no idea that his choice of hope came from a memory etched into his bones. In that lifetime, the Eternal Continent became a living hell. Abyssal monsters flooded in, burning cities and toppling nations, while lords died every single day. Before the Abyssal Scourge was over, alien lords arrived with overwhelming power, slaughtering Earth's lords and plundering resources at will. It was an endless night of charred earth and piled corpses, with no dawn in sight. Only the word hope gave humanity the strength to keep going. Now, reborn, he was determined to fan that single spark into a blaze for all humankind. The weight of vengeance pressed on his shoulders, yet he never forgot his mission. If the night truly has no end, he will be the one light that pierces the darkness. As billions of players were dumped onto the Eternal Continent, the World Channel went berserk. World Channel, where the hell am I? What do you want from me? Just let me name your price, and he'll pay? I was chilling at a club with some models, and now I'm stuck in this nightmare. Did I get hustled? Is this hell? I'm too young to die? You guys got yanked into? Anyone know where we are? I just saw gray wolves as big as Kavasmi legs or jelly. In seconds, dozens of messages flew by pleas for help, furious rants, and panicked gibberish. Hold on, I think this is a game world. Someone suddenly shouted. I just reached my kid. The little punk says this is Lord Era, and we've all been teleported inside. No way. We're actually in the game? Can we still log out? Keep dreaming, another player replied. If someone can beam billions of people off Earth, do you think a random game studio pulled that off? This runs way deeper. Aliens, maybe? Someone guessed. Quit the nonsense, bro. First, let's survive, another message scrolled. I'm sticking to my son is already a tier 4 lord. I used to yell at him for gaming all day, and now he's our golden ticket. If I'd known this was coming, I'd have bought a game pod a month ago. At least I'd have a 1-month head start, but work kept me swamped. No use crying over it. Being pulled in isn't all but least no more 996. I was gonna drop dead from overwork anyway. Haha, you're all pretty upbeat. Fine, I'm off to build my territory. After the initial chaos, the system expanded the original 100,000 world channels to 1 million, yet they were still overflowing at peak times. Dozens of messages flashed by each second. Fortunately, nation and regional channels offered a tiny escape valve for communication. The newcomers from Earth soon split into clear tiers. A few adapted instantly, using their skills to gather vital information, while most were left trembling in confusion. Sometimes the gap between two people is wider than that between a person and a beast. True elites, even after missing the first month, the golden window for development could still claw their way to the top in the endgame. Everything was unfolding exactly as Lin Yuan had foreseen. The forums were exploding and the players were in an uproar, yet his expression remained calm. The upheavals of his previous life had long since taught him to take such shocks in stride, and right now his only concern was the path ahead. Beep beep beep. The watch-shaped communicator lit up with a string of unread messages, several familiar names popping up at once. After a brief thought, Lin Yuan pulled them all into the same group channel. Holy crap, boss, you nailed it. Chen Bei was the first to speak, his excitement barely contained. Everyone from the real world has been dumped into the game. I just talked to my parents, they have no idea how they got here. My mom said she was stir-frying in the kitchen, and in the blink of an eye she was inside the game. Same on my end, Lin Mingming added, her tone mixed with disbelief. It's beyond anything I can imagine. Looks like Lin Yuan's warning was spot on. This game is far deeper than we thought. Li Bingchu was silent for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. In that case, there's no way back. If we can't return to the real world soon, we have to gain power here as quickly as possible to keep our families and friends safe. Her words struck home with everyone. Whether in reality or in the game, they fought for one thing alone: a better life for themselves and their loved ones. And the world of lords was even more brutal, a place with no laws, only the rule of the strong. Fortunately, the month of preparation they had put in was a natural shield, and with Chun Bai's current strength, he was more than capable of protecting his family. Think is right, Lin Yuan said, nodding in approval, his voice steady. You're adapting quickly. The sooner we face reality, the better our chances. First order of business: founding a guild. He raised his hand and pulled up the trading log. A conspicuous string of numbers flashed before their eyes. I bought a guild charter at the auction house. We can get started this afternoon. In the Age of Lords, a guild charter was exceptionally rare, with only a 1% drop rate from gold tier bosses and a price that had soared into the tens of millions. But to Lin Yuan, that kind of money was nothing. To him, spending a little over 10 million was pocket change, so he placed the winning bid without hesitation. Start the guild this afternoon? Chen Bei looked genuinely surprised. Isn't that a bit rushed? Lin Mingming fired back at once, her crisp voice cutting through the room. If anything, we're late. The server's been live for a month, and hundreds of guilds have already sprung up across Huaxia. If we don't use this window to get our name out there, once the other factions are entrenched, we'll be eating their dust. Usually labeled indecisive, Lin Mingming was now clear-headed and convincing, her analysis landing with a thud that tightened the air in the room. Her judgment happened to align perfectly with Lin Yuan's plan. For the entire first month, Lin Yuan had focused solely on his own strength and never thought about forming a guild. The earliest top players in Age of Lords were mostly veterans either backed by capital or used to going it alone. There were few strong freelancers worth recruiting, so he chose not to waste his time. But with the new era, billions of people had been thrust into the game. In that surging crowd, countless prodigies were bound to emerge. Those future diamonds were exactly who Lin Yuan wanted. If he could bring them in before they shone, his guild could take off in full stride. With that in mind, he looked up at Li Bingqiu. Once the guild is up, he'll give you a list. Your job is to find the people on it and persuade them to join us. That list was the most precious thing Lin Yuan had brought back from his previous life. Anyone who had made it onto those pages was no weakling, and right now most of them were still far from the heights they would one day reach prime time for recruitment. Li Bingqiu wrapped her hands around her water glass, hesitating. But we don't have any reputation. Why would they join us? Relax. It won't be long before the name Hope Guild rings across Huaxia, maybe even the world, Lin Yuan said, his calm tone carrying absolute confidence. Until then, how many you can recruit depends on your charm. And, if necessary, you can use special methods. Special methods? She looked up instinctively. Incentives, Lin Yuan replied in 2 flat syllables. Incentives? Li Bingqiu echoed. Just throw money at them. Bei blurted before Lin Yuan could answer, spreading his hands wide. The words simple and brutal written all over his face. Hit them with cash until they're dizzy, and they'll happily tag along. Lin Mingming giggled and poked Bei's arm. That's actually a perfect metaphor. And it's true. Didn't you get knocked senseless by a stack of cash yourself? You practically glued yourself to Lin Yuan's leg. Ridiculous. Bei shot back. Bei cleared his throat twice, then defended himself with a straight face. I was simply overwhelmed by the boss charm. That's why I'm more than willing to work my fingers to the bone for him. Li Bingqiu flicked him on the forehead and teased. All right, cut the nonsense. Working like a dog? You're practically an ox. Since you're so quick with words, come with me and contact the people on this list. If we can recruit a few more, it'll be a win for the guild. The moment the topic changed, Bei perked up. Boss, where did this list come from? So many people got dragged into the game, there are over 1 billion just in Huaxia. How can you be sure these ones will become top players? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, his tone calm, but meaningful. What if I told you I've lived this life once before? Would you believe me? I believe you. Bei thumped his chest, as excited as if he had just hit the jackpot. I always knew there had to be a reason you stayed one step ahead of everyone. By the way, boss, mind telling me how I did in my last life? With my talent I must have been famous, right? Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. In your previous life, 10 rich sugar mamas supported you at the same time. People called you the king of free meals. Your name was everywhere. Luckily you met me this time around, or you'd be headed right back to that humiliating life. Bei froze on the spot. Li Bingqiu finally lost it, doubling over with laughter. Relax, don't take him so seriously. The boss is just messing with you. No, I'm sure he isn't, Bei insisted, his eyes darting about. Boss, if I change my mind now, is there still time to get in touch with those 10 rich ladies? Lin Yuan could only stare at him, speechless. Once everything was arranged, Lin Yuan closed the chat channel and opened the auction house. With Li Bingqiu handling the guild setup, he could press on with his own plans. He typed a keyword into the search bar, and a row of gleaming items appeared. Quest refresh tokens. The tavern refreshes a batch of quests every day, ranked in difficulty: easy, normal, hard, adventure, nightmare, and hell. If a lord isn't satisfied with the current quests, they can reset them with a refresh token. Compared with the almost impossible to obtain, wildly expensive guild construction token, the quest refresh token is far more affordable. 5 drop rate from silver deer and above bosses. 0.1 drop rate from normal monsters. Auction house listing, 500 gold each. Lin Yuan needed far more than a handful, and he didn't hesitate. In less than half an hour, every quest refresh token in the auction house added to 1,000 in total was swept into his inventory at the cost of more than 40 million gold. Even so, his expression didn't change. If anything, his eyes burned with greater resolve. After all, this was only the first step in his plan. More than 80,000 task refresh tokens. Who knew if that would be enough? Lin Yuan muttered to himself as he pushed open the tavern's creaking wooden door and strode straight to the notice board opposite the entrance. This was one of the liveliest spots in the entire territory, the hub, where missions were posted. 20 sheets of parchment hung on the rough wooden board, their lettering still clear. 4 of them glimmered faintly at the edges with purple light, while another gave off a soft orange glow. Purple signified a difficult mission, orange meant adventure. Above those were the black-hued nightmare tier and the blood-tinged crimson hell tier. For an ordinary lord, rolling a single orange mission would be something to boast about for half a month. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He slapped down the first refresh token. Ding. In an instant, the 20 parchments faded to a dull gray, and every icon dimmed. Clearly not every refresh produced higher-tier missions. Lin Yuan's expression stayed calm. More than 80,000 tokens still rested in his storage pouch, and if the result displeased him, he could keep refreshing indefinitely. The second token dissolved into sparks, the parchments flipped again, and the mission list rearranged itself. Nobody noticed that Lin Yuan's rapid-fire actions had already stirred up the world channel. Damn, where did all the task refresh tokens in the auction house go? There are only a few left. Need you ask? Somebody must have bought them all out. A trading guild trying to corner the market? But the drop rate's high and demand is low, you can't drive the price up. Exactly. You can't monopolize tokens, and doing a full sweep costs at least tens of millions. Does anyone know who bought everything? I checked the logs. The batch I listed was snapped up entirely by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? The guy with all those first kills? That's him, which makes it even weirder. What does he need that many tokens for? There's no guessing what a heavyweight is thinking. Maybe we should stock up and resell to him at a premium? Don't be stupid. If he's already got enough, you'll be stuck holding the bag. Besides, he just picked up tens of thousands. He doesn't need yours. The channel scrolled at breakneck speed. Countless players speculated about Lin Yuan's intentions, yet few realized he really was going to use every single token himself. In less than an hour, Lin Yuan had refreshed the board 4,000 times. Each burst of light, each rustle of flipping parchment echoed in his ears until even he started to feel numb. Spending money is a workout too, he joked, rubbing his slightly sore wrist. The numbers lay quietly on the screen: 4,000 refreshes, 14 Black Nightmare tier missions, and 2 Crimson Hell tier missions. He knew that rewards rose with difficulty. The harder the job, the richer the payoff. The rule applied to Lin Yuan too, and he was willing to stake everything even on a Nightmare-level quest. This time, though, he was not eyeing Nightmare or Hell tiers. What he wanted was a nameless, one-fake hidden quest. The reason was simple. Whenever a new chapter titled New Era opened, the tavern's quest board reset, and thousands of hidden missions flooded the list at once. He had confirmed the pattern countless times in his previous life. Each new chapter raised the database and rebuilt it from scratch, and because hidden quests were unique, missing one meant losing it forever. The moment the New Era countdown ended, he had poured a mountain of gold into a stockpile of quest refresh tokens. His move was no blind gamble. In an earlier life, a lord had run an experiment. Before the Abyssal Invasion chapter launched, he burned 50,000 tokens and did not see even the shadow of a hidden quest. After the chapter began, he spent another 50,000 and 7 hidden quests appeared at once. Such a gulf defied luck. The only logical conclusion was that the system wiped and rebuilt the tavern's quest database whenever a new chapter arrived. Now Lin Yuan stood beneath the tavern's notice board. The token in his hand glimmered pale gold, shattered into motes of light, and sank into the wooden board while he stared at the flickering list. For more than an hour, the entries cycled through gray, white, violet, orange, black, and crimson, as monotonous as pages turning back and forth. Yet for the faint chance of a hidden quest, he suppressed the numbness creeping up his arms and mechanically triggered one token after another. Was it the 12th try, or the 100th? He had long since lost count. His hand finally froze when the system panel showed refreshes: 12,457. In the middle of the list, a distinct turquoise halo flared. A hidden quest. Energy surged through him. He recognized it instantly. Regular quests came in 6 colors: gray, white, violet, orange, black, and crimson, while hidden quests always lay outside that spectrum. The title gleaming before his eyes read: Calamity of the Sacred Tree. Finally, he drew a deep breath, forced down his excitement, and tapped accept without hesitation. But he knew almost nothing about Calamity of the Sacred Tree. In his previous life, he had rarely taken hidden quests, so he had no idea how they unfolded. He immediately opened the quest details. Quest giver: the elves. Location: Forest of the Sacred Tree. Object of worship: the Sacred Tree. Those few brief lines still painted a vivid scene. Deep inside a vast woodland, a host of elves stood before an ancient tree so enormous it blotted out the sky, venerating it as the source of their faith and life. Yet in recent days, that sacred tree had begun to undergo strange, abrupt mutations. Li Bingqiu moved fast. By that afternoon, she had officially founded the Hope Guild. Its debut barely caused a ripple. Guilds were now as common as carp in a river, and system messages announcing Guild XX has been created popped up every minute in the chat. At the start, Hope Guild had only 5 members: Lin Yuan, Li Bingqiu, Chun Bei, Lin Mingming, and Steward Li, who had only recently joined the game. After his last talk with Lin Yuan, Steward Li bought a gaming pod and shifted his entire office into the virtual world. His reflexes were naturally a bit slow, and he had entered the game several versions late, so keeping pace with the main force was impossible. He was unfazed. His role was never to fight on the front line, but to handle the guild's and territory's affairs. Every team needs a helmsman. Once Lin Yuan set the course, Steward Li made sure every gear turned smoothly and at full speed. Age aside, his years of running the family business had prepared him perfectly for the job. With the guild newly founded, a mountain of personnel, supply, and diplomatic issues had to be sorted out. Li Bingqiu naturally shouldered the role of chief administrator and named Lin Mengmeng as her deputy. It wasn't that Chun Bei lacked ability, but girls tended to be more meticulous and made fewer mistakes. Besides, Lin Yuan's primary task for Lin Mengmeng was to recruit new members, and a sweet-looking, soft-voiced girl made a far better public face. As a result, for the upcoming hidden quest, Lin Yuan brought only Chun Bei along. Once they rendezvoused, they drove straight toward the coordinates of the sacred tree forest. Lin Yuan estimated the round trip would take at least 2 days. For an ordinary quest that sounded tedious, but hidden quests always offered rewards rich enough to make the journey worthwhile. Lin Yuan had his eyes on the future. When his city hall reached level 7, he could build a magic teleportation array in his territory, allowing his forces to jump to every major city and slash travel time dramatically. Long journeys invite boredom. Inside the carriage, only the soft grind of wheels on gravel broke the silence. Lin Yuan reclined against a cushion with his eyes closed, occasionally tapping his knee as though calculating their next leg. Chun Bei, by contrast, was practically glowing, his eyes shining as if he had just looted a full set of top-tier gear. Boss, he craned his neck toward Lin Yuan. I've been grinding in the tavern forever and never seen a hidden quest. Your luck is unreal. It's not luck, Lin Yuan said, half opening his eyes and giving a lazy glance. I burned more than 10,000 quest reset tokens to get this one. You're welcome to try. What the heck? More than 10,000? Chun Bei nearly leapt off his seat. That's over 5 million gold. Relax, Lin Yuan replied calmly. As long as we clear the quest, it's worth every coin. Beside this is only the first hidden quest I've picked up. I still have more than 70,000 reset tokens left. Chun Bei drew a sharp breath. Peido and powerhouses were truly terrifying. Forget about getting lucky, Lin Yuan said, pushing the goggles up the bridge of his nose. His tone was calm, yet unshakably confident. As long as I'm holding enough quest reset tokens, they'll make sure you grind hidden quests until you can't stand them. A feverish light flickered deep in his eyes. In his previous life, countless lords had struck it rich after stumbling onto a hidden quest. This time around, he intended to seize every opportunity and let nothing slip through his fingers. If a second life didn't give him the courage to do that, then it was a life wasted. 2 days later, riding a giant flying mount, Lin Yuan and Chun Bei glided down toward an endless green ocean. The moment their boots touched the ground, the damp scent of earth filled the air. Before them stretched the forest of divine trees, trunks as thick as stone columns, crowns rising dozens of meters high, layers of leaves undulating like waves. Standing at the edge of that woodland, they looked small enough to be swallowed whole. Boss, are we really going in? Chun Bei gripped his battle axe, casting a wary glance back. If we don't, how are we supposed to finish the quest? Lin Yuan stepped over a wall of gnarled roots without hesitation. The hidden quest sounded simple. Investigate the strange mutation afflicting the divine trees. The client had provided only a vague scrap of information. The rest was up to them. They had gone less than 100 meters when a rustle swept through the branches. In an instant, shadows slipped from leaves and vines. An entire patrol of elves moved in and surrounded them. One elf with golden hair strode lightly across the fallen leaves, graceful yet alert. He was tall, striking, and his golden eyes blazed like captured sunlight. His gaze swept over the intruders with innate arrogance. Humans, orcs, undead, he listed, his voice growing colder. TCH, and even filthy dark elves. I'll give you one chance. Leave now. Take one more step into the forest of divine trees, and I will kill you myself. That final threat sent Chun Bai's temper flaring. He stomped forward and slammed the haft of his axe against the ground. You? I could flatten this whole forest right now if I wanted to. Bows were drawn in unison, blades leveled at them. Leaves on either side rattled in the sudden surge of force. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, sensing the auras around him. All 6th tier units. Elves rarely broke through to the 6th tier in such numbers. Clearly some special energy source was at work here. He raised a hand to stop Chun Bei and spoke evenly. We're hired investigators, here to find out what's causing the divine trees to mutate. At his words, the handsome elf's brows knit together. I don't trust any of you. The handsome elf locked his razor-sharp gaze on Kalen, his voice frost-cold. Anyone who runs with dark elves is no good, and I seriously doubt you have the strength to fix our sacred tree. Just as Lin Yuan started to answer, 2 faint golden options flashed before his eyes. 1. I've accepted the commission, so I won't quit halfway. Take me to your queen. 2. Whether we can solve the problem isn't up to you. If you don't believe us, we'll let our strength do the talking. Hidden quests were famously flexible, and barging into the sacred tree forest with Kalen practically guaranteed a branch storyline. Elves and dark elves were sworn enemies, so the hostility of this handsome elf was perfectly logical. Logic, however, didn't equal tolerance, and Lin Yuan picked the second option without hesitation. The next moment he looked up, his voice like ice. Whether we can solve the problem isn't for you to decide. If you don't trust us, we'll settle it with strength. So you choose death, don't blame us for it. The handsome elf's face darkened as he drew a silver longsword from his back, its blade flashing coldly. Attack! Hidden archers and swordsmen sprang out at once, arrows and blades converging on Lin Yuan's party. Shenbei bellowed, battle fury surging. Damn it! I've had enough of you point years. Brothers, smash them. The fight erupted in a heartbeat, but Lin Yuan's attention fixed on the handsome elf. A system panel appeared. Elven Holy Sword Master Tanis. Rarity, Diamond Grade Boss. Level, 60. HP, 500,000. Attack, 2, 4703, 150. Defense, 1,500. Skills, Vine Snare, Song of the Sacred Sword, Blessing of the Blade Spirit. Description, a holy sword master of the elven race who has honed his art for many years, attaining transcendence through the sacred tree's blessing. His stats even topped the Frost Demon King and the Heretic God King. If they wanted the branch storyline, Tanis had to fall first. Before Chu Feng could act, Tanis shredded the grass underfoot and lunged at Kalen like lightning, his silver blades splitting the air. Filthy dark elf, today you die. Every word rang with murderous intent. Elves were famed for their love of peace. Even hating dark elves, they rarely went beyond disdain. Yet Tanis was outright vicious, the savagery twisting his handsome features so starkly that even Lin Yuan sensed something was wrong. Before the elven holy sword master could reach Kellen, a dozen dark skeleton knights barred his path. Out of my way, filthy undead. Tanis narrowed his eyes, a savage grin twisting his face. As the words left his mouth, the ground swelled and countless dark green vines burst up like hunting serpents, binding the knights in an instant. His raised silver holy sword then blurred into streaks of light, sweeping in every direction. Crack crack. With one sweeping strike, a dozen skulls were sent flying, bone fragments scattering everywhere. 6th-tier dark skeleton knights were helpless before a level 60 diamond rank boss. Instant death was their only fate. A spirit as powerful as you is rare. Embrace the darkness and it will grant you even greater strength. The voice was soft yet icy. Kellen looked up. Beside her, a dark spellbook flipped its own pages, black light weaving into serpents that ripped through the air toward the swordmaster. Dark curse. The jet black beam pierced him, reducing all his attributes by 20%. A 10-second confusion followed. As expected, his fierce aura collapsed. He staggered like a headless fly, utterly lost. Just before he crashed into a stone pillar, the silver holy sword flared with sacred light. A phantom of the sword's spirit emerged from the blade, chanting softly. Sword's spirit's blessing. Holy radiance swept out, purging every debuff. The confusion vanished, and all his attributes rose by 15%. Such was the heritage of a level 60 diamond boss, yet Lin Yuan had more to show. The swordmaster had barely regained his footing when Artoria stepped forward, her longsword carving a blinding silver arc. Holy bind. The beam struck, freezing him in place. The night sky split open, and a blazing shower of meteors poured down. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rolled as the swordmaster's health plummeted. While the fiery rain still raged, Artoria and Yugusul closed in from left and right, blades crossing, killing intent surging. At this moment, he had no chance to reach Kellen. Despicable humans. Is trickery all you know? Fury blazed in his eyes. Lin Yuan replied calmly. A solid formation is hardly a dirty trick. Besides, didn't you want to see my true power? It seems your power isn't all that impressive after all. Die. As he roared, the elven holy sword master's blade burst into a storm of silver light, screeching through the air with razor fury. His blows were still terrifying. Even Artoria couldn't meet them head, and each strike ruthlessly hacked away at her health bar. Alone, she stood no chance, but with 3 class heroes fighting side by side, the swordmaster could no longer hold the field by himself. Beyond the skirmish, the Dark Skeleton Knight and Lin Yuan's Orc Legion formed an impenetrable wall, keeping the other elves outside and cutting off every reinforcement. Damage numbers flickered rapidly over the swordmaster's head as his HP nosedived, soon dropping to about 40%. Artoria and Ugsul traded a glance and unleashed their deadliest finishers in unison. Imperial Sunbreaker, Lord of Bones Cleave. A blade of blazing gold arced skyward, joined by a greatsword wreathed in black mist, both crashing down on the swordmaster's chest. 35,641. 37,845. More than 70,000 damage slammed his health below 30%. Staggering, the swordmaster lurched back, his armor spiderwebbed with cracks. Lin Yuan's forces moved to press the advantage when a clear, lilting woman's voice drifted out of the trees. Spare him. The words carried a spell-like resonance, freezing the battlefield. Lin Yuan turned and saw a stunning elf step from the forest, a crown resting lightly on her head. Pale gold hair flowed to her waist. A light green robe billowed in the breeze, and her divine beauty outshone 1,000 gems in the dawn light. The elven queen of the sacred tree forest had arrived. If Kalen's charm was sultry and bewitching, The queen before them radiated innate nobility and grace. Her measured steps drew every eye. The once arrogant elven sword master instantly suppressed his pride, dropped to one knee, and bowed his head. "Your Majesty." A faint crease touched the queen's brow as she spoke. Tanis, brandishing steel against guests is hardly elven hospitality. The elven swordmaster Tanis lifted his head, protesting loudly. "Your Majesty, this despicable human has brought a dark elf into the sacred tree forest. It desecrates the sacred tree and insults our people. I had to drive them out." The moment Lin Yuan saw the elven queen, he knew the branch quest had entered its next phase. He stepped forward and offered a respectful salute. "My apologies, Your Majesty. Kaelin may be a dark elf, but she has sworn fealty to me and now serves as one of my heroes. Bringing her here was not meant as a provocation. If her presence offends you, I will have her wait outside the sacred tree forest. There are times when it pays to swallow your pride." After all, the elven queen before him was both the key NPC for this hidden quest and its patron. If Lin Yuan wanted the side story to progress, he couldn't afford to fall out with her now, especially after injuring the elven holy sword master. He had to offer a way to save face. He turned slightly toward his adjutant and murmured, "Kaelin, they'll have to trouble you for a moment." Kaelin gave her usual gentle smile. "It's nothing, my lord." With that, she glided away toward the edge of the sacred tree forest. Lin Yuan calculated that his current combat strength wouldn't drop much even without her, so he simply watched her leave. The dark elf troops he had summoned earlier were already wiped out in the fierce battle, leaving Kaelin as the last dark elf in his party. As her figure disappeared among the trees, the tension on the elven queen's face eased. She looked up at Lin Yuan, her voice softening. "Thank you for your understanding. Please accept this treasure as an apology from Tanisai." She stepped forward, her sleeves brushing the air, and held out a crown woven from emerald branches. A faint glow rippled through the leaves, like the breath of the sacred tree itself. Lin Yuan's heart skipped. This was clearly the side quest reward. He took the crown without hesitation. Crown of the sacred tree. Quality, diamond. Attributes, intelligence 80, constitution 80, all stats 10. Attached skill, blessing of the sacred tree. Effect, instantly refreshes all of the wearer's skill cooldowns. Cooldown, 24 hours. Description, a crown woven from branches of the sacred tree, infused with extraordinary magic. The stats flashed across his retina. Lin Yuan froze for a second, then couldn't hide his delight. Even among diamond-grade items, there were tiers. Weapons like the frost great axe or armor such as the glacier plate were merely average. The crown of the sacred tree, however, stood on par with the green dragon armor at the top of the hierarchy. Its base stats weren't outrageous, but the real power lay in blessing of the sacred tree, one full reset of every skill cooldown. That meant the wearer could unleash 2 full rotations of core abilities back to back. His mind raced. If Woodsayer could swing Bone Lord Cleave twice in a row, the kill threshold would nearly double. Yet after a moment's thought, he handed the crown to the knight beside him, Archuolia. Archuolia's toolkit was more versatile and entirely active. Chivalric Spirit, Shield of Glory, Holy Bind, Radiant Flurry, and Imperial Light Annihilation. If she could fire off 2 full cycles in rapid succession, her power would soar even higher. At that moment, the Elf Queen smiled once more and said, "Honored guests, if it suits you, I can guide you to the sacred tree right now. Should you uncover the cause of its corruption, you will become benefactors of our entire race." With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she turned and followed a moss-covered path deeper into the forest. Lin Yuan and Chun Bei fell in behind her, while the elven sword master trailed at the rear, his face tight with hostility. Resentment simmered in his eyes, yet he dared not defy the queen's authority. As they walked, Lin Yuan scanned their surroundings. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, shadows flickered at their feet, and the air was thick with resin and floral scents. Lowering his voice, he warned Chun Bei, "Something doesn't feel right." Chun Bei blinked. "What do you mean?" "These elves are acting strangely," Lin Yuan said, his gaze hard. "Elves are usually gentle and peace-loving, but did you see how brutally they fought just now?" Chun Bei scratched his head. "Isn't it normal for a few of them to be hot-headed?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "It's more than that. Didn't you notice the elf queen herself?" "What about her?" "I was too busy noticing how beautiful she is," Chun Bei said, baffled. "She's far too calm," Lin Yuan murmured. "The sacred tree is their faith and the source of their power. With the tree in danger, she should be frantic, yet she hasn't shown a flicker of worry." The memory of her untroubled expression unsettled him. Chun Bei, now aware of the discrepancy, frowned but could only keep moving. The vegetation grew denser ahead. Vines draped from the canopy, and specks of emerald light drifted between the leaves like stars. Soon the forest opened into a wide clearing at its heart, a pristine green expanse, where every blade of grass shimmered as if bathed in moonlight. "We're here," the elf queen announced, raising her chin. "Before you stands our sacred tree." The 2 men looked up. A colossal tree dominated their vision, dwarfing even the enormous trunks around it. It soared several hundred meters high, 100 people arm in arm could scarcely encircle its base. Layer upon layer of foliage formed a vast emerald sea, from which countless dark green tendrils hung, each glowing softly as though touched by divine radiance. Even the usually nonchalant Chen Bei was awestruck. Boss, this thing makes the tree we saw in the Green Dragon's lair look tiny. Lin Yuan didn't answer. Eyes narrowed. He swept the area and noticed that hundreds of elves were kneeling beneath the tree, as if waiting for something. It was obvious that the elves before them were basking in the sacred tree's blessing. Waves of deep green light pulsed from the heart of the branches, flowed down the hanging vines, and settled on the kneeling elves, wrapping each of them in a gentle glow. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. No wonder every elf from the sacred grove was so powerful, they truly were nurtured by the tree. Boss, the sacred tree looks perfectly fine, so what's the problem? Chen Bei muttered under his breath, voicing the very question on Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan didn't answer. Instead, he turned to the elven queen beside him. Before he could speak, she understood and said calmly, "You want to know what's wrong, don't you? Keep watching and you'll see." Her tone left no room for debate, so Lin Yuan dropped the matter and focused on the tree again. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15 in the blink of an eye. Half an hour slipped away. Growing restless, Chen Bei frowned. "Boss, how long are we supposed to wait?" Lin Yuan shot him a glance and lowered his voice. "Be patient. Hidden quests are never simple. You can't solve them by brute force alone." He had barely finished speaking when the elven queen warned, "It's about to begin." About to what? Chen Bei started to ask, but the answer unfolded before his eyes. Dozens of vines at the treetop flashed from emerald to pitch black, as though drenched in ink, and an icy aura of death swept through the clearing. The elves beneath those vines turned ashen, terror etched across their faces. Lin Yuan's eyes fixed on the dark tendrils. Clearly they were what the elves feared. At last the panic broke one elf's composure. He sprang to his feet and bolted for the edge of the lawn like a startled deer. "Don't pick me, I don't want to die." He had taken only 2 steps when a black vine lashed down like a striking viper. The next moment made everyone's scalp prickle. The vine coiled around him, plunged straight into his mouth, and began to pulsate, as if guzzling something inside him. His body shriveled at terrifying speed, his eyes locked wide open, despair and disbelief frozen on his face. Lin Yuan and Chen Bei exchanged a horrified look. The sacred tree's vines were actually devouring flesh and blood. Has the sacred tree ever preyed on living beings before? Lin Yuan demanded, turning to the elven queen. "Of course not," she replied, shaking her head, her expression bleak. "The sacred tree has always been the source of our faith and power. Do you think we would worship a bloodthirsty abomination?" "Fair point," Lin Yuan murmured. After a moment's thought he asked, "Then why haven't your people moved away from it? Even if we don't know why the sacred tree changed, couldn't we avoid being drained simply by staying away from it?" "It isn't that simple." The elven queen's pale gold eyes glimmered as she laid a hand over her heart, her voice calm, yet firm. "The tree is our source of power. From the moment we received its blessing, our lives became bound to it. If we stop drawing on its strength, we will age and die within days." She pointed to a shadowed corner at the edge of the clearing. Dozens of elves crouched beneath the vine's skin, sagging, bones jutting, their bodies steeped in decay. After the mutation, they refused to take in the tree's energy, the queen said, her tone matter-of-fact. "In less than a month, they ended up like this." Chen Bei frowned. "Then just cut off those black vines. There aren't many. If they're gone, they can't feed on you." "That won't work." The queen shook her head. "If the vines go without flesh for long, the sacred tree will wither. Without the tree, we would still die of rapid aging. Unless we find the cause of the mutation, holding the line is our only choice. Losing a few each day is better than losing the entire race." Lin Yuan gave a silent nod. The gentle elves had been driven to watch their kin turn to husks far beyond anything he had imagined. After a pause, he stepped onto the grass with his warriors. "I'd like to help you find the cause. First, I need to take some samples for study. I know an alchemist in Starmoon City. She might trace the problem." The alchemist he meant was a lackey, the one who had once brewed the dark elixir. With no other leads, trusting a specialist made sense. "Certainly," the queen replied with a courteous smile. Lin Yuan turned. "Yujsar, cut a sample of those black vines." "As you command, my lord." Metal scraped bone as Yujsar pulled a rib free, the bone shifting into a chilling blade. The moment he neared the roots, the surrounding vines recoiled like threatened beasts, black light flashing as they lashed at him. Each sweep of the skeletal blade split the air with a hiss and blue sparks. Vines fell in segments, dark red resin oozing from the cuts, while health bars blinked in Lin Yuan's sight. Soon Yujsar returned, arms full of severed black vines. Lin Yuan faced the queen again, brow knitted. "Honestly, I still don't understand." She inclined her head. "What puzzles you? Seeing your people drained to bones, how can you stay so calm?" He stared at her flawless face, voice edged with steel. "Doesn't it stir you at all?" "Of course it does," she answered softly. "I'm calm because I've already found a way to end this." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. "What way? If a solution existed, why issue a commission?" You should know, she murmured, her voice brushing his ear. You are not the first adventurers to come here. The realization struck. His pupils shrank. At that same instant, a rustling rose from the canopy. More black vines poured down like a tide, twisting and coiling, leaves flipping like the scales of serpents, their forked tongues darting as they closed in on them. Chun Bei froze at the sight before him, instinctively glancing at Lin Yuan. Boss, what's going on? He whispered, trying to stay calm. Isn't it obvious? Lin Yuan's eyes were rimed with frost. It's a trap. The Elf Queen's commission wasn't about fixing some world tree calamity. She lured adventurers like us here to feed the sacred tree. The words hit Chun Bei like a death sentence. Had always pictured elves as gentle and virtuous, but that illusion shattered in an instant. Grinding his teeth, he growled, so that elf which wants to sacrifice us. Boss, if we're doomed anyway, let's take a few elves down with us. He braced for annihilation, unwilling to go quietly. Lin Yuan shook his head. No, first we deal with these black vines. Even the toughest hidden quest can't be a dead end. There's always a way through. But if we cut the vines, aren't we helping them? Chun Bei clenched his fists, still fuming. Just do as I say. Without further explanation, Lin Yuan swept an arm forward and led his forces onto the field. Chun Bei followed, anger still simmering. The orc warlord under Chun Bei let out a primal roar as his legion stampeded onto the emerald grass. Massive axes met writhing black vines, and the battle erupted. When Yujsar had severed the first vine, Lin Yuan had already used Identify. Each vine had the health of a 7th-tier unit. With boosts from the Throne of Bones and the King's Skull, his Dark Skeleton Knights could barely match them, but there were 2,000 or 3,000 vines. Any other party, even a full-sized guild, would be wiped out here. Luckily, Lin Yuan's forces were just as formidable. After his last showdown with the 3 great guilds, his Dark Skeleton Knights had swollen to 4,000. He also fielded a regiment of flame mages, Chun Bai's Orc Legion, and 3 Scrade heroes Artoria, Yujsar, and the Orc warlord fighting shoulder to shoulder. The only regret was leaving Kalen outside the World Tree Forest. Had she been here, she could have dispatched hundreds of vines with ease. At Lin Yuan's command, the Dark Skeleton Knights charged into the vine-strewn battlefield. Iron lances traced lethal arcs while bone chargers churned the soil. Behind them, the flame mages formed ranks, staffs raised, chanting low and steady. Fires surged in the air. One explosive fireball after another took shape and slammed into the writhing black vines. Under the barrage of explosive fireballs, the black vines disintegrated into ash one after another. Flames roared, foul-smelling soot filled the air, and the battle finally seemed to be turning in their favor. Chun Bei couldn't help but smile. Victory felt within reach. Yet Lin Yuan stayed calm, his icy gaze fixed on the distant sacred tree. Hidden quests are never simple. Something was bound to change, especially with the Elven Queen merely watching. If she truly meant to feed them to the tree, she wouldn't let them go so easily. For now, their top priority was clearing the relentless vines. Any new threat would be met when it came. In just over 10 minutes, the 2 of them using fire bursts and an undead army had destroyed more than 2,000 vines. When the last wisp of smoke cleared, the grassland was strewn with severed tendrils and reeking sap. The cost, however, was brutal. Over half of Lin Yuan's Dark Skeleton Knights, more than 1,000, were gone. Worse, the vines weren't real corpses, so even the skull of the Skeleton King couldn't convert them into new soldiers. Is it over? Chun Bei asked, glancing around. No, not yet. Lin Yuan shook his head, eyes locked on the sacred tree. A heartbeat later, a pitch-black fissure split the trunk, as if a demon were opening its eye. With a wet scraping sound, a massive dark red worm crawled out. 10 meters long, like a blood-colored python, it was covered in wrinkles, blotches, and jagged black spines grotesque enough to turn stomachs. Its head lacked features save for a ragged maw lined with interlaced barbs, each razor-sharp. Every time it heaved forward, viscous fluid dripped from that maw, sizzling on the grass, a clear sign of potent acid. Lin Yuan summoned the status window, and the data flared into view. Parasitic demon worm, Hesman. Abyss boss. Level, 70. HP, 2 million. Attack, 1, 5502, 150. Defense, 2,780. Skills, Acid Corrosion, Death Devour, Parasitic Eggs. Description, a parasitic worm from the abyss that drains strength from any host it infects. So that's the culprit. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, the final pieces clicking together. Had fought this thing in a previous life and remembered its abilities all too well. As the worm emerged, Chun Bei spun toward the Elven Queen and shouted, "There, this is what corrupted the sacred tree. Instead of solving the problem, you helped it and framed the adventurers who came to aid you. Aren't you ashamed? Hey, race your chance. If you want to end this, join us and kill it." To his shock, the Queen and every elf remained motionless, their icy gazes fixed on Chun Bei like he was already dead. A chill shot through him, and he instinctively stepped back. Then Lin Yuan said quietly, "Haven't you figured it out yet? Every one of these elves has already been parasitized by that abyssal worm." After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Bei felt as though his heart had plunged into a frozen abyss. What did you just say? They've all been parasitized? He stood rooted to the spot, barely able to breathe, his eyes locked on Lin Yuan. That's right. Lin Yuan's expression was composed, yet his voice was as sharp as a blade. That creature's power lies in its eggs. They're microscopic, no thicker than dust, and drift into the lungs with every breath. Worse still, once they hatch, the larvae don't burst out. They stay hidden, quietly twisting the host's personality until the victim changes beyond recognition. He recalled the brutal lesson of his previous life. Back then, the world's lords knew almost nothing about abyssal beasts. The first to go after the parasite brood was the 14th-ranked human lord from North America. He led his army into the nest, unaware that airborne eggs were already drifting through the ranks. By the time they reached the brood's heart, every soldier was infected. The parasites hardly moved, yet the entire force was annihilated. That grisly defeat finally made the other lords grasp how terrifying the brood truly was. Since the first day of the abyssal invasion, countless pioneers had traded their lives for knowledge. Now this brood mother called Hesman had appeared in the open, and that could only mean one thing: the elves gathered here were already hosts. To survive, the elves had to keep drawing energy from the sacred tree. For Hesman, that made their ritual the perfect feeding window. Only then did Lin Yuan understand why Calamity of the Sacred Tree was listed as a hidden quest in the tavern. Completing it would require not only slaying Hesman, but also dealing with thousands of elves already carrying its eggs. The difficulty dwarfed most nightmare-level missions and verged on hell tier. Screech. A razor-sharp shriek rent the air as Hesman reared back, its jagged mandibles vibrating. Instantly, every elf began to mutate. Their eyes darkened into crimson insect facets. The corners of their mouths split into serrated maws. Antennae sprouted from their brows. Chitinous limbs bulged from distended abdomens, and translucent wings tore through their backs. The once graceful elves became hideous insectoids on the spot. Even the noble elven queen. The sudden horror made Chun Bai's pupils contract. His fingers trembled, yet no words left his lips. Lin Yuan drew a slow breath, his gaze turning colder still. Now I finally understand why they were acting so strangely before. Until just moments ago, these elves likely had no idea they were already incubating parasite eggs. The insect eggs inside them have been quietly reshaping their personalities. That is why the elven Holy Sword Master has grown irritable, explosive, and bloodthirsty, while the elven queen can watch her own people being drained by the sacred tree without the slightest emotion. There was always a pattern, but they never noticed it. Lin Yuan caught fragments of odd behavior. Yet with so little evidence, he could not trace the truth, hence the real difficulty of this hidden quest. He drew a deep breath and said softly, "Prepare for battle. Unless we kill that parasitic demon worm and every elf it controls, none of us will leave here alive. Whether to clear the quest or simply survive, they would have to stain this vibrant meadow a deep, crimson red. Trying to run? Filthy intruders, stay and become food for the sacred tree." The fully corrupted elven Holy Sword Master grinned savagely, blades slashing through the air as a tide of worm-ridden elves surged behind him. Their minds had been warped entirely by the parasite Hesman. In their eyes, the worm was the sacred tree's avatar, and Lin Yuan's party mere offerings. In an instant, the enemy lineup swelled to 4 forces: Hesman the parasite, the elven queen, the Holy Sword Master, and dozens of corrupted elves. Worse still, every infected elf now boasted vastly enhanced stat strength, speed, and health on par with Tier 7 units. Lin Yuan glanced at Chun Bei and ordered, "They'll handle the queen and the parasite. You take the Holy Sword Master." "Understood," Chun Bei replied without hesitation. A heartbeat later, Lin Yuan hurled a vial from his pack. Chun Bei caught it midair. "Dark elixir?" He paused. Then his expression hardened. He knew the item well. A hero who drinks it enters a demonic state for 15 minutes, gaining 50% to all stats, and 10% bonus dark damage followed by 8 hours of weakness, with a 70% stat drop. Lin Yuan's timing made one thing clear. They had to stake their lives on this fight. The realization only fanned Chun Bai's battle lust. Without delay, he had his orc warlord gulp down the potion. A roar tore through the air as the warlord's muscles swelled, bones cracked like thunder, and black miasma erupted around him, fracturing the ground at his feet. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan produced 2 more vials and passed them to Ertolia and Wujser. The 2 heroes exchanged a glance, then downed the elixirs in unison. Ebony energy spread across their armor like living shadows. 3 demonized figures now stood shoulder to shoulder at the front of the party, radiating murderous intent. Lin Yuan knew full well that only by fighting at their absolute limit did they stand even a slim chance of victory. Black demonic energy rippled around Artoria and Wujsar, and both heroes entered their corrupted state. In the very next heartbeat, Lin Yuan split his forces into 2 wings without hesitation. Artoria wielded her sword and planted herself between the Elven Queen's insect-ridden army and the rest of the field, while Wujsar brandished a pitch-black battle standard and led 1,000 dark skeleton knights straight at the parasitic fiend. Hazemon. The greatest challenge lay in fending off 3 threats at once. The insectified elven queen, the possessed elven sword saint, and Hazemon himself, each a nightmare in their own right. If Li Bingqiu and Lin Mengmeng were still here, they could have taken some of the weight off Lin Yuan's shoulders, but only Chunbei remained. A smooth rebirth had bred overconfidence, and only now did Lin Yuan realize his mistake, his eyes narrowing in quiet self-reproach. The battlefield erupted with a deafening roar. Wujsar's demon eyes burned scarlet. With a savage howl he spurred his mount forward, the iron hooves of the dark skeleton knights pounding in unison and shaking the earth. Reaching Hazemon, he raised his bone-forged blade and struck, steel flashing coldly. The edge pierced the chitin and tore a jagged gash through Hazemon's maggot-like torso. Rank, dark green blood sprayed in all directions, the air filling with the stench of rot and acid. A crimson number burst over the monster's head, 7,489. One swing in his corrupted state, and Wujsar had dealt over 7,000 points of damage, a display of near-unbridled power. Yet Hazemon possessed 2 million hit points. Compared with other level 70 bosses, its attack and defense barely matched creatures 10 levels lower, but that immense health pool made it an immovable wall in a direct fight. Its real strength lay in seeding parasites. With endless eggs at its disposal, it needed only to survive long enough to spawn new puppets. As Wujsar opened the assault, the surrounding dark skeleton knights closed in, heavy lances thrusting one after another. 326, 298, 377 flared above the fiend's head. A string of crimson figures reminded Lin Yuan that the creature's life bar was still impossibly deep. Hazemon suddenly split its maw and vomited a broad spray of corrosive, dark green bile. The liquid hissed as it struck. Every dark skeleton knight it touched dissolved into black sludge in an instant, bones melting before they could shatter, leaving only drifting wisps of shadow. Lin Yuan's expression never changed. He simply tallied losses and gains in silence. If killing this parasite meant paying any price, he would accept it. What truly unnerved him was not the acid, but the eggs that could splatter at any moment and turn the battlefield into a nest. The parasitic demon worm spat out a storm of eggs. Anyone who inhaled them became infected and ultimately transformed into a creature of pure chitin. Lin Yuan had foreseen this, so every unit assaulting Heisman was an undead construct rampaging skeletons, wraiths, and bone chargers, leaving the eggs with nothing to infest, and stripping Heisman's proudest skill of most of its power. Elsewhere, Altoria clashed in the sky with the fully mutated elf queen. Already a threat in her prime, the queen now bristled with translucent compound eyes and chitinous wings that granted terrifying aerial agility. 10 ninth-tier emerald dragons, dispatched by Lin Yuan, harried her on all sides, yet her damage output was monstrous. Within seconds, she drove one dragon's health to the brink, nearly sending the beast spiraling earthward. The queen's 3 core abilities had warped. 1. Bloom of life emerald vines crawled across her skin, restoring huge chunks of health at short intervals. 2. Forest Missalisa brief chant conjured dozens of jade green orbs that curved through the air in eerie arcs. 3. Hymn of Nature, once a group buff, now twisted into a nightmarish insect screech. Scree. Her barbed mandibles split wide, unleashing a piercing shriek. Worm-tainted elves surged with bloodshot fury, while Altoria's troops writhed in agony. Damage digits 645, 778, 745 flashed above their heads. The shriek packed an area-wide punch. In the crisis, Altoria's silver gaze turned icy. She raised her blade. Sacred shackles. Dazzling silver chains formed a hexagram, pinning the queen midair and cutting the scream short. The stun window opened. 700 flame mages leveled their staves, and a deluge of meteoric fire hammered down. Even with boosted resistance, the barrage shredded over 40,000 health. The queen's total was only 750,000, far less than Heisman's, meaning a few more volleys would finish her. Altoria pressed the attack, holding nothing back. Knight's Valor, Shield of Glory, Holy Flurry, Imperial Lightbreaker. Sword shadows merged into a silvery torrent, their overlapping blasts tearing through the queen's health bar. Bound by chains, the queen thrashed, membranous wings trembling. No shriek could fully form. When the shackles faded, the queen retaliated at once. A dozen forest green missiles coalesced, rocketing toward Altoria. Meeting the onslaught, Altoria gave a cold smile. I don't recall allowing you to fight back. She triggered the crown of the World Tree's Power World Tree's blessing. Verdant light bathed her, resetting every cooldown. With a renewed grip on the sealed sword, she carved another arc of silver, sending fresh chains snapping toward the worm-tainted elf queen. Sacred shackles. The unfortunate insectoid elf queen had only just escaped when she was shackled in place once more. Had she been conscious, rage alone might have made her cough blood. The crown of the World Tree, a gift she had given Lin Yuan with her own hands, now pinned her to the spot like frozen chains. The instant the seal took hold, Flames and holy radiance flooded the sky. Meteor firestorm. Rivers of crimson fire rained down, turning the battlefield into scorched earth. Holy light slash. Interlocking golden trails carved through her carapace, spraying thick teal blood. Imperial radiance cleave. A blinding white beam, like a sword of judgment, punched another hole through her chest. In the span of a few heartbeats, the queen's health dropped by 100,000. When the holy binding expired, she tore free with a grinding crack of splintered shell. Cursed humans, I will make you pay. Her mandibles scraped together, the sound like rusted iron. But even that roar was cut short. Tertulia raised a hand, and the demon pendant glowed once more. Demon's grasp. Black miasma gathered at her fingertips, conjuring a massive skeletal hand that clamped around the queen. Another 3-second stun stole 15,000 hit points each second. By raw power, she could have crushed Ertolia, yet the woman's trove of artifacts left her no room to fight back. The battle quickly reached equilibrium. Barring surprises, the outcome was now certain. Off to one side, the parasite broodmother boasted a ludicrous health pool, but with egg parasite disabled, she was nothing more than a punching bag. The greatsword Yujsar hacked into her blubbery flesh again and again, each strike spraying foul green ichor that sizzled in the heat. The insectoid elf swordmaster was trapped by Chun Bei and a legion of orcs. Although Chun Bei was weaker than Lin Yuan, the swordmaster was the friliest of the three, and his health fell steadily. After 3 rounds of stuns, the queen still hadn't managed a single full counterattack, and her health dipped below half. Flame mages focused their barges while the demon-infused Ertolia unleashed a torrent of damage. Fire and holy light crisscrossed, shattering the last of the queen's armor. At last, with a rending scream, the insectoid elf queen became the first to fall. Yujsar's blade lifted her fractured breastplate, and a single kick sent the corpse skidding away, corrosive teal blood eating a pit into the ground. The surviving parasite broodmother and insectoid elf swordmaster fought on, but the queen's death had already sealed their fate. It was only fitting that she became the first boss to die before Lin Yuan's eyes. Even with the insectified elf queen down, her swarm of insectified elves was still wreaking havoc. Luckily, the biggest threat was gone. The rest were merely cleanup. At the same moment, word of victory came from Chun Bai's front. Roar! The orc warlord bellowed, cleaving with one last mighty sweep that erased the final sliver of the insectified elf swordmaster's health bar. The swordmaster crashed to the ground in unwilling defeat, and the dim sword in his hand flickered with a final green glow before going dark. Chun Bei clenched his fist and growled in triumph. Not only had the enemy's earlier arrogance been avenged, this also proved that he, Chun Bei, could now solo a diamond tier boss. Boss, I'm on my way. Swallowing his excitement, he pivoted his troops and raced toward Lin Yuan's main battlefield. The 3 detachments linked up quickly, and the parasite broodworm, Hemans, now had only 700,000 HP left. Lin Yuan warned in a low voice, this thing's insanely tough. We've only shaved off 1.3 million so far. Keep your orcs on the perimeter to block the insectified elves. If Hemans spits eggs, your troops will get infected and turn into half-bug, Halfric. A chill shot down Chun Bai's spine, and he nodded at once. Understood. Thanks for the heads up. He pulled the orcs back to form an outer ring. In the center, only Lin Yuan's dark skeleton knights, flame mages, and undead archers pressed the assault. Fireballs howled in from a safe range, and the parasite's HP began to melt away. 600,000, 500,000, 400,000. When the bar hit 300,000, Hemans suddenly wheeled its hulking body around and spewed a wave of dark green acid, dissolving the nearest skeleton knights in an instant. Then it dragged its battered bulk straight toward the world tree. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Trying to run? Don't let it reach the tree. If Hemans burrowed into the world tree, all bets were off. A moment later, a mountainous figure strode into its path. The orc warlord had already predicted the escape route and blocked the worm Hedon. Chun Bei chuckled. I knew you'd try to bolt. Roar. The giant axe came crashing down, frost runes exploding as emerald blood splattered and layers of slow stacked onto Hemans. Lin Yuan's forces closed in. Flame mages, undead archers, and freshly resummoned skeleton knights struck in rapid succession. Acid still sizzled on the ground, but it could no longer tear their formation apart. 300,000, 200,000, 100,000. In the end, even the parasite broodworm was powerless. Surrounded on all sides, it could only watch helplessly as its health bar bled down to 0. Lin Yuan stood beside the enormous carcass of the parasitic demon worm and let out a long breath that tasted of blood. The air still carried a blend of scorched stench and rot, but the danger had passed. Chun Bei hurried over, wiping soot from his face. Half joking, he complained, please tell me nothing else is going to pop up. One more twist, and my heart's going to give out. It ends. Hurry, no more surprises, Lin Yuan said with a smile, then asked, how bad are your casualties? Chun Bei looked back at the ravaged battlefield and sighed. About 70%. Once we're home, it'll take a week or 2 to bounce back. Honestly, I'm still too weak. Just one Elven Holy Sword Master cost me this much. Among the three bosses, the parasitic demon worm, the Elven Holy Sword Master, and another leader sword master was technically the weakest, yet he had still bled Qinbei dry. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder. They'll lend you the time steal when we get back. Have your barracks refresh time, and you'll rebuild in no time. The gloom lifted instantly, and Qinbei's eyes lit up. Seriously? Boss, you're the best. The time steal could cut refresh time in half. On the open market, it was worth billions. Qinbei's excitement lasted only a moment before hesitation crept in. But your losses are even worse. All 10 of your 9th tier green dragons are dead. Over 4,000 dark skeleton knights are down to a couple hundred, and you lost a third of your flame mages. If you give me the steal, what will you use? Lin Yuan snorted. Feeling sorry for me now? Even if every dark skeleton knight was wiped out, I'd recover in a few days. Besides, I said lend, not give. From the way you're talking, it sounds like you don't plan on returning it. Qinbei waved his hands. I'd never. That's not what I meant. Then take it and quit fussing, Lin Yuan said, impatience masking a brotherly concern. Qinbei scratched his head and grinned, unfazed by the scolding. He knew Lin Yuan had just handed him a priceless artifact, and the trust made his blood surge. Enough sentimentality. Let's clear the field. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the corpses and glowing loot. After paying such a steep price, would better pull something good. Absolutely. Qinbei nodded, eyes shining with anticipation. Truth be told, he was just as curious about what these bosses would drop. After all, even the weakest of the three bosses, the Elven Holy Swordmaster, was a level 60, diamond rank enemy, so whatever he dropped was bound to be valuable. Lin Yuan strode over, crouched beside the Swordmaster's corpse, pulled back the cloak, pried open the gaps in the armor, and quickly searched for loot. A series of system notifications echoed in his ears. You have successfully searched the Elven Holy Swordmaster's corpse and obtained a special material. Holy Swordmaster's eyeball. You have successfully searched the Elven Holy Swordmaster's corpse and obtained a special material. Holy Swordmaster's sword tassel. You have successfully searched the Elven Holy Swordmaster's corpse and obtained a diamond-grade treasure, Forest Guardian. Lin Yuan gave the two special materials only a cursory glance, then fixed his attention on the diamond-grade item. Forest Guardian. Quality, diamond. Stats, Constitution 90, Strength 90, HP 3000. Passive skill Guardian of Life. When the wearer's HP drops below 20, automatically generates a life shield that absorbs 3000 damage and simultaneously increases defense by 20. A green pendant dangled between his fingers, gilt leaf patterns catching the faint light. Lin Yuan weighed the pros and cons. It would suit Artoria, but Guardian of Life overlapped with her glory shield, and she already wore a demon pendant. Only one necklace could be equipped at a time. After a brief pause, he tossed the pendant to Qinbei. This one's yours. Qinbei blinked, caught it on reflex, and broke into a broad grin after reading the stats. Thanks, boss. I won't say no. Forest Guardian perfectly matched the Orc Warlord's attributes, and its passive ability would skyrocket his survivability. With this single item, the trip was already worthwhile, yet it was only the beginning. Lin Yuan looked up. Two more boss corpses still lay silently on the ground. He walked over to the Elven Queen's body and began searching again. More system prompts followed. You have successfully searched the Elven Queen's corpse and obtained a special material. Elven Queen's diadem. You have successfully searched the Elven Queen's corpse and obtained a special material. Elven Queen's heart. You have successfully searched the Elven Queen's corpse and obtained a special treasure, Fruit of the World Tree. You have successfully searched the Elven Queen's corpse and obtained a diamond-grade treasure, Sacred Elven Codex. A special treasure? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and pulled up the details. Fruit of the World Tree. Category, Special Treasure. Description, a fruit infused with the power of the World Tree, edible only by elves. Consuming it may lead to unexpected changes. After reading the description of the sacred tree fruit, Lin Yuan couldn't help but knit his brows. The text clearly stated, edible by elves only, yet he didn't have a single pure-blooded elf hero under his command. While not entirely hopeless, Gyron was technically an elf, but she was a dark elf. That was the crux of the problem. Did dark elves fall under the elf category? The description never said. Staring at the emerald fruit cradled in his palm, he weighed the odds. Should he risk letting Chiron try it? Forget it. He'll hold on to it and decide later. He muttered under his breath and slipped the sacred tree fruit back into his inventory. Chiron wasn't here anyway, so there was no point agonizing over it. Pushing the thought aside, he turned his attention to the next drop. Holy Elven Codex. Quality, diamond. Stats, Intelligence 380, Magic Attack 999, Health 1500, Healing bonus 12, Amplification bonus 12. Active skill Elven Hymn. The wielder chants a sacred hymn, restoring 20 of max HP to all Elven units in range and granting a 15 all-stat boost for 15 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. The Codex, bound in jade inlaid covers and glowing with a gentle silver sheen, pulsed with faint runic light. Lin Yuan skimmed the stats and immediately shook his head. Karen can't use this. First, she had no healing or buff skills. Second, he currently commanded 0 elven troops, which made elven him practically useless. Still, a suitable inheritor popped into his mind at once. Lin Yuan handed the codex to Chen Bei. Hold on to this for me. Give it to Lin Mingming when we get back. Chen Bei scanned the attributes and laughed. That girl's luck is ridiculous, as getting a diamond-grade codex while sitting at home. The tone held no jealousy, only genuine delight. The book was perfect for Lin Mingming, a born elven cleric. With those two spoils sorted, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the massive carcass nearby. The parasite demon worm. The loot from the elven swordmaster and the elven queen had been generous, but the real prize lay with this boss and the hidden quest's final reward. With that thought, he strode toward the corpse. He was just about to start his search when a soft rustling came from his backpack. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and opened the inventory. The source quickly surfaced. The jet-black demon egg engraved with sinister runes. He took out the egg, and thin veins instantly rippled across the shell, as if it had a heartbeat. It writhed violently, pointing straight at the parasite demon worm's body. Could it be this demon egg is interested in the worm's corpse? After the idea crossed his mind, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before setting the demon egg beside the parasite worm's corpse. He crouched, pressed the egg against the insect's carapace, then stepped back half a pace, eyes locked on the pitch-black shell. The next instant, an unexpected change occurred. A razor-thin crack split the shell with a sharp snap that rang through the silent cavern. At once, the abyssal energy lingering inside the worm was sucked out as though by an invisible maw, becoming a stream of inky mist that poured into the fissure. As the mist vanished, faint crimson veins surfaced around the shell, pulsing like blood vessels. Chen Bei drew a sharp breath, and Lin Yuan suddenly understood. The demon egg needed the abyssal energy within the parasite worm to hatch. Was this the only way to awaken it? Time passed. When the last trace of energy was drained, the crack sealed itself and the shell went still, as if nothing had happened. Clearly, the scrap of power Black Mons left behind was nowhere near enough to complete incubation. Lin Yuan made a mental note. The egg would require a steady supply of abyssal energy to break free. But with the abyssal invasion arc still dormant and abyssal beasts scarce on the eternal continent, that path would be anything but easy. Drawing his focus back, he continued to loot the corpse of Black Mons. System notifications flashed in rapid succession. 1. Special material acquired parasite, worm fangs. 2. Special material acquired parasite, worm blood. 3. Summoning scroll acquired venom worms. 4. Building blueprint acquired worm hatchery. 5. Diamond grade relic acquired toxic god bracers. 5 lines of loot scrolled past, and Lin Yuan grinned with satisfaction. 2 materials, 1 scroll, 1 blueprint, and a diamond grade relic. Black Mons had not let him down. He tore open the summoning scroll at once. A green magic circle formed underfoot, and a pungent acidic stench filled the air. Amid hissing and gnawing, 1,000 venom worms crawled from the light, clustering in a dense wave. They were also tiers-even hidden units, resembling the parasite worm, but lacking its eerie egg implant ability. Their assault was blunt, rip with razor teeth or vomit bluish-black acid to corrode prey. Even worse, when a venom worm died, its body detonated on the spot, and the splattered toxin kept burning everything nearby. A memory from his previous life flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. A demon lord had once mass-produced venom worms and used a revolting tactic: order them to charge at the first clash and self-detonate in unison, transforming enemy lines into a toxic swamp. Almost every lord who faced him left with lasting trauma. If a single hidden unit could disgust opponents that much, its power was beyond doubt. The blueprints clearly outlined a venomous worm hatchery. Lin Yuan saw at once that the structure could only be built on demon territory, something he didn't possess for the moment. He pocketed the plans, figuring he might trade them for something useful down the line. His attention then shifted to the diamond-grade item that had burst from the parasite broodmothra, pair of poison god bracers. Their stats unfolded across his interface. Rarity, diamond. Strength, 290. Agility, 120. Constitution, 120. Poison resistance, 100. Passive, 5 chance on hit to inflict poison, dealing damage equal to one of the target's maximum HP each second for 3 seconds. Active skill, toxic miasma. Releases a poisonous fog that deals 3,000 poison damage per second to enemies inside for 60 seconds. Stacks with the passive poison effect. Cooldown, 180 minutes. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This is top tier, absolutely top tier, he murmured. If Head had these bracers before the fight, the battle would never have been so drawn out. A 5 proc rate on percentage-based poison might look low, but once it lands on a boss, the damage explodes. Take the parasite broodmother Hemmons with her 2 million HP. 3 seconds of poison would melt away 60,000 health. Percentage damage is ruthless. Add toxic miasmas 3000 per second for a full minute 180,000. In Totaland, the bracers become devastating for both boss fights and large-scale clears. After a brief deliberation, Lin Yuan strapped the poison god bracers onto Ugsar's wrists. The brutal warrior could squeeze every ounce of power from them, far better than Artoria could. With that, the loot from all three bosses was finally tallied. Lin Yuan took Chunbei and turned to leave, only to find a group of elves' faces gaunt, auras waning silently blocking their path. He recalled what the elf queen had told him. Since the world tree's mutation, these elves had lost access to its energy and had aged rapidly. Because they'd stayed away from the tree, they were unlikely to be hosting any eggs. The realization eased his guard. The elder at their head stepped forward, voice trembling and hoarse. Brave adventurer, may we take Her Majesty's body and give her a proper farewell? Lin Yuan met his gaze, surprise coloring his tone. Your queen had already turned into a half-elf, half-insect monstrosity. Do you still recognize her as your ruler? Sigh, the queen only ended up like this because a parasitic demon worm robbed her of her mind. The elder elf let out a long breath, placed a hand over his heart, and spoke with deep remorse. We're sorry for all the trouble we've caused you. In our eyes, she is still the kind and beautiful queen of the elves, and we wish to lay her to rest ourselves. Lin Yuan stood amid the sacred tree's roots, his eyes passing over the queen's body in its gold-embroidered robe. He nodded calmly. In the end, you're victims too. I have no reason to stop you. I truly hope the sacred tree forest will regain its former splendor one day. Thank you for your blessing. We'll do our best. The elder elf bent at the waist, arms at his sides, and bowed deeply. And thank you for removing this catastrophe. You'll be paid in full, of course. When the formalities were over, the white-haired, withered elves lifted the silk-covered litter and carried the queen's body away along a path of intertwined vines. With the parasite dead, the sacred tree was free again. The dull gray lines in its trunk lit up with a fresh green glow. Once it absorbed enough energy, the elves' aged aura would soon fade. As long as their bloodline endured, this ancient forest still had a chance to bloom anew. Not far away, Chunbei watched the elves retreat into the distance and remarked, "They're actually pretty polite." Lin Yuan gave a small smile. Elves are friendly by nature. The ones who attacked us were twisted because the worm eggs warped their minds. Pretty tragic. Chunbei shook his head, thinking of those controlled elves. If something that disgusting ever got inside me, I'd probably give up on living. Then his expression tightened. There's still one thing I can't figure out. What is it? Lin Yuan asked. The abyssal invasion hasn't started yet, right? Correct. Then where did these abyss creatures come from? Lin Yuan chuckled. Leftovers from the last invasion, of course. He gazed up at the sacred tree's towering canopy. The parasite's egg hid inside the tree ages ago and only recently matured, which is why the tree changed. Abyssal demons are far more cunning than you think. One mistake, and everything can be lost. A shiver ran down Chunbei's spine, and his face grew solemn. Until now, his understanding of the abyss came only from Lin Yuan's brief descriptions. Only now did he grasp its horror. One leftover egg had nearly wiped out the entire elven realm of the sacred tree forest. He tightened his grip on his weapon, visions of abyssal hordes rending open rifts flashing through his mind. If the day ever came when the full abyssal army surged onto the eternal continent, the very thought sent a chill through his bones. After stepping out of the forest of the sacred tree, Kaylin hurried over and threw her arms around Lin Yuan. Lord, are you all right? Her voice quivered. Because she was so tall, Lin Yuan's face was buried against her heaving chest, a faint orchid fragrance flooding his senses and making him momentarily dazed. Her eyes brimmed with worry, clearly fearing for his safety. This was Age of Lords at its most enchanting. Players could truly feel the bond they forged with their heroes. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and managed to say, muffled against her heartbeat, "All right, let me go. If you keep this up, you'll smother me." Crimson flushed across Kaylin's lovely face, and she quickly released him. Only then did Lin Yuan step back, finally drawing in a breath of fresh air. Standing nearby, Chunbei watched with undisguised envy. He swallowed hard. Had he known the heroes in Age of Lords were this personable, he would never have chosen the Beastkin faction. Human beauties? Sweet elf girls? Even the demon race had sultry succubi. But in a rash moment head-picked orcs. No, all he had were burly bruisers instead of a proud, stunning elven queen or a dashing human commander. Tragic. The thought nearly brought him to tears. At Kaylin's urging, Lin Yuan recounted everything that had happened in the forest of the sacred tree. When he finished, fury flashed across her breathtaking features. She clenched her teeth. I knew those elves were up to no good. I failed to protect you. My lord, please punish me. She struck a tearful pose, mist gathering in her eyes, half pleading, half enticing. As the dark elf queen, she was seductive to the bone. Clearly she wasn't seeking punishment but a chance to draw closer. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan didn't bite, whether oblivious or deliberately playing dumb. He simply waved her off. You only left the forest because I ordered it. None of this is your fault. It's over. Let's head back. Chunbei silently gave him a thumbs up. A will of steel, that boss of his. If it had been him, had have given in the moment a coquettish dark elf queen whispered, "Master, I've been naughty, punish me." What man could resist? After leaving the forest, Lin Yuan and Chun Bei spent 2 more days on the road before finally reaching their territories. The instant he entered the city, Lin Yuan headed straight for the estate's inn. What mattered most was the reward for the hidden quest. At the notice board, his gaze locked onto Disaster of the Sacred Tree, and behind the title 3 bright words blazed, "Quest completed." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan turned in the quest. A crisp system chime burst in his ears. "Congratulations, Lord Lin Yuan. You have completed the hidden quest Calamity of the Sacred Tree and earned the reward, Heart of the Forest." The announcement caught him off guard. He froze. Then his eyes blazed and shock melted into sheer joy. "The Heart of the Forest, it's really the Heart of the Forest," he whispered, clenching his fist as his voice quavered. For any lord, this treasure was the ultimate prize. He drew a deep breath, forced down his excitement, and tapped his virtual backpack. A fist-sized crystal core, glowing with emerald light, materialized in his palm. Item description: Heart of the Forest special item. Use on a broad, open expanse to establish an elven territory. One sentence said it alit could found a settlement. Every lord begins with a single territory, but that doesn't mean they must spend their lives defending one city. Expansion requires the right item. To create a human domain, you need a castle heart. For a beastkin domain, a beast god's heart. For an undead domain, a death core. For the elves, only the Heart of the Forest. This crystal granted Lin Yuan the right to claim a second domain. The advantages were obvious. 1. 2 completely different troop types. 2. Access to additional unique buildings. 3. A larger army and more combat options. 4. If one stronghold fell, the other remained as a fallback. The only downside was a spike in resource consumption. Most players would find that crippling. To Lin Yuan, it was mere bookkeeping. Money and materials were never a problem for him. Even more astonishing was how early he had obtained the Heart of the Forest. In his previous life, no lord had created a second domain until 2.5 months after launch, and the world chat erupted when it happened. Now, that miracle had landed in his hands weeks ahead of schedule. "The sooner I use it, the better." His eyes blazed. The system had also promised a special reward for the first player to establish a second territory. The Heart of the Forest gleamed brighter in his hand, its green light flickering in his pupils like a living flame. It didn't take long for Lin Yuan to locate a suitable clearing more than 1,000 li from his original domain. In his opinion, the second territory should sit a fair distance from the first. Once the magic teleport array was built, any gap would shrink to a 1-second trip. After confirming that the area was open and sparsely populated, he produced the emerald glowing Heart of the Forest. "Esteemed Lord, would you like to establish your elven territory here?" "Yes. Constructing a territory will cost 100 million food, 100 million lumber, 100 million stone, 100 million iron ore, and 100 million silver coins." "Confirm?" "Confirm." He had researched the price beforehand and had already stockpiled resources through the auction house, yet handing over 500 million basic resources and 100 million silver in one go still stung. At this stage, the exchange rate for food, lumber, stone, and iron to gold was an eye-watering 50 to 1, while silver stood at 10 to 1. Any shortage made prices spike even higher. This batch alone had cost him nearly 20 million. Fortunately, he had loaded a full billion in cash at the start, giving him the cushion to spend big. Once he confirmed, the Heart of the Forest shattered with a soft crack, and emerald light erupted outward. Boom. The ground shook as an ancient tree taller than a mountain thrust skyward, its lush canopy spreading across the landscape. The ancient elven tree, the core building of an elven territory, and the equivalent of a lord's keep. The next moment, a world announcement thundered in every lord's ears. "Congratulations to Huaxia Lord Lin Yuan for establishing an elven territory and becoming the first lord to own a second domain. Reward: building blueprint Blood Moon Tree." The same announcement repeated 3 times, sending the globe into an uproar. World channel lit up instantly. "Holy crap, Lin Yuan's on the announcement again. A second territory? Does that unlock another map? I thought he was a human lord. How can he build an elven settlement? So a single lord really can hold 2 territories? Well, duh, he's the first. No wonder we never heard of it before. If dual territories mean double resources and double troops, that's insane. Yeah, but good luck meeting the requirements ourselves." Comments flew by like a barrage, and soon someone noticed the tag at the end of the announcement. "Huh, Lin Yuan has a guild tag now. Hope Guild. What powerhouse managed to recruit him? Maybe he founded it himself." "Nope, I just check it is only the vice leader. Someone else is the guild master." "Oh my god, a powerhouse like Lin Yuan is only the vice guild leader? Then what kind of monster is the leader?" That afternoon, the world channel was almost wiped clean by that single line of text. The major lords had been fixated on Lin Yuan's feat of founding a second territory, but their attention was quickly hijacked by 4 words: Hope Guild. In most players' eyes, Lin Yuan was a lone wolf who appeared and vanished at will. never forging deep alliances with any faction. Yet all of a sudden he was sporting the title of Vice Guild Leader, shattering everyone's assumptions. Within minutes the rumor mill went wild. If Lin Yuan is willing to bow to this guild, it has to be backed by some ultra-secret megacorp, right? In truth, every bit of that gossip missed the mark. Hope Guild was an empty shell. Lin Yuan had thrown together himself. The real guild leader was also him. He simply dumped every ounce of day-to-day work on Li Bingqiu and became a hands-off boss. Outsiders, however, imagine Li Bingqiu as an even scarier puppet master than Lin Yuan, and tales of a mysterious boss snowballed overnight. Not even Lin Yuan had expected a single world announcement to send Hope Guild's name into the stratosphere. Right now, though, he had no time for the uproar. A blueprint bathed in crimson moonlight hovered before him. Building blueprint, Blood Moon Ancient Tree. Once this tree took root, he could recruit a tiers-even hidden unit, the Blood Moon Elf. Assassins, Lin Yuan murmured. Fragments of his previous life told him that Blood Moon Elves were among the elven race's premier assassins. Maxed speed, crit rate, and stealth. Filling that gap would erase the last weakness in his army composition. The thought made him itch to get the second territory up and running. Unlike the capital, the second territory followed a brutally simple acceleration rule. Pour in double the resources and construction time shrank to 1/10. The system did impose a cap. Thus no building in a subsidiary territory could outlevel its counterpart in the main city. If the capital's keep was level 6, the ancient tree could rise only to level 6 as well, preventing an outpost from eclipsing the throne. Fast is fast, but the resources burn even faster, Lin Yuan muttered, frowning. If he wanted speed, he had to drown the project in raw materials. He flicked his communicator to his friends list. Tell Li Bingqiu to lock in a few long-term suppliers ASAP. Then he dumped another 10 million in the auction house, sweeping half a page of ore, lumber, and mana crystals. Onlookers who spotted Lin Yuan in the trade log exploded in chat. The whales cleaning out the shelves again. Even deep pockets can't afford waste. Spend where it counts. He checked the numbers. Listings from solo sellers ran about 20% above wholesale. A standing contract with a resource firm would save 2 million on every 10 million batch. Over time that gap could balloon into hundreds of millions, even billions. Besides, Hope Guild wasn't just him. Everyone needed resources to upgrade buildings and expand armies. In any mature guild, steady suppliers and transport lines are standard kit. Once a war breaks out, only solid logistics keep you swinging. He'll have to sit down with Li Bingqiu and sort it out, he reminded himself. With resources stocked, he fired off construction orders one after another. System prompts chimed in his ears. Elven Arrow Tower construction started. War Ancient Tree construction started. Moonwell construction started. Fountain of Life construction started. Tree of Knowledge construction started. The double resource bonus pushed the crews forward at a pace you could practically watch. 5 days later, an Elven Ancient Tree, freshly upgraded to level 5, towered before him, flanked by a full suite of defensive, production, and research structures. Its lush crown blocked half the sky, pale green mana surging through the leaves. Now and then, newly recruited elves darted across the branches, testing short blades etched with dark red moon patterns. At the same time, Lin Yuan had drafted a sizable force of elven units from within the territory, swelling his army's ranks once again. Even so, building the Blood Moon World Tree and recruiting the Blood Moon Elves would still take a while. While he waited, Lin Yuan turned his attention back to his human territory. After the city hall reached level 6, the key structure Griffin Cliff unlocked, bringing with it the Tier 6 aerial unit, the Griffin. Griffins were special not just for their aerial agility, but for a simple, coin-powered upgrade path. Spend 50,000 silver and a Griffin became a Royal Griffin, its combat power jumping by at least 50%. Thanks to this straightforward pay-to-win mechanic, players jokingly called Royal Griffins the rich kid troops. Money had never been Lin Yuan's weak point. The instant the first batch was ready, he dumped 20 million silver coins into the barracks, promoting all 400 Griffins on the spot. At the current exchange rate, those 20 million coins were worth less than $2 million, a bargain for such a fearsome airstrike force, and one he gladly took. During the next 7 days, Lin Yuan didn't spend all his time on construction. Although he had cleared the last hidden quest, the price had been steep. His Dark Skeleton Knights were nearly wiped out, with only a few hundred left. Taking another hidden quest before rebuilding would be suicide. So he headed into the wilderness, raising skeleton soldiers from monster corpses and fusing them into Dark Skeleton Knights. With plenty of funds and an efficient grinding rhythm, their numbers shot from a few hundred to 3,000 in just a week. By then his core army was back in shape. 1. 3,000 Dark Skeleton Knights Ground Vanguard. 2. 1,200 Flame Mage Long-Range Fire Support. 3. 400 Royal Griffins Air Superiority and Lightning Strikes. Everything below Tier 5 Human or Elvino served as expendable cannon fodder. With his forces reorganized, he pushed open the tavern door again. Over the past few days had been buying task refresh tokens nonstop. Even after burning through more than 10,000, he still had over 100,000 in reserve. Thinking of the quest that was about to appear, he drew a deep breath and muttered, "Don't let me down." Before the words left his mouth, he was already at the notice board, refreshing without hesitation. 1,000 clicks, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000. Like a perpetual motion machine, he kept tapping, chasing a single Goala hidden quest. Anything else wasn't even worth a glance. This time, though, his luck seemed a little better than before. Lin Yuan had refreshed the board only 8,134 times when a hidden quest suddenly appeared. The quest, Fort Carlton, glowed blood red as the interface unfolded before his eyes. After skimming the description, a flash of recognition crossed his mind. So, it was this quest. The backstory was straightforward. In the northern reaches of the Eternal Continent, the Orc Kingdom had plunged into all-out war with a human realm called the Kingdom of Rose Bay. Orcs worshipped violence, and steel was their one solution. Once hostilities broke out, they marshaled massive legions and launched wave after wave of assaults on Rose Bay's borders. Home to fewer than 10 million citizens, Rose Bay was a textbook small nation. Each savage charge struck its frontier like an axe against flimsy plywood, threatening to split it open at any moment. Desperate, the kingdom pleaded for help from its neighbors, yet geography meant the earliest reinforcements would need at least a month to arrive. Along the long border lay a strategic choke point, Fort Carlton. Should it fall, Orc armies could pour straight into Rose Bay's heartland. Both sides therefore packed the area with their finest troops. Over time, soldiers began calling it the Carlton meat grinder. Every day, tens of thousands of humans and orcs died there, staining the once dusty earth a permanent crimson. The objective sounded deceptively simple. Enter Fort Carlton, help the garrison hold out for 3 days, then await relief forces. 3 days of support and paper, it looked like routine drills, yet its difficulty rivaled the catastrophe of the World Tree. Lin Yuan didn't know every detail, but he remembered a lord in his previous life who had accepted the same mission. That lord had taken 10,000 8th tier units and 30,000 7th tier units to the fort and still barely escaped annihilation. Clearly, keeping this fortress standing was anything but easy. Even so, Lin Yuan felt no fear. How could he become the strongest lord if he dared not face a challenge? The threat was real, but meticulous preparation would tip the scales. He opened a group chat with Li Bingqiu, Chun Bei, and Lin Mingming and got straight to the point. "I'm heading out on a hidden quest in a few days. Are any of you free to come along?" "Boss, how did you pick up another hidden quest?" Chun Bei was the first to speak. Staring at his screen, he couldn't hide his surprise. The last hidden quest had been completed with Lin Yuan fighting at his side. No sooner had he finished than Li Bingqiu's icon lit up in the channel. "What's this one about?" Lin Yuan didn't explain. He simply dropped the file title and all into the group chat. The words Carlton Fortress flashed across every holo display, bright enough to sting the eyes. A few seconds of silence followed before Chun Bei broke it. "Boss, this mission isn't going to turn into another disaster, is it? Like walking through the gate and getting tagged as rebels the moment we step inside?" The ambush in the forest of the divine tree had clearly left its mark. He was talking faster than usual. Lin Yuan watched his icon flicker and answered coolly, "Relax. That won't happen again." But he paused. The difficulty might be higher. "Higher?" Chun Bai's eyes went wide and his voice shot up an octave. Head thought the forest of the divine tree was bad enough. Apparently something even nastier was waiting. "Why else did I call all of you in?" Lin Yuan countered, his tone dropping. "Just be ready." Chun Bei nodded, typing quickly. "Got it. When do we move?" "This afternoon." "Roger." With the time set, the other avatars winked out, leaving only Li Bingqiu online. Lin Yuan knew Shed stayed to report, so he got straight to the point. "How are the tasks I gave you coming along?" Li Bingqiu pulled up a file. "Almost done. I contacted 2 major supply channels. They can deliver 2 billion credits worth of resources each week. Price, 70% of market." 70%? Lin Yuan's brows lifted. Under normal terms, even 80% was pushing it. Getting them down to 70 had taken real work. She paused, then added, "But they have one condition." "What is it?" Lin Yuan looked up. "They want protection from Hope Guild." That explained the generous discount. The two firms were gambling on the guild's future, more accurately, on Lin Yuan himself. Merchants were always sharp. Even though Hope Guild was newly founded, they were eager to hitch a ride on this warship. It was a win-win deal. There was no reason to refuse. Lin Yuan nodded. "Granted." He suddenly remembered something else, his voice turning cool once more. "About that list, how many have you found?" Lin Yuan was far more interested in this matter than in the supplier negotiations. Li Bingqiu hesitated for a beat, then switched the comm panel so he could see it. "I've reached out to everyone," she said, "but only 12 are willing to join us. Half want more time to think, and the rest turned us down outright." A sparse list of names floated on the screen, looking rather forlorn. She added with a wry smile, "And even among those 12, most are coming because of you. I promised them that joining Hope Guild would give them a chance to team up with you." Her calm voice carried a hint of frustration. Hope Guild's reputation still lagged behind Lin Yuan's personal fame. Most lords were hunting for stronger platforms. Without obvious potential, they wouldn't risk switching allegiances. Even Lin Yuan's recent appearance on the world announcements hadn't fully turned the tide. The only way to change that was to make the guild truly formidable, win achievements, draw more lords in, and build a positive cycle. I actually considered your earlier idea, buying people with money, she admitted, pressing her lips together. But I wasn't sure it would bring in the right crowd. If they come for profit, they'll leave for profit, so I dropped it. Lin Yuan laughed. You've done great. This was on me. Do you have the list of those 12? Send it over. Sure, she agreed. Then couldn't help asking, what do you need it for? You promised them a shot at teaming up with me, didn't you? His tone was even but firm. A promise is a promise. She blinked. You mean letting them join us on this hidden quest? Why not? He replied with a grin. We're short-handed anyway. That's true, she rubbed her temples. But they're all pretty green. Not much experience. That's fine. We probably won't need them in a real fight, he said, waving it off. This is more about meeting them and handing out some perks. My only worry is if we mess up the quest and look ridiculous in front of the newbies. She chuckled. Yes, that would be embarrassing. Send the list. And start getting ready, he said, standing and dismissing the virtual panel. Oh, and hit the auction house. Pick up as many wide area spell scrolls as you can. We might need them at Carlton Fortress. Got it. She nodded, then added, one more thing. What is it? I've finished a 1/10 replica of the Dark Labyrinth map. A three-dimensional star chart blossomed in the air, each waypoint sharp and bright. Whenever you think the time is right, we can head out. The map of the Dark Labyrinth is already finished? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed at Li Binkus' report. Without her reminder, he would have all but forgotten. Quite some time had passed since that brief encounter in the deep wasteland with Astaroth, one of the 72 pillar demon gods. The demon's shadow still clung to his memories like a chill, yet Lin Yuan understood one thing even more clearly. The Dark Labyrinth was far more intricate than anyone imagined, and they were in no position to enter. Even if legendary treasures lay inside, he would not be swayed. A single spark of greed could spell annihilation. Until he commanded 8th tier units, he would never rush in. Besides, he already had a pressing goal. The 100,000 plus quest refresh tokens in his possession were a treasure trove, enough to chain together several hidden quests. Completing them all would raise his strength another tier. Only then would it be the right time to challenge the Dark Labyrinth. He looked up and instructed Li Bingqiu, the Dark Labyrinth is still too dangerous. We stay put for now. Send me the roster and the map. When I decide the alliance is ready, I'll notify everyone. Understood. Li Bingqiu agreed without hesitation. Since joining, she had never doubted Lin Yuan's judgment had yet to make a single mistake. Moments later, a 12-name roster and the full map of the Dark Labyrinth reached Lin Yuan's hands. He folded the map and tucked it away, his gaze settling on the first page of the roster. Familiar, yet distant names stirred a wave of emotion within him. All 12 had been top contenders on the Huaxia Lord rankings in his previous life. Now they looked ordinary, but their potential was staggering. As Lin Yuan read each name, vivid images resurfaced. Lu Tianming, Human Lord, whose 9th tier Holy Swordsman Legion once swept the northern frontier, earning him the title Sword of Light. Li Qingshan, Human Lord, razor-sharp mind and ever-shifting tactics, known as the Master Strategist. Wei Jiuyo, Ghost Lord, who had commanded 3 class ghost heroes and thousands of 9th tier bone dragons, feared as the Nether Ghost King. Fang Yu, Element Lord, simultaneously fielding wind, fire, lightning, and earth troops, ranked in the top 20 and hailed as the Emperor of Elements. Name after name rose with the memories, and Lin Yuan felt as if he were back on the battlefields of his past life, sometimes fighting beside them, sometimes against them. This time, he had brought them into the Hope Guild before their rise. Whether that would alter the future, he could not tell. But if things unfolded as before, once these prodigies matured, the guild would reap untold rewards. Suddenly, his gaze froze on the final entry. Qian Xiaozhuang. A smile tugged at Lin Yuan's lips. He had never expected Li Bingqiu to succeed in recruiting that guy as well. To be honest, among all the lords on the list, Qian Xiaozhuang's strength ranks near the bottom. Yet this lightweight became the most sought-after prize in countless guilds during my previous life, thanks to his almost superhuman luck. Word had it that in the real world, he was the unluckiest guy alive by 100 bottles of soda and never once won the try again cap. But the instant he entered Age of Lords, fate swung to the opposite extreme and maxed out his luck stat. His very first draw yielded in rank hero, Shakel, Sands of the Wasteland, and that was only the beginning. Hidden quests triggered for him every couple of days, strategic level artifacts practically landed at his feet, and neutral mobs in the wilderness sometimes surrendered on sight. Whenever he personally killed a boss, the loot exploded as if the drop rates had been hacked. He practically shook the shorts right off the boss. The wildest moment came when he led a raid on a level 30 silver boss and scored 2 platinum-grade artifacts in 1 drop, odds worse than hitting a 5 million credit lottery. Everyone agreed that Lady Luck didn't merely favor him. She chased him around with a ladle. Other lords bore grand titles like Sword of Light, Elemental Emperor, or Ghost King of the 9 Hells. His was just 2 words, Luck King. Luck King Qian Xiaozhuang. Yet while God opened one door, he slammed another shut. His heaven-defying fortune couldn't cover up his mediocre mechanics. Even with a dream start, he never cracked the top tier. He didn't even make China's top 100. Age of Lords proved that luck alone can't put you on the throne. He was like the simple-minded heir of a wealthy landlord sitting on a barn full of grain and waiting for it to run out. Luckily, Qian Xiaozhuang was easygoing and free of ambition. Since he was blessed with good fortune, he decided to capitalize on it. In my previous life, he hoarded every luck-boosting item he could find, becoming the mascot every major guild fought to recruit. Anytime someone wanted to clear a new dungeon or hunt a boss, they paid handsomely just for him to show up. He didn't even need to swing a sword. His presence alone raised the drop rates. Riding that wave of fortune, he lived high on the hog, and his friends and family prospered alongside him. Sometimes, a lack of ambition isn't such a bad thing. What surprised Lin Yuan this time around was that Qian Xiaozhuang chose to join the Hope Guild. Lin Yuan didn't know the reason, but now that he was here, letting him go was out of the question. Time soon slipped into the afternoon. As agreed, everyone assembled in Lin Yuan's territory, gathering on the broad flagstone plaza before the city lord's mansion. Following Lin Yuan's instructions, Li Bingqiu had brought all 12 lords with her. None were missing. Lin Yuan had worried that someone might skip out, but the neat row of heads made him realize he had underestimated his influence within the guild. The moment Li Bingqiu mentioned teaming up with the great Lin Yuan, the 12 had dropped whatever they were doing. Even Li Qingshan, who was halfway through a chain quest, abandoned his progress and rushed over. To them, Lin Yuan was practically divine. No one would pass up even the slightest chance to work with him. Once inside Lin Yuan's domain, the visitors looked around like country folk seeing a city for the first time. Shops lined every street, freight golems bustled back and forth, and now and then a griffin would glide overhead, drawing gasps of admiration. So this is Lord Lin Yuan's territory? It's unbelievably prosperous. I just took a peek. The city lord's mansion is about to hit level 7, and he's already built a griffinary. They'll never catch up to him in this lifetime. I heard he's opened a second territory. Do you think we'll ever see it? There are more than 1,000 members in the guild. Why did he pick us? Maybe he saw our potential? Someone whispered. Get real. What potential? We started a month behind everyone else. Another scoffed. Yeah, it's hard to close a 1-month gap. If only ID joined the game sooner. No point dwelling on that. We'll just take things one step at a time. Their chatter drifted across the plaza until Lin Yuan's calm gaze swept over them. Silence fell at once. He wasn't trying to throw his weight around. Everyone simply wanted to avoid making a bad impression on the legend before them. You all know why I asked you here, don't you? Lin Yuan said. His voice was soft, yet it carried clearly across the plaza. The 12 lords nodded in unison, their heads bobbing like pecking chicks. Lin Yuan found it faintly amusing. According to his memories, these people would one day rule entire regions, yet here they stood as meek as lambs. He glanced over their info plates. The strongest among them was only a 4th-tier lord, the rest still stuck at tier 2 or 3. Lords were ranked by the tier of their core troops. If your main force was tier 5, you were a 5th-tier lord. By that measure, Lin Yuan was tier 6, though his real combat power far exceeded an ordinary 6th tier. Satisfied, he continued. This time, you'll be joining me on a hidden quest. I know most of you aren't fully developed yet, but that's fine. Just give it your best. He paused, turned slightly, and glanced at Li Bingqiu and his elite troops standing nearby. His tone was calm, but carried an unmistakable assurance. We'll handle the rest. Once the job's done, it'll reward each of you with 2 platinum-grade strategic artifacts. The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, everyone around him drew a sharp breath. Platinum artifacts? 2 each? They traded looks, eyes practically glowing. To a top-tier lord like Lin Yuan, platinum items were nothing rare, but to them, they were a distant dream. Most of their heroes only had silver gear. Stumbling across a single gold piece was cause for a half-day celebration. Now they were about to walk away with 2 pieces of platinum. Fortune had literally fallen from the sky. They'd only come to rub elbows with a powerhouse, never expecting a windfall like this. Excitement was written all over their faces. Only Qian Xiaozhuang stayed relatively calm, managing just a lopsided grin. Platinum gear wasn't enough to make him lose his cool. This was the guy who once forced 2 platinum drops out of a silver-rank boss. Even so, Lin Yuan's generosity left a strong impression. At least this big shot wasn't like those guilds that squeeze every last copper out of their own people. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Lin Yuan walking straight toward him. You're Golden Silver Bank, right? The deep voice sounded suddenly at his ear. Golden Silver Bank was Qian Xiaozhuang's in-game ID. He froze for half a beat, then looked up in a panic. Yeah, boss. Just call me Qian Xiaozhuang if you don't mind. Having a figure of Lin Yuan's caliber speak to him first made his nerves spike. Lin Yuan chuckled. I hear you're pretty lucky. Not really. Maybe just a little luckier than average, Qian Xiaozhuang said, scratching his head in exaggerated modesty. Lin Yuan reached into his pack, pulled out a ring, and tossed it over. Got a little trinket that suits you. Take it. It was the gambler's ring head picked up during a hidden tavern quest alongside the trickster's mask. Compared to the mask's god-tier effect, The ring's simple luck 10 seemed dull. To Lin Yuan, it meant nothing, but in Qian Zaizuang's hands it was another story. Lady Luck had always chased this guy around. Thanks, boss. Qian Xiaozhuang caught the ring with both hands, thanked him sincerely, and immediately opened its stat window. A second later, his expression morphed from curious to stunned. The ring Lin Yuan had just given him was actually a rare item that boosted luck. By now, Qian Xiaozhuang had already recognized the edge he possessed. Gifted with the luck of a born gambler, he could thrive in any situation, and his decision to join the Hope Guild was driven purely by curiosity about the legendary Lord Lin Yuan. Although he entered the game a full month later than everyone else, he had long heard the stories of Lin Yuan repeatedly topping the global announcements within Huaxia and across the world. No one had ever appeared more often than this #1 lord. Still, Qian Xiaozhuang hadn't expected the man behind the stories to be so generous. The first time they met, Lin Yuan handed him a special item that boosted luck, a treasure rarer than diamond-grade gear, something money alone could hardly buy. His impression of Lin Yuan soared on the spot. Having achieved his aim, Lin Yuan dispensed with further small talk. The gift was merely to plant a good first impression. There would be plenty of time later to draw Qian Xiaozhuang into the guild's inner circle. Letting a man with such unique potential slip away would be far too wasteful. Lin Yuan looked around the room and said in a calm, steady voice, "Since you've chosen to join Hope Guild, I won't let you down. Trust, however, goes both ways, so I hope you'll treat this guild as your own home." Someone in the crowd yelled, "Boss, relax. Even if we quit Hope Guild, who's to say any other guild would actually take us?" Laughter erupted. Jokes aside, they all knew that with their current strength, Hope Guild was the best place they could be. Lin Yuan chuckled. "I wouldn't go that far. I believe every one of you is exceptional and will achieve great things. I only hope that when that day comes, you'll still be here in Hope Guild fighting by my side." "Don't worry, boss," Li Qingshan shouted, raising his hand. "With those 2 platinum-grade items of yours, I, Li Qingshan, am sticking with you for good." He burst out laughing before he could finish. "Huh, caught you showing your true colors." Someone teased. "You're treating boss Lin Yuan like a walking ATM, huh?" The laughter grew louder. "Li Qingshan, don't blurt out what we're all thinking." Another voice jeered. "Man, this guy's a keeper. Says whatever's on his mind." "Boss, don't listen to them. They're all after your money. I'm the only one who truly cares about you." "Whoa, bromance alert. Boss, run." After another round of raucous laughter, Lin Yuan could feel the distance between him and the crowd shrinking fast. When he glanced back, Li Bingqiu and Lin Mengmeng were both smiling softly, and Shun Bei was grinning like a fool. Up to now, the Hope Guild was finally beginning to look like a real guild. The 12 newly recruited lords standing before him would, barring any mishaps, become its backbone. After the introductions, Lin Yuan wasted no time. He led the group toward Fort Carlton to tackle their hidden quest. Fortunately, no long march was required. The quest giver had handed him a teleportation scroll. The scroll could transport up to 20 lords at once. Counting the 12 newcomers, Lin Yuan, and several core members, they totaled 16 comfortably within the limit. He gathered everyone in an open field, confirmed the head count, and tore the scroll without hesitation. A surge of arcane energy rippled outward. Intricate violet-blue runes blossomed underfoot, and blinding light flared. The world spun, wind howled past their ears, and their vision went pure white. The vertigo lasted only a heartbeat. When their sight returned, they found themselves elsewhere entirely. Fort Carlton's stone walls loomed over the desert plain, buffeted by winds that whipped yellow sand against the ramparts. Dry heat rolled across the Gobi, carrying the rasp of grit in the air. Chunbei glanced around and grinned. "Now that service saved us a ton of travel time." Lin Yuan replied calmly. "Once your territory reaches Tier 7, you'll be able to build a teleportation array of your own. It's just as convenient." Before he finished speaking, 2 soldiers clad head-to-toe in silver plate hurried over. Sunlight danced on their armor. The lead officer snapped a crisp salute and spoke in a clear, steady voice. "You must be the lords who answered our call. I'm William, the current commander of Fort Carlton." He looked up at the battlements, his tone solemn. "You've likely heard about our situation. Reinforcements won't arrive for at least 3 days. During those 3 days we ask that you stand with the garrison against the orc horde. Hold the line, and the Rose Kingdom will remember your deeds forever." Lin Yuan nodded, then said, "We'll do everything we can, but first I need to know the garrison's strength and the orcs' numbers and formation. Only by knowing both sides can we fight without missteps." He understood all too well how dangerous a hidden quest could be. The harsher the task, the more caution it demanded. Strategy could only be forged from clear intelligence. William agreed at once and gestured toward the inner yard. "Of course. Please follow me. I'll take you to the barracks for a briefing." Lin Yuan and his companions soon trailed behind William to the garrison. Black banners lined with gold thread snapped in the wind, and the air reeked of mingled blood and metal. Rows of soldiers in obsidian armor crouched silently by their campfires, wiping the dark red stains from their plate and blades. Here and there fresh blotches seeped through bandages, proof that they had barely paused to breathe. One man pried away a crusted scab with a dagger, another stitched a split cuirass while stifling a grunt. The whole encampment was so tense that even the wind seemed afraid to raise its voice. William led the group through the camp. Along the way, orderlies hurried past with heavy quivers. Smiths drew white-hot spearheads from the forge to be reforged. Priests, holy emblems aloft, walked their rounds, bathing wounds in pale gold light that could only slow the bleeding, not mend it. By the time they had completed a single circuit, Lin Yuan had taken stock of Carlton Fortress defenses. 7th rank Black Iron Cavalry, 3,000. 7th rank Black Iron Shield Infantry, 4,000. 7th rank Heavy Pike Infantry, 5,000. 6th rank Light Swordsmen, 6,000. 6th rank Featherlight Archers, 6,000. 6th rank Grace Blessed Priests, 3,000. A total of 27,000 troops, every last one at 6th rank or higher. Faced with such a formidable array, Qian Zhaizhuang's eyes went wide and his mouth stayed open for several seconds. Li Bingqiu and the others were equally stunned, their minds buzzing with awe. Chen Bei couldn't help muttering, "Boss, do we even need to do anything? With this many top-tier units, they could march into the Sacred Tree Forest and flatten it 4 or 5 times over." The poor forest had become his new unit of measurement. Lin Yuan, however, refused to be dazzled by numbers. He cast Chen Bei a steady glance and said in a low voice, "Don't celebrate too soon. The stronger the garrison, the more terrifying the enemy must be." His words sank like a stone in their chests. Hidden quests never pulled punches. If the fortress had emptied its elite ranks, then the orc horde bearing down on it could be twice, even 3 times this size. After a brief silence, William gave a weary smile. "To tell you the truth, this is every soldier the Azalea Kingdom can spare. If the fortress falls, these men will be butchered, and the orcs will sweep straight into the heartland, drowning it in blood. What we're staking here isn't just our lives, it's our honor and our duty." His eyes flashed. He slammed a fist against his breastplate with a metallic clang. "Over my dead body will those cursed orcs advance another step." William's resolve sent a faint tremor through Lin Yuan's heart. In the far reaches of his memory, during the abyssal invasion, countless lords had hurled themselves into battle, driving wave after wave of abyssal fiends back into the dark. Most of them died nameless, remembered by no one. These were the silent heroes, the torches burning in the night. At that moment Lin Yuan recalled an old saying. Those who carry firewood for the many must not be left to freeze in the snow. Those who clear a path must not be trapped among thorns. He lifted his head, met William's eyes, and said calmly but with absolute conviction, "With us here, Carlton Fortress will never fall." William blinked, straightened, and snapped a precise salute. Whoa! A deep horn blast tore through the air. William's expression hardened. The war horn. Those damned orcs are attacking again. Lin Yuan and the others frowned. They had just arrived, and battle was already upon them. Lin Yuan drew a steady breath. "Prepare for combat." "Yes, sir." The response rang out, sparking instant resolve. For most of the troops this would be their first true fight since taking up the defense of Carlton. The main weight of the battle would rest on Lin Yuan, Chen Bei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mingming. Qian Xiaozhuang and the younger recruits were still green. They were here to gain experience, but they stood fully armed, refusing to slacken. After a brief check, the detachments surged through the massive gates of Carlton Fortress. The morning wind carried the bite of smoke, cold and dry, while the ground quivered under distant Orcish hooves. A kilometer away the orc host had already formed up. Tens of thousands of dark bodies spread like a moving mountain, radiating a crushing pressure. Heavy horns and war drums pounded a jagged rhythm, like iron hammers against the heart. Lin Yuan's gaze swept the turbulent ranks and tightened. This was only the first assault, yet the orcs had committed an enormous, for say a bad sign for the defenders. Most of the enemy were low tier, 5th rank and below, loosely ordered and poorly armored, little more than a rabble. By comparison, Carlton's garrison was far more disciplined, but that offered little comfort. The orc kingdoms favored wars of attrition. In their brutal society, low-tier orcs ranked lowest considered scarcely worth feeding. Driving these expendables onto the battlefield both sapped Bauhinia's strength and culled their own weak. Orc commanders never lacked bodies and cared nothing for the cost. So this seemingly vast first wave aimed only to grind the defenders down. And whether they understood the tactic or not, they had no choice but to meet it because behind them stood Carlton Fortress, and beyond the fortress lay everything they must protect. For the glory of the kingdom of Bauhinia. William raised his sword, its edge flashing in the rising sun, and charged. Forward! For the kingdom! Long live Bauhinia! His roar swept through the ranks like a flood. Every soldier's eyes burned with a resolve beyond fear. They knew that behind these walls lay the kingdom and their home. This battle was for home. We should move out. Lin Yuan looked past the city walls at the oncoming tide of orcs, his voice firm. There was no avoiding this fight. The only way to clear the hidden quest was to win while keeping the garrison's losses to a minimum. At his order, Arthuria, Ujisul, and Kellen III rank heroes unsheathed their blades and raised their staves, leading their troops out with a thunderous roar. Boosted by both the throne of bones and the skull of the Skeleton King, 3,000 dark skeleton knights fought like near-Savinthier warriors. Black armor and pale bone merged into a rushing tide, tearing an immediate breach in the ragtag orc formation. 1,200 flame mages followed. Staffs lifted, they chanted as fireballs fused overhead and rained down like crimson meteors, explosions drowning the orcs' howls in searing light. Above them, 400 royal griffins dove, snowy talons slicing through thick hide. For sluggish ground troops, aerial units were pure horror. Sadly, their limited numbers kept the damage contained. The orcs held a crushing numerical edge, but their quality was poor. Under Lin Yuan's onslaught, they dropped like sheaves of wheat. Arthuria's and Eugisel's pinpoint strikes met almost no resistance, yet it was Kellen who shone brightest. Her area spell, Life Drain, burst among the horde, green strands lancing through layered flesh and draining life in a blinking unrivaled tool for clearing trash. Only then did Lin Yuan recall the divine tree fruit in his pack and wonder if he should use it to power Kellen up even further. The battle raged for half an hour. In the end, tens of thousands of orcs were crushed by Lin Yuan and the garrison. Blood and scorched earth mixed across the field, bodies strewn in every direction, most of them orc. Even with such a rout, William's men suffered some casualties. The percentage was small, but it proved the enemy's plan was working: attrition. Lin Yuan moved beside William and asked in a low voice, "How many raids like this have you faced?" "Too many." William wiped blood from his face with a weary grin. "These orcs are like cockroaches, kill them, and they crawl back. A raid this size hits every 4 or 5 hours. The soldiers barely have time to breathe. They're grinding us down, waiting for us to be spent before launching the real assault. For us, that will be the final test." After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded reflexively. The smoke of gunpowder still hung over the trench, yet he was already impressed by William. No one reaches the rank of commander by accident. William had read the orcs' intentions with uncanny accuracy, but without the means to counter them, he could only dig in with his men. If they failed to hold here, Carlton Fortress would be reduced to ashes within minutes. Even Chen Bei, usually brimming with confidence, felt the full terror of this hidden quest for the first time. He had thought they just needed to hold for 3 days, but now it looked as if the orc horde would hurl wave after wave at them the entire time. Most people would already be thinking of retreat, but Lin Yuan still had an ace up his sleeve. He looked up at William and asked in a low voice, "Commander William, may I have the orc corpses on the field? If necessary, I'm willing to pay for them." William blinked, then frowned. "What do you want with those bodies?" "Well, take them if you need them. We were going to burn them anyway. Leave them lying around, and they'll spark a plague." "Don't worry, we'll handle them properly," Lin Yuan said with another nod. Qian Xiaozhuang and the others exchanged baffled looks. They had no idea what Lin Yuan was up to. Only Chen Bai's eyes lit up, knew Lin Yuan could turn every one of those bodies into skeleton soldiers. The group got to work, dragging the scattered orc corpses into a pile before Lin Yuan. The mountain of flesh reeked of blood and made stomachs churn, but Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed. This was manpower. A quick calculation told him that with their current forces, finishing the quest was a fantasy, yet the skull of the Bone King changed everything. To others, the battlefield was a meat grinder. To him, it was an inexhaustible armory. The more corpses, the stronger his skeletal army. He drew a deep breath and activated the relic. A grating incantation echoed as swirling black sigils snapped open, devouring the mound piece by piece, as though the entire mountain of flesh were sinking into a bottomless obsidian lake. The conversion had begun. The sigils spun at high speed, black light crackling. Moments later, bone-white skeletons marched forth, ghostly flames flickering in their empty sockets. Qian Xiaozhuang and the others stared in shock. They had never imagined Lin Yuan possessed such power. There were so many corpses that the process lasted more than 10 minutes. Tens of thousands of bodies finally produced 40,000 Tier 1 skeletons. After they fused according to the relic's ratio, 1,250 Tier 6 Dark Skeleton Knights emerged. With that, the number of Dark Skeleton Knights under Lin Yuan's command soared past 4,000. The rate of expansion was nothing short of astonishing. In a single brutal skirmish, the Dark Skeleton Knights under Lin Yuan's banner had jumped from 3,000 to 4,000, a full one-third increase. He had spent 7 days grinding neutral monsters to grow this 8th-tier undead force from a few hundred to 3,000, yet one real battle had outdone all that effort. Nothing boosts your numbers faster or more efficiently than war itself. But for Lin Yuan, it was still nowhere near enough. Even after doubling and redoubling, the Dark Skeleton Knights did not make up a quarter of the garrison's overall strength. To clear the hidden quest and weather the orcs' final assault, he would need at least twice the garrison's head count. Only then did he understand why. In his previous life, a fellow lord had marched in with 2,000 8th-tier troops and 6,000 7th-tier troops, and still been nearly wiped out. This mission was never meant to be solved by brute force alone. He stood before the shattered wall, eyes roaming the ravaged field while he weighed recruitment, supplies, and strategy, yet no flawless plan came to mind. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Boss. Li Qingshan stopped in front of him, fists clenched as if he had made a monumental decision. What is it? Lin Yuan asked, calm but already guessing. I want to try, Li Qingshan said, voice low yet sharp. Give me command, and I can cut our losses. It was exactly what Lin Yuan had expected. In his past life, this man was hailed as a tactical prodigy. Lords who had faced him warned never to fight Li Qingshan without at least twice his numbers or die miserably. Lin Yuan fell silent. Li Qingshan pressed on. Boss, trust me. I can really do this. How much can you cut the casualties? Lin Yuan asked, as if confirming a statistic. 20 to 25%. Li Qingshan gave the range. Then, biting down, added, if every unit follows my orders exactly, I can keep losses below 30%. Chen Bai's eyes widened. Are you serious? Pull that off and you're basically a god of war. Even the usually reticent Li Bingqiu spoke up softly. Qingshan, it's not that we doubt you, but we're already on the back foot. One wrong call, and we're finished. You know that, right? I know. Li Qingshan nodded, gaze unwavering. But I'm confident. Before the Lord's era, I played countless war games and wrote detailed guides. My ID has always been the same, you can verify it. Just give me a chance. He never finished. Lin Yuan raised a hand, cutting him off. No need, he said. I believe you. Let me talk to William and see if he'll yield part of his command. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dull light in Li Qingshan's eyes blazed like a campfire ignited in the night. He knew all too well that wise commanders are common, yet an enlightened leader is rare. If Lin Yuan refused him, it would be understandable few would wager everything on a stranger's promise when a covert mission teetered on a knife edge. Li Bingqiu had warned that they were already at a disadvantage, and a single slip could doom them all. Still, pride surged in Li Qingshan's chest. If Lin Yuan did turn him down, he would walk away from the Hope Guild without hesitation. A man of true talent will never let his light stay hidden for long. Fortunately, Lin Yuan did not disappoint him. To almost everyone's surprise, Lin Yuan chose to trust him without reservation. That faith burned in Li Qingshan's chest, and he recalled the old saying, a warrior will die for the one who truly understands him. Lin Yuan had clearly become that person. Before he could even voice his thanks, Lin Yuan turned and went to negotiate with William. Claiming command of a force is never easy. Military authority is a general's reverse scale. If the commander is possessive, touching that scale can cost a man his life. Even with the command token in hand, soldiers' loyalty is not guaranteed. Every unit has its own faith and spirit, and soldiers are no puppets. Luckily, the current crisis was unique. Both William and the garrison shared a single goal: hold Carlton Fortress and defend the kingdom of Bohemia. Even so, Lin Yuan's talks with William were far from simple. William was not clinging to power. He simply could not entrust his nation's fate to an outsider. After Lin Yuan repeatedly laid out his tactics and weighed every risk and reward, William finally relented, granting Li Qingshan command of a quarter of the troops. If Li Qingshan proved himself, William would consider handing over full authority. Yet splitting forces on the battlefield is taboo. Carving one unit into two, each under a different commander, risks shattered morale and broken rhythm. If the coordination is perfect, the blades may strike as one. It is a severe test of skill and synergy. Lin Yuan felt assured. He had absolute confidence that this tactical prodigy would not let him down. Sure enough, when he told Li Qingshan the result, the man showed no disappointment, only the fierce excitement of a lion eyeing its prey. Lowering his voice and clenching a fist, Li Qingshan said, Boss, trust me, I won't let you down. Only 3 hours after the first assault ended, the orc horde launched its second wave. Once more, tens of thousands of low-rank orcs surged forward, flooding the battlefield's edge like a gray tide, their iron-colored skin gleaming slickly in the cold wind. Their commander still relied on sheer numbers, trading cheap lives for the enemy's stamina and blood. What he did not know was that Lin Yuan held the skull of the Skeleton King, a fearsome trophy that strengthened his dark skeleton knights with every head they claimed. If this entire host could be wiped out, he could gain at least 1,000 more of those Night Black Riders. But this round would not belong to Lin Yuan. Today, the spotlight fell on Li Qingshan. For him, this battle was both a showcase and a singular chance, win or die. Behind Li Qingshan, more than 10,000 soldiers had gathered the garrison of Carlton Keep and 3 of Lin Yuan's elite formations: the Dark Skeleton Knights, the Flame Mage Legion, and the Royal Griffin Riders. Lin Yuan's trust was absolute. He even ceded command of the Shrank heroes Artoria, Yujsar, and Kairan, any one of whom was worth 1,000 7th-tier troops. Watching Li Qingshan buckle his armor, Lin Yuan smiled. How do you feel? Nervous? Li Qingshan glanced at the dense ranks, drew a deep breath, and grinned. Not nervous, just surprised. I've never fought a battle with pockets this deep. The quip drew a round of laughter, and the tension eased. Lin Yuan clapped him on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. Do your best. They'll be here waiting for your triumphant return. Got it. Li Qingshan nodded, eyes blazing. He turned to the army and roared, "Listen up. Follow my orders, and we'll win a glorious victory. All units advance. Kill." At his command, the host surged forward, the clang of armor and the roar of voices merging into a deafening torrent. In the distance, William's troops moved even faster before Li Qingshan spoke. They had already met the orcs at close quarters, blades flashing and blood spraying. Li Qingshan didn't mind the early charge. He knew his role. With fewer troops, he would maneuver to support William, plugging gaps and exploiting openings, exactly the kind of flexible coordination that tests a commander's nerve and mind. Soon, Li Qingshan led his forces into the heart of the battle. More than 4,000 Darkskull Riders were split into 3 detachments, each commanded by a rank hero. Under the frigid moonlight, iron hooves drummed against the earth, filling the air with a deep, resonant hum, while the gaps in their bone armor gleamed with icy light. Woodsayer's detachment wheeled at once, skimming along the flank toward William's main force. To everyone's surprise, the 2 friendly units did not link up. Instead, Woodsayer abruptly changed course and drove into the enemy line like an arrow. Moments later, the onlookers realized why Woodsayer had punched straight through the thinnest section of the orc defenses, a weakness Li Qingshan had clearly marked beforehand. It was as if Li Qingshan were holding a dagger himself and plunging it into the foe's soft underbelly. With covering support from the other 2 detachments, the line tore open, and the orcs were shredded by the charging skeletal cavalry, while Li Qingshan's side paid almost no visible cost. Already outnumbered, the orcs now faced a pinpoint strike that hastened their collapse. Li Qingshan's losses were almost negligible. As the local victory took shape, William's eyes flashed and a fierce battle fervor swelled in his chest. Years of warfare told the veteran that Li Qingshan's tactical vision was brilliant enough to make him feel a twinge of self-reproach. At the same time, Lin Yuan and his companions were stunned into silence. Li Bingqiu drew a long breath and murmured, "I underestimated him. His tactical instincts are razor-sharp." Lin Yuan nodded, his calm voice carrying genuine respect. "That maneuver is called a heavy force envelopment. It's actually a common tactic. Pin the front, then strike the flank or rear to form a pincer and set up a decisive kill. Spectators see the spectacle, soldiers see the strategy." Lin Yuan was no grand strategist, but the countless battles of his previous life had given him enough insight to recognize the pattern. Heavy force encirclement is basic on paper, yet pushing a basic tactic to its limits demands perfect timing, precise breakthrough points, and disciplined formation skills Li Qingshan clearly possessed. Even with only a handful of engagements under his belt since the start of the Lord era, his past experience and near-unnatural talent were more than enough to overwhelm the leaderless orcs. And this local breakthrough was never the whole plan. From the beginning, Li Qingshan had split the 4,000+ Darkskull Riders into 3 wings because he meant to dominate the entire battlefield. Right on cue, Ertolia and Kalen hurled their own cavalry forward. The 2 Shrank heroes darted across the field like nimble chess pieces, leading their light forces through every gap, breaking in, enveloping, and suppressing until the orcs had nowhere left to stand. Li Qingshan was wringing every ounce of mobility from the Darkskull Riders, and he was doing it flawlessly. On the battlefield, everything can be turned to advantage. Numbers, unit types, coordinated tactics, terrain. When placed in the hands of a true commander, every complex element becomes a note in a flawless score. Li Qingshan is exactly that kind of commander. Standing atop the command platform, his gaze swept over dust, smoke, blood, and fire. With every wave of his hand, he was like a virtuoso dancing across piano keys, controlling the tempo of the battle with elegance and lethal precision. Encirclement and interception. First, he allowed a small squad to be deliberately surrounded, turning them into conspicuous bait. Once the enemy poured in to rescue them, his main force cut them off mid-march. The real target was the relief force, not the troops inside the pocket. Flanking penetration using highly mobile cavalry, he thrust deep into the enemy's rear from the flank, closed the trap, sliced the formation apart, then chewed them up piece by piece. Ambush warfare scouts lured the foe into a preset kill zone where hidden troops erupted on all sides, dismembering the enemy in seconds. Even the most ordinary frontal charge, in Li Qingshan's hands, became a series of precise beats and layers, causing the opposing line to crumble as if shaved apart by a razor blade. Lin Yuan's companions watched it all unfold. Chen Bei, standing at Lin Yuan's side, stared wide-eyed and blurted out, "Damn, you can play the game like this? Boss, I'm starting to think we're not even playing the same game." As an orc lord himself, he automatically put himself in the other camp. If he had tried his usual heat and assault, Li Qingshan would have played him to death. He muttered under his breath, "Tactics guys are downright devious." Watching Li Qingshan command is pure enjoyment, Lin Mingming murmured, nodding lightly. Her words spoke for them. All this was less a battle than a fluid work of art. Li Bingqiu also smiled. The facts proved Lin Yuan's judgment right. Li Qingshan was no rough stone waiting to be polished, but a gem already flashing with brilliance. The greater his talent, the happier she felt. One more powerhouse for the guild. Half an hour later, the smoke finally dissipated. The ground was a wreck, blood and shattered armor forming a dark red sludge, and most of the bodies strewn about belonged to the orcs. Thanks to Li Qingshan's command, the fight had been a near total stomp. William grinned from ear to ear now. This was a decisive victory, a triumphant return worthy of the name. After the battle, Li Qingshan walked straight up to Lin Yuan, clasped his fists, and smiled. Mission accomplished. Lin Yuan clapped him on the shoulder, eyebrows raised in approval. Nicely done. You performed even better than I expected. We lost 40% fewer troops because of you. Li Qingshan shrugged, an easy grin on his face. Those orcs were just too stupid, like a bunch of big oafs with no brains. Beating morons like that is no pressure at all. Excuse me? Chen Bai's face darkened. Could you maybe not trash an entire race all at once? Lin Yuan cleared his throat to bring the mood back. Still, we can't get complacent. The orcs attacking Carlton Fortress today were mostly rabble. When the real army arrives, it won't be this easy. Li Qingshan nodded solemnly. Understood. William walked over, his face lit by a broad smile. He spread his arms and pulled Li Qingshan into a hug, the lingering scent of powder still clinging to his thick arms as he slapped Li on the back. On behalf of every soldier who's still breathing, thank you, he said, voice low yet brimming with emotion. You're a hero of the Balhinia Kingdom. Li Qingshan froze for a second at the fervent praise, then waved it aside with modesty. You flatter me, Commander William. The momentary cheer faded, and William's expression hardened. Today's victory is only temporary, he declared, pitching his voice so every soldier could hear. The fights ahead will be even tougher. I need each of you to give everything you've got. He turned back to Li Qingshan, his tone solemn. I'm handing command of the entire unit to you. He'll serve as your aide. Just promise me one thing: do everything in your power to bring these men home alive. He spoke no grand rhetoric, yet everyone felt the weight of those words. On a front nicknamed the Meat Grinder, soldiers had long since made peace with death. William's simplest wish that they leave the battlefield on their own 2 feet struck deeper than any heroic legend. Fortunately, the arrival of these lords offered new hope. Hold out for 3 more days, and reinforcements would arrive. Another brutal clash ended. Shredded banners flapped in the wind, while Chun Bei took up his usual role as battlefield janitor. His orc troops, born to hard labor, dragged, heaved, and stacked the bodies of their kin until they formed small hills before Lin Yuan. Without hesitation, Lin summoned his magic. Dark energy spread as he swept a hand. Mangled corpses shed inky flame, bones reassembling, black armor clicking into place, hollow sockets igniting with violet fire. 1,500 dark skeleton knights formed up in silence. Counting the survivors from earlier engagements, Lin now commanded 5,000 heavy cavalry, an impressive force for any lord, yet still woefully short of what he needed. Scanning the corpse-scarred ground, he turned to Li Qingshan and spoke in a low voice. I intend to take the offensive. You mean strike the orc kingdom first? Li asked, startled but quick to understand. Exactly, Lin replied, each word deliberate. At this pace, the main orc horde will hit us long before my dark skeleton knights reach full strength. He was right. 5,000 knights were nothing against a tide 100,000 strong. His only option was to hunt more orcs, seize more bodies, and turn every scrap of flesh into sharpened bone. Yet leaving Carlton Fortress meant stepping into the unknown. No one knew the size of the orc host or how it was deployed. A single misstep could see them swallowed whole. In this perilous plan, Lin could rely on just one thing: Li Qingshan's unmatched tactical mind and uncanny feel for the battlefield. After a brief silence, Li Qingshan finally spoke. The task was indeed daunting. Still, it's not impossible. He raised his eyes, a hint of wildness in his grin. Guerrilla warfare, right? That's my specialty. His lips curved into a sharp, confident smile. Relax, I won't give those beastmen the slightest opening. Hearing Li Qingshan's promise, Lin Yuan nodded lightly. Very well, they'll leave everything to you. No problem. Li Qingshan answered briskly, then added, but I'm not taking any other units, not even the flame mages. They'll bring only dark skeletal knights and royal griffins. They're fast, perfect for Hitandran tactics, and hard for large enemy forces to pin down. If we do get surrounded, we'll just smash through the weakest point, no big deal. Within the field he knew best, his confidence bordered on arrogance, leaving no room for doubt. Lin Yuan stared at him. As long as Li Qingshan was sure, he would throw his full support behind even the craziest plan. Just then, Chun Bei couldn't help asking, what about us? Are we all staying here? Lin Yuan surveyed the group, his gaze settling on Chun Bei and Li Bingqiu. You and Li Bingqiu will stay to help with the defenses. If the beastmen attack, you can move to reinforce wherever needed. Then he looked at the others. As for the rest of you, I have another job. The words another job immediately sparked excitement. Li Qingshan had already won Lin Yuan's favor with his talent. How could the others not feel envious? Yet envy or not, they lacked tactical skill hardly useful even as cannon fodder. Now Lin Yuan suddenly said he needed them, and their spirits soared. Qian Xiaozhuang scratched his head and asked in a sheepish whisper, "Boss, we'd love to help, but with our limited strength, can we really do anything?" His question made them trade uneasy glances, the heat that had flared up cooling once more. With low-tier units, they would likely hold everyone back. But Lin Yuan laughed. "Who says you can't help? What I need you to do is simple spend money for me." "Spend money?" They froze, eyes full of question marks. Instead of explaining, Lin Yuan turned to Li Bingqiu. "Hand out all the magic scrolls you've been buying lately." Even before this hidden quest began, he had quietly laid the groundwork, one step of which was asking Li Bingqiu to stockpile magic scrolls. Each scroll sealed a 5th tier or higher spell. Tear it open, and the magic was unleashed instantly. Tremendous power, effortless to use. The Wrath of the Green Dragon scroll Lin Yuan had once wielded belonged to the same category, though that one contained a 9th tier forbidden spell. Although high-tier spell scrolls are incredibly useful, their price tags are just as breathtaking. A tier 5 scroll goes for 50 to 80,000 gold, tier 6 runs 2 to 300,000, and tier 7 starts at a cool million. Tier 8 and forbidden scrolls are so rare that money alone can't buy them. Li Bingqiu flipped open a large chest, revealing rows of neatly stacked scrolls, then reported the latest purchases to Lin Yuan. 614 tier 5 scrolls cost 32.8 million gold. 145 tier 6 scrolls cost 28.9 million. 25 tiers even scrolls cost 31 million. 3 tier 8 scrolls cost 17 million. The cold, hard numbers hit home, and everyone drew a sharp breath. Good grief, did Lin Yuan just clear out the auction house's entire stock of high-end scrolls? Someone whispered in amazement. Most people buy these pricey consumables one at a time. Lin Yuan had just bought them by the crate. A quick bit of mental math gave them the total 109.7 million gold. The spare 9.7 million alone was more than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. Sometimes the gulf between people is unimaginably wide. They already knew Lin Yuan's strength was unfathomable. Now they realized he was obscenely rich as well. To drop over 100 million in the blink of an eye, without so much as a twitch such nerve, was downright frightening. Even so, the expense wasn't exactly pocket change for him. He had started with $1 billion in credit and had been spending ever since, either spending money or heading somewhere to spend it, leaving him with only 400 or 500 million. The simple, boring troubles of the rich, someone muttered enviously. He's burned through cash for ages, and he still has $500 million left. Lin Yuan, however, never gave money a second thought. If he ran out, he'd just earn more. As a Reborn player, he had countless ways to make a fortune. And if cash ever got tight, he could toss a random artifact into the auction and pick up tens of millions without blinking. That's why he spent 100 million on scrolls without hesitation. If it helped him clear that hidden quest, every coin was worth it. After double-checking the quantities, Li Bingqiu began distributing the scrolls. Most of the team received tier 5 and tier 6 scrolls, not because Lin Yuan was stingy, but because the higher tiers were being saved for the final battle. When the last scroll had been handed out, Lin Yuan rolled his shoulders and offered a faint smile. "All right, everyone," he said, "it's time for those damned orcs to get a real taste of magic." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, everyone's lips twitched involuntarily. The power of magic? Hardly. This was raw, unfiltered wealth steamrolling everything in its path. No wonder he had said all they had to do was spend money, and spend was putting it mildly. Tossing out a single scroll cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Each burst of flame consumed a miniature mountain of treasure. How could the Orc Kingdom's army hope to stand against that? A few people silently lit candles in their hearts for the doomed orcs. "Boss, you can't leave me out of something this awesome." Chun Bai's eyes shone with envy as he looked around, itching to get in on the action. Lin Yuan glanced at him and chuckled. "You'd better stay here and hold Carlton Fortress with Li Bingqiu." But he rummaged through his storage pouch. "He'll give you a few dozen scrolls to throw around for fun." The stack of scrolls gleamed with arcane runes in the sunlight, and Chun Bai's eyes lit up like bulbs. That was his boss, no shortage of flair. "All right, if there are no questions, let's move out." At Lin Yuan's command, everyone straightened up. At last, they could leave the fortress they defended for so long and hunt down those orcs. Outside the fortress, the Gobi was a barren expanse of broken rocks stretching to the horizon. With almost no cover, the orc horde had nowhere to hide. Confident in their advantage, they had William's forces bottled up inside the fortress and felt no need to disguise their position. Ironically, that made Lin Yuan's raid more likely to succeed. The enemy would never expect Carlton Fortress to launch a sortie. Their job was simple: inflict as many casualties as possible and grow stronger in the process. Anyone have a scouting-type hero? Reaching the open wasteland, Li Qingshan surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice. "If the main force moves too boldly, the enemy will spot us." A pale, slender young man with long hair stepped forward. "I do. My hero knows eye of reconnaissance and scent tracking, ideal for gathering intel." He looked so frail a stiff breeze might knock him over. Because those two scouting skills had filled his initial slots, his early progress had been painfully slow, and his hero's combat power had lagged behind. He never imagined had become crucial at a moment like this. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened. Perfect. You handle reconnaissance. Only then did Lin Yuan really size him up, surprise flashing in his eyes. Strolling over, half chatting and half confirming, he asked, "You must be Wei Juyo, right?" On hearing this, the pale young man visibly perked up. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to know his name. Surprise flickered in his eyes before he recovered. Remembering he still owed an answer, Wei Juyo hurriedly said, "Yes, I am." Lin Yuan nodded, his tone mild, but his words cutting straight to the point. "Humans don't really suit you. If you get the chance, try the Ghost Clan, you might find it more your style." The Ghost Clan. How Wei Juyo pressed his lips together, thinking hard. Lin Yuan's advice was no idle remark. In a previous life, Wei Juyo had been hailed as the Ghost King of the Nine Hells. 3 rank ghost heroes and thousands of 9th-tier bone dragons had fought under his banner, and his name alone inspired dread. That glory had been hard-won. Had started as a human lord, a race at odds with his natural talents, and his early development had been painfully slow. The main force all but left him behind. Everything changed when he founded a second territoria domain belonging to the Ghost Clan. It fit him like a glove. From then on he soared, recruiting rare ghost heroes in quick succession and devising an arsenal of ghost tactics. Among ghost lords in Huaxia, his overall strength soon ranked firmly in the top 3. Now that Wei Juyo had joined the Hope Guild, Lin Yuan naturally wanted the future Ghost King to avoid those early detours. Before long, Wei Juyo's heroes returned with their reports. 1. 14 kilometers to the northwest, an orc army of roughly 100,000 is encamped. 2. 10 to 20 kilometers due north, dozens of orc detachments ranging from 5 to 30,000 are scattered about. 3. 7 kilometers away, 30 degrees east of north, an elite force of more than 30,000 6th-tier heavy armored orcs is advancing toward us. As the information piled up, everyone's brows tightened. In a low voice, Lin Mengmeng said, "There are even more orcs than we thought. Fort Carlton is nearly surrounded. The good news is that the Orc Kingdom isn't a single, united front. Most of their troops fight on their own and are even more disorganized than we expected. But their commander seems to be pulling them together. That elite unit's movement is the signal." She grabbed a stick and quickly sketched a rough tactical map in the sand. Crude as it was, it contained every detail they needed. The immediate question was which force to strike first. All eyes turned to Li Qingshan, only one with the authority to decide. Li Qingshan pondered briefly, took the stick from Lin Mengmeng, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He thrust his arm forward. "No need to hesitate. We'll start with them." The stick's tip landed squarely on the position of the elite orc detachment. After Li Qingshan made his choice, everyone present froze for a moment in surprise. No one expected him to target the toughest force on the field, 30,000 fully armored 6th-tier orc heavy infantry. It was less an army than a moving wall of iron, far more daunting than a horde of 100,000 irregulars. "Care to share your reasoning?" Lin Yuan asked, his gaze steady though clearly shocked. "It's simple," Li Qingshan answered crisply. "We have to stop them from linking up with the main host. If we wait for the final battle and those heavy troops join in, our pressure will skyrocket. Better to crack this nut now, no matter the cost." His words struck the heart of Lin Yuan's concern. If retreat only made tomorrow harder, striking first was the only option. Lin Yuan nodded, letting out a cold laugh. "Elite troops? That's exactly who I want to fight." With the target set, Lin Yuan's 5,000 Dark Skeleton Knights and 400 Royal Griffins pushed forward at speed. The vast, barren desert offered no cover for an ambush. A frontal clash was the only choice. To stay mobile, the rest of the infantry and the siege engines remained at Carlton Fortress. On paper it was 5,400 versus 30,000, but the word defeat never crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Beastly roars rolled across the dunes as the mass of heavy-armored orcs began their charge. The weight of their plate slowed their stride, yet magnified their menace, a tide of steel sweeping over the landscape. Li Qingshan scanned his own ranks, pressed that suffocating pressure deep inside, and suddenly chuckled. "No formations today, fight as you please." The words had barely left his lips before several captains tore open spell scrolls. Rip after rip echoed through the lines as sigils flared and sealed power burst into the air. Thousand Leaf, Wind Blades. Crimson Firefall. Earth Collapse. Necrotic Mutation. Sonic Death Burst. One high-tier spell after another was force-gassed into existence, surging forward like a raging flood that slammed into the orc horde. Fireballs detonated, stone spikes tore open the earth, frost congealed into a frigid curtain, wind blades howled and sliced, while venomous miasma rolled across the field. Multicolored spell lights wove together overhead, forming a glittering web of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The unending blasts felt powerful enough to rupture eardrums. Even the heavily armored orcs, famed for their defense, buckled under the barrage. Scarlet damage numbers danced above their heads, then vanished as quickly as they appeared. Within seconds, a scorched, corpse-free void stretched in front of Lin Yuan's party. That savage, Qian Xiaozhuang swallowed, a flicker of pity surfacing for their foes. Those unlucky orcs were probably traumatized enough to fill an entire mountain. Cursed ambushers, you'll pay for that. The roar cut through the swirling dust, and a 4-meter giant burst from the gray haze. His obsidian plate mail caught the firelight, throwing off a deadly glint, while crimson magma-like veins pulsed across the armor. In his hands rested a massive, almost unwieldy Zombato, its blade wreathed in searing flames that whipped scorching air toward Lin Yuan's group. Only now did everyone see the truth. The newcomer was the boss commanding this elite orc legion. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and a detection panel materialized. Name: Longyan Beast General. Rarity: Diamond Tier Boss. Level: 75. Health: 1,350,000. Attack: 2, 5503, 950. Defense: 3,480. Magic Resistance: 5,460. Skills: Dragonfire Flurry, Bestial Frenzy, Dragon Bloodline. Profile: possesses 1/4 Scarlet Dragon Blood. Born with phenomenal strength, he wields blazing fire and holds high status among the orcs through sheer lineage. So the mutt's part dragon. Lin Yuan snorted after reading the stats. Admittedly, the brute was tough. Its monstrous magic resistance meant the earlier spell volley had stripped away only 250,000 health, nothing more than a flesh wound. Burning it down with scrolls alone was clearly impossible. Yet Lin Yuan remained calm. A level 75 diamond boss was hardly uncharted territory for him. He'll take this one. He drew a deep breath, voice low but resolute. You guys handle the heavy infantry. He had barely finished speaking before Artoria, Woodsair, and Kyran were already charging in to surround the Longyan Beast General. Soon, the Longyan Beast General was surrounded from 3 sides by the 3 Shrank heroes. It lifted its fearsome draconic head and let out an ear-splitting roar, its chest pumping like a bellows. In the next instant, the Zombato gripped and its claws burst into searing crimson flames, tongues of fire racing along the spine of the blade as a wave of heat slammed straight toward Ertolia. Clang! The flaming greatsword struck the Sword of Seals in midair, the shriek of clashing steel echoing across the battlefield. Ertolia caught the blow but felt her arms go numb, her health bar dropping in a chunk. The Beast General's terrifying power on full display. Apart from having less HP than the parasitic demon worm, it outclassed that boss in every other stat. But Ertolia was far from helpless. As the Longyan Beast General growled and reared back for another strike, she moved without hesitation. A flash of silver light shot forth. Divine Bind. Holy sigils snapped around the monster's massive frame, freezing the rampaging boss in place. Woodsair and Kalen wasted no time, unleashing a relentless barrage. The bone giant summoned by Woodsair slammed down beside him, each swing of its skeletal cleaver dealing true damage and carving charred fissures in the boss armor. Before Kalen, pages of a dark grimoire flipped wildly, launching jet-black missiles like shooting stars, while shadowy threads coiled around the Beast General, draining its life force without pause. Under the combined onslaught of the 3 Shrank heroes, the boss' health plummeted rapidly. Yet Divine Bind could not last forever. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, the chains of light shattered, crimson flames erupting around it. The Longyan Beast General's eyes gleamed blood red as it locked onto Ertolia and charged once more. But it had underestimated her final trump card. A heartbeat later, the demon pendant on Ertolia's chest flared with a sinister glow, its latent skill activating. Thick black mana coalesced from thin air, and a massive demon hand emerged from the void, gripping the Beast General in an iron claw. 15,000. The towering damage number floated above the boss' head, and its massive body froze again, completely immobilized. Qian Xiaozhuang, Li Qingshan, and the others watched the high-tier battle from close range for the first time, eyes blazing with excitement. Boss Lin Yuan is unbelievable. That boss can't even fight back. This is insane, absolutely insane. I've never seen anyone bully a diamond rank boss like this. If I could draw heroes as strong as Lin Yuan's, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Who wouldn't? There probably aren't many heroes on Earth stronger than these 3. Alright, enough talking. We need to pull our own weight. Boss gave us all these spell scrolls for a reason, and it wasn't so we could just sit back and watch. During the boss fight, the strength Lin Yuan unleashed stunned everyone on the field. After a heartbeat of disbelief, they snapped back to their roles. Li Qingshan let out a rallying cry, and the party charged straight at the ranks of heavily armored orcs. As they ran, scroll after scroll was torn open without hesitation. Bursts of golden light, thunder, pillars of flame, and frigid winds erupted from the crowd. Ferocious waves of magic rolled forward like a tidal surge, crashing down on the ironclad orc army and turning the battlefield into an apocalyptic inferno. These scrolls are insane. One high-tier spell wipes out a whole chunk of them. This is the most fun I've had in my life. Keep pushing. Blow those beasts to pieces. Don't you run, feel my meteor crush. Damn, the experience from these heavy orcs is nuts. My lord level just jumped by 3, and my heroes are skyrocketing too. 6-tier troops are EXP pinatas. Farm them while we can. Haha. Lin Yuan is a legend. Long live the guild. Rough shouts overlapped, their excitement shaking the battlefield. For them, burning through top-tier scrolls with reckless abandon was already exhilarating. Mowing down tier 6 heavy orcs and raking in massive experience was pure bonus. The double thrill left faces flushed, and many wondered if they were dreaming. On the other side, the Longyan beast general watched its army drown in flames and finally snapped. Despicable humans, I will not let you live. Bloodshot eyes bulged, muscles swelled like forged steel, and crimson aura coiled around its body as it entered beast blood frenzy, instantly immune to every form of crowd control. A heartbeat later, the Longyan beast general broke free of Demon's grasp. Its flame-wreathed warblade blurred into multiple afterimages, a dragonflame flurry aimed straight at Ertolia. She reacted in a flash, throwing up a glory shield. 3 slashes landed in rapid succession. 1,124, 1,345, 1,445. The shield shattered, and nearly a quarter of her health vanished. The boss burst was terrifying, but the bone giant lunged in, seizing aggro and blocking the next barrage, while Chiron summoned scores of dark elves to harry the boss from the flank. After countless battles together, Lin Yuan, Ertolia, and Chiron moved with near-perfect synergy. The tank absorbed damage, the primary DPS struck home, and the summoner disrupted from the wings. Unless the Longyan beast general could isolate and eliminate them one by one, it had little chance of victory, and judging by its current display of power and intellect, that possibility was remote. The fight was only halfway through, yet Lin Yuan had already secured the win in his mind. The moment the Longyan beast general's health fell below 500,000, it triggered dragon form. In an instant, its body stretched and tore, transforming into a half-dragon, half-beast abomination. Curved, razor-sharp horns burst through its skull, crimson scales blanketed its frame, slit pupils gleamed in its eyes, and searing scarlet flames roared around it. With the blood of the crimson flame dragon fully awakened, its attack, physical defense, and magic defense all doubled, pushing its stats to the level of a tier 90 boss. But that power came with a price. Dragon form carried a burn effect that drained 2,000 health every second, giving it less than 10 minutes to live. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. If you've decided to throw your life away, I'll play along. He ordered. Wujser, release the toxic mist. The poison god bracer sent elite diamond grade drop from the parasite devourer spewed a cloud of eerie green poison as Wujser swung his arm. Anything caught in the haze was poisoned, losing 3,000 health per second for 60 seconds. Burn and poison stacked, so the beast general now bled 5,000 health every second before a single attack landed. At that rate, it would last barely 2 minutes, and it was still the focus of 3 rank heroes. With a savage roar, the beast general gripped its scarlet flame greatsword, shattered the ground with one step, and cleaved at Wujser. The doubled attack power made the strike. Thunderous Wujser's right arm was severed in a spray of blood, the damage number 4,452, exploding in midair. Before it could swing again, the bone giant charged in, meeting the blade with a cracked bone shield that screeched under the impact. Meanwhile, the beast general's health plummeted by the second, for 100,000, 300,000, 200,000, when the red bar dipped toward the 150,000 threshold. Ertolia and Wujser locked eyes and unleashed their ultimate abilities without hesitation. Imperial Light Annihilation Slash. Skeletal Demon King Cleave. The crimson gold sword light, as dazzling as the noonday sun, and the pitch-black saber aura, as dark as the abyss, slashed at the dragonflame beast in rapid succession. 745,663. 795,424. 2 staggering damage numbers burst above the dragonflame warlord's head, draining the last drop of its health in an instant. The hulking beast crashed to the ground, its flames sputtering out with a hiss, leaving broad scorch marks across the earth. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze to the main battlefield. There, a torrential downpour of high-tier spells, ice lances, lightning serpents, and exploding fireballs pounded the plate-clad orcs, leaving them no chance to swing their weapons and sending them into panicked howls. Guided by Li Qingshan's instinct as a tactical grandmaster, the Dark Skeleton Cavalry and Royal Griffin regiments kept carving the enemy line apart. As long as the isolated group of armored orcs stayed below 3,000, he could encircle and annihilate them at minimal cost. The outcome was beyond doubt an overwhelming victory. At the price of only a few hundred Dark Skeleton Knights, they flattened 30,000 rank 6 ironclad orcs. An elite detachment meant to rendezvous with the main host was wiped out before it could even report in. The only price was the mountain of spell scrolls they had burned through, losing them by the hundreds stung. Yet Lin Yuan, mindful of the hidden quest's hefty rewards, didn't care. Victory made everything worthwhile. When the fighting ended, Li Qingshan immediately ordered a field sweep. The orcs' alloy plate was premium forging stock that would bring a fortune at the auction house, and their bodies held plenty of useful byproducts besides. To Lin Yuan, the carcasses themselves were valuable resources. Still, he raised a hand for silence, his voice steady and clear. Hold off for a moment. If you want to strike it rich, come loot the boss first. Eyes lit up all around. A level 75 diamond tier boss had to drop something juicy. In a flash, everyone crowded around the Dragonflame Warlord's huge corpse, every gaze turning to Lin Yuan, the only one with looting rights. To their surprise, Lin Yuan stepped back, moved aside, and smiled at Qian Xiaozhuang. You go ahead. I'd like to see your luck in action. Let a professional handle a professional's job. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had only heard of Qian Xiaozhuang, famed as the god of RNG, and had barely interacted with him. This was the perfect chance to test the legend. Unfazed, Qian Xiaozhuang stepped forward and began searching the Dragonflame Warlord's remains. As Qian Xiaozhuang rifled through the boss corpse, everyone present instinctively held their breath. In the deathly still cave, only the faint rasp of armor and suppressed breathing could be heard. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the stocky figure crouched beside the body. They were desperate to know what surprises the fallen flame dragon beast general might yield. At last, Qian Xiaozhuang's hand stopped moving. Wei Jiuyo hurried over, eyes practically sparking. Did you find anything good? Qian Xiaozhuang gave a simple grin. See for yourselves. With that, he dumped the entire loot readout into the party chat. You successfully searched the corpse of the flame dragon beast general and obtained the special material, Burning Heart. You successfully searched the corpse of the Flame Dragon Beast General and obtained the special material, Helm of the Flame Dragon Beast General. You successfully searched the corpse of the Flame Dragon Beast General and obtained a forbidden spell scroll, Flame Dragon Waltz. You successfully searched the corpse of the Flame Dragon Beast General and obtained a diamond grade relic, Dragonfiend Blade. You successfully searched the corpse of the Flame Dragon Beast General and obtained a diamond grade relic, Inferno Dragon Scale Plate. You successfully searched the corpse of the Flame Dragon Beast General and obtained a diamond grade relic, Crimson Flame Phantom. Message after message flashed across their screens, scarlet text bathing every face in red, and even Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Shock and disbelief exploded in everyone's eyes. Am I seeing things? Did this boss just drop 3 diamond grade items at once? Don't forget the forbidden spell scroll that's worth as much as a diamond grade treasure. Holy crap, this luck is insane. I've farmed so many bosses and never seen one spit out 3 treasures in one go. This boss really paid out. It practically dropped everything, but it's underwear. It's not the boss, it's Qian Xiaozhuang's ridiculous luck. Now I get why boss Lin Yuan told him to loot the corpse. Nobody else rolls that high. I thought we were all cursed, and then we find out we've got a luck god among us. Hey, you lucky dog, take my spear. The cave's mood flipped from tense to roaring in an instant. Exclamations and jokes echoed off the walls while every gaze zeroed in on Qian Xiaozhuang, some respectful, most openly envious. Yet under all those heated stares, Qian Xiaozhuang sighed in disappointment. Sigh, first time looting a diamond grade boss and I still didn't get a legendary item. What a waste. Do you even hear yourself? The group exploded again. Lin Yuan raised a hand and pulled up the stat panels of the 3 diamond grade treasures, their glow tinting his face crimson. Dragonfiend Bladian oversized saber with hefty attack bonuses and a lingering burn effect on every swing. Inferno Dragon Scale plate heavy armor boasting exceptional defense and extra fire resistance. Crimson Flame Phantoma Bloodred Dagger, featherlight and lightning fast, perfect for an assassin hero. All 3 items were top tier in both quality and stats, though sadly none of them suited the heroes under Lin Yuan's command. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "I'm putting these 3 diamond grade artifacts in the guild vault. Each of you can exchange guild contributions for any item stored there. Li Bingchu will draft a detailed set of rules on how to earn and track contributions later." At his words, sparks ignited in every pair of eyes around the campfire. They had assumed they were mere bystanders, never imagining they could compete for diamond grade gear. Measuring everything by contribution made the process open and transparent. There was no fairer way. In just a few sentences, Lin Yuan had deepened everyone's sense of belonging to the Hope Guild, which was precisely what he wanted. With the announcement made, the group set to work. They dragged and stacked the bodies of fallen Tier 6 heavy-armored orcs into a grisly mound. The scarlet firelight danced across shattered plate and darkened blood, the air thick with smoke and iron. Moments later, the conversion ritual flared again. A violet magic circle spread across the ground, runes pulsing like a giant heart. Each flash of light birthed another dark skeleton knight, astride a coal-black warhorse, stepping from the hill of corpses. The efficiency was astounding. 30,000 orc corpses became 5,000 dark skeleton knights in under a minute. With that, Lin Yuan's undead cavalry exceeded 10,000. Gazing at the dense, steel-clad formation, even the ever-calm Li Qingshan murmured, "Now that's a real cavalry army." Lin Yuan's voice remained steady, but his words were sharp with intent. "This is only a solid start. For the final battle, we need at least 30,000 dark skeleton knights." 30,000? Someone gasped. Fielding that many Tier 6 troops was beyond anything a lord at this stage could imagine. But everyone understood that without such numbers, they would never stand against the Orc Kingdom's last, frenzied wave. 15-minute break, Lin Yuan ordered. Then we hunt the next target. Before the decisive battle, we push our power to the limit. Over the next 2 days, Lin Yuan led a whirlwind campaign around Carlton Fortress, striking day and night. Flames and war horns rose in turn, while waves of orcs fell to blades and black fire, their bodies tossed into conversion circles. In just 48 hours, the number of dark skeleton knights swelled before their eyes. The carnage, however, jolted the Orc Kingdom awake. Within 2 days of losing that elite unit, they launched 12 encirclement attempts. Thanks to Li Qingshan's keen instincts, the group spotted each move in time and ripped through the net sometimes by a hair's breadth. During the worst clash, they lost a third of their force before breaking free. Even then, Lin Yuan kept the conversions on schedule, and the Dark Skeleton Knights finally surged past the 30,000 mark. The first phase of his plan had succeeded. He now possessed the minimum strength required to face the Orc Kingdom, 30,000 Dark Skeleton Knights, backed by the garrison of Carlton Fortress. By now, they were strong enough to go head-to-head with the Orc horde. Li Qingshan stood on a small rise overlooking the makeshift camp and warned in a low voice, "Have you noticed? The orcs haven't moved for hours." Qin Xiaozhuang scratched his head and grinned. "Isn't that a good thing? Or do you secretly enjoy being chased around by those brutes?" The remark drew a round of laughter, but Li Qingshan remained serious. "When things go too quiet, something's wrong." He turned to Lin Yuan. "Boss, the mission briefing said the Orc Kingdom's all-out assault is scheduled for tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, that's what it said." Lin Yuan nodded. Then his expression tightened. "You think?" Li Qingshan took a deep breath. "I suspect they're going to launch the assault early. Hit Carlton Fortress ahead of schedule?" Everyone exchanged looks as Qian Ziyazwang's hand drifted to his dagger. That actually makes sense. They ran through the latest intel. The main force had already massed, leaving only a handful of small patrols on the fringes. In other words, the orcs were ready to strike at any moment. If the heroes stayed put and kept picking off stragglers, the orcs would suffer even greater losses. Better for the orcs to gamble everything on one sudden offensive. A chill snaked down their spines, and they tightened their grips on their weapons. Had Li Qingshan not caught the danger in time, Carlton Fortress might have fallen long before they could rush back to defend it. Damn, who would have thought those orcs were so devious they'd try a sneak attack? Qian Xiaozhuang spat the words under his breath, fingers clenched into a fist. If the orcs succeeded, the mission the boss had handed them would be a bust. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and lowered his voice. "No more delays. We ride for Carlton Fortress right now. There's still a chance to beat them back." At his order, everyone wheeled their mounts without hesitation and led their troops in a flat-out sprint toward the fortress. Dust boiled behind them, and half an hour later they thundered through Carlton's gates. The towering stone walls were unscathed, the garrison ranks tidy and composed. Only then did the riders allow themselves a quiet sigh of relief. At least they'd made it in time. Li Bingqiu, Chen Bei, and William hurried over. Chen wore a puzzled look. "Boss, why are you back so early? I thought we had another day." "Plans changed," Lin replied, voice steady. "The Orc Kingdom is probably moving up its offensive." "An early all-out assault?" William's eyes narrowed. "Can we trust the intel?" "It's only a deduction, but the odds are high." "Understood." William turned on his heel to issue the alert. Only then did Chen notice the massed cavalry behind Lin's skeletal warhorses snorted black mist, their riders' blades glinting with cold light. Chen sucked in a sharp breath. "Boss, how many orcs did you have to kill to raise this many dark skeleton knights?" "Not many," Lin joked, "just a tiny little billion." Then he asked, "How's the fortress holding up?" "Hardly any pressure," Chen said with a grin. "After you left, the orcs tried only a few scattered raids, nothing that could make waves." Lin knew the reason. Over the past 2 days they had cut down orc legions by the tens of thousands. Even the enemy's main force had been forced to chase them in circles, wasting time and manpower. The orcs couldn't be everywhere at once. Trying both to hunt them and ambush the fortress was impossible. "Oh!" A shrill war horn sliced through the air. Every face went still. The Orc Kingdom was indeed launching its grand offensive against Carlton Fortress. "Move watchtower," Lin barked. He led the group up to the highest parapet. Cold wind howled, banners snapped, and from their vantage point they saw a wall of dust on the horizon. The orc host was surging forward like an ocean tide. The sight made their scalps tingle. There were so many orcs it defied description, packed as densely as a swarm of ants, a dark mass stretching beyond the edge of sight. Their numbers were staggering, no fewer than 500,000. In sheer manpower, the Orc Kingdom outmatched Carlton Fortress 10-1. The front line was nothing but low-tier brutes who knew only how to charge, a living carpet of bodies. Yet behind that tide, plenty of higher-tier orcs stood ready, their razor-sharp weapons and thick hide armor flashing coldly in the sunlight. Most striking of all were the 3 giant orcs at the vanguard. Each stood like a mountain, and every step made the ground tremble. The first one's face was deeply wrinkled, gray-white fur threaded with beast bone ornaments. An ebony staff in his hand spat eerie green sparks while the bone beads across his chest clattered with a chilling rattle. The second was bare-chested, his ashen skin packed with iron-hard muscles. Both arms had been severed at the elbows and replaced with custom fist blades. Black chains wrapped from the blade hilts around his shoulders, the scrape of metal binding the weapons tight to his stumps and radiating lethal intent. The third loomed taller than the other two, encased in black full plate, only tusks and blood-red eyes exposed. His savage aura was so dense it seemed to crush the air. He wielded a pitch-black great axe, its broad blade like a moving obsidian mountain. There was no doubt each of them was boss grade, and all three were of diamond difficulty. Level 75, Orc High Priest, Sarman. Level 80, Crimson Fistblade, Karafar. Level 85, Hell Howl, Nagilon. Are you kidding me? 3 diamond bosses? Chun Bai's mouth twitched as he muttered to Lin Yuan. Boss, are you sure this hidden quest is even possible? 1 diamond boss is scary enough, but 3 and each higher level than the last? Hell Howl's level 85. Lin Yuan felt the same chill, but kept his composure. He silently thanked their earlier decision to intercept and wipe out that elite orc unit. Otherwise, with a Dragonflame Warlord added in, they would be facing 4 diamond bosses. Even now, 3 diamond bosses backed by a 500,000 strong horde left them with less than a 5% chance of victory. If this were just a high-difficulty hidden quest, it wouldn't force players into certain death. Lin Yuan reached the only reasonable conclusion. William still had cards up his sleeve. With that in mind, he turned to Carlton Fortress. As the orc army surged forward, the fortress garrison moved as well, but instead of charging out, they formed squads of 10 and, under curt orders, began hauling something heavy. Lin Yuan squinted until the shapes came into focus. Rows of dark metal barrels, cannons gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. From past life experience, he recognized them instantly: the battlefield's ultimate reapers, magic crystal cannons. Strictly speaking, a crystal cannon isn't a treasure so much as a strategic weapon. It belongs to the deadliest class of armaments. Load a crystal of any element into the barrel, and you'll unleash a different brand of destruction, and the higher the crystal's grade, the greater the devastation. Within moments, a dozen or so heavy, pitch-black crystal cannons were rolled and heaved onto the broad walls of Carlton Fortress. At the same time, sacks of high-grade crystals, each one glowing faintly, were carried to the gun positions. Every crystal was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, yet no one cared about the cost. This was a fight for the kingdom's survival. If Carlton Fortress fell, the Lilac Kingdom would be on the brink of collapse, and draining the treasury was a small price to pay. Load the crystals. Fire. William's thunderous roar seemed to tear the clouds themselves. The runes etched along each barrel flared as elemental energy surged through them, and a cascade of earth-shaking blasts followed. Spheres of multicolored light howled across the sky, tails blazing, before slamming into the orc lines. A crimson orb struck first, turning nearby orcs to charcoal in an instant. A searing ring of fire then rolled outward, burning everything it touched. A pale blue sphere hit next, flash freezing dozens of elite orcs into crystal statues that shattered a heartbeat later. Shards from the blast became hundreds of icy bolts, punching through chests and ripping fresh screams from the survivors. Each muzzle flash claimed another 1,000 lives. Such was the horror of crystal cannons fueled by high-grade cores. Boom, boom, boom. At William's continual command, the cannons roared without pause, flame, frost, acid, and lightning taking turns to scour the battlefield. The center ground became an elemental hellscape, and to the Orc Legion, these cannons were the very trumpets of doomsday. This is unbelievable, Chun Bai's eyes shone as he watched, unable to hide his awe. Their power rivals height ear spell scrolls. Li Bingshu shook her head and sighed. If they'd used them earlier, do you think the orcs would have come unprepared? And those high-grade crystals are limited. They had to save their trump card for the final clash. Li Qingshan nodded. Exactly. Either way, it's great news for us. Otherwise, with 500,000 orcs out there, even if they lined up to be slaughtered, we still might not finish the job. Li Qingshan's remark may have dampened morale, but it was the plain truth. A sea of orcs blanketed the land like a swarm of locusts, and ordinary defenses would never hold them back. Still, if they won this battle, Lin Yuan's power would skyrocket. Forget the hidden quest reward. 500,000 orc corpses alone would let him summon legions of dark skeleton knights. We should move. He drew a deep breath, his voice low and resolute. The orc hordes surged across the open plain. Mana cannons thundered non-stop, their explosions staining the night sky crimson, yet the fur-clad warriors just roared and charged faster. At this pace, they would press against Carlton Fortress within minutes, and once they reached the walls, the cannons' firing arcs would be crippled. The only real answer was to keep the enemy outside the fortress and let the cannons blanket the field. Let's give them a taste first. Lin Yuan smiled, left the watchtower, and strode toward the wasteland. The night wind whipped up dust, his robes snapping in the gale. Moments later, he stood at the very front line, only a few hundred meters from the onrushing tide. Without hesitation, he pulled 3 spell scrolls from his pack, and tore them one after another. First scroll, 8th tier, Spell Corrupt Domain. Dark green runes ballooned outward, covering a broad stretch of ground and flooding the air with a nauseating stench. Orc armor rusted, flesh sloughed away, and the victims collapsed screaming, their axes thudding into the dirt. Second scroll, 8th tier Spell Thunder Serpent Rampage. Mana rolled like storm clouds, coalescing into a black lightning serpent tens of meters long. Its massive coils crackled violet black. Every orc it snared went up in a burst of scorched flesh and blood-tinged smoke. Third scroll, 8th tier Spell Song of Luminous Arrows. A clear melody echoed overhead, and with it a rain of radiant arrows poured down like a golden storm. The gleaming shafts punched through orc chests with ease, pinning bodies to the mud. The true might of 8th tier magic finally exploded into view. Lin Yuan had saved these scrolls for this very moment, and he still had one left. Ultimate tier Spell Scroll Dance of the Flame Dragons. Loot from the Flame Dragon Behemoth. With 500,000 orcs packed together, there could be no better time. Go to hell. Lin Yuan sneered and ripped the parchment. Power detonated. In the next heartbeat, dozens of scarlet fire dragons roared from the void, diving into the orc ranks on waves of blistering heat. Their molten breath warped the air. Pillars of flame towered over the field, devouring orcs and weapons alike, reducing everything to cinders. When one ultimate tier spell merges with 3 8th tier spells, the devastation truly rivals a natural catastrophe. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions rolled across the battlefield without pause. Waves of violent magic rose like a tidal surge, fire, lightning, corruption, and holy arrows twisting together into a storm of destruction that flattened everything in its path. 3 8th tier spells, followed by a single forbidden incantation, reduced tens of thousands of orcs to ash in a heartbeat. If the world knew true divine judgment, it would look no different. The blaze of spell light covered an immense swath of ground. Beyond the dead, another 100,000+ orcs lay battered and bleeding, their health bars unable to recover. Just then, the orc high priest Sermon lifted his ebony staff, and a deep chant rumbled out. The beast god's majesty spans this land. Children of the beast god, receive the blessing of blood. Blood unites us all. When the spell finished, crimson light gathered at the staff's tip, then burst into countless threads that swept across the battlefield. A blood-red rain poured down, and every orc it touched had his wounds knit shut and his life force surge back. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with lethal intent. No matter what, that priest had to die. Though Sermon was the weakest of the 3 bosses, the battle hinged on him. Letting him live was out of the question. Lin Yuan pointed. Kill him. Artoria, Wujsar, and Chiron sprang forward at the order, kicking up dust as they charged. The black miasma swirling around them betrayed the truth: they had taken dark elixirs before the fight. In fact, every hero on the field had swallowed that final trump card. The decisive battle was here, and there was no way back. The dark elixir demonizes a hero for 15 minutes, boosting all attributes by 50% and adding 10% dark damage to every attack. Empowered by the elixir, Artoria, Wujsar, and Chiron easily overwhelmed the level 75 support boss. Sermon quickly fell into a desperate defense. His health plummeted as he shrieked in agony. The screams drew a flood of heavily armored orcs rushing to his aid. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change. He spoke calmly. Clear the field. Don't let any of them get close. The order was clearly for Qian Xiaozhuang and the rest. Got it, boss. Qian Xiaozhuang grinned, pulled a thick stack of high-tier scrolls from his pack, and tore them open as if shredding scrap paper. The others followed suit. By now, almost all of the 5th and 6th tier spell scrolls had been spent in the earlier fighting. After a brief pause, the mages rifled through their packs and found only a few 7th tier scrolls left, spells powerful enough to shred an armored orc in an instant if cast together. 2 or 3 of those spells detonated overhead, blasting a scorched crater beneath Sermon's feet and sending a column of dust into the sky. Meanwhile, the Carlton Fortress garrison and the Dark Skeleton Cavalry each pinned down one of the other 2 bosses, keeping them from lending aid. The battlefield contracted at once. In its center, only Lin Yuan's party now faced Sermon, with no help in sight. Lin Yuan lifted his eyes and met Sermon's stare, an icy glint sharp as a blade. Madness twisted across the orc's face as he raised an ebony staff and murmured another chant, lead gray mana swirling around him. Opposite him, Artoria, Wujsar, and Kalen unleashed their demonic power, charging forward on wind and lightning. Lin Yuan knew that any one of the 3 orc bosses could wreak as much havoc as an army of tens of thousands, and the garrison and cavalry were already at their limits. They had to end this quickly. Time was carved into razor-thin slices. For 5 brutal minutes, the 3 rank heroes poured out their power, flesh and mana colliding in midair. When the 5th minute ended, the orc high priest Sermon was drenched in blood, staggering, the flame of life guttering. He threw back his head and roared, "You may destroy my body, but you will never shatter my faith in the beast god." The final volley thundered back, stripping away his last drop of strength. His massive body slammed into the dirt, kicking up a ring of searing dust. Saruman had barely fallen when Lin Yuan sprinted toward the next clash, leaving the loot untouched. The front line held only because William and Li Qingshan anchored it, and the arc crystal cannons kept firing, but their breathing room was shrinking fast. Moments later, he and his team reached the second boss, Scarlet Fistblade Carafar. An iron fist blade was riveted to the stump of his right arm, and the exposed muscle and crisscross scars turned him into a walking fortress of gore, his killing intent almost tangible. Chunbei let out a long breath when Lin Yuan appeared. He had been leading his own orc troops against Carafar, and blood ties bought no mercy. The boss, every punch came with a howling, iron-scented wind. Chunbei gave a wry smile. Boss, thank goodness you're here. A minute later, and would have been finished. He was not exaggerating. At his current strength, he was no match for an 80-level boss. In just a few minutes, he had lost half his troops, and even the orc warlord was down to 10% health, hanging on by a thread. The carnage spoke for itself. Lin Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the shattered armor and fallen orcs before brushing the dust from Chunbei's shoulder. Don't worry, he said quietly. From here on, leave it to me. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He immediately cast Identify on Carlafar. A heartbeat later, a line of blood-red data flared before his eyes. Blood-edged brawler, Carlafar. Rank, Diamond Tier Boss. Level, 80. HP, 1,170,000 1,500,000. Attack, 3,755,150. Armor, 3,050. Magic Resistance, 3,460. Abilities, Fistblade Smash, Scarlet Strangle, Warhowl. Carlafar was born in the Orc Kingdom with violence in his veins. From childhood, he fought ogres in the arena, earning glory through one death match after another until both his arms were torn away. To survive, he replaced the ruined limbs with brutal steel fist blades, giving rise to the crimson monstrosity that now stood before them. Seeing the full readout, Lin Yuan finally understood why Chunbei had been driven into such dire straits. The brute's attack power was nearly double that of the Flame Dragon Warlord, yet it was only 5 levels higher. Luckily, Carlafar's physical and magical defenses were relatively low, which left a clear opening. Better still, after its slugfest with Chunbei, it was down to just 1.17 million health. He'll handle the offense. Use your spell scrolls to support me, Lin Yuan ordered, his eyes cold. Understood. Chunbei and Li Bingqiu replied in unison. They hadn't dared try this plan against the Flame Dragon Warlord because its magic resistance was ridiculous. Even a Tears Even spell barely scratched it. With Carlafar, the situation was completely different. Artoria dashed in first, the sealed sword carving a silver arc through the air. Clang. Metal clashed as Carlafar twisted aside and swept a fist blade up to parry. Sparks showered off the edge, but the heavy blow failed to break his guard. At the same moment, a dark silhouette slipped behind the boss. Yugasar brought his Bone Reaper down in a vicious overhead chop. Eschararke. A spray of crimson burst outward. 8,795. The massive damage number floated above Carlafar's head. Pathetic insects. Carlafar roared. You dare challenge me? I'll grind you to dust, one by one. His voice boomed like thunder. With a shriek of sundered air, a serrated fist blade swept toward Yugasar. He threw up the Bone Reaper to block, but the raw power behind the strike was staggering. 3,564. Even after absorbing most of the impact, a chunk of his health vanished. Carlafar moved to press the attack, but the air around him suddenly shimmered with icy blue runes. In the next heartbeat, razor-cold frost condensed into a prison that slammed shut around him. Sizzling cracks filled the air as countless ice spikes shot out from the frozen cage, driving deep into Carafar's massive body. 13,456. 14,888. 14,754. 15,654. 4 damage numbers flashed overhead in quick succession, piling up to more than 60. The Sanda vivid display of the Tier 7 spell Ice Prison at full power. Lin Yuan hadn't stocked only AoE scrolls for clearing trash, had also prepared high-level single-target and control spells, and now they were paying off. During the brief freeze, the 3 heroes Wu Gisir, Kalen, and Ardolai launched the first concentrated strike, blades and spell force slamming into the beast's armored scales. The opening vanished in a heartbeat. Hemmed in, Carafar threw back its head and roared. The very air rippled, and a crimson flare erupted around its torso. Roar. For the next 60 seconds, its attack damage, speed, and overall DPS would rise by 25%, and it would be completely immune to crowd control. In other words, Lin Yuan now had to face it heat-in. Wu Gisir, get the bone giant up front. Lin Yuan barked. Kalen, stay at range, snare it with the dark elves. Ertalia, flank it, and avoid soaking too much damage. If your HP drops, pull back and let Lin Mingming's elf heal you. Lin Mingming gripped the sacred elven codex. With that relic's boost, Even her rank elf hero could churn out impressive heals. As the orders went out, the rest of the team ripped open their scrolls. A volley of high-tier single-target spells shrieked toward the boss. Death Lightning, Soul-Shattering Arrow, Shadow Spike, Frozen Sarcophagus, Eye of the Stone Demon, Blazing White, Deep Violet, Icy Blue, molten yellow streams of arcane power crashed onto Carafar, burying its hulking frame. Moments later, the heroes of Chun Bei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mengmeng charged in, meshing seamlessly with Lin Yuan's squad and keeping constant pressure on the boss health bar. So what if its damage is buffed? One burst, and we'll send it down. Chun Bei growled. Under the unrelenting barrage, Carafar's HP plunged like a waterfall. 800,000, 700,000, 600,000, 500,000. Whenever a hero got chunked to low health, they fell back for healing, never giving the beast a chance to finish them off. At last, after one final all-out burst, Carafar's life hit zero. Its colossal eyes dimmed, and it rasped a final, incredulous question. How could I lose to you? Impossible. Its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. And so the second orc boss lay dead. Finally, that brute was down. The moment Ka Lufer crashed to the ground, the whole front relaxed like a bowstring suddenly loosed, and everyone exhaled the breath they'd been holding. But they quickly remembered the battlefield's real threat. In the center still stood the last and strongest orc boss, Hellroar Nagrand, level 85. This mountain-sized monster was the true commander of the horde. To make matters worse, 3,000 orc royal guards clustered around Nagrand in a dense ring. Each guard was a 7th-tier unit, clad in spiked plate and brandishing a great axe, pressing close to their king. Taking on Nagrand alone would be a nightmare. Add 3,000 elite 7th tiers, and any direct assault was like ramming a wall of steel. If they wanted to reach Nagrand, they had to smash a gap in that guard line first. At Nagrand's command, the guards surged forward like a tidal wave. William's garrison and Lin Yuan's dark skeleton knights alike were driven back step by step. Lin Yuan quickly concluded that Nagrand must possess a commander skill that boosted every orc's combat power. Otherwise, these guards could never show such destructive strength beyond ordinary 7th-tier limits. He turned to Li Qingshan and asked in a low voice, "What do you think?" Li Qingshan's judgment matched his own. After a brief pause, he replied grimly, "Pour everything we've got into one breach and take Nagrand's head first. If we drag this out, our losses will only climb." Lin Yuan nodded. Even if they managed to grind down the 3,000 guards, it would mean little. Cut off the head and the body will fall. Only by killing Nagrand and shattering orc morale could they truly turn the tide. "Very well, it's yours," Lin Yuan said, handing Li Qingshan command of every unit under him. "Rip that gap as fast as you can." Li Qingshan drew a deep breath and gave a solemn nod. He knew exactly how much rested on his shoulders. 5 hurried minutes passed, and every piece was in place. Attack! At the order, 1,200 flame mages raised their staves in unison, fire elements thrumming in the air. In a heartbeat, thousands of explosive fireballs streaked across the sky and rained down on the orc guard ranks. Boom, boom, boom. Sheets of flame erupted among the guards, sending charred plates and molten metal flying. Yet the guards outranked the mages by 2 full tiers. Even though flame mages were a hidden class, the barrage failed to inflict fatal damage. The firestorm enraged the guards. Roaring, axes lifted high, they pounded the ground and charged the mage phalanx. This was the moment Li Qingshan had awaited. Drawn by the flames, the massive orc tide finally stretched, and the once impenetrable formation began to loosen. With the ranks pulled out of shape, a weakness naturally appeared. 5,000 dark skeleton riders, 2,000 heavy pike infantry, 1,000 black cavalry, and 1,000 black shield bearers had already circled to the enemy's rear under Li Qingshan's orders, hammering the weakest part of their line. To tear the breach open quickly, Li Qingshan stripped a large chunk of manpower from the main front. The pressure there spiked, but he had no choice. Only by killing Nagrand could he ease the strain on the vanguard. The title of tactical genius was no empty boast. Li Qingshan's commands were as precise as a scalpel, and the clash of skeletal hooves with iron shields instantly threw the orc royal guard into disarray. Moments later, their heavy walls split apart, leaving a gap wide enough for an entire army to charge through. Lin Yuan locked his eyes on the towering figure at the center of the field and led the heroes straight into the breach, aiming for Nagrand. Before long, they stood at the foot of that demonic mountain. Nagrand's frame was colossal, dark red muscles bulging beneath his armor. Each breath rolled out like furnace heat, his golden slit pupils fixed on the human commander as a thunderous voice rumbled, "Pathetic humans, do you really dare defy the beast god's might?" Lin Yuan had no interest in talking. "Attack!" he roared. In an instant, a sun-bright arc of steel exploded forward Artoria's imperial radiance slash. 52,846. A stat window flickered into view. Hell Roar, Nagrand Diamond Grade Boss. Level, 85. HP, 1,845,213. 2 million. Attack, 4, 7406, 120. Defense, 5050. Magic defense, 5460. Skills, Devastating Smash, Shadow of the Beast God, Hell Roar. Note: the greatest leader in Orcish history, legendary chieftain of the Warsong clan, who rose from blood and fire to end clan warfare and unite the Orcish kingdom. None of them had expected Nagrand to be the founding emperor of the orcs. When the numbers registered, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. 2 million hit points, still over 1.8 million after previous wounds. Nearly 5,000 base attack and twin defenses made him a walking demon lord. No wonder Artoria's full-force strike shaved off only 50,000. Qin Xiaozhuang swallowed hard. Boss, can we really take this thing down? The question flickered in every eye, not doubt in Lin Yuan, but sheer awe at Nagrand's stats. How will we know unless we try? Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, form up and focus fire on the boss." After hearing Lin Yuan's unwavering declaration, everyone's spirits soared. They had never even tried, so why concede defeat in advance? Since they had come this far, they might as well risk everything. The gloom hanging over the party evaporated in an instant. Without realizing it, Lin Yuan had become the soul of the Hope Guild. As long as he remained standing, no one dared to quit. Buoyed by this surge of confidence, the players pulled out their prepared magic scrolls. Runes flickered across the parchment, and the sealed high-level spells strained for release. Even if their own strength was limited, they would shoulder part of Lin Yuan's burden. Ertolia, Wu Gisigur, and Kairan closed in on Nagrand in a triangular formation, their blades aimed squarely at the berserk boss. Nagrand's power, however, was overwhelming. Ertolia, the highest-level fighter, survived 3 axe strikes with only a sliver of health left. Wu Gisigur fared no better, battered to the brink of death by successive blows. Fragile mage Kairan could not hope to withstand a direct hit. Fortunately, the elf heroes under Lin Mengmeng's command lifted their hands in time, bathing the field in healing light. They dragged Ertolia off the front line and restored her health in a matter of seconds. The scene imprinted itself on Lin Yuan's mind. The team needed a dedicated priest-class hero. He had none at the moment, but Lin Mengmeng could clearly be trained into his personal cleric. Even so, her healing output struggled to keep pace with Nagrand's almost absurd damage. In less than 2 minutes, Ertolia and Wu Gisigur were back on the verge of collapse, and the bone giant Wu Gisigur had summoned was reduced to a flurry of white shards under Nagrand's massive axe. The situation turned critical. Lin Yuan sidestepped and shouted, "Chun Bei, get your hero in there now." Startled, Chun Bei recovered quickly and ordered his orc warlord to charge. Though not as formidable as Ertolia or Wu Gisigur, the Shrank tank's thick hide and heavy armor were enough to weather several rounds of attacks, buying precious time for Ertolia and Wu Gisigur to recover. Catching Lin Yuan's intention, Li Bingqiu did not hesitate. She commanded her rose swordsman to join the fray. The swordsman's defense was lower than the orc warlord's, but his flashing blade could still stall the boss and keep the party alive a little longer. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaozhuang and the others continued unfurling their magic scrolls, unleashing a barrage of high-level spells that rained down on Nagrand. When the orc warlord and the rose swordsman were both on the brink of collapse, Artoria and Wugsar had already recovered almost fully under the elven hero's healing. To keep Nagilan under control, Lin Yuan stuck to the rotating defense, sending his 3 heroes in one after another. Though the beast was ferocious, its health still ticked down under the non-stop assault. Within 10 minutes the bar had dropped below 1 million. Instead of relaxing, Lin Yuan tensed even further. A boss' deadliest moves usually came when it was nearly finished. Sure enough, the instant the number slipped under 800,000, rage flooded Nagelin's monstrous face. "All of you will die," it bellowed, throwing back its head. A deafening howl burst forth, cleaving the air like a blade. The hell howl formed, crushing eardrums and making the ground itself tremble. Every hero's health fell sharply, and the dark skeleton knight locked in combat with the orc guards took the brunt, shattering into a heap of bones. No one had expected the hell howl to be that devastating. Nagilan left no time to breathe. Axe raised, it lunged at the nearest target, Wugsar. Crunch! The blade smashed into bone, splintering several ribs at once. Wugsar's health fell to a sliver, couldn't endure a second hit. In that heartbeat, Artoria triggered the World Tree Crown's active skill, instantly resetting her cooldowns. Silver battle aura erupted as she lifted her sword and traced a sigil. Holy seal! Chains of light locked around Nagilan, cutting off its next strike. Light of the forest, heal them. Lin Mengmeng's elven hero seized the gap, unleashing a mass heal. Rich green light blossomed across the field, and every hero's health climbed visibly. The danger from the hell howl was temporarily contained. Reset, and keep up the damage. Don't give the boss a single breath. Lin Yuan barked. Restored, the 3 heroes, led by Artoria, charged once more. Sword flashes and battle aura merged into a blazing curtain that pinned Nagilan in place. Yet the situation was still precarious. The dark elixir's effect was about to end. Its demonic boost was tremendous, but once the timer ran out, the drinker would suffer a 70% reduction to all stats, almost removing them from the fight. In short, if they didn't finish the battle right now, Lin Yuan might never take Naguilon down. Fortunately, once Nagrand unleashed Hell Howl, his abilities went straight into cooldown. During that brief lull, his health plunged from 800,000 to 400,000, the bar shrinking before everyone's eyes. Just 400,000 left. One more push would finally end this nightmare of a boss. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. Everyone, full burst. Focus fire and finish him. Even without the order, the team had already clenched their teeth and thrown every skill, potion, and scrap of life they had at Nagrand. If it took their own deaths to erase that last sliver of health, so be it. Under the storm of attacks, Nagrand dropped to 300,000. Hope had only begun to flicker when a crazed light flashed in his blood-red eyes. Lin Yuan caught it and screamed, "Heads up!" The words were still in the air when disaster struck. Black, demonic energy erupted from Nagrand's body. His massive frame swelled again, heavy armor groaning as bulging muscles split it apart. Beneath the cracks, his skin turned jet black, like abyssal steel that swallowed every glimmer of light. His stat panel went berserk. Attack, speed, defense, and magic resistance spiked across the board, and his health shot up at a terrifying pace. 300, 400, 500, 600,000. 100,000 per second. The sight froze every heart on the field. Chun Bai's eyes bulged as he blurted, "You've got to be kidding!" Meta's mutt just flipped on God mode. At the same moment, the prefix before Nagrand's name changed from Hell Howl Nagrand to Demonic Roar Nagrand. Lin Yuan instantly understood. Nagrand had chosen to transform into an abyssal demon. What was supposed to be a simple defense of Carlton Fortress against the Orc Kingdom had secretly involved abyssal forces all along. Without a demon pulling the strings, why would the Orc King willingly fall? The bargain made him stronger than ever. Lin Yuan's heroes were running on fumes, while Nagrand stood renewed and growing. Roar! Nagrand howled again. This time the shockwave didn't harm the heroes like Hell Howl had, but it carried a new danger. All around them, the Orc elite guards began to mutate. Savage roars poured from their throats as pitch-black abyssal energy surged out of their bodies. Fangs stretched with a sharp crack, gleaming like cold daggers. Bones ballooned, shoulders and backs swelling with dense muscle. Ash-gray skin split into vein-like demonic fissures, and blood-red eyes locked forward, radiating raw brutality. The demonic howl still thundered through the air, its aftershocks pounding like war drums. In a heartbeat, the entire Orc honor guard descended into demon orcs. Roar! One massive brute raised a great axe and hacked downward with a shriek that tore the air. Cold steel flashed, and a dark skeleton knight was split from crown to heel, shards of bone scattering. Empowered by the abyss, these orcs had become monstrously strong. The dark skeleton knights could not survive even a single strike. It was over. Lin Yuan's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, his teeth grinding hard enough to crack. However painful, he had to admit it had failed this hidden quest. Carlton Fortress was lost, and he might die here alongside the rest of the army. The challenge far exceeded anything he had imagined, ranking among the hardest hidden quests he had ever seen. It was not for lack of preparation. He had sunk a full 100 million into this battle, stockpiling high-grade spell scrolls, yet the defense still collapsed. The crushing defeat hit like a slap, forcing him to face the truth. Even with a second life, he was not omnipotent. There would always be variables beyond prediction or control. His current strength was nowhere near enough. Brutal, but true. Drawing a deep breath, he forced out the order, "Prepare to withdraw. Keep the losses as low as possible." At his words, every face darkened. They all knew the battle was lost, but hearing Lin Yuan call the retreat still made their chests tighten. They had fought shoulder to shoulder for days, given everything they had, only to fail. The weight of it crushed them. Even the ever-optimistic Chun Bei stood silent as ice. Just as they were about to abandon hope, Lin Yuan felt a familiar vibration in his pack. His brow furrowed. The disturbance came from the demon egg. After a brief hesitation, he pulled out the fist-sized, night-black egg. Nagelin's lips curled into a mocking sneer. "What's that? An egg? Ha ha ha, did you bring it out so I could eat it?" His laughter echoed across the battlefield. In the next instant, countless cracks spiderwebbed across the egg's surface, crimson light writhing in the gaps as though something horrific was about to hatch. Lin Yuan raised his eyes to the abyss-shrouded Naguilon and said in a low voice, "There's another possibility. It might be the one that eats you." The sudden turn of events instantly captured everyone's attention. No one had imagined that, even with their backs against the wall, the situation could still flip in their favor. Chen Bei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mingming immediately recognized the black egg covered in sinister runes in Lin Yuan's hand. The demon egg. Qian Xiaozhuang and the others, however, had no idea what it was. They only felt the chilling malice pouring from it, sending shivers down their spines. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Naguilon curled his lips in a mocking smile, his gaze growing ever more contemptuous. "Really? You think that worthless egg can stop me?" Bathed in abyssal power, his strength had swelled to its peak, and his arrogance knew no bounds. But the demon egg suddenly squirmed and slid straight toward him. From the cracks burst a terrifying suction, like a monstrous maw flung wide. Caught off guard, Nagilon felt the abyssal energy surrounding him being ripped away, and his expression changed in an instant. Thighs is impossible, he screamed, his voice warped by fear. That abyssal energy was the source of his power. Stripped of it, he would be reduced to his original form. Having just tasted true strength, Nagilon simply could not accept it. I'll butcher you all. Give my power back, he roared, raising his great axe and charging at the demon egg. Before the blade could fall, Artoria activated the demon pendant's skill hand of the demon. A jet-black giant hand tore through the air, pinning Nagilon in place. The abyssal energy kept pouring into the demon egg. Nagilon howled, yet could only watch helplessly as his strength drained away. As the energy dried up, the black lines on his body shattered and faded, his aura collapsing until his original form was laid bare. Finish him, Lin Yuan ordered without hesitation. Nagilon had only 300,000 health left before his transformation. A single concentrated volley from the team was enough to end him. The demon egg did not stop there. Next it siphoned the remaining abyssal energy from the orc vanguard. Once every trace was devoured, Nagelin's health hit zero, and he crashed to the ground. The final boss fell, and the entire field erupted in irrepressible joy and exhilaration. None of them had expected the reversal to come so swiftly. They had been driven to the brink, yet still managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. A rush of triumph surged through Lin Yuan, but he pushed it aside at once. Every ounce of his focus was fixed on the demon egg before him. Saturated with abyssal miasma, the once soft shell had begun to harden, shifting from a fragile casing into a solid sphere. Lin Yuan recognized the telltale signs of imminent hatching, yet he had no idea what sort of creature would emerge. Crack crack. A sharp snap rang out as fractures raced across the surface like spiderwebs. A small, fuzzy black paw slipped through the gap, hooked onto the edge, and strained until half its body wriggled free, a plump, glossy furball of a beast no bigger than a kitten. Gudgy, gudgy. The babyish chirp was soft and sweet, completely at odds with the savage reputation of abyssal monsters, and even Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Despite all his knowledge from his previous life, he still couldn't identify what kind of abyssal beast this was. Moments after birth, the little creature was already shaking with hunger. Lifting its black paws, it snapped the empty shell into bit-sized pieces and shoved them into its mouth, crunching away as if munching on potato chips. In less than 3 minutes, the entire shell had vanished. Satisfied, it patted its round belly, waddled over to Lin Yuan's leg, rubbed its head against his trousers, and curled up beside him. Lin Yuan understood at once. The creature had taken him as its father. Back when the shell was still soft, he had dripped his blood onto it. Instinct now drew the newborn beast to him in trust and submission. What an adorable little thing. Watching from the side, Kellen's eyes sparkled. Even as the Dark Elf Queen, she had no resistance to anything cute. She stepped forward, crouched, and reached out to pet it. Her fingertips were barely halfway there when the black furball suddenly bared a mouthful of sharp teeth, growling with surprising ferocity. Startled, Kellen jerked her hand back and patted her chest to steady her breath. My lord, your little pet is quite fierce. Lin Yuan chuckled. It's probably just shy. He crouched and scooped the beast into his arms. This time, the black furball offered no resistance at all. Instead, it closed its eyes contentedly, clearly enjoying the attention. It came as no surprise to Lin Yuan that the little black beast could be so savage. After all, it was a fledgling abyssal creature, born vicious and bloodthirsty. Fortunately, it remained obedient in his presence. With proper guidance, its temperament could still be molded. The instant Na Gulan fell, the abyssal miasma clinging to the orc honor guards was drawn into the demon egg, stripping them of their buffs. The once terrifying guards were reduced to ordinary 7th-tier troops and were swiftly cut down by the Alliance. With the final orc boss dead, the army's morale crumbled. Leaderless, they scattered like loose sand, stumbling as they withdrew and slowing to a crawl. At last, the dozen magic crystal cannons showed their full might. Each thunderous volley bathed the field in fire and gore, erasing hundreds, sometimes thousands of orcs at a time. After this brutal, drawn-out struggle, the combined forces of humans, elves, and undead finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. It's finally over, Lin Yuan exhaled, surveying the battlefield. The difficulty of this hidden quest had far surpassed his expectations. After Nagoland's corruption, he had doubted he could finish it at all. Yet a turn of fate had opened a narrow path to survival. With all 3 orc bosses slain, the surviving orcs relied on sheer numbers to hold out for another hour, but they could no longer threaten Carlton Fortress. After losing more than half their force, they ordered a retreat. In a single phrase, it had been a glorious yet tragic battle. As soon as the fighting ended, Lin Yuan took stock of his own losses. 1. All low-tier human and elven units, annihilated. 2. 400 royal griffins. None survived. 3. 30,000 dark skeleton knights. Only 3,000 remained. For the flame mages, heavily protected, still numbered just over 1,000. The gains, however, were equally staggering. 300,000 orc corpses lay strewn across the field, many belonging to high-tier units enough to raise an untold host of dark skeleton knights. There were vast sums of lord experience, hero experience, and the rare treasures dropped by the 3 orc bosses, not to mention the reward for the hidden quest. With the war over, the next step was to tally the spoils. Orc High Priest Saruman, Bloodred Fistblade Ka Lu Fayer, Hel Halna Golan. The corpses of the 3-headed orc bosses were stacked neatly at Lin Yuan's feet. The gray-brown orc hide glistened with an oily sheen in the dim campfire light, and the air still carried the acrid smell of scorched flesh. Everyone turned in unison, their gazes locking onto Qian Xiaozhuang. Lin Yuan smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I'll leave it to you." Qian Xiaozhuang scratched his messy hair and flashed a shy grin. "No problem. Leave it to me." He drew a lungful of the blood-tinged air, strode over to the corpse of the orc high priest, Saruman, bent his knees, and slipped his hands into the gaps of the thick leather armor. In the flickering firelight, the group held its breath. Even the crackle of the flames sounded unnaturally loud. A minute later, Qian Xiaozhuang looked up, his teeth gleaming white. 2 rare materials, for diamond-grade items. The crowd erupted. One lucky haul could be coincidence, but twice? That's unreal. Qian Xiaozhuang, your luck is off the charts. With odds like that you'd win the lottery. I hereby appoint you the guild's official corpse looter. Corpse looter sounds awful, call him the treasure looter. Hurry up, open the next one. Maybe we'll see a legendary today. Lin Yuan shook his head. They still thought legendary items came easy. The jump from diamond to legendary was a life-and-death chasm. Even a diamond boss at Nagolan level had almost zero chance of dropping one. No matter how lucky Qian Xiaozhuang was, pulling a legendary would be a miracle. Qian Xiaozhuang, however, rubbed his palms together, eyes blazing. What's a legendary anyway? He'll grab one right now. He moved to the corpse of the blood fist, Ka Lu Fayer, and deftly probed between chains and dried blood. As Lin Yuan predicted, no legendary glow appeared. Still, the haul was even more outrageous. 5 diamond-grade items. The cold gleam of metal and gemstones lit up his face. The onlookers were growing numb. Diamond gear, once priceless, was now piling up like junk. Someone gave a wry smile. Diamond gear is practically littering the ground. Qian Xiaozhuang sighed. So close to legendary. Lin Yuan laughed. Forget it. A diamond boss almost never drops a legendary. Qian Xiaozhuang shook his head stubbornly. No way, I'm not giving up. He turned to the last corpse, Na Lang. Everyone held their breath. Qian Xiaozhuang inhaled deeply and, as if performing a ritual, slid his hands through the gaps between Na Lang's cold skin and battered armor, fingertips brushing dried blood and shattered bone. Seconds passed, then a dozen more. Finally he stopped. Chen Bei stepped forward, voice low and trembling. Well, did you find a legendary? Qian Xiaozhuang shook his head, disappointment plain. Only 3 diamond-grade items. Sighs rippled through the group. Even this absurd haul felt lackluster after his earlier success. Just as everyone thought it was over, Qian Xiaozhuang suddenly spoke again. But besides the materials and items, I think I also found a gemstone. Hearing this, a flicker of curiosity crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. Tapping the hilt of his blade with his thumb, he looked up and asked with a hint of anticipation, "What kind of gem is it?" Qian Xiaozhuang didn't keep anyone waiting. He pulled the gem from his pocket and spread it out in his palm for all to see. Entirely scarlet crystal, its core swirling with fiery light, as though he were holding a small, living flame. Critical strike divine stone special item. Effect. Sock it into a weapon to gain the blessing of the critical god. When the blessing is activated, the next 3 attacks are guaranteed critical hits, each dealing an additional 25 critical damage. Can be triggered once per battle. The item's interface hovered in midair, blood-red text casting a faint glow over everyone's faces. After reading the stats, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This gem belonged to the same rare category as the once famed Emerald Dragon Crystal, yet its real value far surpassed the latter. The Emerald Dragon Crystal merely added magic damage immunity to armor, whereas the Critical Strike Divine Stone endowed a weapon with lethal potency, 3 consecutive guaranteed criticals, plus a 25 damage boost. Socketed into Artoria's weapon, it would let the knight tear through peers in moments. Calling it more valuable than a single diamond tier artifact would be conservative. Each hero can equip up to 5 strategic artifacts, and swapping them out is costly, but a gem can be set into any piece of gear, removed at will, and transferred for only a small labor fee. Even if the equipment becomes obsolete, the gem remains useful. Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life, even the most ordinary gem could fetch millions at auction, while top-tier ones were practically priceless, igniting bidding wars the instant they appeared. Not everyone, however, recognized its worth. Chen Bei was a textbook example. Clapping Qian Xiaozhuang's shoulder with a hearty grin, he tried to console him. Relax, man. A bit of bad luck is normal. Nobody's an eternal high roller. Compared to the rest of us, you're already lucky. Lin Yuan stared at Chunbei in surprise. What are you mumbling about? Chunbei blinked, utterly sincere. Am comforting the guy? Better comfort yourself. Lin Yuan raised the critical strike divine stone, calm and certain. This little gem is worth at least 5 diamond tier artifacts. A collective gasp swept through the room. You're kidding, right? That tiny stone equals 5 diamond sets. 3 guaranteed crits doesn't sound that crazy. Lin Yuan offered no further explanation. He simply smiled, unfazed by their doubts. Anyway, sooner or later they would understand the true value of those gems. All 3 bosses fell at once, and a dozen diamond-bright treasures clattered onto the charred ground. Their light so intense it made everyone squint. Lin Yuan crouched to check each item's stats, doing the math in his head. Of the 12, he only needed the 3 that best fit his tactics. First was the Infernal Helm. The dull black helmet was etched with crimson runes, its base physical and magical defenses a cut above anything in the same tier, and it came with the active skill Hell's Curse, which forcibly saps an enemy's overall power, a simple but brutal effect. Second were the Beast Spirit boots, sewn from silver gray hide with sleek lines. They granted both movement and attack speed and carried Beast Spirit stride, boosting movement speed by 70 and evasion by 50 for 30 seconds, perfect for precision footwork. The third item, and the one that lit up Lin Yuan's eyes, was the Beast God Pendant. A 4-colored crystal sat at its center, granting bonuses to strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility. Its core, however, was the skill power of the sacred beasts. On activation, the wearer randomly gained 1 blessing for 120 seconds. Azure Dragon, 25 movement speed, 25 attack speed, 25 evasion, and 10 to all other stats. White Tiger, 10 strength, 10 attack, 10 crit rate, 10 crit damage, and 25 final damage. Vermilion Bird, 20 intelligence, and an extra 20 fire damage on every hit. Black Tortoise, 50 max HP, 25 defense, and 25 damage reduction. On paper and in practice, the Beast God Pendant was the standout among the 12, and it paired perfectly with Urchulia's role. Lin Yuan thought to himself that if all 4 blessings could stack, the pendant wouldn't be diamond tier at elite, would be legendary. With his choices made, he handed out the gear on the spot. The Beast God Pendant and Beast Spirit boots went to Urchulia, while the Infernal Helm went on Wu Gisa. Now both of them sported several top-tier diamond items, and their combat power leapt sky-high. Kai Lan, by contrast, ended up with the plainest loadout in the squad, not due to favoritism, but because none of the drops fit her strategic spellcasting style. If she ever got a matching diamond set, she'd be a mobile artillery turret. After claiming his 3 pieces, Lin Yuan spread the remaining 9 before the group. Chen Bei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mingming each picked one and left grinning. The last 6 diamond items went straight into the Hope Guild vault, where any contributing member would be free to trade for them. After tallying the spoils, the group immediately began clearing the battlefield, piling every orc corpse in front of Lin Yuan. Bodies were carried, dragged, and shoved forward. Every few breaths another dropped at his feet. The rich soil had turned black with blood, and the air reeked of iron and scorched flesh, the mark of explosive magic. The soldiers' faces stayed blank, their movements brisk, treating the orcs as ordinary trash. Yet to Lin Yuan each corpse was priceless. William offered no objection. Lin Yuan had saved them from the orc horde, and the bodies had to be dealt with anyway. Burial or burning, or plague would follow. If so, why not let the skeleton lord put them to use? The mound kept rising, and Lin Yuan set to work. He produced the skull of the skeleton king, its hollow sockets flickering with ghostly fire beneath the dim sky. A wave of gray-black soul energy swept over the heap, bones snapping back together. Orc flesh melted into the mist, leaving stark, white skeletons. Hundreds, then thousands, formed ranks and, under Lin Yuan's command, merged and advanced, re-emerging as dark skeletal knights clad in dusky violet armor astride undead warhorses. It was a mechanical, repetitive process: raise the skull, channel the souls, promote, consolidate again and again. Lin Yuan felt no boredom. Watching his legion swell filled him with a thrill that drowned all fatigue. The conversion lasted a full 2 hours. When the final wisp of black mist faded, no intact corpse remained. The field had become a silent tide of iron. From more than 300,000 orc corpses, he had forged 49,000 dark skeletal knights. The number made him pause. He had only meant to fill the gaps, never expecting to create heavy cavalry on this scale at once. Including the veterans who had survived the earlier battle, he now commanded 52,000 dark skeletal knights. 52,000 6th-tier units, power enough to rend the heavens. If the world's top lords had once been able to contend with him, they were now far behind. Without exaggeration, even the top 10 Huaxiao lords combined would struggle to match his strength. Should he wish, this legion alone could wipe out a large guild. Yet for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. Only nation-level power could truly reshape the world, and he knew it well. Chen Bei stared at the sea of skeletal cavalry, envy shining in his eyes. Boss, our troops only shrink with every fight, but yours just keep growing, he sighed. A faint smile touched Lin Yuan's lips. Want to see something even more exciting? There's more? Bei shivered. Of course. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze to the vast army of dark skeletal knights before him. In the next heartbeat, he acted without hesitation, unleashing the artifact's power. A pitch-black magic circle spread out, crimson veins snaking across the ground like arteries. The dark skeleton knight at its center was swallowed by jet-black light, its bleached bones and the iron hooves of its steed melting and reforming in the swirling darkness. The onlookers froze. Then realization struck they were about to witness Lin Yuan upgrade the dark skeleton knight to a higher tier. He had attempted similar fusions before, but his lord level had been too low to approach a 7th tier unit. After the brutal battle just fought, his experience had soared, and he finally stood on that threshold. Every pair of eyes locked onto the dark ritual circle, eager to see what lay beyond the night. The black mist billowed, and the first figure stepped out. It was a mountless skeleton, broader than any knight, over 2 meters tall, clad in obsidian plate, cradling a great sword as wide as its shoulders. A decaying crown, its regal engravings barely discernible, rested on its skull. A skeleton king, the 7th tier unit that eclipsed the dark skeleton knight. Aside from lacking a steed's mobility, it exceeded the knight in every other stat. After checking the stats, Lin Yuan gave the order without a second thought, hurling all 50,000 dark skeleton knights into the array. Black light pulsed again and again, the thunderous booms beating like war drums. When the glow finally faded, 25,000 skeleton kings now stood at his command. He held back 2,000 dark skeleton knights. Their skeletal warhorses were still perfect for scouting. Row after row of skeleton kings formed a phalanx like an iron forest, the tips of their heavy swords stabbing into the soil in unison. Cold fire flickered across their black armor, filling the air with menace. Bai's eyes nearly popped out. Are those really skeleton soldiers? Holy crap, they look amazing. Lin Yuan shot him a sidelong glance and said casually, what's the fun in just staring? How about a spar so I can see what this new unit can do? Bai shook his head like a rattle drum. No way. My ragtag bunch doesn't deserve to cross blades with a 7th tier troop. That's suicide. Lin Yuan laughed. I never said I'd fight your army. Call out your orc warlord and let it spar with my skeleton king. Bai blinked. Was he really asking a hero to duel a regular soldier? Hot blood rushed to his head, and he thumped his chest. Fine, bring it on. I'm not scared. The onlookers burst into laughter. Qian Xiaozhuang went further. Bai, do yourself a favor and quit now before the boss beats the crap out of you literally. The remark almost robbed Bai of breath. He wanted to snap back, but wary of Lin Yuan's strength, he could only grit his teeth. And what if the boss can't do it? Then what? Impossible. Qian Xiaozhuang replied without hesitation. If the boss doesn't beat the crap out of you, it just means you were already empty. Bai sputtered. What do you mean, already empty? Bai opened his mouth to protest, but Lin Yuan cut him off with a cheerful smile. That's enough, both of you, Lin Yuan said, raising a hand as his gaze swept the center of the arena. Let's settle this on the field. Fine. Bai gritted his teeth and signaled his orc warchief forward with a wave. He knew a full-scale clash of their legions would end badly for him, but a duel of individual strength was another story. Lin Yuan was sending ordinary soldiers against his elite hero. Backing down now would be the real humiliation. Lin Yuan laid out the rules. Field 10 skeleton kings against your orc warchief. When one side surrenders or can't keep fighting, the other wins. No problem. Bai agreed without hesitation. A ripple of speculation spread through the crowd. Lin Yuan was undeniably strong, but he had offered only 10 7th tier units, while Bai had unleashed a hero he had raised with great care. It was anybody's match. The fighters took their positions, and the battle began. The orc warchief strode forward, dirt exploding beneath his boots. A thunderous battle cry erupted from his throat, instantly boosting his attack and defense while weakening his foes. Yet, to Bai's shock, the 10 skeleton kings showed no reaction at all. As monarchs among the undead, they were immune to every debuff. 3 skeleton kings charged first, ash-white bone blades cutting through the air toward the orc warchief. Eyes blazing, the warchief gripped his giant axe and swung. 345, 441, 337. Crimson damage numbers flashed above the warchief's head, and the onlookers stared in disbelief. The skeleton kings hit like freight trains. The reason quickly surfaced. With both the skull of the skeleton monarch and the throne of bones equipped, each skeleton king enjoyed a 50 boost to all attributes. They were still 7th tier units on paper, but their power dwarfed most of their peers. The orc warchief refused to yield. His axe swept out in a gleam of cold steel, smashing one skeleton king to the ground and slicing its health in half with a single basic attack. Lin Yuan turned and smiled faintly. You've trained that hero well. Across all of Huaxia, it could rank in the top tier. Bai straightened, pride flickering in his eyes. Naturally, I poured a lot of effort into him. Lin Yuan wasn't just being polite. Its class hero, properly nurtured, was no pushover. Even so, it still fell short of Artoria, Yugusel, or even Chiron. The battle raged on. The orc commander fought with mounting ferocity. Every sweep of his massive axe carved wide arcs, landing devastating blows on the Skull King before him. Bones splintered and scattered, ghostly blue flames flickered in the air, and the smell of scorched marrow and ashes filled the battlefield. Yet, surrounded by Skull Kings, the orc's health kept dropping, and deep cracks crisscrossed his burly arms. To make matters worse, the Skull Kings could summon reinforcements mid-fight, conjuring 10 skeleton warriors out of thin air at a time. A lone Tier 1 skeleton was hardly a threat, but once their numbers swelled, they still churned out impressive damage. After all, the passive skill Throne of Bones not only boosted their stats dramatically, it also converted 10% of all damage they dealt into true damage. What had started as a friendly spar had turned into a brutal, blood-soaked duel. 5 minutes later, all 10 Skull Kings crashed to the ground, and black flames still licked at the arena floor. The orc commander stood with his axe planted in the dirt, gasping for breath, his health bar down to its last quarter. The victory belonged to Chen Bei, but it was clearly a narrow one. Every spectator reached the same conclusion at once. Just 10 Skull Kings had pushed the orc to the brink, yet Lin Yuan commanded 25,000 of them. That number was terrifying. In a single cast he could field 250,000 Tier 1 skeleton warriors, a true tidal wave of bone. Skull Kings lacked the mobility of Dark Skeleton Knights, but they were superior in every other respect. Once they formed up, facing them head-on was almost impossible. The onlookers traded uneasy glances and silently agreed on one thing. Lin Yuan's strength was downright frightening. Congratulations, you won. Lin Yuan reined in his aura and tapped Chen Bai's shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. You're too strong, boss, Chen Bai replied, forcing a bitter grin. If this were a real battle, you'd have crushed me into paste. 25,000 Skull Kings, 1 skill rotation, 250,000 skeletons who could stand that? Lin Yuan laid a hand on his shoulder, his tone relaxed. Don't sell yourself short. The orc race is anything but weak. If you dig deep enough, you can still become a true orc king one day. The words made Chen Bai's blood surge, his breathing rough. You're right, boss. He clenched his fist. I need to find some scrub to stomp and get my rhythm back. His gaze snapped to the youth beside him. Qin Xiaozhuang, you step up and die. If I don't beat the crap out of you today, they'll write my name backward. Qin Xiaozhuang froze. What does your crisis of confidence have to do with me? After the duel, everyone returned to Carlton Fortress. Even though the city remained on wartime alert, William arranged a victory feast, and the glow of candles and the bite of strong liquor drove away days of gloom. Nailan Go, the enemy chieftain, was dead. At least for the near future, the Orc Kingdom would be unable to mount an effective assault. The victory banquet was a blur of clinking glasses. Some guests laughed, some wept, and others sat alone in the corner, drinking one cup after another while silently honoring comrades who would never return from the battlefield. A long table in the center of the hall overflowed with sizzling roasts, bubbling stews, and clear golden ale. The air was thick with spice and alcohol, stinging everyone's noses. Joy at surviving the war tangled with grief for the dead, and every feeling seemed magnified. They had won the campaign, yet no triumph could resurrect those who had fallen. The price of victory had been steep for all. That was exactly why everyone was convinced of Age of Lords' authenticity. In this world you could charge in a battle, but you could also savor real food and drink and even pursue peaceful careers. Some lords had devoted themselves to cooking, others to alchemy or smithing. For many, the game had become a second life, and tonight's celebration was unapologetically wild. On one side of the hall, Chen Bei raised his cup and bellowed, launching into a drinking game. Am famous for never getting drunk, think you can bring me down? He beat several lords in a row, growing more confident, and then challenged Qin Xiaozhuang. It's only booze. I can drink forever, come on. Damn, I lost again. Keep going. I won't quit till you're under the table. What the hell, another loss? I don't believe this, one more round. Cups slammed together over and over. Chen Bai's face went from rosy to ghost white, his tongue slurring, yet he kept swallowing. Unfortunately, drinking games favored luck, and luck was Qian Zizhuang's specialty. The onlookers roared with laughter or groaned in sympathy, and the two of them pushed the party to its peak. Lin Yuan watched, half amused, half exasperated, and shook his head. Just then William walked over, steady on his feet, a cup in hand. A toast to you, he said quietly. Without your help, we couldn't have held Carlton Fortress long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Lin Yuan met his eyes and lifted his own cup. Your garrison fought with incredible courage. This one's to the kingdom of Rosebriar. Their cups touched, and they drained them in one pull, the liquor burning pleasantly all the way down. Do you think Rosebriar will be safe from the Orc Kingdom for a while now? Lin Yuan asked. Let's hope so, William answered, his voice darkening. We never imagined the orcs had ties to the abyssal demons. This war may be more complicated than we thought. A hard glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He too had sensed something off about Nagrand on the battlefield. Anything involving the Abyss was never simple. The Orc Kingdom probably held a hidden quest line, and if the chance arose, he meant to take it. Such quests usually came with rich rewards. "You ever need me?" he said, "just ask." William's smile broadened. Couldn't ask for more. The celebration raged until dawn, and when everyone finally sobered up, it was already afternoon. Lin Yuan ordered the troops to make ready and shook William's hand in farewell. They had teleported here by magic scroll, but the journey home would be made one step at a time. Before leaving, Lin Yuan looked up at the distant walls still under repair. Yet his mind was already elsewhere, wondering what rewards this hidden mission might bring. 2 days later, Lin Yuan said his goodbyes and returned to his own domain. Pushing open the tavern door in the capital of his territory, he heard a faint creak from the wooden hinges as the warm aroma of malt washed over him. In a few strides, he reached the notice board behind the counter and tapped the Submit Quest button. Almost instantly, the familiar system chime rang in his ears. "Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on completing the hidden quest Fort Carlton. You have received a reward, an admission ticket to the Hero Trial Grounds." That single sentence made his previously calm eyes light up. Without hesitation, he selected the newly appeared item in his inventory. A moment later, a golden ticket edged with intricate patterns landed in his palm, its surface faintly warm as though it held a latent power. Hero Trial Grounds Admission Ticket. Item description: used to designate one hero to enter the Hero Trial Grounds. If the trial is cleared, the hero's rank will be promoted. Applicable only to heroes ranked S or below. It really is the one, Lin Yuan thought, exhilaration surging through him. With this ticket, he could raise any S-rank hero to SS rank, making him the first lord in the world to field an S-rank hero provided everything went smoothly. Just as he turned to leave the counter, the system chimed again, this time in a more solemn tone. "Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on defeating the Orc army and overachieving the hidden quest. You have earned an additional reward, the Heart of Gold." "Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on defeating the Orc army and overachieving the hidden quest. Hidden storyline unlocked, the secret of the Orc Kingdom." The consecutive messages made Lin Yuan pause in surprise. He had already received his reward, how could there be another? Overachieve the quest? He murmured, quickly reviewing the mission in his mind. According to the original scenario, the Orc Kingdom's main force would launch a final assault on Fort Carlton on the third day, while reinforcements for the defenders were scheduled to arrive the same day. The official objective was to hold the fortress for 1 to 2 hours until help arrived, a far easier task than wiping out the Orc army outright. Instead, he and his team had struck first, forcing the Orc Kingdom to launch a full offensive ahead of schedule and completely disrupting the script. With the mission parameters shifted, they had somehow managed to overachieve. No wonder that hidden quest suddenly turned brutal, Lin Yuan muttered with a wry smile. The fight had been perilous, but the ending was perfect. He had still cleared the hidden quest and even picked up a rare artifact and a secret storyline. Shaking off his fatigue, he thought, time to enjoy the spoils of victory. He reached into his pack and drew out a heart-shaped crystal glowing with soft gold, the Heart of Gold, and began examining its properties. A heart forged from pure gold materialized in Lin Yuan's hand. The organ was no larger than a clenched fist, its metallic sheen flowing beneath the lamplight. Every chamber, artery, and vein was rendered in exquisite detail, and it seemed to throb ever so slightly. The next moment, a pale golden panel floated into view. Heart of Gold Special Relic. Effect: removes all negative effects from a chosen hero upon use. Cooldown: 24 hours. Its purpose was simple, yet potentially life-saving. If they ever confronted a boss wielding curses, poison, or decay, the Heart of Gold could neutralize the danger in an instant. Even better, it could be stored directly in the inventory without occupying a relic slot. Pleased with the bonus reward, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. As he did, the system chimed in his ear, confirming his suspicion. The Orc Kingdom still harbored a hidden storyline. Now that it had been triggered, he had no intention of missing it, though he needed to strengthen himself before pressing on. The recent ordeal had driven the lesson home. While he could already steamroll his fellow lords, he was still far from his true targets. Those adversaries were no ordinary forces, but the fiendish demons of the abyss and the savage alien lords. At the thought, his fists tightened until his knuckles whitened, a spark flaring in his eyes. If he hoped to remain standing in the coming cataclysms, he needed the power to crush disaster with his own hands. After leaving the tavern, Lin Yuan signaled for Kalin to step closer. "My lord," she purred, her voice a velvety hum that could make most men surrender on the spot. Lin Yuan, however, stayed composed. He retrieved a translucent emerald fruit from his pack and held it out to her. "See if this fruit is suitable for you." It was the spoil that had dropped when he defeated the elven queen, the divine tree fruit. The description said only elven beings could consume it. Although Kalin was indeed an elf, she was a dark elf, sworn enemy of the high elves, and Lin Yuan had hesitated, wary of any side effects. Now, with the Heart of Gold in hand, He could purge any debuff instantly. At worst, he would lose a single divine tree fruit, a loss he could easily bear. The fruit's fragrance lingered in the air. Kaylin's gaze fixed on it, longing shimmering in her eyes, and she swallowed involuntarily. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.